Nightfall at the entrance of Xiangnan television station. Teacher, you needn't see me off any longer. You've worked hard during today's recording. Let's chat when we have time next. Goodbye. Teacher He Su ran, and Bai Lu cheerfully waved to the crowd before making their way outside. The two were there to promote their upcoming drama by appearing on Happy Camp. The recording had just concluded. What are the plans next? Su Ran casually inquired, glancing at the elegant girl with a long ponytail beside her. Plans? Bai Lu bit her lip, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. Hee, I had a variety show lined up. Before she could finish her sentence, a throng of people suddenly emerged from both sides of the road. At the forefront were three men, followed by several crew members carrying filming equipment. It's Bai Lu. We couldn't pick you up? Hey, isn't that Su Ran? What a delightful surprise. Wonderful, let's all go together. Before Su Ran and Bai Lu could react, Su Ran was already seized and forcefully pulled along. He stood there, bewildered, gazing at the three unexpected figures beside him who had taken hold of him. Wait, Zhao Ge, Chunyi Luhan, what's going on? Indeed, the three sudden arrivals were Deng Zhao, Chun He, and Luhan. Having collaborated before, Su Ran was well acquainted with them. However, the manner in which they were dragging him away, akin to kidnappers, combined with the sight of the filming equipment beside them, left him utterly perplexed. In the blink of an eye, he comprehended that this was a variety show. Do not utter a word, you are now our captive and must accompany us. Chun He remarked with a mischievous grin, gently patting Su Ran's shoulder. Su Ran could only respond with silence, feeling somewhat at a loss. What did it mean to be a captive? As far as he remembered, his agent had not arranged for him to participate in any variety shows. Zhao Ge, what brings you here? I thought I would meet up with you after the recording, Bai Lu inquired curiously from the side. The production team sent us to fetch you after your shift. Us gentlemen possess such chivalry. Deng Zhao replied with a light chuckle, a proud expression adorning his face. Truth be told, upon hearing that this season includes female members, Zhao Ge's excitement was akin to that of a child. He could hardly contain himself and rushed over. Lu Han teased playfully from the side. Chun He added, indeed, he was chattering incessantly on the way here. It was unbearable. Upon hearing this, Deng Zhao nearly choked on his indignation, turning towards the nearby camera in outrage. This is slander, they're defaming me. He then turned back to Su Ran. You know what kind of person I am, amateur, gracious and composed, correct? Su Ran pondered for a moment, remaining silent. Seeing Su Ran's hesitance, Deng Zhao's expression faltered. All right, let us cease this conversation. I am wounded, he declared, clutching his chest with an expression of feigned injury. However, in the next moment, he suddenly raised his head and declared with righteous fervor, in order to soothe the wounds of my heart, you must treat us to dinner tonight. The swift transformation of his expression rendered Su Ran utterly speechless. Even Chun He and the others, who were merely bystanders, paused for a brief moment in astonishment. Yet, they soon erupted into hearty laughter. Impressive, old Deng. Indeed, Su Ran, you ought to treat us. Absolutely. Su Ran, you owe us compensation for emotional distress. Listening to their laughter, Su Ran felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room of the Kiwi video platform, the audience was engrossed in the streaming content. Ahaha! I finally see Bai Lu. She's as beautiful as ever, a day's beauty. Hey, isn't that Su Ran? What a delightful surprise. I didn't think he had joined Wuhat, lol. It's clear he was brought in at the last minute, so characteristic of Wuhat's style. Zhao Ge is pulling out all the stops, starting to act shamelessly. After a lengthy conversation, Su Ran gradually pieced together the events that had unfolded. Deng Zhao and the others had commenced filming their program today and had come to pick up Bai Lu from work, intending to play a prank. However, they unexpectedly ended up taking Su Ran along with Bai Lu. I told you, my agent didn't inform me about any variety shows. Your sudden appearance really startled me, Su Ran remarked, casting a disgruntled glance at the three on either side. Isn't it just a coincidence? Deng Zhao and his companions chuckled. At last, we have arrived. Our vehicle awaits just ahead. Deng Zhao halted his steps, standing before a dilapidated van with one hand resting on his abdomen and the other gesturing gracefully through the air, ultimately directing a languid finger towards the vehicle, resembling a gracious hostess offering a warm welcome. Su Ran gazed at the worn-out van before her, an impulse to scoff rising within her. Layers of dust clung to its surface, the result of an unknown duration of neglect. The body was marred by various damages, riddled with dents and imperfections. This must be some second-hand Wuling Hongguang acquired from who knows where, she remarked. Is your production team so impoverished that if a thief were to steal it, they would have to begrudgingly place 200 yuan inside? Su Ran pointed at the van, turning her gaze towards the camera with a hint of skepticism. Upon hearing her words, ha ha ha, Bai Lu initially bit her lip to suppress her laughter, but found it impossible to contain. The imagery was too vivid and amusing. Indeed, Su Ran, you too feel the production team has gone too far, haven't you? This despicable lot presents us with such a wretched vehicle. Look here, Director Yu. The eyes of the public are keen. Su Ran has already lodged a complaint. Exactly. We demand a replacement, something of better quality. The trio of Deng Zhao, Bai Lu, and Su Ran seemed to find solace in their shared grievances against the production team's lack of integrity. However, the production team offered no response. Some bowed their heads, while others busied themselves with their fingers, adopting a demeanor of indifference. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern that some were struggling to suppress their laughter. Despite the commotion, no one emerged to address the uproar. Deng Zhao and his companions could only return in disappointment. The production team is just like that. Su Ran, let us board the car, it's getting late, almost midnight. Deng Chao stepped forward, attempting to drape his arm around Su Ran's shoulders. However, Su Ran nimbly evaded him, extending his hand to block the advance. Just as he was about to voice his protest regarding the notion of boarding the car first, a sudden chime rang out. Ding dong. Entertainment Industry Comprehensive Development System. Activation complete. Commencing beginner task. At the age of 18, you possess boundless possibilities. Hurry and enter the entertainment industry to embark on your path to ascendance. Best of luck, young one. Reward. Wing Chun skill moderate proficiency. Song Above the Moon. As the system notification echoed in his ears, Su Ran felt the urge to spit blood in frustration. Seriously, system, you choose this moment to finally activate? Having been reborn and awaiting his 18th year, the entertainment industry development system began loading. Thus, he eagerly jumped into the entertainment realm. Yet to his astonishment, 3 years turned into another 3 years, and now, nearly 4 long years have passed. Now it finally indicates successful activation. Why not wait until I perish to initiate? And, what the hell? Entering the entertainment industry, and I receive the reward song Above the Moon. Is the internet just now reaching the village? Or is there some immense delay? Furthermore, am I not already in the entertainment industry? Or is it merely a sweet, sugary dream? Chapter 2. Something's off. It's coming for me. The group, led by Deng Chao, observed Su Ran's fluctuating expressions, utterly perplexed by his sudden immobility. What could have caused such a drastic change? In the live stream, viewers were equally bewildered. Why had Su Ran, after evading an attack, fallen silent and appeared in a daze? It was reminiscent of a moment of enlightenment in a martial arts novel. Amusingly, those watching from above speculated that Su Ran had been struck dumb, perhaps even activated some hidden system. If he were to be startled, it would have made more sense during the ambush on Brother Chao and the others. Bai Lu, filled with concern, gently waved her hand in front of Su Ran. What's wrong? What happened? At the sound of her voice, Su Ran's thoughts snapped back to reality, nearly forgetting that he was surrounded by an array of machines and people. This was hardly the time for system critiques. As he met the puzzled gazes of the crowd, his mind raced until he suddenly declared, "The weather isn't great. It seems like the laundry at home hasn't been taken care of." The weather isn't great? The group collectively looked up at the sky, which was adorned with a brilliant moon and a scattering of stars against a deep blue backdrop. With hardly a cloud in sight, they quickly turned their attention back to Su Ran. Is this your idea of bad weather? And more importantly, what do you mean your laundry has been done? Are you joking with us? The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter at this exchange, inundating the chat with comments, finding Su Ran's excuse utterly ridiculous. It must be a misunderstanding. It's not a big deal, really. Please don't look at me like that. Haha. Su Ran chuckled awkwardly, fully aware that his excuse was rather flimsy. However, he believed that as long as he could brush it off casually, it would suffice. Your previous statement was rather abstract. Deng Zhao believed he was already quite abstract, yet he did not anticipate encountering even more abstract behavior. Enough of this. We cannot afford to squander more time. It is quite late. and I am hungry. Let us board the vehicle. Oh, indeed, it is rather late, and my stomach. Su Ran sensed something amiss and was about to speak. But in the next moment, he was collectively pushed into the car by Deng Zhao, Chun He, and Lu Han. Oh, stop overthinking it. Hurry up and get in. Exactly. Whatever needs to be said can wait until we are on the road. Go. Bai Lu beamed brightly and followed suit into the dilapidated van. In a matter of moments, Su Ran found himself firmly seated in the back row. Resigned, he decided to go with the flow, taking the opportunity to familiarize himself with the tardy system. Start the engine. At Deng Zhao's enthusiastic command, Chun He eagerly turned the key, and the van roared to life. However, the vehicle only shuddered a few times before abruptly stalling into silence. Su Ran noticed this change and frowned slightly, glancing toward the driver's seat. What on earth is happening? The previously excited Deng Zhao stood up in confusion. Quiet. I'm working on it. Chun He busily fiddled with the controls, entirely preoccupied with his task. What could possibly be wrong for it to stall like this? Hearing Chun He's words, Deng Zhao turned to the others. It seems there's a minor malfunction. It's nothing serious. Just wait for he to sort it out. The group nodded in agreement. However, this wait extended into 2 or 3 minutes. During this period, Chun He attempted to start the vehicle several times. However, each time it roared to life momentarily before abruptly stalling. It was as if the machine, eager and restless, had taken a dose of medicine only to succumb to lethargy in the next instant. Can you manage this, Chun He? Soon. The increasingly impatient Deng Zhao began to unleash a torrent of scathing remarks. Not working? Allow me, your skills are woefully inadequate. Chun He cast a sidelong glance at Deng Zhao, raising his hands in exasperation. Enough with the chatter. If you think you're so capable, then by all means, take over. His annoyance was palpable, having already been vexed by the vehicle's incessant stalling. Now, with Deng Zhao's incessant prattling grating on his nerves, he felt utterly exasperated. Fine. I shall take the reins, Deng Zhao proclaimed with an air of smugness. With a slight bow, he switched positions and settled into the driver's seat. Not forgetting to glance back with an exaggerated tilt of his head, he declared, observe closely what it means to be a seasoned driver. He then assumed a serious demeanor, inserting the key with his left hand and shifting gears with his right in a seamless motion. The vehicle began to tremble, rumbling ominously. Brace yourselves, we're about to start, Deng Zhao shouted, pressing the accelerator. However, after a moment of vigorous shaking, the car emitted a sharp sound and came to an abrupt halt. As if the invigorating effects of the medicine had faded before they could truly begin, the interior fell into silence. Su Ran covered her face, exclaiming, is this what it means to be a seasoned driver? The vehicle had stalled once more. In the next moment, laughter erupted within the car. Ha, with skills like yours. You were just pointing fingers at others, yet you're not exactly stellar yourself. Well, weren't you confident? How did the car stall on you, old Deng? Brother Zhao. Wasn't the plan to take off? Ha. Every peal of laughter resounded with unrestrained malice, devoid of any genuine emotion, merely a manifestation of schadenfreude. Deng Zhao sat in the driver's seat, wearing an awkward smile. What a surprise, what a surprise. I have yet to showcase my true abilities. Buckle up, for I shall continue. He gritted his teeth, readjusting his posture. This time, he was determined to validate his worth. 3 minutes later. Step aside, let me take over. Lu Han, with an air of impatience, unceremoniously ushered the dejected Deng Zhao away. He then attempted the task for a few minutes, only to return to his seat, resembling a wilted eggplant, utterly dispirited. Let me give it a try, Bai Lu said, her eagerness palpable as she raised her hand to volunteer. However, the outcome was hardly any better. The vehicle remained obstinately immobile. Doubts began to cloud the minds of the onlookers. This car was functional upon arrival, wasn't it? What on earth is happening? Surely, we want to be stuck here all night. But what can we do? We've all tried, yet none of us can get it moving. It seems like Su Ran hasn't had a go yet. Bai Lu's last remark resonated like a celestial chime. Deng Zhao and the others momentarily froze, then slowly turned their gaze towards the back row, where the handsome Su Ran sat. Their eyes glinted with a predatory hunger, akin to sharks catching the scent of blood. Oh no, he's coming for me. Su Ran felt a jolt of apprehension at the sight of their ill-intentioned stares. Wait, I'm not part of your show. Brother. Su Ran questioned whether he had misheard. However, in the next moment, Chun He approached, wearing an exceedingly enchanting expression, and in a sultry tone said, My dear dove, why not give it a try? We certainly do not wish to spend the entire night in the car. Su Ran felt an overwhelming urge to retch. He could hardly believe that Chun He had spoken in such a feminine manner. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Deng Xiao and Lu Han joined in. Su Ran. Dear brother, why don't you take the wheel? I recall your driving skills are quite impressive. Dear brother, we are counting on you. Dear brother. In an instant, the car was filled with the echoes of Dear brother. Bai Lu observed as Deng Xiao and the others surrounded Su Ran, employing various adorable antics. Her eyes darted, and suddenly her cheeks flushed slightly as she too chimed in with a soft, Dear brother. Fearing detection, she quickly closed her mouth. Fortunately, the commotion created by Deng Xiao and the others was considerable, effectively drowning out her bashful tone. Chapter 3. If this continues, I shall have to call the authorities. In the live broadcast of Wuha, the utterance of Dear brother nearly left me astounded. My goodness, witnessing a group of men acting coy truly shattered my worldview. Oh wait, did I just hear Bai Lu say Dear brother as well? How utterly sweet. Ha ha ha, this is too hilarious. Poor Su Ran, being dragged along and then begged to drive. Indeed, this is Wuha, where the plot unfolds in the most peculiar ways. Amidst the chorus of pleas for Dear brother, Su Ran found himself at a loss. Fine, I shall drive, but please, no more calling me that. The goosebumps from your incessant calls are overwhelming. Then hurry up and drive, dear brother. No more delays. The three individuals abruptly fell silent, appropriately ceasing their chatter, yet their eyes brimmed with anticipation and urgency. Su Ran, feeling exasperated, shook his head and rose, maneuvering past Deng Xiao and the others to take his place at the driver's seat. After familiarizing himself with the vehicle's controls, he began to operate it casually under the watchful gaze of the onlookers. He pressed the brake, ignited the engine, and then extended his right hand towards the gear lever. At that moment, however, he suddenly felt his arm brush against something. A casual glance revealed that the handbrake had not been released, leaving him momentarily stunned. Wait, you haven't released the handbrake? The occupants in the back seat leaned forward, bewildered. What do you mean, the handbrake? It hasn't been released? Deng Xiao and the others appeared utterly confused. Ignoring their perplexity, Su Ran promptly disengaged the handbrake, shifted into gear, and pressed the accelerator. The vehicle roared to life, surging forward. Upon witnessing the car in motion, Deng Xiao and the others erupted in exuberant cheers, reminiscent of a grand ancestral reunion. It's moving. Finally, it's moving. What a relief. Oh, it was just the handbrake that was engaged. I thought it kept stalling. As long as it's operational, it's all good. What a false alarm. Su Ran, you're amazing. Su Ran, accustomed to the commotion behind him, regarded the antics of Deng Xiao and Qin He as nothing short of raucous. He yearned to complete the drive swiftly and then slip away to examine the tasks assigned by the system. The requirement to enter the entertainment industry, how was the completion of this task to be defined? Enough noise. Where are you all planning to go now? Yet, as his words faded, an unexpected silence enveloped the vehicle, leaving it suspended in a brief moment of stillness. Through the rearview mirror, Su Ran gazed back quizzically, only to find each of his companions exchanging bewildered glances. What on earth are you all up to? He wondered aloud, increasingly convinced of their unreliability. Indeed. Where are we headed? Deng Xiao inquired. Qin He, patting his stomach, chimed in, I'm feeling rather peckish. Perhaps we should procure some sustenance first. Lu Han promptly echoed the sentiment. Yes, let's dine. I wholeheartedly concur. I'm famished, having gone without food all night. Deng Xiao then turned to Bai Lu, asking, Are you also feeling peckish, Bai Lu? I am a bit hungry, she replied. In that case, Deng Xiao declared, let us proceed to a restaurant. Su Ran, you shall treat us, as we are devoid of funds. Qin He and Lu Han eagerly seconded the proposal, emphasizing their prolonged state of hunger. You are our sole salvation. Su Ran, they proclaimed. Upon hearing these brazen words, Su Ran nearly slammed on the brakes, contemplating abandoning them then and there. Oh, and after the meal, Deng Xiao interjected, suddenly recalling, we must also address the matter of accommodation. The production team has neglected to make arrangements for us, and we are at a loss as to where to lodge. I possess a hotel, a place of residence, Bai Lu exclaimed with a cheerful smile, explaining that the television station had provided her with lodging during her visit to Hunan to record Happy Camp. Alas, that hotel is no longer available. Deng Xiao and his cohorts confessed sheepishly. We contacted your assistant this afternoon and arranged for the room to be vacated. They explained that they had received instructions from the production team to collect Bai Lu. Thus, they contacted the assistant to gather their luggage and subsequently assisted in checking out of the hotel. Soon after, the group positioned themselves near the television station, lying in wait. What? The smile on Bai Lu's face abruptly froze, her lips twitching slightly. This news felt as though the sky had fallen upon her. Deng Zhao and his companions, witnessing her reaction, also felt a twinge of awkwardness. Fear not, for Su Ran is here. Su Ran will help us with accommodation issues. It is hardly a problem. Deng Zhao proclaimed with a resounding clap on the chair. Indeed, Su Ran can resolve this, they echoed. What a jest. Who is Su Ran? Surely, this minor issue can be resolved by her, right, Su Ran? Chun He and Lu Han quickly chimed in. In an instant, the four pairs of hopeful eyes were fixated on Su Ran in the driver's seat. Su Ran abruptly slammed the brakes. Once the vehicle came to a halt, she turned to meet the gazes of her companions. If you continue this way, I shall call the police, she exclaimed. What is this nonsense? First, I was pulled into the car to drive, and now I am being asked to dine and resolve accommodation issues. Am I a babysitter? In the live broadcast room. I can't stop laughing. Poor Su Ran. She feels so miserable, someone commented. Su Ran. Hey, give me peanuts, speak for me. They felt sympathy for Su Ran, who was whisked away in the dead of night, with her meals and lodging covered, chuckling at the absurdity of it all. I sense that once tonight's program concludes, Su Ran will no longer wish to connect with Zhao Gu and the others. At that moment, Su Ran's mind was solely occupied with one thought, to make a swift escape. With remarkable decisiveness, she immediately sprang into action, rising to dash towards the open car door. Hey, Su Ran, don't leave. As Su Ran prepared to leave, Deng Chao and the others were taken aback, rushing forward to impede his departure. No way. Your program is nothing but a rascally scheme. I must escape, Su Ran exclaimed. If I don't leave now, who knows what kind of trouble Deng Chao and the others might concoct next. Please, let us discuss this rationally, they pleaded. Our situation is dire. We truly need your assistance. Brother, you are genuinely my brother. I implore you. One of them declared, dropping to his knees in earnest supplication. We are all kneeling before you, sincerely. Aside from Bai Lu, the trio indeed assumed a half-kneeling posture, which left Su Ran momentarily astonished. Seizing the opportunity, Deng Chao pressed on. Aren't we friends? Aren't we brothers? If we are, then lend me a hand. Exactly. We are friends, true brothers. We are a united front. They chimed in unison. In our entertainment circle, who doesn't know of Su Ran's loyalty? Su Ran blurted out, our entertainment circle? Indeed. Within our industry, when it comes to reliability, you rank among the top. Deng Chao flattered. That's right. The other two enthusiastically chimed in, fervently praising him. Suddenly, a rush of memories flooded into Su Ran's mind, familiar yet strange. It was a martial arts technique, along with the musical score for Above the Moon. These elements felt as though they were previously mastered, yet now, they emerged with newfound clarity. The entry into the entertainment industry is defined in such a manner, contingent upon receiving authoritative acknowledgement. After all, figures like Deng Chao are indeed insiders. Their recognition effectively incorporates one into the fold. Upon reflection, Su Ran resumed organizing the rewards of the system. Firstly, Wing Chun is indeed a commendable asset. However, the song Above the Moon was released many years ago. Familiarity with it is of no practical use. One must still express some dissatisfaction with this overly delayed system. Novice task. A good beginning is half the success. As you embark on your journey into the entertainment realm, please participate in a film or television drama with the requirement of at least one line of dialogue. Reward. Constitution 10. A complete novel 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Chapter 4. River. Hot pot at the river bottom. Indeed, the system tasks remain unconnected to the internet. Participating in a film or television drama with the requirement of at least one line of dialogue poses no difficulty whatsoever, an unequivocal novice task. The system rewards remain lamentably outdated. While the Constitution 10 is somewhat acceptable, the novel 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, do not underestimate the youth and poverty has long been published. When I first reincarnated, I had contemplated replicating this book to earn some money. I am familiar with the plot, yet when I attempted to write, I could only recall the 3 segments of combat energy. I was unable to compose anything further, thus I had to forego that endeavor. Had the system completed its loading sooner, I would have already achieved prosperity. This antiquated system, plagued by significant delays, necessitates an expedient completion of these novice tasks to procure more substantial rewards. At the very least, it ought to be something of value, rather than these outdated songs and novels. Su Ran, could you please make the arrangements? Must I refer to you as father to gain your assistance? Adoptive father. If you would not turn me away, I am willing to acknowledge you as my guardian. Chun He, while Deng Zhao continued to plead earnestly, tears streaming down his face. nearly on the verge of weeping. It is imperative that we seek assistance. The production team of 5Ha has provided no financial support whatsoever, only this dilapidated van. Now, under the cover of night, with hunger gnawing at our stomachs and no place to stay, I can only cling desperately to Su-Ran. Su-Ran, can you truly bear to allow Bailu to join us in sleeping on the streets and going hungry? Observing Su-Ran's unwavering demeanor, Deng Zhao suddenly recalled something, his expression turning sorrowful. Ami, Bailu was taken aback, unsure of how she became involved. However, upon noticing Deng Zhao's knowing glances, she immediately understood. Her lovely face displayed a hint of grievance, her lips pouting in a pitiful manner, resembling a forsaken little girl, evoking sympathy. Indeed, Su-Ran, if I have no shelter and no food. Chun-He and Lu Han also seemed to grasp the crux of the matter. Yes, it matters not for us men, but Bailu would suffer greatly if she accompanied us. Exactly. I can endure a bit of hunger. I have plenty of excess weight. But Bailu, being delicate, cannot withstand such hardship. Each of them lamented, their voices heavy with sorrow. Su-Ran turned to Bailu, only to find her eyes shimmering, her demeanor heartbreakingly vulnerable. What is this charade? Very well, I shall take care of it. No need for such theatrics. He was at a loss, waving his hand in surrender, conceding defeat. Although aware that it is all an act, he is utterly captivated by it. In truth, everyone shares a bond of friendship, having reached the point of calling each other foster father. Inviting the sons to a meal and arranging accommodations is hardly a significant issue. Really, I always knew you were the best, Su-Ran. Bailu's pitiful expression transformed in an instant, revealing a mischievous grin of triumph. I knew it, Su-Ran. You are truly the best. You are like a brother. Hooray, we have food now. We need not worry for tonight. The crowd erupted in joyous cheers. Their previous sorrow completely vanished, replaced by radiant smiles. In the live stream, it was quite amusing, oh my, to indulge in feasting and drinking. A ruse was devised. How entertaining. Perhaps Su-Ran should become a permanent fixture. This season seems even more delightful than the last. My heart goes out to Su-Ran, haha. The faces of this group. Such rapid transformations are simply hilarious. As Su-Ran observed them exchanging high fives, as if they had achieved some grand victory, he helplessly turned back to continue driving. Let us head out for a meal, though I must warn you, the fare may not be extravagant as I am low on funds. He had issued this caution beforehand. Yet, it seemed that Deng Zhao and the others were oblivious, already huddled together in eager discussion about what to eat. I want to have a nourishing soup. I must treat myself well. I desire hot pot. Given the chilly weather, it will warm my body. I think a street food stall would be delightful. Enjoying snails would be so refreshing. Meanwhile, Bailu was doubled over in laughter, her pristine white teeth gleaming brightly. Whispering, Su-Ran remarked, "It seems they cannot hear. Rest assured, I shall ensure they do." Through the rearview mirror, Su-Ran observed the excited expressions of Deng Zhao and his companions. A faint smile gracing his lips. Bailu appeared somewhat bewildered, pondering the meaning of his words. However, after a brief moment, comprehension dawned upon her, and she instinctively grasped the significance. Su-Ran, there is a hot pot restaurant nearby. Shall we dine there? Hey, there is a place that looks quite appealing. No. Why are we still driving? Su-Ran, respond. I'm anxious. Brother, my dear brother, where are we headed, continuing on like this? Deng Zhao, Chun-He and Lu Han observed the car persistently advancing, with Su-Ran remaining utterly silent. Gradually, expressions of panic emerged upon their faces. Undeterred, Su-Ran continued to drive. His lips sealed. The trio's demeanor shifted from confusion to fear, and then to sheer terror. The quietude enveloping Su-Ran was profoundly unsettling, exuding an aura of intimidation that rendered them speechless. The car traversed the road for quite some time until Su-Ran, nonchalantly glancing through the rearview mirror at the anxious group, recognized that the moment had arrived. With a teasing tone, he inquired, "May I speak now?" The heads of Deng Zhao and his companions, previously bowed, lifted at the sound of Su-Ran's voice, which resonated like a celestial melody, instantly reviving their spirits. "We can hear you. We can hear you. Whatever you say, we shall obey. We are all ears, utterly attentive. I can hear everything." The oppressive atmosphere they had endured moments prior dissipated the instant Su-Ran began to speak. They all felt the air inside the car was remarkably fresh and sweet. "Can you hear me? So, whatever I suggest for dinner, we shall have. Is there any problem with that?" "Not at all. Not a single problem." He chuckled. Who would dare to have an issue? After such an experience, they would certainly comply. "No worries. If any of you have cravings, feel free to voice them." Su Ren said with a cheerful smile. Is it really permissible? May I propose a small suggestion? Lu Han hesitated for a moment, just about to speak, when suddenly he was met with warning glances from Chun He and Deng Zhao. The two quickly turned back, smiling at Su Ran, saying, We truly have no thoughts on the matter. You may decide. Oh, right, no thoughts from us. Lu Han realized something and nodded in agreement. Seeing Deng Zhao and the others so obedient, Su Ran chuckled. All right then. In truth, he had already contemplated where they would dine. In the live broadcast room. It was quite a scene, as the dynamics had shifted. Su Ran had skillfully taken charge of the lively group. So handsome, they mused, noting Su Ran's commanding presence akin to a charismatic leader. I must admit, his aura is indeed impressive. One moment he is affable, and the next, he exudes an air of aloofness. I'm captivated. The atmosphere felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of a teacher asserting authority over mischievous students. Approximately 5 minutes later, Su Ran parked the car in front of a restaurant. We've arrived, he announced. Immediately, Deng Zhao and the others turned to look out the window. Discovering that it was Haidaleo, Su Ran called out, Let us get out, and exited the vehicle himself. Indeed, it is true, Haidaleo. They offer a student discount. A delightful 31 off. Chapter 5. Deng Zhao. Su Ran, why not join me? This group of food enthusiasts possesses an insatiable appetite. Su Ran could roughly anticipate that expenses would not be modest. With limited funds at his disposal, he naturally had to be frugal. Due to the system's prior failure to fully load, Su Ran exuberantly ventured into the entertainment industry, living a life characterized by thriftiness. Initially, he compiled a list of entertainment companies based on memories from his previous life, ultimately choosing Jiaxing Media Company for its favorable terms and its status as a newly established entity with fewer restrictions. Most importantly, Yangmi was quite the sight to behold. After signing the contract, he leveraged his recollections to produce several classic songs, such as Rice Aroma, The Funeral of Roses, and Sunny Day. He shamelessly drew inspiration from the works of Jay Chou and Su Song, as this was an essential skill for someone traversing through time. Having sung these songs at karaoke numerous times, they were indelibly etched in his mind, allowing him to recall them in their entirety. Although his vocal skills were mediocre, he managed to achieve a semblance of success as a sought-after idol singer, buoyed by his striking appearance and external image. However, he soon realized that the reservoir of songs in his mind would eventually run dry. To his dismay, the troublesome system had yet to activate. He found himself at a loss, unsure of how to proceed as he racked his brain for new material, but all that surfaced were a few lines of lyrics, leaving everything else blank, much like the sensation of staring at an exam paper, where the answers seemed tantalizingly close yet utterly elusive. In a moment of inspiration, I compelled myself to conjure up a few incomplete songs and sought collaboration with the original artists. For instance, I approached Jay Chou with some familiar lines from Nocturne. To my surprise, we actually created something together. This sparked further endeavors, leading me to collaborate with several other artists, yielding a modest profit. However, the good fortune was short-lived, as the remaining stock dwindled to nothing. With no viable path in music, I pivoted towards acting. My previous training and education allowed me to perform passionately even when no students were present, akin to an authentic classroom experience. Utilizing this acting ability, I began to star in idol dramas, and I have continued down this path ever since. Thus, strictly speaking, I am not particularly wealthy, as my company takes a significant portion of the earnings. A group of us entered a hot pot restaurant, and the servers, upon seeing the stars, displayed expressions of surprise and excitement, exclaiming in unison. Fortunately, with the intervention of Wang Jingyu and the production team, along with the late hour and lack of patrons, the scene remained orderly. Please, everyone, take a seat, I gestured after finding a spot. Bai Lu swiftly settled beside me, adjusting her attire. Deng Chao and the others intended to join us, but had to find seats elsewhere. I can't wait any longer. I'm famished. Let us order quickly. I echoed, me too. Let us get spicy hot pot, tomato broth, and everything else. 5 portions of shrimp paste, meat slices. No, make it 6. I'm starving. The group, resembling famished spirits, returned to the mortal realm, busily placed their orders with their heads nearly touching. Observing this, Su Ran wore an expression that clearly conveyed her anticipation of their extravagant spending. Following such unreliable companions, Bai Lu, your upcoming filming endeavors will undoubtedly be challenging. Bai Lu chuckled. I find this rather amusing. Zhao Gu and He Gu are quite entertaining. Indeed, it is undeniably entertaining. Given this, why not stay for a few episodes as a guest star? Suddenly, An idea struck Bai Lu, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. I think I'll pass. I have little time ahead. Su Ran declined the invitation, preoccupied with completing system tasks. Her curiosity about the potential rewards from continuous engagement with the system was piqued. Oh, very well, Bai Lu murmured, her gaze briefly clouded with disappointment, though it quickly shifted back to her cheerful demeanor. What are you two whispering about? At that moment, Chun He and the others, having finished their orders, approached with jovial curiosity. Nothing at all, Bai Lu replied, extending her hand to receive the iPad displaying their orders. Upon glancing at the screen, she exclaimed, so much food. Will we be able to finish it all? As she gestured for Su Ran to take a look, it became evident they had nearly ordered every meat dish in the establishment, and in considerable quantities. After reviewing the selections, Su Ran raised her head and remarked, with such bold choices, you must promise not to leave until everything is consumed. Finish it all. Chen He feigned a dismissive expression before erupting into his characteristic mischievous laughter. I am indeed a voracious eater. Just wait. I'll devour an entire plate in one gulp. Do not underestimate us. I could easily consume a whole cow. Deng Chao gestured dramatically to illustrate the shape of a cow. At that moment, they had long shed the earlier unease instilled by Su Ran and reverted to their true selves, each boasting with unrestrained bravado. Very well, as long as you can eat. If you cannot handle it, I shall take my leave and let you foot the bill, Su Ran teased. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Deng Chao and his companions visibly stiffened. However, Deng Chao quickly waved his hand dismissively. Let us not dwell on that. Everyone, raise your glasses in a toast to Su Ran. To Su Ran. Deng Chao skillfully lifted the atmosphere, prompting everyone to raise their cups. With a resounding clink, the glasses collided, and they tilted their heads back to drink. Not bad, not bad, Deng Chao remarked, setting his cup down and rubbing his hands together. He turned to Su Ran and inquired, what have you been up to lately? It seems we haven't seen you release any new songs or films. Su Ran replied, I've been relatively idle. I was merely waiting for your guidance. As for music, I find myself unable to produce even a single drop of inspiration. Regarding acting, my skills are mediocre, and there are quite a few popular stars in the industry, making opportunities scarce. So for now, I'm just getting by. Don't worry. We're brothers. We'll stay in touch when there's news. Your sister-in-law often mentions inviting you over for dinner, Deng Chao said heartily, thumping his chest in a display of camaraderie. Chun He and Lu Han joined in agreement, offering their assurances. Listening to the assurances of everyone, Su Ran felt a profound warmth in his heart. Despite Deng Chao and the others being somewhat boisterous and eccentric, they were, at their core, loyal comrades. At that moment, Deng Chao, struck by a sudden thought, leaned forward and lowered his voice. If I may offer a suggestion, why don't you simply join my side? I've heard that things have been rather tumultuous at Jiaxing lately. Should you align yourself with the wrong faction? Su Ran quickly interjected with a few subtle coughs, gesturing with his eyes towards the nearby camera equipment. Let's all enjoy some refreshments. Deng Chao, realizing his blunder, picked up his glass, attempting to conceal his embarrassment. He had almost forgotten that they were in the midst of a live broadcast, momentarily mistaking it for a private gathering. Indeed. Let's have some beverages, everyone. Su Ran urged everyone to partake, offering an unspoken cue. He skillfully diverted the conversation. Though he was also troubled by the current state of affairs at Jiaxing Media, Yang Mi was embroiled in a power struggle with Xing Jia and several other executives, resulting in internal strife. The fact that he had not been cast in any recent productions was partly due to the company's internal conflict. In truth, Su Ran had been aware of this situation for some time, but he had not anticipated it unfolding so soon, deviating somewhat from his expectations. However, he had grown accustomed to the fact that certain timelines in this world were inconsistent. For instance, Bai Lu had participated in 5 HAs, and JJ Lin Junjia had not debuted as a singer, but had instead inherited his family's business, becoming a wealthy second-generation Singaporean. Chun Guanxi possessed the skills to repair computers himself, and the infamous photo scandal had never surfaced. Yet, these were merely minor discrepancies, as the overall timeline remained largely consistent with Su Ran's predictions. Now the system has been activated, and he finally qualifies to enter the fray, rather than aimlessly wandering as before. In the Waha live stream, please don't cut off mid-sentence, it leaves me in a state of anxiety. What has happened to Jiaxing Media? Indeed, I recall that Yang Mi is associated with Jiaxing Media. What has transpired? There are whispers of gossip. yet it is not something I can digest. I feel quite distressed. Are there any esteemed individuals who can shed light on the situation? It seems that we cannot always burden the prominent figures with every issue. We too face our own challenges. Chapter 6. Su Ran takes the stage, shocking the production team. After deftly sidestepping the topic of Jiaxing media, Deng Zhao began to enliven the atmosphere, engaging in a myriad of frivolous discussions. He first voiced his grievances against the Waha production team, lamenting their lack of financial support, which nearly left them stranded on the streets. The conversation then shifted to their recent endeavors. Before long, the server brought forth the pot base, followed closely by an array of dishes that filled the table to overflowing. In fact, due to the abundance of food, they even required 2 small carts to accommodate it all, as they beheld the sumptuous spread of meat and vegetables. Along with the steaming hot pot base, Deng Zhao and the others fell silent, swallowing their saliva in anticipation. They swiftly grasped their chopsticks. "It smells divine," Su ran. "I shan't be polite any longer. I must dig in. I am utterly famished," they urged, eager to satisfy their hunger. However, just as they were about to add slices of meat and commence cooking, a voice interrupted. "Wait." Wang Jingyu, standing alongside the staff, called out to halt the proceedings. Su Ran and Bai Lu exchanged puzzled glances. Wang Jingyu slowly began to speak. "Due to the unexpected appearance of Su Ran, you have received an unforeseen advantage. Therefore, before we indulge in our meal, we must first complete a little game. Only upon its successful conclusion may we dine." A chorus of lamentations erupted from Deng Chao and the others. "Really, Wang Jingyu? I am on the brink of starvation, and you present me with this?" they pleaded. "Can't we eat first and play the game afterward? I beg you." "Director, the delicious food lies right before us, yet we cannot partake. Anyone in our position would surely be distraught." However, Wang Jingyu remained unfazed by their cries. With a mere wave of his hand, a young woman adorned with a staff badge emerged, carrying a tray. Upon the tray rested 20 cups filled with a clear, colorless liquid. "There are 20 cups here," he explained in a deliberate manner, 19 of which contain highly concentrated saline solution, and 1 contains plain water. "You may send a representative to drink from these cups. And if they reach the water, you will triumph in the game and may then feast." Wang Jingyu's slow articulation was aimed at ensuring comprehension. With such an abundance of cups, the odds are 19 to 1. By the time one finishes drinking, they would already be full. How could they possibly eat afterward? Chen Hai protested vehemently. "I object. This is utterly unscrupulous of the production team. If luck is not on our side, we could end up drinking them all." Deng Chao had no desire to forego the hot pot only to fill up on saline solution first. "If we drink that, we would certainly be satiated. Would we even have room for food, especially such a concentrated saline solution?" Bai Lu gazed at the 20 cups, already tasting the saltiness in her mouth. Yet, regardless of Deng Chao and the others' protests, the game continued as planned. Wang Jingyu remained impassive, standing firm like Mount Tai. It appeared that Director Yu had no intention of discussing the matter further. Deng Zhao cast a reluctant glance at the fragrant hot pot, licking his lips in anticipation. "Everyone, let's quickly devise a plan and decide who will take the stage," he urged. "It seems we must select someone to face this challenge." Lu Han surveyed the group before suggesting, "How about Brother He? He has a hearty appetite and will surely manage to enjoy the hot pot after drinking." Upon hearing this, Deng Zhao brightened up. "Hey, little Lu, you might be onto something. Chen He, it's your turn. You can handle it." "Are you joking? I refuse to partake. I can't consume so much," Chen He protested. Despite his substantial appetite, he could not possibly drink that much. "What do we do then? Bai Lu is a girl. We ought to take care of her," someone remarked. "Deng Zhao, why not sacrifice yourself? I'm too old for this. You should respect your elders. I've been hungry all day. And who hasn't been? To be fair, shall we settle this with rock, paper, scissors? Bring it on. I fear no one. Let's play fair." At the dining table, chaos ensued. Su Ran, who had been quietly observing, found the incessant chatter overwhelming, akin to the buzzing of hundreds of bees around his ears. Finally, unable to endure any longer, he stood up. "Enough with the noise. It's not that significant." As Deng Zhao and the others were about to engage in their game, they turned to Su Ran, momentarily taken aback. "What is going on here?" Su Ran turned to Wang Jingyu and asked, "Is it true that as long as someone drinks water, they can eat? May I represent them? Let us hasten to conclude this matter and then have our meal. Otherwise, I might be driven to distraction." Of course," Wang Jingyu replied, bewildered, not having anticipated that Su Ran would take a stand. "All right, I shall proceed." With that, Su Ran stepped forward. leaving behind a few astonished faces among Deng Chao and the others, who were moved and wished to express their thoughts. However, Su Ran had already approached the girl holding the tray. Casually, he picked up a cup, tilted his head back, and drank the contents in one swift motion. His actions were fluid and unhesitant, completed in a single breath. "All right, this is water. I have finished drinking, hence the game concludes," Su Ran stated as he set down the cup, his demeanor nonchalant. Wang Jingyu was left speechless, while the production crew stood in stunned silence. As did Deng Chao and the others, their expressions frozen in disbelief. All eyes were fixed on Su Ran, enveloped in a profound quietude. They were at a loss for words, caught between the absurdity of the situation and their inability to articulate it. Was this truly how one could ascertain they had consumed water? Was he serious or merely jesting? The events unfolded with such swiftness that they were left utterly unprepared. After a prolonged pause, Wang Jingyu stammered, "How can this possibly prove that what you drank was indeed water?" His words were disjointed, revealing his incredulity. He found it hard to believe that one could drink water in a single attempt, especially when there were 20 cups. "How do you know what I consumed wasn't water? Perhaps you should try each cup yourself to see if they all contain salt water." Su Ran smiled gently, exuding a carefree demeanor. Wang Jingyu found himself momentarily at a loss for words, and soon turned to the girl beside him. "Do you know which cup contains water?" The girl shook her head in confusion. "Director, you didn't ask me to label them, so I have no idea." Upon hearing this, Wang Jingyu felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. "If I don't say anything, you want to act? How am I to know what to do if you don't tell me?" Su Ran interjected, "All right. Why don't you just take a sip from each cup to verify, or we could move on to dinner." Wang Jingyu glanced at the staff, who all averted their gazes, adopting a demeanor of ignorance. It was no joke. They certainly didn't want to taste each cup, especially considering it was a high concentration of salt water. With the staff feigning ignorance, a few dark lines appeared on Wang Jingyu's face. "None of you are reliable. All right, never mind. I'll head back for now." Su Ran noticed the expression of unspoken frustration on Wang Jingyu's face, smiled lightly, and returned. Although he had indeed not drunk water, the only way to verify was to taste each cup. He was betting that Wang Jingyu would prefer not to go through each one individually. In the live broadcast room, laughter erupted. "This is hilarious. Su Ran is incredible. He has the production team at a disadvantage." For some reason, seeing the production team in a bind brought a satisfying feeling. Su Ran had a point. If one wished to prove his words as false, they would need to sample all 19 remaining cups. The most crucial aspect was that Su Ran had emptied his cup completely, leaving no evidence behind. "Su Ran, please stay permanently." Having someone to tease the production team is simply delightful. Chapter 7. Regardless of who you are, get off by Lu at once. All eyes were fixed on Su Ran until he returned to his seat. It was only then that the bewildered group, led by Deng Zhao, snapped back to reality, suddenly thumping their thighs in excitement. "Well done, Su Ran, you truly are the one," Deng Zhao exclaimed, beaming with delight and giving a thumbs up. Chen He, with a bent posture, patted Su Ran's shoulder, his expression one of sycophantic admiration. He could not resist boasting towards the production team. "My brother Ran has completed the game. Can we eat now?" His tone was exceedingly arrogant, nostrils flared, reminiscent of a sycophant. "Otherwise, you can all drink individually to verify. If not, we shall proceed to our meal." Lu Han retorted with equal defiance. "I reckon the director wouldn't dare to drink that. It's high-concentration salt water after all." Bai Lu raised her slender eyebrows, reveling in the chaos, chuckling as she stoked the flames. Wang Jingyu observed the boisterous crowd before him, feeling a sense of frustration and an unspoken grievance. "Consider it a successful game," he muttered. "What do you mean by successful?" "It is indeed successful. If you disagree, you can verify it." All right, it is successful," Wang Jingyu conceded, wishing to evade further argument and quickly find a place to hide. Feeling utterly humiliated by this inauspicious start, simultaneously, he resolved that once Su Ran departed, he would intensify the competition on the show and reclaim his dignity. These inner thoughts, of course, were unknown to Deng Zhao and the others. Seeing Wang Jingyu retreat in such a disheartened manner, they could only describe the situation with a single word. Incredibly delightful. "What? You claim these are merely 3 words? That's akin to a buy one get 2 free offer." This feast has instantly allowed Deng Chao and the others to feel a sense of triumph, as if they have risen from the depths of servitude to sing in jubilation. "Su Ran, you cannot fathom the extent to which the production team has exploited us. This time, you have truly avenged us. The production team lacks humanity." As Deng Chao spoke, His voice quivered with emotion, seemingly on the verge of tears. Enough of the theatrics, let us eat. If you're not hungry, I shall pack everything to take back for myself. Su Ran coldly interrupted, unwilling to endure any further antics. Deng Chao and his companions were all well-meaning. Yet they were quite a raucous bunch. It was a mystery what the Empress saw in him. No, I am hungry, of course I am. Let us eat, brothers. Deng Chao's demeanor shifted in an instant, his face breaking into a cheerful smile as he eagerly picked up his chopsticks, urging everyone to partake in the meal. This smooth transformation was as if the one who had just been on the verge of tears was someone entirely different. In the live broadcast room, laughter erupted. Oh, Brother Chao, true to his craft as an actor, one moment he is lamenting, the next he is merrily indulging in food. Am I the only one who perceives Su Ran as a parental figure, while Deng Chao and the others resemble children? To the one upstairs, you are not alone. Why the insults? Indeed, you are not alone. Su Ran has truly witnessed what it means to be a famished soul reborn. Once the meal commenced, each individual zealously began to toss ingredients into the hot pot, disregarding whether they were cooked or not, as if they were engaged in an act of robbery. Furiously scooping up the food to consume. It seemed as though they might faint from hunger at any moment. Everyone's cheeks were puffed out, still chewing, their hands never ceasing in their motions. Delicious, delicious. Chew, chew, chew. That one's mine. Don't you dare snatch it away. The dining table resembled a battlefield, a chaotic scene of disarray. Bai Lu, as a girl, appeared somewhat more composed, although typically extroverted and lively. She seemed like a primary school student in comparison to Deng Chao and the others. This resulted in Bai Lu not being able to secure much food, unable to compete with them. She could only grasp her chopsticks, at a loss, watching enviously as Deng Chao and his companions frantically scooped up the dishes. I'm so hungry, but I can't compete. It's infuriating. Ultimately, in a moment of desperation, she pouted and looked helplessly at Su Ran. Her bright eyes blinked adorably, as if trying to charm him. Upon meeting Bai Lu's endearing gaze, Su Ran couldn't help but chuckle. However, his attention soon returned to the trio of gluttons. There are 4 compartments here, save one for Bai Lu. If you all eat like this, will anyone else get to eat? He pointed to one section, declaring. The food-fighting Deng Chao and his friends halted their actions, ready to argue. Yet, upon encountering the ambiguous smile on Su Ran's handsome face, the words they intended to voice vanished entirely. They quickly nodded in agreement. No problem at all. It's our fault. Bai Lu, please eat. We won't compete with you. Rest assured, Su Ran, your word is law. They resumed their fervent eating, not daring to utter a sound. After all, they had no courage to resist. That gaze reminded them of the fear of being disciplined by their homeroom teacher during their school years. How could someone be so handsome and yet so intimidating when smiling? It's peculiar how Su Ran's commanding presence had eluded notice until now. Bai Lu, observing Deng Chao and the others discreetly making room for her, beamed with delight, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. She picked up her chopsticks, lowered her voice in an affected manner, and said with endearing familiarity, "Hee, it's a good thing I have you, Su Ran." Her tone was exceptionally mellow, imbued with youthful tenderness and sweetness. Deng Chao and the other 2, engrossed in their meal, froze upon hearing this delicate voice. They turned their heads, casting bewildered glances at Bai Lu, as if they had seen a ghost. Bai Lu, noticing everyone's attention, appeared momentarily perplexed before turning to Su Ran, only to find her staring blankly as well. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Bai Lu asked, touching her fair cheek with a hint of embarrassment. Meanwhile, in the Haha livestream chat, I say, comrades, am I hallucinating, or did Bai Lu just speak in a coquettish manner? Whoever you are, get off Bai Lu's back. Who has ever seen Bai Lu act so feminine? Something's not right. It's 100% off. I'm scrutinizing every frame. According to my deductions, there's only one truth. She's reached puberty and is going through a voice change. Not bad with the reasoning. Just refrain from doing it in the future. Su Ran, observing Bai Lu touching her cheeks, hesitated for a moment before remarking, Just now what about me? Bai Lu quickly pressed, growing anxious. Why was everyone giving her such strange looks? Your tone was a bit off just now, Bai Lu, Su Ran said. Deng Chao swallowed his mouthful and interjected. It was so unlike you, so effeminate just now. Upon hearing those words, Bai Lu lifted her head in indignation, closed her eyes, clenched her delicate fists, and, gritting her silver teeth, retorted angrily, I am indeed a woman, all right? What do you mean by too feminine just now? It infuriates me. Such remarks are utterly outrageous. Oh, now that feels much more normal. I almost thought you had changed into someone else. Deng Chao, Chen He, and Lu Han all exhaled in relief, finding her demeanor more agreeable. What does it mean that you all feel relieved? Bai Lu's anger flared as she observed the expressions on Deng Chao and the others' faces. Suddenly, she recalled something and hastily glanced at Su Ran. To her surprise, he appeared merely astonished, devoid of the same expression as Deng Chao and the others. For some reason, she felt a quiet sense of relief. Those guys are utterly annoying. They just love to make wild comments, Bai Lu complained. They are just like that. They are on the verge of becoming comedic stars, relishing their antics, Su Ran chuckled in response. Although he sensed that Bai Lu's tone was somewhat different from her usual playful self, he did not react excessively, merely feeling a bit taken aback. It was indeed surprising that Bai Lu, who was typically lively and carefree, could exhibit such delicacy. Exactly, they are too fond of clowning around, Bai Lu vented her frustration. Su Ran suggested, let's continue eating. If we don't hurry, they will finish everything. Oh, right. I must eat more. I can't allow them to finish it all. Bai Lu recalled the matter at hand and quickly began to add her favorite ingredients to the hot pot. In the process, she hesitated for a moment before summoning her courage to pick some of Su Ran's preferred dishes and offer them to him. Regarding the subtle offerings from Bai Lu, Su Ran graciously accepted them, albeit consuming rather sparingly as he was not particularly famished. Before long, he set down his chopsticks. To his surprise, however, all the dishes he had ordered were completely devoured. Hello, it's time for the bill. Su Ran called for the server. A waitress clad in a white uniform and a skirt approached, her face lighting up with excitement upon seeing Su Ran and his companions. Yet she swiftly shifted her focus to tallying the expenses. Hello, your total comes to 6,750. May I ask how you would like to proceed? Before she could finish her sentence, Su Ran interjected, I have a student discount. Chapter 8. The group collectively thought, oh no, he really went for it. A student discount? Deng Chao racked his brain, struggling to recall this unfamiliar term, and inquired curiously, what is a student discount? The server elucidated. A student discount refers to the special price reductions available to students when they make purchases at this establishment. After explaining, she gazed at Su Ran with an odd expression, contemplating the notion that even a celebrity would resort to a student discount. Ah, so that's it. Deng Chao's confusion dissipated momentarily, but then he suddenly recalled something. His expression shifting. He hurriedly leaned closer to Su Ran and whispered, wait, Su Ran, where did you get a student discount? You're not even a student. In truth. Just as Su Ran was about to clarify, Bai Lu leaned in, covering her mouth with her hand as she whispered, I know this. You don't necessarily have to be a student yourself to utilize it. You can borrow someone else's student discount and simply pay. Unbeknownst to her, due to the proximity, her body had inadvertently leaned against Su Ran. He could faintly detect the delicate fragrance emanating from the girl, while her silky hair brushed against his face, eliciting a slight tickle. What? Can one really borrow from others? Deng Chao exclaimed, his face betraying a look of astonishment, as if he had never encountered such a situation before. He typically struggled with even the concept of shared bicycles, lagging behind the times in many aspects. Isn't it rather inappropriate to use someone else's belongings? Surely the store's policy mandates the use of one's own items, he expressed with concern. Realizing they were live broadcasting the show, he feared that such actions might adversely affect Su Ran's reputation, leading to perceptions of her as someone who takes unfair advantage. Once labeled thus, her image could suffer irreparable damage. Indeed, Su Ran, perhaps you should pay first, and I can reimburse you later, Chen He suggested, inching closer and whispering discreetly, wary of eavesdroppers. What they say makes sense. Maybe you should. Bai Lu turned to offer her counsel but suddenly realized that she was nearly pressed against Su Ran, resembling a couple in a tender embrace. The distance between their faces was alarmingly close, as if they might kiss in the next moment. Startled, she recoiled like a frightened little rabbit, suppressing her embarrassment as she spoke in a hesitant tone. Perhaps you should refrain from doing that. As she uttered those words, a subtle blush crept onto her cheeks, though she was unaware of its onset. His heart palpitated intensely, as if something were about to burst forth. In the meantime, within the confines of the 5 Ha-Ha's live broadcast, the audience was unable to discern the content of Deng Chao and his cohort's hushed conversation due to their deliberate muting of their voices and clutching of the microphones. Nevertheless, a multitude of viewers began to conjecture, with a flurry of on-screen comments and fervent debate. If my memory serves me correctly, hasn't Su Ran been out of university for quite some time? How is it that he can still avail himself of student discounts? Conceivably, he is exploiting the student discount of another individual. I myself have been known to engage in such practices. I beg to differ. Although Su Ran's star may have waned of late, surely he is not so destitute as to necessitate resorting to student discounts. Certain individuals are simply predisposed to opportunism. I have come to the realization that this Su Ran is fond of exploiting petty advantages. Refrain from uttering such calumnies. Our Su Ran is not one to engage in such behavior. Could it be that he is, in fact, a student? Given that he graduated several years ago. Should he be a student, I shall broadcast myself consuming excrement. I shall adopt a wait-and-see approach, lest the situation take an unexpected turn. On location, Su Ran and his companions were oblivious to the controversy that had erupted within the live broadcast. Lu Han then stepped forward to remonstrate. Su Ran, are you currently experiencing financial constraints? If so, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall transfer several million to you forthwith. Indeed. A mere 6,000 is hardly a matter of consequence. Su Ran, Deng Chao, and the others earnestly entreated. Upon hearing their words, Su Ran was seized with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Did they truly believe that he was in dire financial straits and resorting to such petty advantages? Pray tell, when did I ever intimate that I intended to exploit another's student discount? You are not exploiting another's, Deng Xiaogang replied, only to swiftly realize his voice had been too loud and deliberately lowered it. If you do not borrow from others, then how do you possess the identity of a university student? Have you truly returned to your studies? Indeed, I have returned to pursue my education, came the response. But if you haven't gone back to study, then where does that identity come from? What? Deng Xiaogang's words faltered as he suddenly raised his head. Eyes wide in disbelief. What did you just say? I mentioned that I indeed have a student discount. May I finish speaking? In the next moment, amidst the astonished and puzzled gazes of the crowd, Su Ran produced a red booklet. With a decisive thud, it landed on the table. All eyes were drawn to the striking red cover. Upon closer inspection, bold characters revealed the words, Capital University, Graduate Student ID. Staring at the student ID, Deng Xiaogang and his companions froze, their minds seemingly short-circuited, incapable of thought. The photographer, eager to capture the moment, approached, but upon seeing the inscription, his hand trembled involuntarily. My goodness, it was a student ID from Capital University, and a graduate one at that. Wang Jingyu leaned in for a closer look, and upon reading the words, he gasped in shock, as if contributing to global warming with his breath. He slapped his forehead, dumbfounded. It was a disaster. He had truly been outwitted. Within a 2-meter radius centered around Su Ran, the onlookers were left speechless, as the unfolding scene felt surreal. Who exactly is Su Ran? An idol star. It is widely recognized what the general perception of idol stars entails. Sing, dance, rap. My apologies, let us start anew. Idol stars, often referred to as idols, are notorious for their lack of education and cultural depth. Yet here you are, asserting that Su Ran is a graduate student at Capital University. Pray, who could possibly believe such a claim? Surely, they must have been enchanted by some whimsical spell. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments seemed to vanish entirely for several seconds. Shortly thereafter, a deluge of pristine white comments inundated the screen. My goodness, is that truly a student ID from Capital University? Am I imagining things? It cannot be. Absolutely impossible. It must be a forgery, if it were genuine. This revelation would have already trended on social media. How could there be no prior hint of it? Using another student discount might be justifiable as a means of saving money, but employing a counterfeit ID strays into the realm of ethical misconduct. I am indeed from Capital University. I spotted Su Ran's name on the official admission list, initially mistaking it for a mere coincidence of names. However, it appears to be true after all. The live broadcast room descended into chaos. Deng Zhao, with his mouth agape for an extended duration, suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort. Absorbing this information, he grasped the student ID that Su Ran had placed on the table, examining it with a mix of astonishment and disbelief. After a prolonged moment, he lifted his gaze to Su Ran, a serious expression forming. Faking an ID is unacceptable, Su Ran. Chapter 9. Declining the invitation, bidding good night. Su Ran found himself utterly confounded by Deng Chao's fabricated evidence. Indeed, Deng Chao had never failed to disappoint him in the realm of unreliability. This is not a forgery. It is authentic, complete with an official seal. Why would I waste my time creating a fake certificate? He insisted. This document is more genuine than pearls. He had only recently passed the entrance examination for graduate school, and due to the system's prolonged inactivity, coupled with a dearth of acting opportunities in recent years, he contemplated returning to his former vocation as a teacher. He had enrolled in a master's program in education at a prestigious university in the capital, having experienced a rebirth. The cumulative time spent on studies was considerable, thus, managing to gain admission to a graduate program was within his reach. After all, having lived longer than most. If he lacked even this modicum of ability, it would be better to seek an end by colliding with a block of tofu. Moreover, the entrance examination consisted of both written and oral assessments. Given his striking appearance, he dazzled the panel of esteemed professors during the interview, resulting in exceptionally high scores, which made the entire process exceedingly smooth. However, this year coincided with the filming of an ancient costume drama starring Bai Lu. So he had not reported to the university for classes, leaving few aware of his pursuit of a master's degree. Is this really true? Deng Xiao questioned, clutching the small red booklet, still somewhat incredulous, though he knew Su Ran would not jest about such matters. Let me see it. Don't hog the toilet without doing your business. At that moment, a hand reached over to snatch the student ID from Deng Xiao's grasp. Jinyi hurriedly opened it, scrutinizing the details. Wow, this is indeed authentic, with the enrollment date listed as this year, he exclaimed, flipping through the pages in astonishment. You've truly outdone yourself. Su Ran. Lu Han accompanied the tour, continually expressing his admiration with soft clicks of his tongue. This is the Capital University, a prestigious institution ranked among the top 2 in the country. Su Ran, how could you be so remarkable? Bai Lu's eyes sparkled with delight as she gently applauded. Genuinely happy for Su Ran. As she gazed at every line of information on the student ID, her thoughts began to wander. If, in the future, she were to have children with Su Ran, he would be the one to educate them. Oh goodness, what am I thinking? Bai Lu blushed, shaking her head to dispel the notion. Immediately afterward, feeling as if she had committed a transgression, she dared not glance in Su Ran's direction. What were you thinking? You even had time to pursue a graduate degree. Haven't you been busy with recent engagements? Deng Xiao suddenly inquired, choosing not to continue examining the student ID. Oh, don't mention it. The situation is quite complex. Su Ran waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to elaborate further, knowing that discussing it wouldn't yield any content for the live stream. Allow me to settle the bill first. Su Ran pulled out his phone, performed a few operations, and then waved to the dazed waitress. Excuse me. Could you please verify the discount voucher? Oh, certainly. The waitress hurriedly followed the procedure, and indeed, everything was in order, applying a 31 discount. Hello. After applying the discount, the total comes to 4,657. 5 yuan. How would you like to pay? Look at that. The discount saved over 2,000 yuan. Frugality is a cherished virtue of the Chinese nation, and it is one's right to benefit from it without hesitation. Even with ample resources, frivolous spending is unwise, especially when one's means are not particularly substantial. The authenticity of the student ID was definitively confirmed during a certain individual previously vowed to ingest excrement on a live broadcast should it be verified that Su Ran was indeed a student. The broadcast has now commenced. My investigation reveals that Su Ran obtained his undergraduate degree from Shanghai University and is now pursuing postgraduate studies at Capital University, which is entirely plausible. Indeed, there is an official announcement on the website for public scrutiny. Astonishingly, it appears that the entertainment industry harbors an artist of such high academic caliber. Possessing both talent and beauty, he is a true high-quality artist. I am now enlisting as a devoted follower. After settling the bill and the waiter departed, Jinyi and his companions returned the student ID to its rightful owner. However, they, along with Deng Xiao, were still struggling to fully accept the revelation that Su Ran was a postgraduate student. This requires time for assimilation. Su Ran retrieved his student ID and surveyed the somewhat dazed expressions of the group. Shall we linger here for a while? Or would you prefer that I arrange accommodations for you? He noted that it was already past 2:00 a.m. Let's tarry a bit longer. My mind is still in a haze, and I am unable to move. Indeed, how did you become a postgraduate student? It's utterly bewildering. Yes, it was quite unexpected. Su Ran merely chuckled in response to Deng Xiao's repeated musings. Very well, let us prolong our conversation, but not for too long, as I must return to the company tomorrow. Returning to Jiaxing Media to see if there are any commendable scripts, I must complete the system task. Alas, do not utter such disheartening words. It is a rare occasion for us brothers to gather. We ought to revel a little longer. With a flamboyant wave of his hand, Deng Xiao declared nonchalantly, Indeed, let us celebrate until dawn. How about you join us for a few days of fun with our program? That is a splendid idea. With Su Ran among us, the production team might find themselves at our mercy, and our days would undoubtedly improve. Upon hearing this discussion, Wang Zhengyu silently wiped the sweat from his brow. If Su Ran truly joined them for a few days, he felt he would undoubtedly face considerable trials. This individual was rather unpredictable, unlike Deng Zhao and the others who were more easily managed. He seemed to have little regard for rules. Given his earlier audacious maneuvers and tonight's interactions, Wang was certain that this man was beyond his control. Despite Deng Zhao and Chun He's enthusiastic invitation, Su Ran politely declined. After all, there were serious matters to attend to. Had it been before today, he might have agreed to join in the merriment. But now his focus was on swiftly completing the system tasks and embarking on a lucrative journey in the entertainment industry. No one could resist the allure of wealth. If anyone could, it would only be because their riches were insufficient. The child had truly grown weary of poverty. Su Ran engaged in lively conversation with Deng Zhao and the others at the riverbed for quite some time. As time passed, they gradually acclimated to the shocking news, and their spirits began to rise. Ultimately, their presence attracted a multitude of onlookers, and fearing any unforeseen incidents, they hastily vacated the scene. Su Ran assisted Deng Zho and his companions in securing a room at a 5-star hotel for each of them. Yet, this was not the end of the evening. Deng Zho, CHNH, and LHN insisted on having him join them to watch a football match. They engaged in a lengthy conversation that extended deep into the night, lasting several hours until the dawn began to break, at which point they finally released him. Indeed, it was nearly dawn. He needed to return to rest. Sir N graciously reciprocated each enthusiastic embrace from his friends, although fatigue had already begun to envelop him. Just as he prepared to depart, a melodious voice gently pierced the air. I have yet to express my sentiments. Sir N turned to see Bil with her arms outstretched, her eyes shimmering with eager anticipation. All right. Sir N yawned and extended his arms in return. In the next instant, he felt a warm, soft figure lean against him. She was fragrant, tender, and soothing. Good night, Sir N, Bil murmured, her delicate hands tightly encircling him, her face nestled against his broad chest as she closed her eyes and softly sighed. Yes, good night, Sir N replied. Upon hearing his response, Bil's lips subtly curled into a smile, hidden from the other's view. Chapter 10. A Crisis at the Company. Return immediately. The following morning, Deng Zho and his group emerged from their rooms, gradually gathering in front of one room like stealthy thieves. Each wore an expression of exhaustion, yawning repeatedly, lacking any semblance of vigor. Their revelries from the previous night had stretched too late, and now, rising so early, they found it difficult to muster any enthusiasm. In the live streaming room, a substantial number of viewers awaited the broadcast commencement. As the program resumed its live stream, the audience began to flood the chat with messages. First, I am first. Last night, the broadcast ended so late, and now it begins so early. What a marvel. What is going on here, shrouded in secrecy? Where is Su Ran? He was trending at dawn. It's quite amusing. On site, this must be the room where Su Ran resides. Deng Chao, sporting dark circles under his eyes, pointed at the door and whispered his inquiry. This is indeed the one. I remember it distinctly. Bai Lu affirmed with a nod. Well then, let's leave a note and be on our way, Deng Chao suggested, retrieving a pre-prepared sticky note from his pocket, which he affixed to the door. While gazing into the camera, he expressed his genuine feelings. Su Ran is truly a remarkable brother at such an hour. He provided us with food and lodging and even chatted with us late into the night. Next time, you must come to my home for dinner. By the way, the diva sent me a message at dawn, and also, get lost. You're taking too long. Do you think this is an acceptance speech? Just say a few words, Chen He interjected, pushing Deng Chao aside without hesitation. He then produced his own pre-written sticky note, filled with words of his own. After placing it on the door, he gave a thumbs up to the camera. No need for further words, Su Ran. You are a true brother. If there's something to discuss, feel free to call, though if you don't have my number, you're not in a position to talk much either. Why so verbose? Deng Chao retorted, watching with a smirk. What do you care? I'm simply having a heartfelt conversation with my brother. Is it not permissible for me to converse a little longer with my brother? As the two engaged in their playful banter, it had almost become a customary occurrence within the program, a reality that Bai Lu had grown accustomed to. Eventually, she felt the volume of their chatter was excessive and might disturb Su Ran, who was still resting in the room. She hastily interjected, keep it down, Zhao Ge. Ego. Su Ran has yet to awaken. The two had risen early due to the filming schedule, while Su Ran opted not to participate in the subsequent shoot. choosing instead to depart quietly without waking her companion to bid farewell. Upon hearing Bai Lu's words, Deng Zhao and Chun He recognized the issue and promptly fell silent. "All right, it is my turn now. Do not occupy the space," Lu Han remarked as he ushered the two away, then retrieved the prepared notepad. This had been agreed upon the previous night, with each individual crafting a farewell note. His expression was more succinct than that of Deng Zhao and Chun He, as he conveyed his gratitude and expressed a desire to keep in touch before stepping back. Finally, it was Bai Lu's turn. She delicately extracted a pink sticky note and affixed it to the door, addressing the camera earnestly. "Su Ran, I will continue filming Waha when you have the time." She hesitated, perhaps finding her words inadequate, and corrected herself. "When you find time, come seek me out, or I shall visit you when I am free. Yes, that will do." Though her heart brimmed with sentiments to share, articulate expression eluded her in front of the camera. "Bai Lu, your note is filled to the brim. How is it that you only utter a few words? Let me have a look." "No way." Upon seeing that Deng Zhao was about to read the note, Bai Lu quickly shielded it with her hand, refusing to let anyone glimpse its contents. Deng Zhao and his companions were momentarily taken aback, surprised by Bai Lu's intense reaction. Realizing her overzealousness, Bai Lu felt a faint blush creep onto her cheeks. She then murmured softly, "This is private. You cannot look." Though Deng Zhao and the others found her behavior peculiar, they chose not to press further, respecting her wishes. "All right, we've said our goodbyes. Let us be off so as not to disturb Su Ran," one of them suggested. Their purpose for the visit had been fulfilled, and it was time to proceed with the formal filming. "Oh, all right," Bai Lu replied. Yet she remained fixed against Su Ran's door. It wasn't until Deng Zhao and the others had departed that the photographer and crew exchanged puzzled glances before moving on. Once everyone had left, Bai Lu finally released her grip, her gaze lingering on the pink sticky note affixed to the door. Her expression tinged with melancholy as she stood there for a considerable time. Eventually, urged by Deng Zhao and the others, she reluctantly departed, glancing back 3 times until she grew distant. In the 5Ha live stream room, one viewer lamented, "So Su Ran is no longer with us. What a pity. I thought the show was quite effective last night with Su Ran's presence." Another chimed in, "Indeed, 5Ha with Su Ran would be 5 people. I strongly advocate for her to be a permanent fixture." Curiosity piqued among the audience regarding the contents of Bai Lu's note, as they sensed there was more beneath the surface. Alas, joyful moments are ever fleeting. At midday, with the sun high in the sky, Su Ran groggily awoke. A profound sense of weariness and lethargy weighed upon him, as if physically pressing him down. He had been roused from his slumber by the incessant vibrations and ringing of his mobile phone on the bedside table. He contemplated casting the device aside in exasperation. However, reason prevailed, preventing him from such an act. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he recognized the name of his agent, Gan Li Mei, despite her refined and elegant name. She was, in reality, a recently graduated young woman. Su Ran answered the call, about to clear his throat and speak, but was preempted by an excited voice from the other end. "Oh my heavens, Su Ran, you're trending. The internet is abuzz with discussions about you being spotted on 5HAs yesterday. This could be the resurgence of our careers. I've already envisioned the abundance of resources that will come our way, capitalizing on this newfound fame. We're going to strike it rich. Providence has smiled upon us. Someone as handsome as you deserves enduring success." A torrent of words poured forth like a rapid-fire barrage. Su Ran, frowning, distanced the phone from his ear, wearied by the cacophony. Having endured the incessant chatter of Deng Zhao and his cohorts the previous day, he now faced the loquacity of his agent upon waking. He found it unbearable. Ultimately, unable to withstand the vapid prattle any longer, Su Ran interjected, "Hold on a moment. If there's nothing of consequence to discuss, I'm going to terminate this call." Fortunately, he was not afflicted with morning irritability, or he would never have persevered through such a deluge of inconsequential drivel while still half asleep. Upon receiving Su Ran's ultimatum, the phone momentarily fell silent. Subsequently, faint whispers of conversation could be heard. "Oh yes, what was it that I intended to convey to Su Ran, Lin Air? You were meant to inform him about the situation at the company." The latter voice seemed to be offering some form of explanation. "Ah, indeed," Gan Li Mei exclaimed as if struck by a revelation, her voice rising to such a pitch that it startled Su Ran, causing him to grimace. "A significant incident is unfolding at the company. The atmosphere is rather foreboding. Su Ran, you must return at once to rescue us," Gan Li Mei cried out, her tone laden with despair. Initially, upon hearing Gan Li Mei's grave tone, Su Ran presumed that something truly catastrophic had occurred. However, upon further inquiry, he discovered that the situation was far less dire than he had imagined. It merely involved Yang Mi and Zhang Jia both appearing at the company simultaneously, resulting in a somewhat unsettling atmosphere. Though they had yet to openly confront one another, the undercurrents within the company were already palpable. Both parties were seemingly adept at maintaining a facade of civility. Ordinarily, Yang Mi seldom returned to the company, so the environment remained relatively normal. It was only during her visits that the atmosphere would take on a peculiar quality. This time, however, things had taken an intriguing turn. Yang Mi typically did not return to Jiaxing Media without reason. Thus, her presence today likely indicated some underlying issue. After concluding the call with his manager, Su Ran found himself devoid of any lingering fatigue. He rose, casually refreshed himself, and, having packed light for his journey to Xiangnan, swiftly gathered his belongings before stepping out. Yet, upon opening the door, he was met with an array of colorful sticky notes adorning the entrance. Ah, this is quite unexpected. Su Ran meticulously peeled off each note, revealing the handwriting left by Deng Chao and the others, each inscribed with words such as gratitude and emotion. As he perused the contents, a smile unconsciously crept onto Su Ran's lips. It seemed the Wuha production team had already departed. No wonder no one had come to rouse him. After sifting through the notes, he arrived at the final piece of paper. It was pink, densely packed with writing, in a charmingly rounded and plump font, albeit not very large. This was unmistakably penned by Bai Lu, who had also drawn a tiny heart in the bottom right corner. Su Ran chuckled to himself, carefully folding and stowing away Bai Lu's note. In contrast, he crumpled the notes from Deng Chao and the others into a ball and casually stuffed them into his pocket. What significance did the notes from men hold? The fact that he hadn't discarded them outright was a testament to his conscience. Having completed this task and ensuring no detail was overlooked, Su Ran departed with a light step. Jiaxing Media originated from Jiaxing Media Studio, evolving gradually into the publicly listed company it is today. Such an achievement could not have been realized without three key individuals: Zhang Jia, Yang Mi, and Zhao Ruiyao. Among them, Zhang Jia primarily oversees the company's operations and content production. Yang Mi, as a core artist, has made significant contributions to the expansion of artist development, frequently seen introducing new talents from the company. As for Zhao Ruiyao, she may be somewhat less familiar to the public. However, like Zhang Jia, she was originally Yang Mi's manager and now shares responsibilities for company operations and content creation. Certainly, Su Ran has made significant contributions as well. He joined Jiaxing during his time at the studio and has remained ever since. However, the grand vessel constructed by the three of them now shows faint signs of disintegration, primarily due to the discord between Yang Mi and the former agents, Zhang Jia and Zhao Ruiyao. Su Ran returned to the capital before 5 in the afternoon and then hurried to the headquarters of Jiaxing Media. As he pushed open the door, he could distinctly sense the heavy, oppressive atmosphere within the company. Simultaneously, upon seeing Su Ran's return, the employees transformed their previously gloomy expressions into sheer joy. "Brother Su, you're back. That's wonderful. Brother Su, I heard you were tricked into eating and drinking by Brother Zhao and the others yesterday. Your topic is still trending." In an instant, several young women rushed over, eager to learn the juicy gossip. As for the trending topics online, he had indeed glanced at some during his journey. Essentially, it stemmed from the successful live broadcast of 5 High yesterday, with many netizens capturing and uploading humorous clips. Discussions on topics such as feeling sorry for Su Ran and strongly suggesting Su Ran join 5 High had erupted on Weibo. The events from yesterday continued to gain momentum, and coupled with the show's popularity, his own visibility has risen. Su Ran smiled and responded to everyone until a tall figure approached. The woman appeared quite youthful, with her hair tied back in a ponytail, her black suit elegantly hugging her well-proportioned figure, and she walked gracefully in heels that elevated her stature by about 10 centimeters. Upon seeing Su Ran, her previously composed demeanor abruptly shifted. Without a hint of regard for her image, she rushed over, grasping Su Ran's hand as if to whisk him away. "Su Ran, you have finally returned. It seems there is quite a commotion brewing in the conference room. We must go and investigate." The woman before him was none other than Gan Limei, his manager. Though she appeared poised and intellectual, her personality was rather carefree and even somewhat oblivious. "Slow down, could you elaborate on how this argument erupted so suddenly?" Su Ran inquired as he was pulled along. During their passage, numerous onlookers recognized him, their expressions filled with astonishment and delight, hastily calling out greetings. "Su Ran, the top male artist has returned. This is wonderful." We are saved. To these salutations, Su Ran responded with a warm smile and a wave. He was a venerable figure within the company. Having debuted as the sole male artist from Jiaxing, producing hit songs and starring in dramas, once enjoying immense popularity, although his fame had waned somewhat. The title of Jiaxing's top male artist remained well-deserved. I am at a loss as well. Everything was fine until just now when Sister Mi and Sister Zeng entered the conference room for discussions. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of banging on the table and objects being thrown erupted, followed by escalating shouts, to the point where no one in the company dared speak above a whisper. Gan Limei recounted in one breath. Having heard this, Su Ran grasped the situation. There was a disagreement that had rendered further discussion impossible. Do you know what the matter at hand is? It seems that Sister Zeng Jia has arranged a drama for Sister Mi, but Sister Mi is dissatisfied. Suddenly, Gan Limei fell silent, casting a wary glance around before placing her hand on one side of her cheek and lowering her voice, saying, I heard that this drama was secretly arranged for Sister Mi by Sister Zeng without prior discussion. After saying this, she immediately returned to her serious demeanor, as if she had not spoken at all. Su Ran then understood why Yang Mi was so furious. Being informed only now about a drama that had been arranged for her in secret would unsettle anyone. Moreover, this was not an isolated incident. In previous years, Zhang Jia had also set up numerous poor projects for Yang Mi, leading to a rapid decline in her reputation. This time, Yang Mi's frustration had finally erupted. Oh, by the way, the company has signed a newcomer. Just thought I should mention it. A newcomer? Yes, a stunning beauty from Jiangda. Her figure, her looks, her aura, simply captivating. Oh, she is right over there. Gan Limei suddenly exclaimed, pointing to a certain desk. Su Ran followed her gaze and saw a young lady sitting gracefully in a chair, her hands resting on her perfectly aligned legs, exuding an extraordinary sense of tranquility. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist. Her features were finely sculpted, showcasing a striking exotic allure. Notably, her eyes were large and expressive, her nose elegantly defined, and her lips full and rosy. She was dressed in a white short-sleeved top and light blue jeans, radiating a pure and enchanting charm. Dili Riba. I never expected to encounter her here at Jiaxing Media. Su Ran was taken aback. Chapter 12. Immortal Heroes, Ancient Sword Legends. As the languid Riba, seemingly sensing a gaze upon her, inadvertently lifted her head, she fortuitously met Su Ran's eyes. In that fleeting moment of contact, she found herself momentarily entranced. How strikingly handsome. Especially those bright, clear eyes of his, which seemed to ensnare the very strings of one's heart, drawing one in irresistibly. Gan Limei observed the pair, who appeared to be frozen in time, their gazes locked. She sensed an inexplicable, unspoken connection blossoming between them, an intangible essence that was gradually taking root. Why did she feel so out of place, akin to a mere light bulb in the midst of their intimate exchange? Yet, she couldn't deny it. The scene of the man and woman gazing into each other's eyes exuded the unmistakable ambience of a romantic drama. Clearing her throat, she inappropriately interjected, Su Ran, do you two know each other? Although the moment was undeniably picturesque, the urgency from the meeting room was palpable, leaving no room for delay. Upon hearing her voice, Riba jolted as if struck by electricity, her face flushing crimson, her eyes darting away in embarrassment, unable to bear the thought of continuing to gaze in his direction. How mortifying it was to have been lost in such a daydream. One must choose the right moment for infatuation, indeed. Heat radiated from her cheeks, and she felt thoroughly awkward. Su Ran, too, withdrew his gaze. It was undeniable that Riba, in that moment, exuded an aura of youthful purity and charm, making her irresistibly captivating. Even he found it hard to look away. No, we don't know each other. Is she the new recruit? Su Ran asked, feigning ignorance. Although technically speaking, he truly did not know her. Yes, she is the newly signed artist, Dili Riba, Gan Limei confirmed. Gan Limei subsequently introduced. This is your senior. Su Ran. The reason for Riba to address Su Ran as senior is not merely due to their shared school, but rather because they are both part of the same entertainment agency, where those who debut earlier are referred to as seniors, while those who debut later are called juniors. This is a specific cultural custom within the entertainment industry, perhaps intended to foster camaraderie among the artists within the company. Ah, senior, Riba exclaimed, quickly extending her hand. My name is Dili Riba. You can call me Riba. Su Ran chuckled softly as he shook her hand, replying, Junior Riba, it's a pleasure to meet you. Her hand was soft, smooth, and slightly cool, reminiscent of the touch of a stream. All right, you two seniors and juniors can interact later. We have pressing matters to attend to now. Gan Limei hurriedly grasped Su Ran's hand and waved goodbye to Reba, hastily departing. Wait, Reba was about to wave. But Su Ran and Gan Limei's figures had already vanished around the corner. She continued to gaze ahead, silently lowering her hand. Her eyes sparkled faintly, and her rosy lips lifted slightly as she murmured, "Senior." Su Ran was being pulled forward by Gan Limei, as if fleeing from danger. As they approached the conference room, he heard the sounds of an argument, which grew clearer as they drew nearer. The individuals at the desks on either side stood up upon seeing Su Ran, as if they had spotted a lifeline. Finally, the one to extinguish the fire had arrived. Heaven knows what they had endured during this time. The cacophony within was overwhelming, while outside, no one dared to make a sound for fear of being drawn into the turmoil. "We're here. It will be up to you shortly. The well-being of over 100 employees hinges on you." Su Ran, Gan Limei remarked solemnly, turning to face him and sniffing slightly. "Spare me the theatrics. Go away." Su Ran retorted disdainfully, pushing her aside, finding her dramatics excessive, as if the world were on the brink of chaos. "Oh, you possess no sense of chivalry." Gan Limei pouted, touching her head where Su Ran had nudged her, expressing her displeasure. Ignoring her entirely, Su Ran pushed the door open and stepped inside, closing it behind him. Inside the conference room, Yang Mi stood with one hand pointing accusingly at Zheng Jia and Zhao Ruyao across the table, as if leveling a grave accusation. The faces of all three were flushed, their emotions running high. Papers and pens lay scattered across the floor, even a laptop, evidencing the intensity of the confrontation. "Didn't I say that no one is to enter without my signal?" Yang Mi, who had been embroiled in a heated debate with Zheng Jia and Zhao Ruyao, was about to unleash her fury when the door swung open. However, upon recognizing the newcomer, their ire abruptly extinguished. Each crossed their arms, casting their gazes elsewhere, succumbing to silence. The atmosphere remained charged. Su Ran surveyed the room, then, as if unfazed, pulled out a chair beside Yang Mi and sat down. "Oh, please, continue your quarrel as if I were invisible," he encouraged. Yet, his words fell into a void of silence. The three women remained quiet, each lost in her own thoughts. Outside the conference room, as soon as Su Ran entered, an immediate hush fell over the conference room. The attendees exchanged astonished glances, marveling at the palpable effect of his presence. It was no surprise, given that he was the leading figure of Jiaxing Media, showcasing undeniable prowess. Su Ran lightly tapped the table before pulling out the chair in front of Yang Mi. "Why not take a seat? Standing in those high heels must be uncomfortable," he remarked, gesturing to the chair. Yang Mi glanced down at her feet, then at the seemingly unfazed Su Ran, before settling into the chair. Her legs, elegantly encased in black stockings, intertwined closely. "I absolutely refuse to participate in this production. And I expect you not to accept any roles on my behalf without my consent in the future," she stated with a sharp edge to her tone. Seizing the opportunity to reignite the conversation, Zheng Jia retorted, "I am merely looking out for your best interests. Your current status is not yet solidified, and this major production is perfectly suited for you, enabling you to stand out among the rising starlets." His enthusiasm grew as he continued. "Why can't you comprehend my sincere intentions?" Beside them, Zhao Ruyao chimed in, "Exactly, Yang Mi. This is a company decision. Are we really going to jeopardize your career?" "That's not a simple matter," Su Ran interjected nonchalantly. Instantly, three pairs of eyes turned towards him, two of which burned with indignation. "Could you refrain from causing further chaos? Is it not already tumultuous enough here?" Zheng Jia replied, his tone laced with irritation. "I am merely speaking the truth. Is there a problem with that?" Su Ran feigned innocence, a playful expression on his face. Su Ran expressed some concerns, questioning who truly understands your thoughts. It is evident that the quality of contemporary Xianxia dramas is disheartening, with none achieving notable success, and the reputation has plummeted to an alarming degree. Yang Mi, visibly upset, retorted, "Isn't it presumptuous of you to take it upon yourselves to arrange roles for me? Just because I gained popularity from Xian Jiansan in previous years, you now wish to leverage that for marketing this new Xianxia drama?" Su Ran clicked his tongue, disapprovingly stating, "That is rather inconsiderate, Zheng Jia. How could you act in such a manner? Mind your own business. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute," Zheng Jia shot back, glaring at Su Ran before turning to Yang Mi. "I never harbored such intentions. You are overthinking it." "Overthinking? Then why did you proceed without my consent? This isn't the first or second time," Yang Mi exclaimed, forcefully slamming her hand on the table, her voice rising several decibels. "Indeed, this is excessive. Su Ran disregarded the murderous glares from Zheng Jia and Zhao Ruiyao, suddenly recalling, "Oh, by the way, what is the title of this Xinxia drama?" Upon hearing this, Yang Mi retrieved the script from one side of the conference table. Su Ran took the script and opened the first page. Upon seeing the title, he was momentarily taken aback. Gujian Qi Tan? Fearing he had misread, he flipped through several more pages. Manhuang Zhili, Fenji Jian, he confirmed. All matching perfectly. At that moment, Yang Mi interjected, "In any case, I will not participate. If you choose to act, do so on your own." Zhang Jia opened her mouth, ready to speak, but at that instant, another voice interrupted her. "Yang Mi, your conduct is indeed inappropriate." Zhang Jia's intentions were sincere. "You shouldn't speak to her in such a manner." Upon hearing this voice, Yang Mi halted, turning as if she had seen a specter. She beheld Su Ran, his countenance reflecting disappointment and disapproval. She was bewildered. "Weren't you on my side just moments ago? What is happening?" Chapter 13. If an agreement cannot be reached, then let it be. Zheng Jia and Yao Zhaoruiyao stared at Su Ran, equally aghast. Their mouths gaped open, wide enough to accommodate a stone. Su Ran's reversal caught them completely off guard. "Would you mind reverting to your previously defiant demeanor? We find this change unsettling." Su Ran, meeting the incredulous gazes of the three women, wore an expression of righteous indignation. "I am merely standing on the side of reason. This is Gujian Qi Tan, after all, the swan song of the Xianxia genre following the Xianjian series. It would be an injustice not to produce this drama. Oh, by the way, are there still casting opportunities available for this production? Do you think I might have a chance?" Su Ran inquired, struck by a sudden thought. Coincidentally, the system had assigned a task, and now the opportunity to participate in Gujian Qi Tan had arisen. Good fortune comes in pairs. Perhaps still processing Su Ran's abrupt transformation, Zheng Jia slowly responded. "There is a male lead role yet to be cast, along with several supporting roles that remain unconfirmed." Su Ran raised an eyebrow, sensing an opportunity. However, Zheng Jia continued, "You typically resist our urgings to take on roles. Why the sudden interest?" Su Ran waved his hand dismissively upon hearing this. "Where did this come from? Am I truly that lazy?" Upon uttering these words, both Yang Mi and Zheng Jia, along with Zhao Ruiyao, nodded in unison. A few lines of annoyance appeared on Su Ran's forehead. "Do you really have to be so straightforward in your agreement?" Admittedly, he had been somewhat indolent before, but that was largely due to the system remaining inactive, leading him to contemplate a hasty retreat at any moment. However, he was no longer the same person. Su Ran was now a legitimate contender, fully aware of the significance of his newfound abilities. Let us set aside that topic for now. As the leading figure in Jiaxing, I believe it should be quite feasible for me to take on the role of the male lead. Su Ran waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to engage in further debate about this promising production. He did not wish to relinquish the opportunity. In the past, his performances had been confined to melodramatic tales of car accidents, abortions, and infidelity, or the tiresome narratives of unreciprocated love, where she pursued him relentlessly while he sought escape. Now, with a rare chance to be part of a quality project, how could he not strive for it? After all, if one has dined well, should they not allow the children to enjoy a meal at a restaurant as well? Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Zheng Jia and Zhao Ruiyao exchanged glances, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, Zhao Ruiyao appeared to have an epiphany, a smile gracing her lips. "Of course, I can allow you to participate. But you must align with the company's other arrangements and refrain from exhibiting the same disorganization and lack of discipline as before." Zheng Jia added with a serious expression, "You still owe us an explanation regarding your graduate studies." It appeared they were beginning to settle scores, seizing the moment to assert control over him. Much like Yang Mi had done. At the time he signed with Jiaxing Media, he was quite astute. The contract explicitly stated that during his tenure at Jiaxing Media, the copyright would remain his own. Furthermore, all company activities required Su Ran's consent before being arranged. This allowed Su Ran to act freely, without being excessively constrained. Observing Su Ran's silence, Yang Mi felt a surge of anxiety and, in her high heels, discreetly nudged him with her foot. When Su Ran turned to her with a puzzled expression, she signaled him with her eyes, urging him not to act foolishly. Amused by Yang Mi's urgency, Su Ran thought to himself that this woman couldn't truly believe he would accept such a condition. Zheng Jia and Zhao Ruiyao naturally noticed the small exchange between them, but they paid it no mind. Zhao Ruiyao, with persuasive intent, remarked, "This drama is produced by Guangxin Media, with investments from our Jiaxing Media and even backing from Xianjiang. It is a grand production. If you wish to participate, just let us know, and naturally, some conditions will need to be met. However, she elongated her tone, instantly capturing the attention of both Su Ran and Yang Mi. If the company invests, it is only fair that you contribute something in return, wouldn't you agree? After all, one must give to receive. Your career has not seen much progress these past years. Had you heeded the company's arrangements earlier, you would undoubtedly have secured a prominent position among the top stars. Zheng Jia chimed in smoothly, complimenting her words perfectly. They had long been troubled by Su Ran's situation, and if they could seize this opportunity to bring him under their control, it would undoubtedly yield significant benefits for the company. It is indeed frustrating to merely observe the gold mountain without the means to excavate it. So, if I desire a role in Gujianqi Tan, my only recourse is to collaborate with you? Su Ran remarked with a gentle smile, observing the two individuals across from him. That is essentially the case. Your agreement to our terms is all that is required. Otherwise, given your capabilities, contemplating participation in Gujianqi Tan is virtually impossible, stated Zheng Jia, arms crossed, exuding an air of certainty. Yang Mi's selection as the female lead stemmed from her substantial following and considerable status. Moreover, as they mentioned, they could leverage Chinese Paladin 3 for marketing purposes. However, Su Ran's standing was somewhat short of the top tier, his status insufficient, and his acting unremarkable. Aside from his striking appearance, he possessed no other notable attributes. To secure a role, he would need to rely on capital to facilitate his inclusion, a method Zheng Jia deemed the only viable option. So confident, Su Ran mirrored her posture, crossing his arms, a playful glint in his eyes. We possess a degree of confidence. What do you say? A mutually beneficial arrangement for all. I'm not sure. Let's discuss it later. Su Ran leaned back in his chair, adopting an indifferent demeanor once more. Continue your diatribe. Disregard my presence. He was not foolish enough to heed their deceptive words. If this avenue proved impassable, he would seek alternative means. A man should not allow himself to be stifled simply because one path is blocked. Yang Mi, Zheng Jia, Zhao Ruoyao, are you a Sichuan opera performer? Your ability to change expressions is remarkable. The three women found it challenging to adapt to Su Ran's rapid shifts in demeanor. Why is everyone staring at me? Continue by all means. Ideally, it would escalate into a physical altercation, allowing me to appreciate the spectacle, quipped Su Ran, nonchalantly draping an arm over the chair. Yang Mi, upon hearing Su Ran's words, envisioned the scene he described, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. What a rogue, she mused. However, she swiftly regained her composure, redirecting her gaze toward Zheng Jia and Zhao Ruiyao, who were seated across from her. A prolonged silence ensued. Su Ran's interruption had effectively dissipated the solemn atmosphere. A quarrel was now out of the question. I trust this will be the denouement. There must be no recurrence, lest. Yang Mi began, her vermilion lips slightly parted, her eyes brimming with gravity and severity, as if on the cusp of an eruption. She abruptly terminated her acerbic warning, rose to her feet, and strode toward the exit, the staccato of her heels punctuating the air. After a few paces, she paused. As if struck by a sudden realization, she retraced her steps, and to Su Ran's bewilderment, she seized his arm and hoisted him up. Are you not departing? What compels you to remain here? I was merely attempting to reminisce with them. Do you not feel compelled to reminisce with me? Accompany me forthwith. Yang Mi's gaze conveyed a stern admonition. Su Ran, acquiescing, shrugged his shoulders. As Yang Mi led him away, he smiled and waved at Zheng Jia and Zhao Ruoyao. Observe. This is not of my volition. I shall take my leave. Should you find yourselves with leisure, seek me out for tea. Farewell. Before he could utter the final syllable of farewell, Yang Mi and Su Ran had exited the conference room, leaving behind only the resounding slam of the door. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The conference room descended into a brief silence, so profound that one could almost hear the breaths of Zheng Jia and Zhao Ruoyao. Do you think he will agree? Suddenly, Zhao Ruoyao broke into a smile, as if jesting. What do you think? This person is quite cunning, and not to be underestimated. Zheng Jia crossed his hands on the conference table, his expression impassive as he stated, however, if he wishes to participate in this production, he must relinquish the rights to manage the artists. Everything else is non-negotiable. Even if this attempt fails, we will have to seek alternative solutions. The potential value this young man can generate is astonishing. Indeed, one could not have anticipated such a turn of events, a miscalculation. Meanwhile, outside the conference room, the moment they stepped through the door, Su Ran's smile vanished, replaced by a demeanor of indifference. Chapter 14 Su Ran. I am not called He, I am called Chu Yushuan. Hey, whose side are you on? Why did you suddenly switch sides in there? Yang anger flared as she recalled the earlier events in the conference room. I am not called He. I am called Chu Yushuan. What? Yang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure and pinched Su Ran playfully. Are you trying to play a joke on me? Do you wish for me to take you to see the meteor shower? Ouch, hey, that hurts. Could you please refrain from pinching me so carelessly? Yang? Su Ran gasped in pain, cradling her arm. Why do you always resort to pinching? Which side are you truly on? Can you give me a definitive answer? Yang straightened her posture, her exquisite features revealing a serious demeanor. The tautness of her white inner shirt accentuated the contours of her figure, as if it might break free at any moment. Me? Su Ran casually glanced over. I stand on the side of truth. What truth? Yang asked, puzzled, following Su Ran's gaze downward. In that instant, upon realizing the state of her attire, she swiftly covered her neckline with her hand, a hint of annoyance crossing her face as she retorted, Where are you looking? Nowhere. I am merely contemplating life. Su Ran replied, diverting his gaze as though he were oblivious to the situation. That insufferable man, Yang thought, observing his feigned ignorance as she raised her hand, ready to pinch him once more. At that moment, Gan Lime approached, her voice laced with curiosity. What are you two discussing? Do share with me. Hearing the voice, Yang suddenly remembered they were still in a public space. She discreetly withdrew her hand, her expression shifting to one of composure and poise, regaining her image as a strong, mature, and alluring woman. Su Ran observed this transformation, inwardly marveling at her adeptness in performance. By the way, sister me, brother Su, have you concluded your discussion? What was the outcome? Gan Lime inquired, her eyes sparkling with gossip. Adult matters are not for children to meddle in, Yang replied coolly, though her distinctive, melodic tone betrayed a hint of warmth. In Su Ran's perspective, this resembled a child imitating the mannerisms of an adult. At present, there seemed to be little of consequence, and the intricacies of the situation need not trouble him. He responded to Gan Lime and then turned earnestly to Yang, saying, Let us proceed to your office for a discussion. He was acutely aware that she likely harbored numerous inquiries. Thus, he proactively suggested finding a tranquil space to converse. I was just thinking the same. Let us go. Yang replied, striding ahead with an air of determination. With each step, her alluringly graceful figure moved captivatingly. Indeed, she was a bewitching presence. Su Ran shrugged and followed suit. Oh, by the way, I have a role to pursue. Please find out the audition location for The Legend of the Ancient Sword. He spoke without looking back, casually gesturing over his shoulder. Who said one must rely solely on Jiaxing Media to secure the leading role? A little ingenuity could pave the way. Meanwhile, Gan Lime remained behind. Her expression one of bewilderment. I owe you a favor. With a resigned sigh, she retrieved her phone and began to search for information. Yang office was not far. A few steps brought them to it. The space was relatively spacious, yet maintained a minimalist aesthetic. It featured a black leather sofa, a set of office furniture, and a computer. The desk was impeccably organized, indicating that its occupant was meticulous. In the company, Yang served not only as an artist, but also in a managerial capacity, hence the provision of an appropriate office. In truth, Jiaxing Media had contemplated assigning Su Ran an office as well. However, his indolence and aversion to confinement led him to decline such an opportunity. After Yang closed the office door, she cast a glance at Su Ran, who was surveying her office with keen interest. Approaching him, she seized an office chair and, with a blend of embarrassment and ire, forcefully pushed it towards him. However, before her hand could make contact with his form, Su Ran spun around with an almost spectral swiftness. His hands moved with lightning speed, leaving only a blurred afterimage in their wake. By the time she could discern the scene clearly, her hands were firmly ensnared by Su Ran in an unusual grip. It was exceedingly tight. No matter how she struggled, she could not break free. The entire ordeal transpired so swiftly that Yang momentarily forgot the pain in her hands, standing there in a daze. Su Ran, too, seemed taken aback, staring in astonishment at Yang, whom he had inadvertently restrained. Yet, after a brief moment of contemplation, he quickly realized that he had instinctively employed Wing Chun techniques. Having recently acquired the skill, he was still unaccustomed to its application. The two locked eyes, staring at each other for a considerable time, until Yang, finally aware of the pain in her hands, could not suppress a cry of discomfort. Ouch, Su Ran. You're hurting me. Observing the pained expression on her face, Su Ran hastily released his grip. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I just wanted you to sit in the chair. You know, show a little tenderness. Yang furrowed her brow, repeatedly massaging her wrist. The area where he had grasped her bore red marks. reminiscent of being restrained by handcuffs. Su Ran appeared quite embarrassed, continuously apologizing. I truly didn't intend for this to happen. How about I give you a massage? He found himself in a position of guilt, compelled to lower his head. After all, she had merely extended her hand, and he had resorted to Wing Chun, which was indeed rather excessive. Get away, you won't take advantage of me. Yang Mi pushed Su Ran's hand away, clenching her silver teeth and casting an indignant glare. Infuriating. That wretched Su Ran, that despicable man, truly a villain of unparalleled proportions. Fine, fine, fine. I want to touch your hand. You come here yourself. Su Ran, unable to withstand her insistence, raised his hands gently in a calming gesture and said, Don't be angry. Anger will only etch wrinkles upon your lovely face. How about I tell you a story? A story? What story? Yang Mi lifted her fair face. Her attention clearly diverted. Su Ran continued, Have you ever heard the tale of the dog that said yes and the pig that said no? Yang Mi almost blurted out, No? But suddenly realized the trap in her response, quickly correcting herself, Yes. Oh no, wait. You tricked me. Once Yang Mi grasped the jest, she was left seething. Her teeth clenched as she delivered playful punches to Su Ran. Her petite fists fell upon him like raindrops, neither painful nor irritating, but rather somewhat pleasant, akin to a massage. After several ineffective strikes, Yang Mi recognized the futility of her efforts. With one final, forceful hit, she withdrew, declaring, I won't hit you anymore. You are too infuriating. Su Ran chuckled and replied, Consider it a balance. Your numerous taps have compensated for everything. Humph. Yang Mi retorted, offering no further response, though her anger had dissipated. Sit down, she commanded, gesturing towards the chair with her chin, her words succinct. Of course, no problem, Su Ran acquiesced, immediately taking a seat. For when a lady requests something, one must comply without hesitation. Otherwise, all the previous efforts would be in vain. Seeing Su Ran obediently take a seat, Yang Mi felt somewhat satisfied. This was more like it. When did you start learning martial arts? That earlier performance was quite impressive. Yang Mi scanned Su Ran from head to toe and mimicked her earlier movements. I must admit, those few moves were rather stylish. Well, it was just a casual imitation. Nothing worth mentioning. Su Ran awkwardly touched her forehead, seeking an excuse. It was merely a casual attempt. Yang Mi, however, was thoroughly unconvinced, though she did not dwell on the matter. All right, no more games. Let us get serious. Yang Mi pursed her red lips and said earnestly, What did you mean back in the conference room? The current fantasy dramas on the market are utterly dreadful. If you're not going to help me, why are you pushing me into a pit of fire? Noticing her seriousness, Su Ran ceased her playful demeanor and replied earnestly, Why do you think this is a pit of fire? If it were, would I be cheerfully jumping into it? Yang Mi was taken aback. Huh, you're not just stirring up trouble, you really intend to take on this role? She had thought Su Ran was merely lightening the mood with some playful banter. Please, do I look like I have that kind of free time? Su Ran found it amusing that Yang Mi thought she was joking about taking on the role. Oh, you're serious? Yang Mi bent down to scrutinize Su Ran's face, trying to detect any signs of jest. I am completely serious, dear sister. Ugh, who are you calling sister? Be quiet, Yang Mi retorted with a scoff. She discovered that there was indeed not a trace of mischief on Su Ran's face. His expression was earnest, devoid of any pretense. It shouldn't be. Was this drama truly so remarkable? She could not discern it. Chapter 15. Audition, let me cut in. Just trust me, this drama won't let you down. Su Ran urged as he noticed Yang Mi still entangled in doubt. Don't be ridiculous. Who knows whether you've secretly mingled with them to deceive me? Yang Mi retorted, straightening her posture and casting him an irritated glance. Although she spoke dismissively, she had begun to partially believe Su Ran's judgment. Oh dear. What kind of relationship do we share that you don't believe me? I am utterly heartbroken, Yang Mi, Su Ran lamented, clutching his chest and feigning a genuinely hurt expression. Oh, a sly smile graced Yang Mi's lips as she leaned closer to Su Ran, their faces less than half a meter apart. Before he could react, she looped her arm around his neck. What do you say our relationship is? Her tone was alluring and frosty, her breath brushing against Su Ran's face, moist and fragrant. This vixen. Su Ran was startled by her audacious gesture, his heart quivering involuntarily. Yet, having seen his share of the world, he composed himself after a brief moment, leaning forward defiantly. I thought our relationship was quite intimate. The distance between them was negligible, their faces nearly touching, and a slight movement would bring them even closer. A flicker of panic crossed Yang Mi's face, prompting her to retreat in haste, flustered as she released her hold and stepped back a few paces, covering her fluctuating heart. Su Ran chuckled lightly, teasingly cautioning Yang Mi. If your skills are lacking, it's best not to resort to such tactics, lest you play with fire and get burned. Witnessing Yang Mi's defeat, he attempted to maintain a facade of composure, though he had narrowly triumphed in their recent encounter. Yet, he pondered, the outcome of their next confrontation remained uncertain. He had genuinely felt his heart racing, as if it might be drawn into an abyss. Meanwhile, Yang Mi seemed oblivious to his words, her hand pressed against her chest. After a brief pause, she broke into a smile, crossing her arms, and reassured, "Fear not, I would never play with fire." Perhaps speaking to herself, she murmured softly, "Indeed, I won't." As Su Ran observed her peculiar demeanor, he was about to voice his thoughts when Yang Mi turned her gaze back to him. "To be honest, I don't know how much longer I can endure this, being unilaterally decided upon time and again." Su Ran was taken aback. The shift in conversation had occurred so swiftly, without any segue. It had not always been this way. Previously, he had shared a good rapport with Zhang Jia and Royale, where matters were discussed amicably. Yang Mi's features clouded with melancholy as she murmured, "How did it come to this?" Indeed, people do change. In a moment of disorientation, Su Ran thought he glimpsed a fleeting expression of helplessness on her face, though it vanished almost instantly, leaving him questioning if it had been a mere illusion. With a sigh, Yang Mi continued, "I find myself reflecting, where do you truly stand?" "I stand with the truth," Su Ran replied steadfastly. "You." Yang Mi clenched her teeth, struggling to contain her anger. Yet again, she was met with such an absurd response. Hengdian is a remarkable place, where countless individuals arrive each year, harboring dreams of becoming actors. However, these hopefuls, like droplets of water, silently blend into the vast murkiness that surrounds them. At this moment, auditions for the Ancient Sword were taking place in Hengdian. As the news was public, Gan Limei quickly made contact and finalized the arrangements. Early the next day, Su Ran and Gan Limei set off from the capital. Upon their arrival, they were warmly greeted by a rotund, bald man. After a brief exchange, Su Ran learned that he was Lu Hong, the assistant director of the Ancient Sword, primarily responsible for managing actors and coordinating extras. "You've arrived just in time. Several people are here to audition for the lead roles. However, our director is specifically seeking someone capable of performing impressive martial arts. And we have yet to find a suitable candidate." Lu Hong gestured towards a nearby scene where two individuals dressed in costumes were vigorously clashing swords, enacting a martial arts sequence. A crowd had gathered around the set, engrossed in the performance. Lu Hong then led Su Ran to the front of two middle-aged men wearing baseball caps, who were intently observing the auditioning actors while engaged in quiet discussion. "Boss, this is Su Ran from Jiaxing Media, here to audition for the male lead," Lu Hong announced. Upon hearing his voice, the two men turned their heads, casting a cursory glance at Su Ran. A flicker of surprise crossed their faces as they assessed his striking appearance and demeanor. There is something impressive about this one, they seemed to convey with their expressions. However, they were merely taken aback by Su Ran's striking appearance, and soon responded nonchalantly with an "Oh, got it." They then returned their attention to the two individuals auditioning, their demeanor cold and indifferent. Lu Hong, observing the impolite behavior of his two superiors, awkwardly interjected, haha. There have been quite a number of people auditioning lately. Director Liang and Director Huang are rather busy, so please do not take offense." "Not at all, I completely understand." Su Ran waved his hand dismissively. It is quite normal for directors of some stature to overlook idle performers, especially when their reputations are less than stellar. As long as you understand, since there are many people today, you may wait while observing, Lu Hong kindly suggested. "All right, thank you for your assistance." Su Ran replied without haste, watching the auditioning duo with keen interest. Before long, the two auditioning actors, clad in costumes and engaged in a fierce sword fight, abruptly halted their performance. A furious voice erupted from beside Su Ran. "What a disgrace. What are you even performing? I have already stated, do not bring in such mediocre talent. It is truly a waste of my time." This outburst came from one of the middle-aged men from earlier. With a receding hairline and a somewhat portly figure, he donned a loose-fitting short-sleeved shirt, resembling a seasoned recluse. It was surprising how harsh his words were. Had this been a short video, a significant portion of the content would have been censored. Gan Limei leaned closer to Su Ran, taking his hand and whispering, "This director is Huang Junwen, a filmmaker from Hong Kong, known for directing numerous period dramas, and he has quite a temper." No wonder he detected a hint of the Hong Kong accent. It turns out he is from Hong Kong. "And what about the other one?" Su Ran gestured toward a middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses, whose chin was adorned with a full beard. This individual appeared older and possessed a somewhat artistic flair. The other is Liang Shengquan, a director from Hong Kong as well, who has been a long-time collaborator with Huang Junwen. They were responsible for the first and third installments of the Xianjian series, as well as the well-known Young Four Great Detectives. Suddenly, as Su Ran was about to speak, Huang Junwen's voice grew increasingly loud. All useless trash. Is there truly no one with talent from the mainland? Do they really think that to shoot a Xinxiao film, one merely needs a handsome face to audition? Huang Junwen's scorn echoed throughout the entire set. Many individuals preparing for auditions began to wear displeased expressions. This was a sweeping denunciation. Su Ran raised an eyebrow, sensing the underlying implications. He was subtly included in the critique. Upon hearing this, Gan Limei sensed the gravity of the situation. She quickly grasped Su Ran's hand and whispered, "The director has a notorious temperament. He isn't referring to you, brother Su Ran." Su Ran was well aware that this was not solely directed at him. It was an indictment of everyone present. Having barely arrived, he was already met with such harshness, which did not sit well with him. Nevertheless, he perceived this as an opportunity. Su Ran cast Gan Limei a reassuring glance, cleared his throat, and spoke up. Such words cannot be uttered lightly. Chapter 16. Infatuation, Zhong Xintong. A sudden voice intruded, momentarily startling Huang Junwen, whose expression quickly darkened. He turned to regard the man beside him, who stood with his arms crossed over his chest, and spoke with a cold detachment. "Oh, do you disagree?" As the director, he would not tolerate interruptions while he spoke, especially from a mere pretty face. If it weren't for Lu Hong's earlier mention of the man's connection to Jiaxing Media, he would have already had Su Ran escorted out. The other individuals on set, upon hearing the remark, cast glances in their direction, with many recognizing Su Ran's identity. Wasn't he the audacious Su Ran from Jiaxing Media? How bold of him to interject while the director was speaking. It was rumored that Jiaxing Media had invested in this production, but so what? The project was not solely funded by them. The complexities within were manifold. Now, a spectacle was unfolding, as it seemed the man was also here for an audition, eliminating one competitor. Their chatter grew hushed, each displaying expressions of eager anticipation. Even the majority of actors waiting for their turn to audition reveled in the prospect of Su Ran's impending downfall. Though they too had felt the sting of Huang Junwen's earlier insults, they had chosen silence. Yet now, a figure emerged who dared to defy the established order, making their own compliance appear feeble and cowardly. Only by witnessing Su Ran being unilaterally crushed could they find satisfaction, and the more dire Su Ran's predicament, the greater their delight. This serves to demonstrate that they are not, in fact, cowardly or inept. Rather, they are adhering to established norms, showcasing their wisdom. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the set, Chen Whiting and Zhong Xintong were seated, engaged in conversation. Both had been selected by the investors from Hong Kong and had been on the project for some time. Upon hearing the commotion, they turned their gazes towards Su Ran. He is doomed. This mainland artist has offended Director Huang's authority and is bound to face a reprimand. Chen Whiting cast a sympathetic glance, shaking his head awkwardly. If this were Hong Kong, anyone daring to interject like that would have been swiftly escorted out. Wouldn't you agree, Sister Xintong? However, his words were met with a prolonged silence. A sense of confusion washed over him as he glanced sideways, only to find Zhong Xintong pursing her lips, fixated on a point ahead, appearing lost in thought. Following her line of sight, he realized that her gaze was directed at the very man who had just spoken up against the director. No way, he thought. While the man is indeed handsome, it hardly warrants such infatuation. As a fellow man, it stirred a twinge of jealousy within him to see his friend so engrossed in another man. "Ah, Whiting. What are you talking about?" "I'm not." Zhong Xintong, snapping back to reality, twirled a strand of her hair, trying to mask her embarrassment, wearing an expression of feigned ignorance. "Not at all. You were staring at him as if entranced," Chen Whiting asserted, pointing at her with conviction. "Oh, if I say I wasn't he, then I wasn't he." Zhong Xintong pushed away Chen Whiting's hand and, gazing into the distance at Su Ran, suddenly proposed, "By the way, if the director scolds too harshly later, let us step in to mediate. After all, it was Director Huang who crossed the line first. He is not entirely in the right, is he?" Chen Whiting replied. All right. We don't even know her yet, and we're already planning to intervene." He felt a tangle of emotions within him as his gaze shifted back to Su Ran. He truly disagreed. It was one thing to scold others, but he certainly did not wish to be included in such reprimands. "Su Ran, unperturbed, met Huang Junwen's gaze head-on. So, are you implying that I am in the wrong? As she concluded her statement, Huang Junwen's voice suddenly escalated, his tone imbued with an undeniable sharpness. This outburst sent ripples of unease through those nearby. Seeing his friend so incensed, Liang Xinquan quickly offered quiet consolation. All right, Lao Huang, don't take it to heart. Let us move on to the next one. Lu Hong also chimed in. Regardless, we're all from Jiaxing, we're friends. It wouldn't look good if this escalates. Let us not rush to the next one. I'm curious to see what this young lad has to say. Huang Junwen, however, did not take the opportunity to defuse the situation. Instead, he continued to fixate on Su Ran. Indeed, you are in the wrong, very much so. Undeterred, Su Ran maintained her composure and casually responded, I don't know about others, but at the very least, you should apologize to me. Do you? Apologize? Huang Junwen laughed, a laugh fueled by his anger. I apologize. What I meant to say was that aside from you, no one else here is capable. Well, that could be one way to put it. Upon hearing this, Huang Junwen's smile vanished, leaving him stunned in place. He began to doubt whether this young man before him was merely a reckless fool, truly lacking in intellect to utter such words. The onlookers, who had been enjoying the spectacle, suddenly changed their expressions upon hearing Su Ran's remarks. Their glares directed at him seemed lethal. How audacious of him to speak so brazenly. What did he mean by that? How arrogant. Who did he think he was to say such things? It was clear that someone lacking in talent would resort to such attention-seeking behavior. Was he implying that we cannot measure up to him? Such hubris. Huang Junwen, listening to the murmurs around him, chuckled and said, You see? No one is inclined to support your claim. Why should I care whether they do or not? The truth speaks for itself. Su Ran was indeed aware of the discontent brewing nearby, but why should he concern himself with their opinions? As for being arrogant, please, he had just activated his system. If he did not assert himself now, would he wait until he was old and confined to a coffin to express his defiance? He had no such inclination. Very well. You certainly have some audacity. You've said it. So let me see what you're truly made of. Huang Junwen pointed at Su Ran and repeatedly exclaimed, Good, before gesturing to a nearby attendant. He instructed him to fetch a change of attire, wanting everyone to witness whether Su Ran truly possessed the merit he claimed. Engaging in mere verbal sparring with the opponent held no value for him. Since you claim I am mistaken, let us see. Should it turn out that you are merely a fade without substance, I shall bid you farewell without uttering a word of reproach. Huang Junwen stated with an impassive expression. But what if I prove otherwise? Su Ran interjected, halting the advance of Ganlime. That is inconceivable. You, a mere pretty boy. Huang Junwen instinctively dismissed the notion, yet upon observing the calmness in Su Ran's demeanor, devoid of any flicker of emotion, he found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he parted his lips to declare, If you succeed in proving your point, I shall apologize. It is settled then. Su Ran clapped his hands, following the crew member he had just summoned to change costumes. Once they had distanced themselves, Ganlime anxiously remarked, Su Ran, you were too impulsive just now. If you falter later, you will lose face in front of so many witnesses. Although she sided with Su Ran, she was acutely aware of his acting prowess, not abysmal, yet certainly not commendable. A poor performance would lay everything bare. Do not fret, I have a plan. Su Ran reassured his manager. Look at how fortuitous this is. I've jumped the queue for the audition, and have you not noticed the throngs waiting? What? Ganlime, upon hearing this, questioned her very existence, her mouth agape until a realization dawned upon her, her expression shifting to one of incredulity. You did this on purpose? Precisely. Clever girl, Su Ran snapped his fingers with a grin. He had just rebutted his opponent, partly because he was unwilling to be unjustly scolded, but chiefly due to the matter of cutting in line for the audition. He had surveyed the scene and noticed that there were far too many individuals waiting for their turn. If he were to wait until his name was called, the day would surely turn to dusk. Now that there was a shortcut available, it was a twofold advantage. Why not seize the opportunity? Chapter 17, a stunning debut in historical costume. Once Su Ran had departed, the discussions at the set grew increasingly loud and boisterous. With the main subject absent, their mockery intensified. Seated at the front, I awaited the moment when Su Ran would be harshly criticized by Director Huang. Why couldn't he just endure it quietly? Instead, he had to create such a spectacle, promising an entertaining scene to come. I had worked with Su Ran in the same production, and his acting was utterly abysmal. I eagerly anticipated his embarrassment. It was laughable that some individuals were oblivious to their own shortcomings. What a fool. The audience was rife with various emotions, watching, scoffing, and disdainful. However, one sentiment was unanimous. No one had faith in Su Ran. What are you all clamoring about? Is this a place for your raucous noise? At that moment, Huang Junwen's reprimand erupted. His voice silenced the crowd, leaving them too intimidated to speak. Many were secretly gnashing their teeth, their faces shadowed with displeasure, continually blaming Su Ran in their hearts. It was this wretched fellow who had subjected them to this scolding once again. Huang Junwen surveyed the now hushed assembly and declared, "If anyone believes they can do better, step forward and prove yourself. If not, then keep your mouths shut." The irritation stemming from Su Ran's interruption only deepened. The set was as noisy as a bustling market, intensifying his irritation. All right. There's no need to be so angry. Liang Shengquan stepped forward to ease the tension, saying, "You must temper that temper of yours. It's unseemly to be so irascible with this crowd." Huang Junwen remained unfazed, suddenly recalling something and glancing at Lu Hong. "That's Su Ran from Jiaxing Media." Lu Hong, sensing the inquiry, promptly reminded him, "Yes, that's the one. Are you familiar with his capabilities?" Having been momentarily interrupted, Huang Junwen's fury had subsided slightly, and his mind began to clear. The thought of the other party remaining composed in the face of his pressure struck him. Could it be that he was truly a tough opponent? He had spent many years in Xiangjiang and was somewhat unfamiliar with the mainland scene. Lu Hong quickly rummaged through his memories of Su Ran and then spoke. "I've heard his acting is mediocre, but—" "No need for but, mediocre indeed." Huang Junwen interjected with a dismissive smile, almost falling for the facade. It seemed he had indeed been correct in his earlier criticism. He had already decided to promptly send the other off once the latter had changed outfits. "All right, let us expedite the next round of auditions," Huang Junwen urged, waving his hand. "We must ensure that all these roles are filled after we finish shooting with Lao Lu, to enhance efficiency and save time." The entire crew had currently been divided into two groups. A group is currently filming the prequel to Ancient Sword Legend, while another team is diligently finalizing the roles of the last few supporting characters and the male lead. With the relentless financial demands of a film project, every second is precious. Lu Hong, upon hearing this, promptly headed to the area where actors were waiting, calling out, "Next, Li Feng." At the sound of his name, a young man with a center parting raised his hand and navigated through the crowd. "Here I am." Lu Hong assessed him. His physique seemed rather average, slightly on the lean side, and his pale complexion suggested an overuse of makeup. He did not possess the charm of Su Ran. An unexpected thought flickered through Lu Hong's mind. "Let's proceed to the audition." "All right." Li Feng responded eagerly, quickly following Lu Hong to the audition area, where he bowed slightly towards the director. "Ugh, not another one of these effeminate types." Huang Junwen grimaced at the sight, expressing his discontent with a frustrated exclamation. Liang Shengquan placed a reassuring hand on his old friend's shoulder, saying, "This is the reality of the mainland market. Let's just observe for now." Huang Junwen chose not to argue further, dismissively waving his hand. Noticing the exchange, Li Feng straightened himself and recalled the script segments he had previously studied. The audition scene involved by Li Tu Su on the verge of unleashing his lethal aura, engaging in a fierce battle with Ling Duan, the second disciple of Tianyong City. After preparing himself, he closed his eyes and furrowed his brow. From a distance, Huang Junwen and Liang Shengquan observed this portrayal, their frowns deepening further. To them, the man's eyes were shut as he gritted his teeth, as if struggling with constipation. Chen Whiting and Zhang Xintong nearly burst out laughing at the sight, but restrained themselves due to the setting. Soon, Li Feng, looking as if he had just overcome a bout of constipation, opened his eyes, wearing a ferocious expression. He then began to chant incoherently, wielding the prop sword and slashing forward erratically. His moves lacked any semblance of skill, appearing even less refined than a child's. Unbeknownst to Li Feng, the director and others had already lost interest in his performance. Yet, he continued to slash with increasing fervor, feeling as though a stream of inspiration was flowing through his mind. In that moment, he believed himself to be one with the sword, akin to an immortal. He dismissed Su Ran as a mere buffoon, unworthy of competing with him, convinced that the leading role was his for the taking. After exerting himself for quite some time, he glanced up, his gaze inadvertently landing upon something. Upon recognizing the figure, his eyes widened, and he stood frozen, petrified. "Damn it, you can't even hold a sword properly." Huang Jun interrupted in scolding. Before he could finish his tirade, someone tapped him on the shoulder, their voice filled with astonishment. "Junwen, look over there." Huang Junwen, with a face full of anger, retorted, "Look at what? What's so?" However, as he followed their gaze, his words abruptly ceased. A look of astonishment spread across his face, his eyes widening in disbelief. A wave of gasps rippled through the set as all eyes converged upon a single direction. A remarkably handsome figure gradually approached. It was Su Ran. He donned a flowing gown of the southern lands, its fabric billowing gracefully in the breeze, while his elongated fingers clutched an ancient longsword. An ethereal aura surrounded him, exuding a nonchalant elegance. Su Ran's long hair was casually tied up, with a few strands dancing lightly in the wind. A hint of a smile played at the corners of his lips, adding an air of carefree charm to his striking visage. In that moment, a singular phrase resonated in the minds of nearly everyone present. Incredible, simply extraordinary. Regrettably, their limited literary exposure constrained them to such simplistic expressions. Zhong Xintong sprang to her feet, her sudden movement causing her chair to tumble to the floor with a resounding thud. At that moment, her gaze was solely fixed on the graceful figure standing motionless before her. Beside her, Chen Whiting was equally transfixed, caught off guard by Su Ran's presence. He instinctively rose from his seat, his mouth agape in astonishment. After a protracted silence, he muttered, "Is he truly that handsome?" He felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy, an unfamiliar sensation when confronted with such captivating masculinity. Chapter 18. The Martial Arts Exhibition, 8 Cuts of Wing Chun. Under the dazzling spotlight, Su Ran swiftly approached. Gan Limei trailed closely behind, witnessing the astonished and bewildered expressions of the crowd. A surge of pride and satisfaction filled her heart, and a smile that rivaled the brilliance of an AK beamed on her face. This is my artist. They must be utterly awestruck by his charm. Even as his manager, having spent considerable time with Su Ran, she found herself speechless upon witnessing his transformation. After gazing intently for nearly a minute, she finally emerged from her daze. Immediately, she discerned the reason for the profound visual impact had this time. It wasn't that had never donned period costumes before, but those attires were of mediocre quality. Thus the presentation was not as impressive. This time, however, the costumes were exceptionally well made, exquisitely crafted, and remarkably stylish. Consequently, the apparel complemented its inherent beauty, accentuating his handsomeness even further. "Director Huang, may I commence?" inquired with a gentle smile, meeting the gazes of the assembled crew. At this utterance, everyone's thoughts returned to reality, sparking a flurry of hushed discussions. Numerous female directors and makeup artists on set even began to gaze at him with starry eyes. "Good heavens, he's so handsome. I'm utterly captivated by this visage. I wonder if I'll have the opportunity to get close later. If he were to wear makeup, wouldn't that be even more heaven-defying?" Huang Junwen was so astonished by this scene that he was mentally disturbed, and he paid no attention to the noise on the set. He looked up and down, inwardly marveling. But on the surface, he showed an unaffected look. What's the use of looking good? Jiang Haidao, find a martial arts instructor to spar with him. Understood. Jiang Haidao, the martial arts director of this play, is responsible for teaching the actors some of the martial arts moves needed in the play, so that better-looking martial arts moves can be presented to the audience to attract attention. Soon, he casually pulled out one of his men, glanced at the robust martial artist, then turned to Huang Junwen and asked, "How should we proceed?" "A simple skirmish will suffice. I merely require the two of you to engage," Huang Junwen articulated with succinctness, dispensing with superfluous directives. His paramount criterion for the male protagonist resided in the caliber of his combat sequences, succeeded by aesthetic appeal, and ultimately, acting prowess. This confluence of requisites had perpetually impeded the selection of a suitable candidate. In his estimation, the execution of fight choreography posed the greatest challenge, possessing paramount significance within the realm of xianxia dramas. The fluidity and finesse of these sequences profoundly influenced the perceived quality of a production, exerting a tangible impact on the audience's viewing experience. Should the combat prove deficient, relying excessively on post-production editing, the resultant product, replete with sluggish movements akin to a PowerPoint presentation, would invariably incur the audience's derision. "Very well, that presents no impediment," Su Ran responded casually, proceeding towards the open space. This development aligned perfectly with his inclinations. In times past, he might have harbored trepidation. However, having now mastered the art of Wing Chun, he felt assured in his capacity to execute compelling fight sequences, confident in his ability to contend with a multitude of adversaries simultaneously. As Su Ran and the stuntmen arrived at the audition area, Li Feng remained transfixed in his position. Huang Junwen, noticing this, bellowed, "You blithering idiot, cease your idle standing." Li Feng, startled by the vociferous reprimand, recoiled visibly. With incredulity etched upon his countenance, he gestured towards himself. Indeed, you. Cease obstructing the premises and remove yourself forthwith. But Li Feng began, attempting to interject, but upon meeting Huang Junwen's gaze of undisguised disdain, he was overcome by a wave of mortification. In that instant, he perceived countless mocking gazes directed towards him. A flush of heat suffused Li Feng's ears, and his countenance underwent a series of tumultuous transformations. He cast a malevolent glance in Su Ran's direction, before departing in a state of indignant shame. It was all because of this fellow that he had been so humiliated. Damn it, truly damn it. Li Feng gritted his teeth fiercely, his eyes almost bulging with bloodlust. Su Ran, wearing a puzzled expression, watched Li Feng leave in haste. He had recognized the other man the moment he arrived. However, he had never had any interactions with Li Feng. Why did the way he looked at him resemble someone who had stolen his wife? This left him completely bewildered. All right, let's begin, Huang Junwen commanded. Upon hearing this, Su Ran ceased dwelling on Li Feng's venomous glare. After receiving the prop sword that the stuntman had picked up from the ground, he distanced himself from the other man. The entire crowd fixed their gaze upon the two men before them. What use is a handsome face? The moment of truth has arrived, and he's about to be exposed. Exactly. What good is being good-looking? Director Huang's first principle in selecting actors is martial arts prowess. TSK, 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 this farce should come to an end. Just imagining Su Ran's clumsy movements in a moment, I'm already bursting with laughter. Ha ha ha. As Gan Limei listened to the jeers coming from all directions, her heart blazed with fury. However, she was unable to refute them. She could only bite her lip tightly, watching Su Ran with a worried expression. At that moment, Su Ran moved. He held the sword in his hand, suspended at his side, as if a gust of wind began to emanate from him. Upon witnessing this change, the crowd's expressions shifted slightly. Immediately afterward, Su Ran advanced with his sword like a phantom. How fast? The crowd could almost see after images. In the next instant, Su Ran arrived before the stuntman and delivered a forceful chop. The stage combatant was taken aback by the prop sword that materialized before him. Before he could dwell on it, his body reacted swiftly, using his own sword to parry the blow. Clang! Just as the stage combatant was relieved to have blocked the attack, he noticed Su Ran's figure shift. His footwork was as light as the wind, and the tip of his sword moved like a silver serpent, his moves both fierce and graceful. Damn, not again. The stage combatant was alarmed and quickly brandished his weapon to defend himself. However, he gradually realized that his opponent's movements were fluid and his attacks were swift and fierce, like a torrential downpour, becoming so fast that he could barely see them. This is somewhat akin to Wing Chun. Yang Shenxuan's eyes narrowed as he clicked his tongue repeatedly. Huang Junwen clenched his fists, his breathing rapid, his eyes fixed on Su Ran's movements. Each move is so elegant, fluid, and yet the attacks are so ferocious. This is it. This is it. This is the feeling I've been searching for. Gan Limei watched Su Ran, who was overwhelming the stage combatant in the arena, and suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Is this really my Su Ran? The others on set were dumbfounded as they watched the stage combatant being relentlessly pressured by Su Ran, to the point where he was almost unable to defend himself. This was not how the scene was supposed to unfold. So fierce, is he cheating? The stage combatant gritted his teeth, facing the storm of attacks. His heart filled with regret. Move, damn it, move. I can't keep up. I just can't keep up. He had never felt this much pressure, even when sparring with Jiang Hai, the martial arts director. Bang! After parrying several blows, the sword in the stage combatant's hand was struck out of his grip by Su Ran and fell to the ground. By the time he could react, a blade was also pressed against his own neck. At that instant, the profusely sweating stuntman felt an immense sense of relief. Thank heavens, it's finally over. He had wanted to surrender from the very beginning, but his opponent's movements were so swift that he didn't even have time to cry out. At this moment, the scene seemed to freeze. Everyone stared at Su Ran's unrestrained sword-wielding, too astonished to speak. Chapter 19. Deal. His offer was simply too generous. Whenever Wing Chun is mentioned, the first thing that comes to most people's minds is, I want to fight 10. This refers to its Wing Chun Kung Fu. However, many people are unaware that Wing Chun also has a corresponding saber technique, the 8-cut broadswords. This was something Su Ran only learned after receiving the system's reward. The saber technique involves using a pair of broadswords to launch a fierce offensive against the enemy. The movements are so rapid that the enemy cannot react in time. And this time, he sparred with the stuntman using the Wing Chun 8-cut broadswords, merely substituting the broadswords with a single-handed sword. But ultimately, it's all the same principle. Different paths leading to the same destination. Huang Junwen, gazing at Su Ran in the distance, found his emotions unable to settle. Mr. Jiang, what do you think of that young man's skill? What are your chances of success against him? He had a sudden impulse to know how Su Ran would fare against his own martial arts director. Me? Jiang Haidao licked his chapped lips, then cleared his throat softly, placing his hands behind his back. In all candor, our contest would be a closely balanced affair, with fortune smiling equally upon us both. He would harbor trepidation at the prospect of my decisive strike, just as I would be wary of his. In truth, there is little to it. Were I to confront him directly, he would be brought to his knees within mere seconds, beseeching me for life itself. Upon hearing this pronouncement, Huang Junwen, Liang Xinquan, and the others turned their gaze upon Huang Haidao, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment and disbelief. A moment of speechlessness ensued. To characterize that as a balanced contest is a gross misrepresentation. If you are outmatched, simply concede. There is no need to cling so desperately to appearances. Furthermore, the tremor in your hands rivals the intensity of a massage chair. Did you truly believe your attempt at concealment would be successful? Very well, I concede defeat. He is simply too swift for me to follow. Faced with the skeptical gazes of his companions, Jiang Haidao abandoned his pretense of bravado. He was, without question, outmatched. Perhaps he could endure a few seconds longer than the performer currently in the arena, but that would be the extent of his advantage. Truly perplexing, this man. Having received confirmation, Huang Junwen and the others, despite their prior expectations, were nonetheless taken aback. Unlike the others, Huang Junwen and Liang Xinquan were intimately familiar with Jiang Haidao's capabilities. Within the Hong Kong martial arts community, he was a force to be reckoned with. Now, to hear him admit defeat at the hands of Su Ran, just how formidable was this young man? Bravo, Su Ran. Magnificent, utterly magnificent. Just as they were grappling with this revelation, Gan Limei's exuberant cry pierced the air. She leaped with joy, her arms flailing in a manner reminiscent of an ardent admirer. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Simultaneously, a gentle voice resonated, drawing the astonished gazes of the crowd. In the distance, one could spot the casually dressed, waving her hand with an expression of sheer joy, reminiscent of an ardent fan. Beside her, concealed his face, seemingly overwhelmed by embarrassment. Taken aback, gazed in their direction, recognizing and wondered why they appeared so animated. Could comprehend the excitement, as they were her agents, but why was equally exhilarated? Unable to fathom this, he chose to dismiss the thought. He sheathed his sword and handed it to the bewildered martial artist opposite him, then made his way toward. As he moved closer, along with presence and enthusiastic calls, the crew on set seemed to remember something, and expressions of emotion began to swell among them. Incredible! My idol, you are my idol. Well done, splendid performance. The recent display by had left them profoundly impressed, and praises flowed like an unending stream. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. The group auditioning, particularly among the crowd, watched with envy, bitterness, and resentment as basked in the limelight. Clenching their fists, they felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Why was this not the outcome they had anticipated? How infuriating! In their minds, should have been utterly embarrassed, not thriving in the spotlight. Are you satisfied now? Asked, blocking the exuberant, who was bounding toward him like an excited rabbit, ignoring her woeful expression and focusing intently on. I concede, you possess some measure of talent, replied. His demeanor somewhat unnatural as he spoke coldly. Ah, is that all? Su Ran's lips curled into his semblance of a smile as he remarked, Director Huang. Have you perhaps forgotten something? You. Huang Junwen's expression darkened with anger upon hearing this. This young man, despite already yielding, was audaciously pushing his luck. As Huang Junwen exhibited signs of an impending explosion, the hearts of those around him raced with trepidation. Meanwhile, the other actors vying for the role of the male lead, including Li Feng, secretly relished the unfolding drama. Come on, let it out. This Su Ran is truly foolish, acting so naively as to provoke the director. They eagerly anticipated a scathing rebuke directed at Su Ran, believing it would afford them another opportunity. However, an astonishing scene transpired before their eyes. Huang Junwen, his face contorted with fury, suddenly managed to utter, I apologize. He was not one to shy away from defeat. He acknowledged what needed to be acknowledged. He held disdain for the talentless young idols, mere decorative figures. Yet, he viewed those with genuine prowess through a different lens. If he had erred in his previous statements, then it was a mistake, plain and simple, and he was willing to own it. Boom. In that moment, everyone felt as if they had seen a ghost, questioning whether they had misheard. The tyrant of the set had, astonishingly, apologized. Could this be real? Surely, they were not dreaming. The smile on Su Ran's face grew ever more radiant as he feigned ignorance, asking, "Apologize for what?" "Director Huang, why don't you clarify? Don't push your luck, you rascal." Huang Junwen, incensed, contemplated delivering a few punches, but quickly dismissed the thought, realizing he might not prevail in a physical confrontation. "All right, let us all take a step back. May I refer to you in this manner? I admit I had some misunderstandings earlier, and I apologize for that. I hope you can extend a little grace in return." Liang Xinquan stepped in to mediate, saying, "On is rather sensitive about his pride. It was merely a misunderstanding, so let us put it behind us. After all, I was just joking." The other party had already expressed their thoughts, and Su Ren planned to show some consideration as well. Ultimately, both were directors. And if collaboration was to be pursued, it was best to part amicably. He was the kind of person who reciprocated the attitude he received. Furthermore, he had indeed only been teasing Huang Junwen moments ago. "Old Huang, there's no need to be upset. You should have long since tempered that fiery temperament of yours," Liang Shengquan remarked, giving Huang Junwen's shoulder a light pat. "Humph." Huang Junwen maintained a stern expression, remaining silent. However, this demeanor only served to affirm his tacit agreement with the statement. It was good that the misunderstanding had been resolved. "Your earlier moves were quite impressive. They resembled Wing Chun to some extent." Su Ran was taken aback. "Indeed, it is Wing Chun. Director Liang, you are familiar with it?" He was surprised that the other party could discern this. Yang Xinquan smiled lightly. "I know a little. After all, those of us in this industry must have some understanding of various martial arts styles. It is remarkable that at such a young age, your martial prowess is so refined. I wonder who your master is." "Who is my master?" "Certainly, it is the system that has imparted this knowledge upon me." Yet, Su Ran would not divulge this. "I've merely learned a bit here and there," he chuckled and said. "So, does this audition qualify as satisfactory?" Reluctant to delve further into this topic, he swiftly redirected to the matter at hand. He had worked diligently to secure his role and fulfill the system's requirements. Noticing Su Ran's disinterest in discussing this, Liang Xinquan naturally refrained from pressing further. "As for the audition, I find it quite satisfactory." He then turned to Huang Junwen, saying, "Old Huang, what do you think? I believe there are no more suitable candidates." The martial arts performance was executed beautifully and gracefully, coupled with the individual's striking appearance. Acting prowess should not pose a significant concern for the production of ancient sword legend, as long as one does not possess a deadpan expression or vacant eyes. Huang Junwen hesitated for a moment. "While I am also quite pleased, there are numerous factors to consider when selecting a male lead. I can take responsibility for the theme song of our production." Upon hearing this, Su Ran decisively raised the stakes, attempting to persuade. "What do you mean?" Huang Junwen and Liang Xinquan turned their attention to Lu Hong, questioning if he could compose. Lu Hong, feeling the weight of their gaze, awkwardly replied, "I was about to mention that, but was interrupted by Director Huang. Su Ran's musical talent is beyond reproach. He is among the very best in the mainland." Huang Junwen opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say more. "The fee can be halved. That, I can assist with martial arts guidance." "Deal." Huang Junwen's eyes gleamed with determination, his tone resolute. He had offered far too much. Chapter 20, New Task, Successfully Participating in 5 Film and Television Productions. Ding dong. With the sound of a system notification echoing, Su Ran felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, indicating a significant enhancement in his physical condition. In an instant, he felt invigorated and spirited, capable of lifting a bag of rice up 5 flights of stairs without breaking a sweat. If he were to engage in a spar with that martial artist from earlier, he could easily disarm him with a single strike. Is this the effect of attend to his physique? Quite beneficial indeed. Simultaneously, a vivid memory of the novel 30 Years in the East, 30 Years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty flooded his mind. Although the details were precise, including the timing of its writing and punctuation, such outdated information was of little use. Before he could finish his contemplation, the system chimed again. "Newbie task. You have officially become a supporting actor. However, being an extra will not suffice. Young one, your aspirations stretch towards the stars and the sea. Please successfully participate in 5 film and television productions to become a competent supporting actor. Reward, 10 acting skills. Proficiency in Korean 5 productions to become a competent supporting role." Su Ran gazed at the system's message, occasionally feeling an overwhelming urge to lash out. While Tenta acting skills was acceptable, proficiency in Korean. Goodness, does that mean he won't need to rely on subtitles anymore while watching films? That would be something akin to mastering the language of cherry blossoms. Nevertheless, at the very least, the two rewards hold some significance. Let us continue to press on. We shall inevitably attain the rewards of the current version. As for the 5 productions, they are hardly a substantial concern. Here in Hongdian, film crews abound, and it will be effortless to make cameo appearances in 5 of them to fulfill this task. Thus, the matter is settled. Should I send the contract to your company? Huang Junwen inquired. No need. If possible, let us bypass the company procedures. I can sign it myself. Su Ran, regaining her focus, replied earnestly. I possess that authority. It would be absurd to involve the company, especially since I came here covertly, away from Zhengjia. If we were to adhere to company protocols, they would undoubtedly discover it, and there would be countless obstacles. My current strategy is to construct a facade while secretly advancing my plans. By taking the initiative and resolving matters here first, when they eventually find out, it will be too late for them to intervene. Ah, very well. I shall have someone prepare things in advance. You may familiarize yourself with the setting here, and once the actors arrive tomorrow, we shall commence filming. Huang Junwen sensed something was amiss, yet as it was a personal affair, he remained unconcerned. He then added, Lu Hong, please relay the message that the male lead has been finalized and no further additions are necessary. Understood. Ah, is it truly decided so swiftly? The others gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Just like that, in a few brief exchanges, the role of the male protagonist has been granted to Su Ran. Everything transpired with such rapidity that they found it hard to comprehend. Yet, with the director's decree, the matter was irrevocably settled, even if one is reluctant to believe it. There is no alternative. Many individuals left in indignation, creating a small void on the set in an instant. Meanwhile, the subsequent audition and casting process commenced. Aside from the occasional furtive glances cast in Su Ran's direction, the atmosphere remained as if nothing had transpired. After observing for a while, Huang Junwen and Liang Shengquan gradually departed, as the principal roles had been confirmed, rendering their presence unnecessary for the remainder. Brother Su Ran, we are secretly signing the contract without letting Sister Zhengjia and the others know, Gan Limei expressed, her face etched with concern after the directors had left. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? What if they find out and become angry? Initially, she believed this audition was merely a routine task. But upon hearing Su Ran's intention to bypass the company for a personal contract, the underlying motives became clear. Anxiety and fear gripped her. A potential confrontation seemed inevitable. Yet she thought, if they were to be angry, so be it. Once the deed was done, they could express their fury as they wished. After all, she indeed possessed the right to sign contracts for film and television projects. Su Ran nonchalantly replied, if they discover my plans and try to prevent me from filming, that would truly be troublesome. He had no desire to invite complications. However, Gan Limei seemed poised to voice further concerns when, at that moment, a young man and woman approached. Su Ran, you are amazing. That set of martial arts was incredibly impressive. A lively female voice exclaimed, albeit with a slight accent in her Mandarin. Both Su Ran and Gan Limei turned to see Zhong Xintong and Chen Whiting. Wow, is that really you, Arjiao? I never expected to encounter you here. Su Ran exclaimed, his tone brimming with surprise. Zhong Xintong and Chen Whiting were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances. What? Do you know her? Ah, I am unaware. Gan Limei appeared equally perplexed, unable to recall any acquaintances that Su Ran might have in Hong Kong. After all these years, you have become even more beautiful. Ah, do you still remember me? We never truly knew each other. You played at your home while I played at mine. Zhong Xintong and Chen Whiting remained silent, as did Gan Limei. The atmosphere around them grew somewhat subdued. However, after a brief pause, Gan Limei burst into laughter. I didn't expect you to be so humorous. That was truly amusing. I must remember that for future use. Once Zhong Xintong regained her composure, she couldn't help but chuckle, covering her flat stomach as she shook with delight. You startled me. I genuinely thought you two were acquainted. Chen Whiting took a deep breath, having concocted an elaborate melodrama in his mind, only to realize it was merely a jest. You are quite amusing. I almost believed we were truly acquainted. Su Ran, your joke was rather abrupt. Gan Limei chimed in with a smile. As long as everyone is at ease, allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Ran, and this is my manager. Su Ran smiled as he made the introduction, revealing that the earlier jest had been intentional. A well-crafted joke can swiftly dissolve tension. I am Zhong Xintong. You may call me Arjiao or Xintong. Chen Whiting. Indeed, as Su Ran had anticipated, following that playful exchange, the group transitioned smoothly into conversation after their introductions, until Huang Junwen returned with a stack of contracts and observed the three individuals engaged in such harmonious conversation. He felt somewhat surprised. He had only stepped away for a brief moment, yet they appeared so familiar with one another. It seems you have all become quite acquainted. That bodes well for our future collaboration, he remarked as he handed over the contract. Please take a look. If there are no issues, we can proceed with the signing. Should there be any concerns, feel free to voice them. It is perfectly acceptable. Under the attentive gazes of his companions, Su Ran took the contract and examined it thoroughly. He scrutinized each page with care, mindful of the necessity for caution when venturing into unfamiliar territories. Particularly, he was attentive to any restrictions that might pertain to him. This aspect warranted his meticulous examination, as he had resolved to infiltrate 5 different film crews during the intervals of his shooting here. Fortunately, upon reviewing the entire document, he found no significant issues. Li Mei, would you also take a look? Even though he was confident that everything was in order, Su Ran still requested Gan Li Mei, his manager, to review it as well, given her expertise in such matters. Huang Junwen, observing Su Ran's actions, did not perceive it as a lack of trust or feel any resentment. On the contrary, he viewed Su Ran as a seasoned and composed individual, someone reliable. After all, in this industry, those who act without discernment are often left in dire straits. A few minutes later, Gan Li Mei returned the contract to Su Ran. I have reviewed it. There are no significant issues. Very well, Su Ran replied as he handed the contract back to Huang Junwen. Everything is in order, Director Huang. Then, may our collaboration be fruitful. Tomorrow, once everyone is gathered, we shall commence filming. Please ensure you are prepared. Absolutely. Oh, by the way. Suddenly, Su Ran remarked, if I need to take a day off for personal matters, it should not hinder the filming schedule. If it does not affect the progress, then there is no issue at all. Huang Junwen, caught off guard, readily acquiesced. Su Ran's eyes glinted. All right, you said it, so I shall not hold back. Chapter 21. Director, everyone has gone off to play with Su Ran. Acting is not as daunting as it seems. Given your professional background, adapting should pose little challenge. As for interpersonal relations, simply observe how I conduct myself and follow suit. But remember to be courteous. Furthermore, once we arrive at the set, your main task is to listen well. If I am not present, you shall follow Su Ran, your senior. As they walked, Yang Mi tirelessly enumerated the essential points. Beside her, Riba nodded vigorously like a young novice, responding obediently. Their dynamic had remained consistent since leaving the company for Hongdian, one instructing, the other absorbing. That's enough for now. Take in what you can, but remember the most crucial point, all right? Yang Mi emphasized her final statement. The most crucial point? Riba raised her delicate, refined face, hesitantly inquiring, is it to follow Senior Su Ran? Indeed, that fellow is quite cunning. Staying close to him will ensure you are not mistreated. He is resourceful and reliable, Yang Mi affirmed with a nod. Understood, Sister Mi, Riba replied, nodding earnestly, her crystalline eyes reflecting determination. The words lingered in her heart, a constant reminder. She followed her senior, Su Ran, closely. Upon realizing the other party understood, Yang Mi ceased her chatter. The two swiftly entered the filming set of The Legend of the Ancient Sword. However, as soon as they stepped in, they were greeted by an exuberant, electrifying voice. Let us turn the tide. Go. The two women paused, then turned towards the source of the sound. There, 3 individuals were seated in chairs, engrossed in their phones, playing games. They were Chun Wei Ting, Zhong Xiantong, and Su Ran. The excited voice belonged to Chun Wei Ting, who, brimming with enthusiasm, stood up and laughed maniacally. Let us turn the tide. Go. At that moment, Zhong Xiantong also exclaimed with excitement. Su Ran, you are incredible. Su Ran remained composed in his seat, his fingers deftly maneuvering his phone. What are you all shouting about? I'm already at sea. You've all perished, so watch quietly and don't disturb me. The other two fell silent instantly. Their focus now intently on their screens. Yang Mi and Riba watched in astonishment. After a while, Riba timidly pointed to a spot not far away and asked, do I also have to follow Su Ran? Yang Mi's expression darkened in response. That's unnecessary. That infuriating Su Ran is completely out of touch. After praising him a moment ago, she was now dismayed to find them engrossed in a game. She stormed over. with Reba hastily trailing behind. Victory! All three phones simultaneously erupted with the sound of triumph. Zhong Xiantong and Chun Wei Ting were about to utter something in their excitement. However, at that instant, Yang Mi had already approached them. Su Ran, you have brought trouble upon yourself. Now, look at you, playing honor of kings here. How shameless can you be? The tone was one of feigned anger, imbued with resentment. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Su Ran lifted her gaze, only to find Yang Mi striding toward her, visibly agitated, accompanied by the demure Reba. At that moment, Yang Mi donned a black halter-neck gown, her long hair cascading over her snow-white shoulders and neck. The dress draped elegantly, accentuating her well-proportioned curves and showcasing her slender waist. She wore white high-heeled shoes, exuding an air of sophistication and maturity. In contrast, Reba sported white shorts that revealed her long legs, complemented by a white printed short-sleeve top tucked into her pants, and a sheer white shirt draped over her. The entire ensemble radiated freshness and charm. The two beauties stood before her, pure and radiant, a feast for the eyes. Senior, Reba called sweetly. Oh, Reba, you're here too. Su Ran replied, nodding. She then casually suggested, would you like to join me in playing? I can lead the way. Oh, how can you still have the leisure to play? Your unapproved participation in the filming yesterday has been discovered, and now Xingjia is furious at the company. Yang Mi retorted, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. This person truly had the audacity to take such bold actions without permission. Zhang Xintong and Chen Whiting exchanged startled glances at Su Ran's words. Unapproved participation? Was this still the familiar narrative? Oh, what does it matter? I never intended to keep it a secret for long. If they know, they know. Besides, weren't you already aware that I was coming to take the role? Don't act so surprised. Faced with the gaze of the crowd, Su Ran exhibited an air of indifference. Everything was proceeding according to his plan. Now that the contract had been signed, no matter how irate Xingjia became, there was nothing he could do. Indeed, this was the case. Yet I had no inkling that you would employ such a method. Yang Mi expressed her disbelief, querying whether he was not concerned about Xingjia causing him trouble. I have blocked her. She cannot reach me, Su Ran replied. Upon hearing this, Zhong Xintong and Chun Whiting suddenly recalled something and turned their gazes toward a particular direction. In a corner of a tent, a frail and helpless figure was engaged in a phone call, nodding and bowing, appearing quite pitiful. The two exchanged knowing looks. Realizing why the agent had been occupied with calls throughout the day, they had assumed Su Ran's business was exceedingly busy, but now it all made sense. Yang Mi and Reba followed their gaze and spotted the forlorn figure of Gan Limei. Ah, so this is what you meant by being unreachable, Yang Mi remarked, her face full of disdain. It seemed that all the pressure had been absorbed by the agent. This is truly unreasonable. Let us not dwell on that. If you're not coming, we shall proceed without you, Su Ran declared, wishing to steer the conversation away from the topic that soured his mood. He would rather seize the opportunity to play a few rounds of King of Glory and earn some stars. You're still thinking about playing, Yang Mi retorted, her expression one of exasperation toward her companion's lack of concern. If you don't want to play, fine. I claim mid lane. If you refuse, I'll just take it. To Reba's astonishment, Yang Mi's demeanor shifted in an instant as she pulled up a chair and sat beside Su Ran. If the other party was unconcerned, why should she be? Moreover, to provoke Xingjia's ire would only bring her 100-fold delight. Indeed, it is wise to indulge in the pleasures of the moment. Su Ran nodded in satisfaction and then turned to Reba, asking, Reba, would you care to join us? Me? Reba responded, somewhat taken aback, not anticipating her inclusion in the invitation. She felt a flutter of excitement, yet as a newcomer, a mere fledgling actress thrust into the company, she pondered whether it would be inappropriate to accept. Come on, Reba, have you forgotten what I said earlier? Yang Mi remarked without lifting her gaze, her delicate fingers incessantly tapping on her phone. Reba hesitated for a moment, recalling Yang Mi's previous instructions. Hence, she acquiesced with a soft all right and joined the ranks. Honor of Kings, commence. As Su Ran and her four companions reveled in their virtual escapades, a man and a woman arrived at the set to report for duty. Upon witnessing Su Ran and her friends engrossed in their game, they were momentarily taken aback. Isn't today the day the director instructed us to report? Why are there still people playing games? Muttered Ma Tianyu. Who cares about that? Let's go take a look. It seems rather entertaining. Twin sister suggested with a gleeful glint in her eye as she trotted over, her carefree nature shining through. Reluctantly, yet curiously, Ma Tianyu followed suit. And this was only the beginning. Each time new actors reported for duty, they were met with the sight of Su Ran and her companions engrossed in their game, leaving them momentarily stunned. However, after a brief contemplation, they resolutely joined in. People are naturally drawn to the excitement, and artists are no exception. In no time, the crowd of onlookers grew ever larger. Chapter 22. A hands-on tutorial for Reba. On the set of Gu Jianxi Tan. Many of the staff on site were engrossed in their tasks, yet some appeared distracted, frequently glancing in the same direction with smiles that suggested they were merely spectators. Ah. You, Su Ran, you truly excel, managing to engage nearly all the actors in a game on the very first day of official work. Huang Junwen was flushed with rage, his eyes brimming with ire as he surveyed the group before him, particularly fixating on the strikingly attractive Su Ran. The others exhibited a semblance of decorum, their expressions tinged with embarrassment. Yet this young man remained nonchalant, which was the most infuriating aspect of all. When Lu Hong repeatedly brought this matter to his attention, he was utterly incredulous. It was not until he witnessed his troupe of actors encircling Su Ran, chanting 666 incessantly, that he felt his frustration reach a boiling point. The harmonious atmosphere of the production team had been thoroughly undermined by this individual. Ahem, let me clarify. I did not lead everyone to play games. They merely came to observe. I cannot bear this blame, Su Ran asserted with righteous indignation. It was only then that he realized how a large crowd had inexplicably gathered behind him, including Ma Tianyu, Chu Yuxuan, Chen Zihan, Zheng Yeqing, and others. This assemblage constituted nearly half of the crew, which genuinely startled him. Huang Junwen was rendered speechless by this remark, his chest heaving with agitation. From now on, gaming is strictly prohibited on set, he declared. All right, but what about today? Su Ran ventured with a hint of hope. No, absolutely not. Huang Junwen retorted. If that's the case, why are you so furious? Su Ran rubbed his ears, nearly deafened by the commotion. The remaining individuals, upon witnessing the scene, cast admiring glances towards Su Ran. What a formidable figure, daring to challenge the director's words. Yang Mi and Zhong Xintong, however, were relatively unperturbed. The former, due to her understanding of Su Ran's character, felt no surprise. Zhong Xintong and Chen Whiting had already witnessed Su Ran's prowess the previous day, so they too were unfazed. In contrast, others like Ri Ba were secretly astonished, their admiration growing within. How could my anger not swell? I truly regret bringing you on board. I must have been bewitched yesterday. Huang Junwen felt a surge of remorse towards this unruly individual. Life from now on would undoubtedly be turbulent. Having signed the contract, he thought to himself, one must not let emotion sway one's mindset. He gritted his teeth, wanting to voice something, but ultimately held back. There could be nothing more exceptional than this. I shall endure, just bear with it. He then disregarded Su Ran and turned his attention to the others. Noticing the director's gaze upon them, the group immediately straightened, adopting a serious demeanor. Avoid any further mischief with him. Behave yourselves. Huang Junwen scanned the room and stated solemnly. Let's not waste time. Everyone, go change into your costumes. As the director released them, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group. They murmured their agreement before swiftly departing. Yet, each person, whether intentionally or not, gravitated towards Su Ran. He engaged in casual conversation with them, appearing quite at ease. Watching the others chat and laugh as they left, Huang Junwen felt a pang of jealousy. Who, after all, is the true director here? Once they had changed, Su Ran emerged clad in the same sword-wielding costume he wore yesterday, recreating the very same scene. In an instant, a multitude of gazes was captivated, and waves of astonished gasps erupted around. Yang Mi, upon catching sight of Su Ran, was rendered incredulous, unable to blink. This fellow, after changing attire, appeared so remarkably handsome. Unexplainably, her heart stirred with a peculiar sensation. Reba stared intently at Su Ran, her silence betraying an undeniable awe glimmering in her eyes. The surrounding clamor faded into oblivion, as if the only figure in her vision was the striking silhouette of Su Ran. Huang Junwen managed to quell the commotion and organize the crowd for the commencement ceremony. Offerings were arranged, incense was burned, and a ceremonial pig was cut. This was an essential rite marking the official commencement of the Hong Kong film crew's work, embodying a hopeful omen for a smooth and successful filming process, aspiring for commendable outcomes. However, it is uncertain when this ritual began to permeate the mainland, gradually evolving into a customary procedure for nearly all crews to undertake. Once all formalities were concluded, filming officially commenced. The tale of the legend of the ancient sword primarily revolves around Han Yunshi, a youth from the Wuming Linggu, who bears the tragic burden of his clan's annihilation. Infused with malevolent energy and becoming akin to a human pillar, in his quest to resolve the turmoil of the blazing sword's malevolence within him, he encounters a band of companions, enduring countless hardships to unveil the conspiracy of the ultimate antagonist. Throughout this journey, the protagonist sacrifices himself to unseal the blazing sword. Without delving into further details, the thematic essence of this narrative radiates a significantly more positive energy. In the market, most stories are mere hodgepodge of romances among foxes and humans, birds and humans, and foxes and dragons. There are also celestial beings entirely engrossed in love affairs, with nary a thought for saving the world, and far too often, tales of world destruction and demands for sacrifices abound. A screen filled with celestial beings embroiled in intricate schemes and machinations. Although the legend of ancient swords also encompasses romantic elements, they are primarily centered around Yang Mi's portrayal of Feng Qingxue, who spins the entire narrative in search of her amnesiac childhood sweetheart. Such a storyline is rather commonplace. With that said, today's filming should not be overly complex. Is everyone clear? Huang Junwen addressed Su Ran and the others, outlining the essential content to be filmed. Then looked around at everyone. No objections? The group nodded in agreement. No issues? Then let us take our positions. Should anyone falter, I shall not be lenient. Huang Junwen waved his hand, dismissing the crowd, and settled into the director's chair. The first scene featured Su Ran, who stretched his body and prepared himself. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Ri Ba standing nearby, her hands gripping the hem of her clothing, her expression a mix of anxiety and trepidation. Realizing her predicament, Su Ran approached her and softly advised, "Breathe." Startled by his voice, Ri Ba flinched and looked up. "Ah, senior brother. Do not speak. Just listen to me. Take a deep breath." Though Ri Ba was uncertain of the purpose, she obediently inhaled deeply. In an instant, her cheeks puffed out adorably. She blinked her eyes, tilting her head, her gaze shimmering with confusion. What next? Finding her reaction amusing, Su Ran replied, "Exhale." Ri Ba followed his instruction, releasing the air. The gentle gust of breath even brushed against Su Ran, carrying a faint, pleasant scent of milk. "Continue to exhale." Su Ran, seizing the moment, urged, "Now, exhale. Breathe in. Breathe out." Yes, it's a continuous cycle. After several rounds of this breathing exercise, the tension and anxiety visibly dissipated from the other party's face. Just then, Huang Junwen's voice called out, "Hey, Su Ran, are you ready over there? You've only got 2 minutes left." At that moment, Su Ran glanced over and waved his hand dismissively before returning his gaze to Ri Ba. "How are you feeling? Is your condition improving?" "Ah, truly, I feel much better." "Senior brother," Ri Ba replied, elated as she sensed her current state. She then cast a glance toward the director and said, "Senior brother, let us move on. The director is urging us." "As long as you're sure you're ready, let's go," Su Ran said leisurely as he returned to his previous position. Liang Xingquan stood before the monitor, hands in pockets, watching Su Ran approach with a smile. "This ISNT like you usually don't give people time." Huang Junwen, seated in the director's chair, shot him an irritated look. "I simply couldn't be bothered to argue with this kid. I can't compete with him." Indeed, Liang Xingquan chuckled, not exposing his old friend's true intentions. Perhaps only Huang Junwen remained oblivious to the fact that his standards were gradually lowering in the presence of Su Ran. "All right, everyone in position, scene 1, first act, rolling." Huang Junwen announced loudly as Su Ran appeared on the monitor. Chapter 23, Handsome as I Am, Beware of Falling for Me. Typically, film crews do not follow a sequential order when shooting scenes. For instance, they may film the first episode today, the second tomorrow, and so forth, which proves to be inefficient and does not make optimal use of time. However, this does not imply that such practices are entirely absent. Some dramas that are aired while still in production, such as anthology series, often employ this method. More commonly, crews opt to complete all scenes in a specific location in one go before transitioning to another setting. The final product is then crafted through meticulous editing, merging all fragmented clips into a cohesive presentation for the audience. Consequently, it is not unusual to witness an actor immersed in a romantic scene one moment, only to pivot to a confrontation the next, which rigorously tests their emotional adaptability. Fortunately, the filming of The Legend of the Ancient Sword does not necessitate such extreme emotional transitions. Given Su Ran's current acting prowess, he adeptly navigates these everyday scenarios. Throughout the day, there was virtually no occurrence of NG, which refers to a scene that the director deems unsatisfactory, necessitating a reshoot. A significant factor contributing to the smooth progress of filming today was the director's deliberate selection of simpler segments. Thus, the shooting proceeded exceptionally well. As time flew by, dusk fell, marking the completion of the scene where Feng Qingxue encounters Ouyang Xiaogong, followed by their arrival at Tianyong City to pay homage to their master. The next sequence to be filmed involves Bailey Tusu leading Feng Qingxue and Ouyang Xiaogong, among others, in a disciple selection, only to be ambushed by a bird demon deliberately released by the second senior brother, Lingduan. The plot is already known to you all, so I shall not reiterate it. Once this segment is completed, we shall commence our meal. Whether we can dine sooner depends on the performance of the three of you. Huang Junwen called upon Su Ran, Yang Mi, and Xiao Jingyu, offering reminders and applying some pressure, particularly on you, Su Ran. He then turned to Su Ran and said, "You have a combat scene here that will be enhanced with special effects later. You will need to execute it yourself." The phrase execute it yourself was understood by Su Ran. In Cantonese, it means to manage it as you see fit. Rest assured, this minor issue is nothing to worry about. Su Ran, unfazed, merely imagined two bird demons hovering in the air, which he would vanquish. As a teacher and a performer, envisioning such scenarios was well within his capabilities. "All right, let us take our positions," Huang Juan said with confidence, waving his hand to direct the three back to their designated spots. As mealtime approached, and since the timing of this scene influenced the meal schedule, a crowd began to gather, their eyes glinting with anticipation. Third scene, second shot, first take, action. Huang Junwen proclaimed without hesitation, immediately urging the team beside him, "Props. Begin the wind effect." Upon hearing the command, Su Ran instantly adopted a serious demeanor, entering the filming state in a heartbeat. Soon, the trees around began to sway and stir. The ensemble of background actors in the central area erupted into chaos, their faces reflecting sheer terror. At this moment, the scene appeared somewhat exaggerated, but during post-production, ethereal green ghost effects would be added around the extras. Su Ran stood atop a small hill, feigning earnestness as he counted the diminutive spirits below. At this moment, Yang Mi and Xiao Jingyu hurriedly approached. Yang Mi's hands were even resting on Su Ran's as her eyes flickered with panic. Su Ran gestured for silence and continued counting his belongings. Observing Su Ran's serious demeanor, Yang Mi quickly nodded and obediently fell silent. After a brief pause of several seconds, Su Ran suddenly adopted a fierce expression, unsheathing his sword and surveying the surroundings. "Which fiend dares to harm others here?" he exclaimed. He then began to wield his sword with remarkable swiftness, striking the air with a series of swift slashes that produced a chorus of slicing sounds. Each movement was both elegant and powerful, exuding an aesthetic grace. His footwork resembled that of a gliding dragon, agile and rapid, captivating the onlookers. Witnessing Su Ran's display of swordplay, the crowd was momentarily at a loss for words. Typically, such scenes enhanced with post-production effects appear rather awkward in live performances, yet Su Ran's portrayal felt strikingly authentic, as if invisible bird demons were truly engaging him in battle. Was it merely an illusion? How could it seem that his techniques had become even more ferocious and accelerated? Huang Junwen, momentarily distracted, murmured to himself, "When I watched Su Ran fight yesterday, it wasn't this aesthetic of violence. Surely, he must have held back." Beside him, Zhang Haida suddenly recalled something, his expression transforming to one of disbelief. "Otherwise, it simply doesn't make sense. The force, speed, and techniques tonight send shivers down my spine." He was genuinely frightened. The disparity in Su Ran's power between tonight and yesterday was unmistakable. Holding back? Was it really necessary to be this exaggerated? Huang Juwen was taken aback by this statement. Yesterday's display was astonishing, yet it hardly represents Su Ran's true prowess. It is simply extraordinary. However, it appears that this is the sole explanation for the current situation, as they are unaware that Su Ran's physique has been enhanced by the system by tenfold. This young man is indeed terrifying. Huang Junwen and the others reached this conclusion unanimously. Reba could not discern any differences today compared to yesterday. Primarily, she had not witnessed yesterday's events. Hence, she was oblivious to any contrasts. All she knew was that Su Ran moved with an ethereal grace, wielding his long sword in a manner that was undeniably impressive, fulfilling all her fantasies of a chivalrous hero. With a serious demeanor, Reba's gaze was intently fixed on that tall and gallant figure. At that moment, Su Ran halted. his eyes fixed on a certain direction. Observing this signal, Qiao Zhangyu snapped back from his earlier shock, shouting urgently, "Senior brother, be cautious." He rushed forward to push Su Ran aside. Meanwhile, Qiao Zhangyu appeared visibly frightened, his arms outstretched, suspended mid-air by a wire. At this juncture, Yang Mi, portraying Qing Xue, approached. Dressed in a flowing blue chiffon gown, her slender waist cinched with a white ribbon, she appeared enchanting, with her prominent features captivating. With a solemn expression, she formed a gesture to cast a spell. Su Ran, puzzled, inquired, "You can perform magic?" "It's a spirit butterfly. Simply follow it, and you shall find your way." Yang Mi replied sweetly, pointing towards the sky. With that, the performance concluded. Huang Junwen expressed his satisfaction with a shout, rising to announce, "Dinner is served. Everyone, please eat and take a break." At that moment, he felt quite elated. Just now, Su Ran's sword dance was imbued with tremendous impact, and he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Indeed, he had chosen the right person. Upon hearing the director announce the conclusion, cheers erupted in the venue, signaling a well-deserved break for a meal. "Let us go. It's over. Time to eat," Su Ran said, stretching lazily before moving forward. "Hey, wait for me. Why are you walking so fast?" Yang Mi hurriedly caught up, walking alongside Su Ran, her hands clasped behind her back, her figure swaying lightly. Nonchalantly, she remarked, "You were quite impressive just now. I didn't expect that. With looks like mine, be careful not to fall for me." "Oh, you shameless flirt." Yang Mi clenched her fists, making a face of disdain and sticking out her tongue at Su Ran. Suddenly, a delicate pair of hands holding a lunchbox appeared before them. "Senior, here is your meal." A soft and sweet voice chimed, its playful tone delightful. Chapter 24. The Heart of a Woman, Yang Mi and Reba's Subtle Thoughts. Su Ran followed the graceful hand and saw Reba, her cheeks slightly flushed, displaying an air of shyness. Her sparkling eyes hinted at anticipation, as her hands delicately cradled the lunchbox, exuding a sense of modesty and restraint. "Thank you, Reba, that is very kind of you," Su Ran responded, accepting the meal without hesitation. As Reba watched him take the lunchbox, a warm sensation filled her heart, akin to savoring honey, leaving her utterly content. "Wait a minute, Reba. Why did you give him a lunchbox and not prepare one for me?" Yang Mi observed the scene before her, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Yet she feigned a playful tone as she remarked, "After all this time I've spent teaching you, you Haven Tea even offered to help me once. It seems my kindness has gone unreciprocated." For reasons she couldn't quite fathom, a sense of irritation washed over her. The sight of Reba bringing a lunchbox to Su Ran unsettled her. I'll go get it right now," Reba exclaimed, abruptly recalling something, her demeanor transforming into that of a startled little rabbit as she bounded off towards the stage manager. "It's just a lunchbox, if you're hungry. Go ahead and eat it first," Su Ran offered, relinquishing the lunchbox. He wasn't particularly famished, after all. "That was given to you. You should keep it for yourself," he added. Yang Mi, inexplicably vexed, huffed softly and continued on her way. Su Ran, puzzled, observed her retreating figure, wondering why her demeanor had shifted so suddenly. "Girls are truly strange creatures," he mused, shaking his head as he settled into the break area, spreading his legs apart without concern for appearances, and began to eat heartily. The lunchbox contained 3 meat dishes and 1 vegetable, and it was quite palatable. Before long, Reba returned, cradling 2 lunchboxes, blissfully unaware of Yang Mi's unusual behavior. "Hello, Sister Mi," she chirped sweetly, handing over one of the lunchboxes before taking a seat beside Su Ran. In contrast to Su Ran's casual demeanor, Reba sat with her legs neatly together, exuding grace and poise as she delicately picked at her rice, savoring each bite. Yang Mi took a few pieces of meat and naturally placed them onto Su Ran's lunchbox. "I won't be eating this. It's for you." "Oh, I love this dish. I'll take a little bit," he replied. As she fixated on her meal, Su Ran paid no mind to the actions unfolding around her. Reba, glancing over, observed Yang Mi rummaging through Su Ran's lunchbox, pilfering a few morsels. A shadow of melancholy briefly crossed her eyes, her grip on the chopsticks tightening as she bit her lip. "Hey, why aren't you eating? If there is something you dislike, feel free to pass it to me." "I'm not picky," Su Ran remarked, engrossed in her meal. It was then that she noticed Reba had paused her movements, prompting a flicker of curiosity within her. Perhaps Reba had something she refused to eat. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, the clouds of doubt lifted from Reba's heart, her eyes sparkling with delight as a smile graced her lips. Nodding enthusiastically, she responded, "Yes, of course, senior brother." Without hesitation, She began to transfer several items from her own lunchbox to Su Ran's. With each exchange, her eyes glimmered with joy, her head swaying gently as she indulged in her meal. Su Ran couldn't help but ponder the peculiarities of girls, why they were so selective about their food, yet appeared so jubilant in the process of choosing. Observing Reba's cheerful demeanor, he shook his head in bemusement. Was it truly necessary to be so elated over merely discarding unwanted food? However, just as he voiced his thoughts, he felt a light pressure on his left foot. Youngmi, what was that for? Su Ran turned to confront the culprit. Youngmi. I didn't mean to, I accidentally stepped on it, Youngmi replied airily, not bothering to meet his gaze, leaving Su Ran momentarily speechless. Well, as long as you're happy, he muttered, contemplating the idea of retaliating. To let Youngmi understand why flowers bloom so beautifully. Yet, he refrained, knowing one retaliatory step might be too much for her to bear. Thus, he returned his focus to his meal. Wow, your lunchbox is so lavish, it hardly seems fair. Suddenly, Chen Whiting's startled voice resonated. Following that, both Chen Whiting and Zhong Xintong approached, cradling their lunchboxes, and took a seat. Yours looks quite appetizing. Why not let me have a taste? Chen Whiting eagerly reached for his chopsticks. However, at that moment, a firm rebuttal arose. No, absolutely not. Two slender, delicate hands appeared from either side, shielding the lunchbox. Chen Whiting was momentarily taken aback by this scene. Su Ran, too, was somewhat stunned, gazing at the two girls on either side. Sensing the unusual attention, Youngmi and Reba quickly withdrew their hands, bowing their heads in embarrassment. Just stick to your own portion, don't be greedy. Su Ran remarked to the still stunned Chen Whiting. This meal was not meant for sharing. If it were, he could almost foresee an eruption of discontent. He certainly didn't dare to risk it. Ahem, I was merely joking, just joking. Chen Whiting awkwardly cleared his throat and then focused on his meal. That had been quite frightening. For a moment, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the five of them. Each person bowed their head in silence, engrossed in their food. Su Ran, having swiftly finished her meal, prepared to leave this contentious spot. Just then, Gan Limei approached. Upon seeing everyone dining, she instinctively touched her flat stomach, her face brimming with grievance. You all started eating without calling me. I'm so unfortunate. All right, I'll get you something to eat shortly. How did your inquiries go? Su Ran promptly interrupted her lament, steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. He instructed Gan Limei to first explore the vicinity of Hengdian, to ascertain which film crews were seeking supporting roles, thereby fulfilling the system's task. Moreover, he insisted that the roles should not demand excessive screen time, as the primary focus remained on the local filming, lest they become overwhelmed. He exhibited a complete disregard for the fragility of human emotions. Gan Limei curled her lip but refrained from further complaints, instead gesturing towards a quieter location, suggesting they move elsewhere for discussion. It's nothing. It's not a secret. Speak freely. All right. Gan Limei met the puzzled gazes of Youngmi and the others, smiled briefly, and then stated earnestly, you asked me to inquire about nearby film crews looking for talent, so I compiled a list. She continued to list a series of titles: The Disappearing Bullet of Yin Shuangying, The Temptation of Returning Home, My Father is My Grandfather, The Marvelous Five Heroes, The Story After the Rain. As she spoke, Su Ran's expression grew increasingly peculiar. What on earth were these titles? The Disappearing Bullet of Yin Shuangying? The Temptation of Returning Home? These were merely the beginning. My Father is My Grandfather, The Marvelous Five Heroes, The Story After the Rain. What could one possibly expect from such names? Although he was not particularly selective about films, he surely would not stoop to such desperate measures as to accept roles in these productions. Did they intend to disregard their reputation entirely? Gan Limei continued to rattle off an array of titles, causing everyone, including Su Ran, to furrow their brows in dismay. Fortunately, towards the end, she finally mentioned some more credible options. There's also The Long Battle of Sand, The Embroidered Spring Knife, My Military Life, and If I Were a Dog. Upon hearing these more respectable titles, Su Ran let out a long sigh of relief. Xiao Chun Dao is quite good. This one certainly stands out. He then pondered for a moment and remarked, Zhan Changsha is also commendable, and My Military Life is noteworthy as well. The first two titles are familiar and recognized as quality works. Being able to make a cameo in any of them poses no risk. Rather, it could yield benefits. Although I am not acquainted with Military Life, at least the title is quite conventional, making it worth exploring. For these three films, please assist me in reaching out. I shall find time tomorrow to see if there are suitable roles for a cameo. What? Gan Limei and Yang Mi looked at him wide-eyed, their expressions filled with astonishment. You want to make a cameo? I thought you were seeking roles for others. You are still filming here. Gan Limei was utterly flabbergasted, as if she had heard an absurd tale. She was unaware of Su Ran's true intentions, merely responding to whatever was suggested. She was taken aback to learn that Su Ran intended to contact the production team himself and seek a cameo role. Please, the filming is ongoing. And you are still the male lead. Are you serious? Chapter 25. The first cameo, a disruption of dimensions. Who suggested I was helping someone else find roles? I want this for myself. Su Ran could hardly believe that they had misconstrued his intentions, thinking he was probing for others. However, before Gan Limei could voice her concerns, Yang Mi interjected, Have you lost your mind? Su Ran? You actually want to disrupt the filming. Her tone was urgent. This could easily provoke discontent from Director Huang and Director Liang. You are the male lead, after all. Disruption refers to an individual simultaneously engaging in two or more productions, constantly moving between different sets. Such behavior is typically exhibited by artists who frequently engage in short-term contracts. After all, those with limited resources cannot simultaneously acquire multiple film and television projects. Furthermore, this is not a commendable practice, as human energy is inherently finite. To traverse between numerous production sets alone is exhausting, not to mention maintaining focus on acting. More critically, bearing the weight of multiple roles can lead to confusion, adversely affecting the quality of the filming. This is precisely why Yang Mi and others displayed shock upon hearing that Su Ran intended to juggle multiple projects. This matter requires careful consideration. Chen Weiting's sigh resonated in the air. Noticing the attention of the group, he earnestly stated, Su Ran, you may be unaware, but I understand there are two taboos in the Hong Kong entertainment industry. He spoke each word with gravity. First, to entangle with the second wife. Second, to juggle roles. What you are doing now poses a serious issue. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched slightly. While the concept of juggling roles was understandable, the notion of entangling with the second wife was perplexing. Do you think this is akin to filming a gangster movie? Although I am unfamiliar with the taboos of Hong Kong, it is clear that juggling roles is ill-advised. Yang Mi felt a tinge of embarrassment, but quickly emphasized the gravity of the situation. Yes, Su Ran, you should focus on filming here without engaging in such antics. It worries me. Gan Limei's eyes glimmered with concern, hoping to persuade him. Having already been bombarded with calls for several hours due to Su Ran's unauthorized involvement in Gu Jian Qitan, she feared what might happen if he secretly accepted another role. She could already envision the terrifying wrath of Zheng Jia. Noticing everyone's tension, Su Ran waved his hand and said, Do not worry, this is not a significant role. I am merely making a brief cameo as a supporting character. Moreover, I have received the Director Huang's approval. Director Huang approved? The crowd was bewildered, questioning if they had misheard. How could the director possibly consent to his leading male actor gallivanting outside? Rest assured, I did seek permission, he reassured them. His statement held truth, as he had indeed mentioned beforehand that should any matter arise, he would need to take a leave. Huang Junwen had readily agreed. A brief outing for a cameo could be deemed a legitimate reason, right? No issues there, none at all. In an instant, Yang Mi and the others swallowed their words. If Huang Junwen had approved, it seemed there truly was no problem. Is everyone all right with this? If so, let us continue our meal, Su Ran remarked, observing the silence among them as he pressed his palms downward. Limei, remember to coordinate with the crew. Make sure to visit them tomorrow, he added. Then turned to the others. I have no scenes tomorrow afternoon, so if anything arises, just give me a call. It has been settled pleasantly. Yang Mi and the others exchanged glances, suddenly feeling as though they had been forcibly dragged into a den of thieves. Regardless of their agreement, the meal was nearly over, and work was about to commence. At that moment, the director's voice urged them to hurry, leaving no time for further contemplation as they hastened to finish their meal. Then they resumed their positions, and the filming continued. The following day, the crew commenced work at 7 o'clock. The entire morning was dedicated to Su Ran scenes, a period marked by considerable busyness. There were a few instances of retakes, yet they managed to cope with the challenges. By midday, his scenes for the day had been completed. Descending from the set, he cast a glance back at Huang Junwen, who was busy organizing the next segment of filming, before making his way to the resting area. There, Chen Weiting was seated, taking a break while engrossed in his phone. Hey, I'm heading out. If the director inquires, just inform him that I took a brief leave, Su Ran stated. Chen Weiting wished to say more, but Su Ran merely patted his shoulder before departing with Gan Limei. Observing Su Ran's leisurely retreat, he then glanced at Huang Junwen, who was diligently directing the scene. A look of melancholy suddenly crossing his face. Seriously? He just left without a word about taking leave. Must it be this way? A sense of unease washed over him. Meanwhile, Su Ran exited the Ancient Sword Legend crew and hurried towards the next filming location. I am certainly going to be scolded to death by Sister Zun. This is a disaster. Su Ran, perhaps you should reconsider. At your level, why take on supporting roles? My life is just as valuable, sob sob sob. Are you even listening to me, Su Ran? Do you hear me? Ouch, that hurts. As Su Ran endured the incessant chatter at his ear, he finally reached his breaking point and flicked the other's forehead. If you keep babbling like that, I'll go alone. Can you not be so noisy? How could someone be so loquacious, creating a clamor that rivals the cacophony of dozens of birds? Is this truly his desire? The system task requires him to complete 5 supporting roles in films and dramas. If he were to wait until the completion of The Legend of the Ancient Sword before seeking out these 5 productions, that would be an interminable delay. He simply cannot afford to wait that long. Oh, how he yearns for tranquility. Gan Li Mei cradled her head, feeling utterly wronged, and hastily nodded. You mustn't go alone. She was determined to accompany Su Ran. Otherwise, who could predict whether he might suddenly have another whimsical idea and decide to take on additional roles? In that eventuality, she would undoubtedly find herself dismissed from the company for having stepped in ahead of others. She was still young and did not wish to face unemployment, especially in such a challenging job market. After receiving a warning, Gan Li Mei refrained from speaking throughout their journey. Finally, Su Ran sensed a serene atmosphere enveloping them. Their first destination was the set of Military Life, as it was relatively nearby. Upon his arrival at the set, a palpable stir erupted among the crew. The director, upon catching sight of Su Ran, widened his eyes in disbelief, his mouth agape, rubbing his eyes frantically as if he had encountered a ghost. His emotions took time to settle, and he turned to his equally astonished assistant, whispering, "Did the financiers increase the budget?" The assistant, in a daze, replied, "There hasn't been any news. Is the leading lady his lover?" The director coughed awkwardly. "Oh, it seems so. But why would this esteemed figure choose to seek a role with us?" He scratched his thinning hair, utterly perplexed. He is acutely aware of the production he is currently directing. It is unequivocally a low-budget anti-Japanese drama. The leading lady is a product of financial backing, and the other actors are of questionable caliber. Even he himself is merely a small-time director, having emerged from the realm of low-budget action films. Su Ran, as a popular celebrity, making a cameo in this production feels akin to using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. It is utterly unbelievable. Is it feasible or not? Can someone provide a definitive answer? Su Ran, feeling a bit impatient, urged the 2 individuals who were whispering behind him. He was busy and had no time to linger. Sure, absolutely, you are more than welcome to join. Upon hearing this, the director quickly turned around, bending over and responding eagerly. The presence of such a popular figure would serve as significant promotion for his film. Now we're talking, let's expedite this. Not an issue, not an issue. You call the shots. The director, anxious that Su Ran might change his mind, hastily urged the crew to get moving. Once the wardrobe change was complete, filming commenced swiftly. Su Ran portrayed an officer with an impeccable background, possessing a peculiar ability to throw meat buns that explode. Do not question the rationale behind such a unique ability. It is a farcical drama, and he could not afford to ponder too deeply. It was certainly preferable to playing a lecherous character in a mundane life. As Su Ran filmed, nearly everyone on set gathered around, their eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. How could such a prominent artist find himself in this production? The actors sharing the screen with Su Ran were equally flabbergasted, exclaiming in disbelief, feeling as though they were graced by a momentous occasion. The director, observing Su Ran earnestly engaged in his performance from the monitor, clicked his tongue repeatedly in amazement. Then, addressing those around him, he remarked, "Look, look. A star is indeed a star. Their image and acting skills are leagues apart from our group of actors." The onlookers nodded in agreement, exclaiming their concurrence. "Indeed, indeed," they echoed. The director was no ordinary individual. He already had a foundation of collaboration with celebrities. Exactly. In the future, he may even win awards. Certainly. As the director absorbed the flattery surrounding him, his heart bloomed with pride. Yang Wei pondered that he might not be inferior to the likes of Zhang Yimou or Chen Kaiga. Chapter 26. First encounter with home with kids Yang Zi and He Jianhua. Filming at lightning speed. Teacher Su Ran, take care, do visit often. Yang Wei respectfully escorted Su Ran to the door, his posture bent in a servile manner, exuding an air of excessive flattery. A throng of individuals accompanied him, all wearing smiles and trailing behind. Su Ran offered a perfunctory wave, eager to depart from the production team. Overall, this experience was quite satisfactory. The time spent was minimal. They completed the cameo role in just 3 hours. The attitudes of both the director and every staff member were exceedingly warm. The only troublesome aspect was the leading lady, who sported an internet celebrity visage, persistently seeking opportunities to draw closer. She would nudge this way and squeeze that way, her innuendos suggesting that her home's plumbing was in disarray and required his immediate attention. Alarmed, Su Ran hastily distanced himself from such a predatory figure. The next production was Battle of the Long Sand, which was relatively nearby. After they had walked a considerable distance, Gon Lime remarked, resignedly conceding to her fate. Su Ran had firmly resolved his course of action, and nothing could alter it. Since resistance was futile, he chose to embrace acceptance. Well, Battlefield Sand. Let us be more reliable. Su Ran was somewhat acquainted with this production. It was a war film, boasting an impressive cast. The leading roles were played by Yang Zi and He Jianhua, accompanied by a host of formidable supporting actors. At the very least, it would spare them from the ludicrous scenes of tearing apart enemies that had just transpired. Without delay, the two made their way to the Battlefield Sand crew. Upon their sudden arrival at the site, the director, Zhang Kaizhou, was taken aback, prompting him to immediately instruct his subordinates to call the producer to inquire whether he had summoned them from somewhere. However, he soon received confirmation that there was no such occurrence. Are you truly here for an audition for a supporting role? Zhang Kaizhou hesitated for a moment, probing. Are you perhaps here for a visit, and there are hidden cameras nearby filming a variety show? As he spoke, he glanced around, searching for anyone who might be concealed in the vicinity. Yet, he found nothing. After all, there was no variety show crew to begin with. It's not that. Just find me a few lines for a supporting role, and I'll give it a try. Su Ran understood the incredulity reflected in the other's expression. If it weren't for his system, he too would struggle to comprehend his own actions. However, there was no choice. To fulfill the mission, no matter how absurd the situation, he had to proceed. At that moment, Yang Zi and He Jianhua also arrived, exclaiming, "Hey, I just heard that a new face has appeared in our crew. Turns out it's you, Teacher Su Ran." Yang Zi was somewhat surprised upon seeing Su Ran. Being in the same industry, they were naturally aware of each other's circumstances. Su Ran, though not very familiar with the two, playfully remarked, "Teacher Yang Zi, Teacher He Jianhua, I've been watching your performances since childhood." No, please stop right there. I refuse to listen. Yang Zi's countenance changed dramatically as she covered her ears and shook her head vigorously, adopting a comical expression. Having debuted as a child star, her greatest fear was hearing her peers mention that they grew up watching her work. She was still young, after all. Such remarks made her feel akin to the older generation of artists. Indeed, I shall not listen either. He Jianhua, well aware of Yang Zi's exuberant personality, chuckled in agreement. Their antics elicited laughter from those around them. All right, I want to say another word, haha. Su Ran smiled, joining in the jest. Zhang Kai, observing the entire exchange, felt somewhat surprised. With just that single remark, he managed to enliven the atmosphere. Quite remarkable, this man. Oh, by the way, what brings you here so suddenly? After their exaggerated performance, Yang Zi settled down, her expression turning serious as she inquired. Isn't your production team looking for recruits? I came to take a look. Su Ran reiterated his earlier statement, having repeated it countless times today. As he had anticipated, the reaction that followed was one of astonishment and disbelief. What? Yang Zi and He Jianhua appeared taken aback, questioning their own hearing. Surely I must have misheard. Our production team is currently only seeking minor supporting roles. The main creative team and key supporting characters had already been finalized, and there was no further need for additional cast members. I'm just here to audition for a minor supporting role, Su Ran stated wearily. If you don't believe me, you can ask Director Zhang. He no longer wished to elaborate. Nearly everyone around him was startled. Yang Zi and He Jianhua promptly turned their gaze towards Zhang Kaizhou. The latter quickly nodded in affirmation. He is not mistaken. I had indeed pondered whether you two were merely here for a visit or for some other reason. However, it appears that is not the case. He could discern that Yang Zi, He Jianhua, and Su Ran were not particularly familiar with one another. It was improbable that they were here merely to observe. Eliminating all conceivable scenarios, there remained but one answer. The individual genuinely sought to play a supporting role. What could possibly motivate an idol star to lower their status for the purpose of acting? It was akin to a community initiative aimed at spreading goodwill. What were they thinking, accepting a minor role? Yang Zi scrutinized Su Ran intently, hoping to glean some insight from her expression. Yet, nothing was revealed. It was comparable to a prestigious university graduate pursuing a career in excavator operation. Who would believe such a tale? I love acting, Director Zhang. Please, consider me for any opportunity that arises. Su Ran casually fabricated a reason, her tone sincere. Honestly, just find me any role. I am not picky. Zhang Kaizhou scratched his head, ultimately conceding. All right then, I will find a more suitable part for you to try. A delightful opportunity had presented itself. Why not seize it? Very well, let us not delay, he added, as he had another engagement to attend, aiming for efficiency. 5 minutes later, Su Ran had selected her role, changed into her costume, and commenced her portrayal of the second supporting character. This time, she played an officer, but the premise was far more reasonable. The protagonist shares a deep bond with his comrade, both of whom enlisted together, engaging in meaningful interactions throughout their journey. Ultimately, in a grand battle, they meet a noble sacrifice, rendering a scene that is both heroic and heart-wrenching, stirring profound emotions. Originally, this character did not exist in the script. However, Zhang Kaizhou specifically requested the inclusion of this role, granting him a significant amount of dialogue. After all, the individual holds considerable stature in the industry. Although he claimed indifference towards his screen time, he understood the importance of maintaining goodwill. Following an uninterrupted 2-hour shoot, the scene concluded with a decisive click from Zhang Kaizhou, marking the end of Su Ran's involvement. Without engaging in lengthy farewells, he merely uttered a casual invitation for tea before hastily departing. Time was of the essence for Su Ran. Zhang Kaizhou and the others exchanged glances, observing Su Ran's hurried retreat, momentarily at a loss for words. The events unfolded rapidly. Almost dreamlike, it was challenging to accept the reality, were it not for the tangible footage captured on camera. One remarked, "Do you think Su Ran's swift exit implies he is off to another production for a supporting role?" Yang Zi mused, only to immediately dismiss the thought with a shake of her head, deeming it implausible. Yet, the notion of seeking a minor role in our production already seemed rather unusual. Zhang Kaizhou's sudden interjection plunged the group into silence, as an absurd idea simultaneously surfaced in their minds. Perhaps it was indeed possible. Meanwhile, Su Ran was headed towards another production. Precisely as they had speculated, arriving at the next set for The Embroidery Knife, where he encountered the same shock and bewilderment from the director and fellow actors. Offering a similar explanation as before, after much effort, Su Ran finally obtained the list of supporting characters from the director. However, in the column of potential roles, he discovered a name that stirred his heart, Ding Xiao, whose courtesy name was Jia Qianzhu Shi. In Chapter 27, Lu Cixi, a fan of Su Ran, exclaimed, "Everyone, come quickly. Su Ran has come to audition for our production." Is that true? Haven't the creators already made their decisions? Did someone slip him in? Isn't he a television personality? What is he doing in the film industry? This is getting interesting. I must grab a front row seat to witness this. Unbeknownst to whom it originated from, news of Su Ran's audition for the Xiao Chun Dao crew spread like wildfire. Many individuals on set abandoned their tasks, resembling untamed horses, rushing towards the scene. In the actor's lounge, Lu Cixi, clad in a gray, lightweight short-sleeve shirt paired with form-fitting aquamarine jeans, reclined on a lounge chair. Her beautiful legs perfectly outlined. Dressed casually, she embodied the essence of a neighborly girl. Suddenly, she was startled by the commotion around her. Pushing her sunglasses up to her smooth forehead, she revealed a pair of clear and perplexed eyes. What is happening? Why has it suddenly become so noisy? Is the director about to start filming? I've been here for so many days. My body is practically rusting. Beside her, a small assistant, observing the bustling crowd, spoke uncertainly. It seems someone is here for an audition. From their discussions, it sounds like it's Su Ran. Su Ran. Upon hearing this name, Lu Cixi abruptly sat up from her lounge chair, her fair complexion illuminating with excitement. Is it Su Ran from Jiaxing Media? The one who recently trended on Weibo for her appearance on Wuha? The one who sings Sunny Day? It seems to be her. Assistant, hearing the excitement in Lu Cixi's voice, wonders why she is so animated about Su Ran, a name that appears to hold no particular significance for them. Without delay, Lu Cixi exclaims, "What are we waiting for? Let us go take a look." With a swift motion, she rises from her lounge chair and eagerly makes her way towards the crowd. "Why are you still dawdling? Come on," she urges her assistant, glancing back to hasten her along. Oh, right. The assistant replies, promptly following suit. Lu Cece swings her small hands joyfully at her sides, her face beaming with excitement. Having arrived on set early without any filming to occupy her time, she is utterly bored. Now that her idol is here, she feels compelled to seize the opportunity to meet her. Indeed, she is a devoted fan of Su Ran, having always cherished the songs she writes. Whether falling asleep or taking a shower, Su Ran's melodies accompany her daily routine. Sunny Day has always been her favorite. Unfortunately, Su Ran has not released any new music in the past 2 years. Now, with a chance to encounter her in person, Lu Cece is determined to express her enthusiasm on the spot. Before long, Lu Cece and her assistant arrive at the scene of the commotion. Upon recognizing Lu Cece, the nearby crowd quickly parts to create a pathway for her. With a grateful smile, she whispers her thanks and slips into a spot near the front. Cece, what brings you here to join the excitement? A voice calls out, and Lu Cece turns to find it is Zhu Dan. Zhu Dan, are you here too? She greeted everyone with a smile and soon noticed that many actors from the crew had arrived on set, including Zhang Jing and Wang Qinyuan. Lu Cece exchanged casual pleasantries with them before turning her gaze to the center of the scene. At that moment, Su Ran stood there clad in a rogue's attire, effortlessly shouldering a nearly 1-meter-long Miao knife. He exuded a carefree demeanor, his aura radiating a hint of wildness and rebellion. This image instantly captivated Lu Cece. He was rather handsome, indeed. No wonder he was her idol. Su Ran, how about switching roles? Ding Xiu seems a bit challenging, director Lu Yang suggested once more. He wholeheartedly approved of Su Ran's cameo as a supporting character. After all, he was merely required to play a minor role, which would not compromise the film's quality. Moreover, given Su Ran's popularity, he could undoubtedly draw a multitude of fans to the cinema, boosting box office revenue. However, his current concern revolved around whether Su Ran could embody the character of Ding Xiu, who was depicted as a formidable fighter with exceptional martial arts skills. Indeed, Su Ran's present appearance was striking. With his good looks and the persona of a carefree rogue, even women might find him appealing. Yet, mere aesthetics were insufficient. One must also possess the ability to fight. Was it conceivable for an idol to be a capable fighter? Perhaps basketball would suffice. No need for that. I believe it will be fine. Let's expedite this, Director Lu. We're pressed for time. Su Ran acknowledged the other's concerns, but felt no desire to elaborate further. He simply wished to conclude swiftly and return home. The hour was late, and lingering outside for too long felt inappropriate. All right then, let us commence. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yang ceased his words, raised his hand, and let it fall heavily. He then turned to his companions and remarked, "There's no point in trying to persuade him anymore. We should quickly find someone with a physique similar to Su Ran's to act as a substitute." And then, suddenly, an earth-shattering roar erupted from the scene. "Director, you look!" exclaimed a nearby individual, their voice trembling with astonishment, their eyes wide and shaking as they pointed ahead. Could it be? An astonishing thought surged through Lu Yang's mind as he turned his gaze forward. There, he beheld Su Ran wielding a long Miao sword, exuding an aura of sheer brilliance. It was as if a genuine swordsman had descended upon them. A cacophony of slicing sounds echoed as he moved with agility and grace. His strikes so rapid that they left mere afterimages in their wake. My goodness, am I dreaming? Lu Yang rubbed his eyes, only to find that the figure continued to wield the sword with clarity. This was no illusion, it was real. Had I lost my sanity? Or had the world gone mad? To think that an idol could also master the art of swordplay, aren't they only supposed to sing and dance? Such remarkable swordsmanship. This person is exceptional. It was utterly astonishing, a revelation that left many in disbelief. Some in the crowd, overwhelmed by the spectacle, could not suppress their admiration, exclaiming how impressive it was. The atmosphere swelled with excitement, and perhaps fueled by the fervor of the moment, Director Lu Yang raised his trembling hand. "Action, Director. Send a few people up to spar and assess the outcome." With the utterance of that command, 5 brawny martial artists brandishing knives charged forward. Su Ran, drawn by the commotion, raised the corner of his mouth in a slight smirk. It was the perfect opportunity to test the effects of his enhanced physique. A boost of 10. He was aware of the increase in strength and stamina, yet remained oblivious to the extent of this enhancement. Thus, he boldly advanced towards the 5 muscular adversaries, swiftly swinging his blade at one of them. With a resounding crack, the weapon in the opponent's grasp shattered instantly. In the wake of the man's horrified expression, Su Ran nimbly shifted his footing, seizing the element of surprise to strike at another foe. Crack, crack, crack. Within mere seconds, the knives of the martial artists lay in ruins, leaving behind 5 figures frozen in shock and fear. My goodness! The onlookers erupted in astonishment at the sheer decisiveness of the scene, a wave of excitement sweeping through the crowd. This is simply extraordinary. Zhu Danjia, with your erudition, please articulate this moment for us. It is truly magnificent. Suddenly, a voice rang out with a suggestion. Zhu Dan, the host known for her intellectual prowess, was met with unanimous agreement, and soon a chorus of voices echoed. Indeed, we are warriors, not skilled in rhetoric. Yes, yes. Please describe it. We are but simple folk. Faced with the enthusiastic request from the crowd, Zhu Dan smiled and nodded. Then, under the multitude of eager gazes, she turned her attention to the poised Su Ran and began to speak, with boundless valor, amidst the glint of blades. A spark of inspiration ignited within her, and she felt the weight of her words resonate. Following this, Zhu Dan fell silent, lost in contemplation. Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, she slightly parted her lips. This young man, truly remarkable. Huh. As these words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, with many faces displaying a look of bewilderment. After such a long build-up, was this all? Chapter 28. Was this a challenge or an audition? Lu Yong, witnessing the 5 martial artists he had sent being swiftly defeated, was filled with excitement, rising to his feet, fists clenched, breath quickening. Quickly, send more up to assess the situation. It was apparent that these 5 were utterly insufficient for Su Ran's prowess. He yearned to uncover the true extent of the opponent's strength. Thus, several robust and burly martial artists charged forward. However, within less than a minute, 15 bodies lay sprawled on the ground, each drenched in sweat and bearing expressions of despair. Send up another 20, hurry. Lu Yang's eyes sparkled, as if he had finally encountered sustenance after days of hunger. Such a prodigy. His performance was stunning and fierce. Soon, another 20 equally formidable martial artists rushed forth, mirroring their predecessors. Given that their production, The Knives of Spring, was an action martial arts film, there was an abundance of stunt actors. Yet, they too could not endure for long, and soon, 20 more bodies were added to the ground. At this moment, Lu Yang's emotions spiraled into a frenzy, continuously urging others to join the fray. Keep sending them in. Do not cease. We require more. A steady stream of challengers surged forth, yet the outcome remained unchanged. 5 minutes later, cough, send in more. At this juncture, Director Lu Yang's voice had grown hoarse, still insisting on dispatching more participants. Nevertheless, this time, his words elicited no response. As I turned back, I wondered what had happened, where the people had gone. The assistant director's face was etched with terror as he trembled. Pointing towards Su Ran with a voice laden with fear, the martial arts director, is lying over there. And all the stunt performers in the crew are sprawled out as well. What? Upon hearing this revelation, Lu Yang fixed his gaze in Su Ran's direction. Unbeknownst to him, a multitude of individuals lay scattered around the tall, handsome figure. A chill crept over Lu Yang as he witnessed the scene. It was utterly horrifying. He had been calling for people just moments ago, completely oblivious to the unsettling reality. No wonder the surroundings were enveloped in silence. This spectacle was enough to render one speechless. Lu Cici's heart fluttered slightly, her eyes reflecting the image of the man in the center of it all, as if she wished to imprint the moment, leaving an indelible mark. An indescribable sensation began to rise within her. After a long pause, a soft voice broke the stillness. Is this really for an audition for a supporting role? The director isn't considering replacing me, is he? The speaker was Zhang Jiang, the male lead of the Phantom Blade. His countenance bore a profound melancholy, and the astonishment in his eyes seemed impossible to dissipate. The crowd turned to him with expressions of mixed emotions. Had this been a moment ago, they would have surely thought Zhang Jiang was jesting. But now, the situation was far less certain. After all, Su Ran was the formidable figure who had taken down an entire crew of stunt performers. Having him play the leading man was entirely plausible. In fact, many felt that Su Ran fought with greater ferocity and flair, making him far more suitable than Zhang Jiang. It is also possible that the director finds me unsuitable and wishes to replace me, for I hold the lowest standing. Both Zhang Jiang and Qian Yuan are esteemed leading actors. Li Xuedong revealed a hint of bitterness as he spoke. His character in the film is Genie Chuan, who shares a brotherly bond with Shun Lian and Lu Jianxing. The narrative unfolds primarily through the interactions of these 3 characters, granting them substantial screen time. Many listeners nodded in understanding upon hearing this, acknowledging the rationale behind such a change. Director Liu, surely no one else can step into this role? Su Ran glanced at the individual sprawled on the ground, then turned to the astonished Lu Yang. The enhancement from the physique boost was indeed formidable, facing dozens of opponents. His stamina had been nearly fully expended, demonstrating remarkable prowess. No problem, absolutely no problem. Lu Yang, regaining his composure, nodded repeatedly and suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, "Do you want to take the lead role? Just say the word, and I shall arrange for you to be the star." With filming yet to commence, he believed that replacing Su Ran would undoubtedly yield a more impactful result. This proclamation instantly stirred the crowd into a frenzy. While Li Xuedong wore an expression bordering on tears, the onlookers cast sympathetic glances, realizing the truth of the matter. The director was indeed tempted to change the lead. Upon hearing this, Su Ran's mouth twitched slightly in disbelief as he replied, "There's no need for that. Let us stick with this arrangement. I simply don't have the time." He was merely there to fulfill a task and held no interest in the leading role, especially since he was still engaged in the filming of The Legend of the Ancient Sword. His intention was to make cameo appearances in supporting roles and even as an extra, provided that the filming of The Legend of the Ancient Sword remained unaffected. If it truly comes to fruition, it would indeed be a remarkable performance. It would be irresponsible not only to oneself, but also to the crew and the director. Moreover, the supporting role is not inferior to the protagonist and may even shine brighter. He has a fondness for this character. Well, Lu Yang feels a tinge of regret. He genuinely admires Su Ran's martial arts skills and believes that the supporting role does not align with the other's capabilities. A sheer waste of talent. If another action film is produced in the future, I must have you as my leading man, Lu Yang exclaimed loudly. This declaration left many on-site filled with envy, as it implied a guaranteed role in a forthcoming production. It is essential to note that aside from the top-tier artists, many actors might not land a single role within a year. For instance, Lu Cixi had been idle for a considerable time before securing this role. This is why she preferred to join the crew early, valuing the opportunity. Li Xuedong, who portrays Genie Chuan, had not acted for 2 years and was on the brink of retiring from the industry. Upon hearing that the director intended to replace him, he felt tears welling up. Fortunately, Su Ran declined the change. This made him repeatedly recite in his heart that Su Ran is a good person, even contemplating calling home to inquire if they could place an additional tablet for Su Ran next to the ancestral tablets. At that moment, the other's status felt akin to that of a second set of parents. Perhaps another time. Su Ran waved his hand dismissively. This nonchalant demeanor instilled both envy and admiration in others. However, Su Ran truly did not care. He could hardly recall any notable works of Liu Yang's beyond The Last Wish and The Assassination of Novelists. Naturally, this is the typical trajectory under normal circumstances. What if Lu Yang suddenly experiences a burst of inspiration and conceives a remarkable masterpiece? It is uncertain. If that time were to come, it would indeed warrant consideration. Su Ran set aside the in his hand and engaged Lu Yang in a brief conversation. He learned that the production team had yet to commence filming, leaving him unable to participate at present. Thus, they agreed that he would come by when it was time for him to film his scenes. All right, let us settle on that. When it's time to shoot, contact my agent. However, I do have other projects lined up, so my availability may not be guaranteed. Su Ran informed him in advance of his circumstances. Lu Yang showed no signs of concern, merely nodding in acknowledgement. No problem. We can negotiate when the time comes. Your schedule will take precedence. Are you truly not considering the lead role? I am genuinely uninterested. Very well, but if you happen to change your mind later, do reach out to me. Su Ran, somewhat exasperated, did not turn back and simply walked away. Su Ran, I have been waiting for you. If you truly reconsider, just give me a call. My number is 181. Hearing Lu Yang's voice behind him, Su Ran quickened his pace, eager to distance himself. This individual is indeed persistent. No wonder Su Ran walks with such an imposing and handsome demeanor. Lu Yang gazed at the receding figure, overwhelmed by emotion. His earnest demeanor struck those around him as somewhat unfamiliar, and it appeared to carry a hint of sycophancy. Naturally, they dared not voice such thoughts. Just as Su Ran was about to exit the production team, a slender and tall silhouette approached him. "Idol, could you please leave me an autograph?" Lu Cixi tilted her head, presenting a delicate pink notebook with a beaming smile. Indeed, she bore a striking resemblance to Liu Yifei. Chapter 29, Return. Su Ran. Take good care of your junior sister. Upon returning to the set of Sword of Legends, Su Ran found himself reflecting on the recent events. He had signed Lu Cici's notebook, and in response, she joyfully embraced him before scampering away like a little sprite. This left Su Ran pondering whether he had been taken advantage of. Nonetheless, he could not deny the soft, almost ethereal presence that enveloped him, reminiscent of a subtle scent of milk. "Oh dear brother, you have finally returned," Chun Whiting exclaimed, his eyes brimming with tears of joy upon seeing Su Ran. "What is the matter? Did you miss me so much after just an afternoon?" Su Ran retorted, momentarily setting aside his thoughts about Lu Cici. "Everything has been fine during your absence, right?" "Fine indeed, but the director was aware of your absence. He came to inquire about you, and I informed him you were on leave," Chun Whiting replied with a grimace. "Do you have any idea how terrified I was when I told him you were on leave?" The thought of incurring his wrath was daunting. He inherently feared Huang Junwen, especially since they were both from Hong Kong, which only amplified his trepidation towards the director's authority. It's nothing to worry about. We'll continue next time." Su Ran consoled, patting Chun Whiting's shoulder before glancing around the filming site to assess the current situation. There is a next time, is there?" Chun Whiting was on the verge of tears, as if the sky were about to collapse. Today, due to his assistance in concealing matters, he felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, unable to sit still. The prospect of another opportunity seemed even more disheartening. Upon arriving at the filming location, Su Ran witnessed Huang Junwen unleashing his fury upon the actress He Ba, his reprimands echoing relentlessly. "Do you even know how to act? If you can't, please don't waste everyone's time. Considering you are Su Ran's junior, I shall grant you one more chance. Cut. If you can't manage something this simple, Yangmi, come over and show this beauty how it's done. Where is Su Ran?" Just as he finished speaking, Su Ran's languid voice resounded. "Oh, Director Huang, what has caused you to lose your temper so?" Su Ran approached He Ba and Yangmi, and upon seeing her, both girls' faces lit up with joy. However, He Ba soon displayed a look of guilt, lowering her head like a child who had misbehaved. "You two should go rest," Su Ran comforted them, gesturing towards the resting area. "Senior brother, He Ba bit her lip, her face brimming with remorse. At that moment, she felt a heavy weight in her heart, knowing her struggles had led to numerous NGs, delaying the entire work schedule. Doubts about her own abilities began to creep in. "It's all right, it's not a big issue. Go rest for now. Yangmi, please take He Ba over." "All right, He Ba, let's go." Yangmi glanced at Su Ran, nodded in acknowledgement, and then led He Ba away. After watching the two women depart, Su Ran approached Huang Junwen and jested, with such a fiery temper. "Is there truly a need for it? The fact that I have not been driven to despair is already commendable. Considering your junior's involvement, I have extended numerous opportunities." Huang Junwen's expression was far from pleasant, clearly vexed. However, he restrained much of his ire, knowing Su Ran's unique relationship with He Ba. "I can attest to this. On has indeed tempered his demeanor. However, your junior requires some psychological guidance, as her issues have begun to hinder progress." Liang Shengquan interjected affirmatively. "It is our He Ba who has caused the trouble, yet surely Director Huang would not dwell on such trivial matters, right? After all, young actors often encounter these common issues," Su Ran remarked with a smile, appealing to reason and emotion. "I possess a rather irritable temperament. Do not flatter me too much," Huang Junwen retorted, though Su Ran could sense his anger had begun to dissipate. "Let us grant a bit more leeway. If you can steer He Ba towards the right path, it will showcase your true capabilities. Who doesn't know that Director Huang is renowned for his discerning eye in selecting talent? Wouldn't you agree, Director Liang?" Su Ran cast a knowing glance at Liang Shengquan, who immediately grasped the implication and responded eagerly. Yes. Your abilities are beyond reproach. You deserve the Best Director award at Cannes, indeed. No, that's an understatement. It should be the Oscars, and a Lifetime Achievement Award at that. Absolutely, absolutely." Su Ran and Liang Shengquan bantered back and forth, complimenting one another seamlessly. A stream of flattery flowed effortlessly from their lips. Huang Junwen listened with great satisfaction, his lips curling into a subtle smile. Yet, considering his image, he quickly suppressed it, feigning calmness and indifference. "You all are chattering incessantly. Stop bothering me." He waved his hand dismissively, akin to swatting away flies. However, this proud demeanor did not escape Su Ran's keen observation. The recent barrage of compliments had undoubtedly left an impression on him. "Very well. I shall refrain from disturbing Director Huang's contemplations. I will certainly have a word with He Ba, ensuring she delivers a commendable performance. Let her not bear the brunt of this," she thought. Just as she exchanged a slight nod with Liang Xinquan, preparing to depart, Huang Junwen offered a sincere reminder. Your junior must truly be guided properly. Even if I have no objections, the others on set will certainly voice theirs. Moreover, I heard from Chun Whiting that you took leave this afternoon. Do ensure you are reachable. Rest assured, it will not affect the filming, Su Ran replied, waving her hand nonchalantly as she walked away without looking back. This individual. Huang Junwen gazed at Su Ran's indifferent figure, feeling a headache coming on. The crew members observed how a few casual words from Su Ran could dissipate the director's ire, and they could not help but admire her. In their eyes, Su Ran's stature seemed to elevate immeasurably, particularly among the actors like Shuang Jia, Ma Tianyu, and Xiao Jingyu. Ever since the filming commenced, they had not been spared from Huang Junwen's wrath, often enduring harsh reprimands similar to what Ri Ba faced today. Thus, they held a profound admiration and envy for Su Ran's unflappable demeanor and casual ease. It is akin to a scenario where everyone is a student. Yet Su Ran has the freedom to enter and exit the principal's office as if it were her own home. Uncertain of the thoughts swirling in others' minds, Su Ran turned her attention back to Ri Ba and Yang Mi, with Chen Wei-ting and Zhong Xiantong accompanying them nearby. What exactly is going on? Where did things go awry? Su Ran inquired. She then directed her gaze towards Chen Wei-ting. In light of this incident, why did you not inform me sooner so I could return? Chen Wei-ting hastily offered an explanation. I was merely concerned that the director would inquire about your situation. So I kept my distance, not daring to approach, and I was unaware of what had transpired. He too felt aggrieved. Having spent the entire day in a state of trepidation, he dared not draw near, thus remaining oblivious to the unfolding events. You are rather timid, aren't you? Su Ran cast a disapproving glance at him, causing him to fall silent in disappointment. The crux of the issue lay in Ri Ba's inability to find her rhythm, resulting in frequent NGs. The director had granted several breaks, yet she remained unable to grasp the essence of the scene. Yang Mi provided a brief explanation of the situation. Upon hearing this, Ri Ba lowered her head even further, nearly burying it in her chest. Which scene? Let me see what the matter is, Su Ran asked. It's the part in the script where Fu Chu has a secret crush on the senior brother. Ri Ba has zero experience with emotions, making it difficult for her to convey the nuances of unrequited love. Yang Mi sighed. This is a rather intricate issue, not one that can be resolved with just a few words. Su Ran regarded Ri Ba thoughtfully before suddenly asking, have you ever felt an affinity for anything in the past? Ri Ba lifted her head, her gaze revealing a sense of innocence as she shook it gently. It seems there isn't anything special. Everything feels quite ordinary. Is there something you truly enjoy? Something I enjoy? Ri Ba pondered, does liking food count? That does not suffice. It should pertain to a person or an object, something that feels extraordinary, something that your mind incessantly wanders back to. Upon hearing this, Ri Ba's body trembled slightly, a vague figure emerging in her mind. Noticing the stir of emotions within her, Su Ran seized the moment, urging, think of a toy you cherished in your childhood, or the anticipation for new clothes during the new year. Just recalling these should evoke joy, causing an involuntary smile. When I think of them, I feel happy, but without them, I experience a profound emptiness. Channel these emotions into your performance. At that moment, Ri Ba could no longer hear Su Ran's voice. Her eyes glazed over as she delved into contemplation. Memories stirred within her, and the once vague figure began to take form. Gradually, it became clearer, compelling her to focus intently. Finally, she saw it. Ri Ba raised her gaze to meet Su Ran's attentive eyes, and in that instant, the figure in her mind aligned with the person before her. The one she cherished? It seemed to be. Chapter 30. Teaching Ri Ba once more. The beginnings of affection bloom. Click. Excellent. We've surpassed that hurdle. This is the sensation, truly splendid. Yes, indeed. After receiving guidance from Su Ran, the crew resumed filming. Initially, it was presumed that this brief segment of merely 10 minutes would yield no significant alterations. However, the reality proved to be quite the opposite. Ri Ba's performance transcended expectations, brimming with emotion and vibrancy, reminiscent of a young girl in the throes of a secret crush, her tone sweet and playful in every gesture. Those who had witnessed Ri Ba's prior performance were utterly astonished, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and awe. Su Ran truly possessed a remarkable talent. After just a few discussions, Ri Ba experienced a qualitative leap in her acting prowess. Huang Junwen, practically glued to the monitor, marveled at the image of Ri Ba, exclaiming in delight. It was nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, unbeknownst to everyone, each time Reba prepared to film the next segment, she would glance towards Su-Ran, her eyes revealing a subtle yet undetectable emotional nuance before breaking into a radiant smile to commence her performance anew. This cycle continued seamlessly. Due to Reba's remarkable state, director Hwang Junwon even revised the filming schedule, prioritizing her segments. However, after several hours of this fervent shooting, the clock struck 11:30 at night, and the previously smooth filming ground to a halt. They had reached the martial arts scenes, and despite several attempts, Reba was unable to pass the takes. Even with the fight choreographer's guidance, she struggled to grasp the essential techniques. "Cut. Let's take a break," Hwang Junwon called out, his voice echoing as he shouted, "Su-Ran, ensure your junior sister is adequately trained before you return. You promised to take responsibility for the martial arts direction. You have 30 minutes. Finish this, and we will call it a day." This time, he did not lose his temper. Instead, he granted a 30-minute reprieve. He was eager to discover whether the other party would once again conjure a miracle. Su-Ran lifted his head, somewhat bewildered. Yet, he soon set down his phone and, with a resigned wave towards Reba, conceded, All right. There was no alternative. He had previously made a promise and could only accept it with a heavy heart. Moreover, Reba was one of his own, and aiding a comrade posed no detriment. "Brother, I implore you." Reba approached like a light-hearted bird, taking dainty steps, her eyes squinted into crescent moons, radiating an endearing charm. "Bring the props, and let us venture to a more distant locale." It was uncertain if it was merely an illusion, but Su-Ran sensed that Reba appeared unusually cheerful, and her gaze upon him seemed markedly different from before. "Reba, you can do it. Su-Ran, teach well." Encouraged by Yang Mi and the others, the two moved a little farther away. Su-Ran, wielding his sword, casually performed a flourish, his movements leaning towards the feminine, exuding grace. Once he came to a halt, he turned to inquire, "Is this how it's done? Not too difficult, right? Did you catch that?" Reba wore a slightly pouty smile, sticking out her tongue. "It was too fast. I couldn't comprehend it." "Very well, then I shall break it down in slow motion. Pay close attention." With that, Su-Ran executed a series of sword techniques at half speed. As Reba observed the display before her, she felt an overwhelming sense of admiration for his elegant movements, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Clenching her fists against her heart, she gazed intently at the man before her. "So, in slow motion now, do you understand?" After completing the demonstration, Su-Ran noticed that Reba seemed entranced, utterly unresponsive to his question. With a gentle wave of her hand towards Reba, she asked, "Have you understood? Why are you lost in thought?" "Oh, I wasn't daydreaming, not at all." Reba stammered, her thoughts interrupted, hastily gesturing to clarify. She had momentarily become entranced, feeling quite embarrassed. Stay composed, she reminded herself. Her cheeks flushed as she shook her head and silently encouraged herself. Then, adopting a soft and endearing tone, she pleaded, "Senior brother, could you please demonstrate it once more?" I still couldn't see it clearly. Her sweet voice and tone caused Su-Ran's heart to flutter. Indeed, the power of her charm was considerable. "Very well. I shall perform it again," Su-Ran replied earnestly. "Pay close attention." After saying this, he deliberately slowed down, attempting to ensure that Reba could comprehend better. Reba found herself inadvertently captivated, yet she was aware of the task at hand. Thus, she quickly gathered her focus and concentrated intently. "So have you grasped it?" "Almost," she replied. "Then let me repeat it." "Senior brother, it's a bit challenging. I still can't quite see clearly." "That's all right. I will continue." And so, this continued for over 10 minutes. Reba struggled to master the technique, and Su-Ran grew increasingly weary. "I apologize, senior brother. I am too slow-witted and cannot seem to learn." Reba pouted, her tone despondent. Seeing the girl's pitiful expression, Su-Ran felt a pang of sympathy. "How about this? I will guide you through it step by step. Perhaps that will aid your retention." Su-Ran deemed this method of teaching futile, thus setting aside the prop sword and approaching Reba from behind, seizing the girl's wrist. At the moment their proximity intensified, a jolt reverberated through Reba, rendering her body soft as if electrified. The warmth emanating from behind her, along with a faint scent reminiscent of sunlight, caused her cheeks to bloom with a crimson hue, as if they might bleed. Has my senior brother embraced me? Her heart raced with such fervor it felt as though it might leap from her chest. Reba sensed a slight difficulty in breathing, as if she were on the brink of suffocation. Now, Follow my movements, Su Ran instructed, oblivious to Reba's peculiar state. As he held her delicate hand and executed the swordplay, the girl's hand was tender, imbued with a pleasant warmth, creating an oddly enchanting sensation. Stepping forward with her left foot, yes, then bringing her right foot alongside, followed by a turn, the movements flowed seamlessly. Reba listened to Su Ran's words, yet found herself unable to concentrate. She allowed him to guide her body, mimicking his motions. After completing the sequence, Su Ran inquired, "How was that?" Lowering his gaze, he found Reba gazing up at him, her eyes shrouded in a misty allure, both hazy and captivating. In their shared gaze, the distance between them seemed to vanish, and time appeared to freeze, enveloped in silence. They could hear each other's breaths and heartbeats. Su Ran observed the girl before him, acutely aware of the rise and fall of her breathing. Her fair, delicate neck and cheeks were tinged with a rosy glow, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Her rosy lips seemed to be coated with a transparent film, rendering them exceptionally alluring at that moment. Su Ran felt an impulsive urge to explore further. "Hey, how is your practice going? The director says time is running short." At that moment, Chun Wei-Ting's voice echoed from afar. Reba shyly broke free from Su Ran's embrace. Upon hearing the voice, Su Ran's expression sharpened, and his eyes ignited with fury as he glared in that direction. "Damn it! Chun Wei-Ting, was this deliberate? If you're just idling about, find something to occupy your time instead of being an eyesore. Isn't it too early for you to be here?" His temper was indeed quite inflamed. It was no wonder he was upset. Chun Wei-Ting, taken aback by Su Ran's sudden outburst, hurriedly retreated. I'm leaving. Please don't scold me, brother." After Chun Wei-Ting departed, the scene was once again left with just Reba and Su Ran. They paused in silence for a moment. "So, shall we continue?" Su Ran tentatively inquired. Reba lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. The two then resumed their intimate collaboration. Hand-in-hand instruction. This continued for about 10 minutes. When they returned to the set, the shooting resumed. Following Su Ran's guidance, Reba's performance was transformed, astonishing everyone once more. Goodness, Su Ran is indeed a genius. He has reached this level in just half an hour. Impressive. Huang Junwen exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration, his eyes sparkling with excitement. All right, that's a wrap for today. Everyone can head home and rest. With the completion of Reba's final scene, Huang Junwen announced the end of the day's shoot. As Su Ran prepared to return to the hotel, Chun Wei-Ting shamelessly approached her, inquiring if she wished to indulge in a late-night snack. She responded with a flurry of blows, for had it not been for her reliance on him the following day, she would have certainly dragged him off to the shooting range. Chapter 31. The Frenzied Pursuit of Roles. Su Ran, the Master of Hengdian. Due to the demanding schedule of filming the ancient sword fantasy, Su Ran found herself unable to extricate herself from the commitments. It was only on the fourth day that she finally completed her roles in two remaining projects. One was a martial arts action film, where she portrayed the leader of a martial arts alliance, who, in a climactic showdown against the final antagonist, met a heroic demise. The other was yet another war drama, a genre prevalent in Hengdian. Ding! Newcomer task. Successfully participate in 5 film and television productions to become a qualified supporting actor. Rewards are being dispensed. Acquired acting skill 10, mastery of Korean language. The crisp chime resonated at that moment, filling Su Ran with an exquisite sense of joy. A cascade of insights regarding her craft began to materialize in her mind, as if her body instinctively understood how to portray various scenes. She could discern the appropriate expressions and gestures required to convey the narrative. It was akin to grappling with a complex mathematical problem, where, after much contemplation, a sudden epiphany would illuminate the path to resolution by simply drawing an auxiliary line. The mastery of Korean felt equally intuitive, as if it were a language she had innately grasped, allowing her to effortlessly utter phrases. However, this delightful sensation did not linger for long. Ding! Su Ran once again heard the voice of the system, and a sense of anticipation began to stir within her. Novice task. Becoming a competent supporting actor may not stir the waters of the entertainment industry. To achieve success, one must first embrace madness. If fame is desired, it is best to seize the opportunity early. Please participate in 15 supporting roles in films and dramas within 2 months. A quantitative change will lead to a qualitative transformation. Youngster, make your name known. Reward, culinary mastery, song Sword Heart, fragments of the script for The Wandering Earth, 1-4, 15 roles. Upon hearing this system task, Su Ran nearly erupted in frustration. Just managing 5 supporting roles was already excessive. Now, to accomplish 15 in 2 months, this was truly maddening. Su Ran could already envision how others would perceive him after completing this task. They would likely think he was out of his mind, or perhaps even insane. When would he ever clear these novice tasks? Yet, there was a glimmer of good news. The system had finally rewarded him with a usable song. Sword Heart was perfect for the theme song of the legend of the ancient sword. The previous persuasion of Huang Junwen could finally bear fruit. Was it merely coincidence? Moreover, there was a fragment of the script for the Wandering Earth. What a genius to produce a fragment. Why not generate an invitation for friends to redeem the script? Congratulations. Accumulate 1 more cent to redeem the Wandering Earth script. Congratulations, you have earned 3,000 points. 100,000 points yield 1 cent. Just hold on a bit longer, and you can redeem the script. Congratulations, you have acquired 1,000 gold coins. 100,000 coins yield 1 point. Gather enough gold coins to exchange for points, and you can redeem the script. This system truly excels at tantalizing one's appetite. Su Ran silently complained for a moment. However, complaints aside, the task still needed to be completed. The Wandering Earth remains a remarkable triumph, a pinnacle of domestic science fiction. Once produced, it promises prosperity. Chen Whiting. A flicker of determination sparkled in Su Ran's eyes as he rose to his feet. Upon hearing the commotion, Chen Whiting looked up, bewildered. I need to step out for a moment. Continue to provide cover for me. Chen Whiting's expression shifted dramatically, panic overtaking him. No, brother, why would you? It's settled then, I rely on you. With these parting words, Su Ran departed, patting his backside as he left. Wait. Chen Whiting reached out, grasping at empty air, gazing skyward with a voice steeped in despair. If only snowflakes were to accompany this moment, gently falling, with the north wind howling. It would add to the ambience beautifully. At that moment, Yang Mi descended from the set, her gaze falling upon Chen Whiting, who resembled a forlorn figure. Why the long face? She quickly surveyed the surroundings. Where's Su Ran? Where has he gone? I don't know where he's headed, but I feel as though I'm dying. Chen Whiting wore a look of disillusionment, wiping his face, utterly devoid of hope. Yang Mi thought to herself, is he perhaps a fool? In the days that followed, Su Ran juggled filming for the Legend of the Ancient Sword while tirelessly pursuing roles in Hengdian. He had reached a point of desperation, accepting every opportunity that came his way. Period dramas? Filmed. CEO romances? Filmed. War epics? Filmed. However, not just any mediocre production would suffice. Despite the flurry of roles, Su Ran remained discerning about his image. The roles he typically undertakes are predominantly serious, and he deliberately avoids any productions that appear frivolous at first glance. His activities across various filming locations have created quite a stir. Despite his efforts to conceal his whereabouts, the news has spread rapidly. There is a prevalent rumor circulating in Hengdian about a remarkably handsome and exceptionally skilled martial artist who has been making rounds in the film industry in a rather audacious manner. His modus operandi is exceedingly unpredictable, often opting for supporting roles rather than leading ones. Due to his unparalleled prowess in martial arts and remarkable agility, Su Ran has garnered the nickname the Master of Hengdian among many in private circles, alongside other monikers such as the Overlord of Hengdian and the Model Worker, making him quite the sensation. As time progresses, photographs of Su Ran circulating among various production teams have surfaced online, igniting discussions and debates. With such fervor surrounding him, the crew of the Legend of the Ancient Sword has certainly become aware of Su Ran's exploits. Su Ran! Su Ran! Huang Junwen's furious voice echoed throughout the set. Meanwhile, those around were engrossed in their phones, whispering amongst themselves. Upon viewing the online reports, nearly everyone was left astounded, their astonishment palpable. Yang Mi and Ri Ba huddled together, fixated on their screens. I knew it. I wondered why he was always darting off to do this, Yang Mi remarked, her eyes glued to her phone, inhaling sharply. At this moment, discussions surrounding Su Ran had surged into the trending topics on Weibo, with several headlines capturing attention. The King of Jiaxing, taking on roles everywhere. Is it competition or exploitation by the company? And auditioning for the Brocade Blade, Hengdian's most formidable man. The comments below are proliferating at an astonishing rate, almost as if thousands of them materialize with every refresh of the page. Goodness gracious, is Su Ran truly that formidable? Taking down dozens of opponents single-handedly. Can this be real? Surely, this cannot be some marketing ploy. Su Ran has genuine skill? I can accept his good looks, but can his combat scenes be that impressive? Is it all digitally enhanced? It certainly doesn't appear to be fabricated. I merely wish to understand how a mere idol can possess such remarkable prowess. It feels as though a single strike from him would render me kneeling in submission. Su Ran undoubtedly exudes the aura of a seasoned practitioner, with exceptional martial arts and agility. I would relish the opportunity for a friendly spar, though my expertise lies with the M134 Gatling gun. To the commenter above, please refrain from jesting. When we meet in person, Su Ran is indeed proficient in martial arts, and I sincerely hope you can present your Gatling gun as well. My dear brother Su Ran, how impressive. It's astonishing that he possesses such remarkable abilities. I can't help but admire him fervently. Su Ran, please abandon the filming for now and release a new song. I implore you. Heatedly, while holds her palms together, intently absorbed in the myriad of comments online. With every compliment directed towards Su Ran, an involuntary smile graces her lips, filling her heart with sweetness. When faced with skepticism or ridicule, she becomes indignant, promptly downvoting the remarks, pouting as she crafts a lengthy response to report the offending comment. But where has Su Ran gone? We need him back now. At that moment, Huang Junwen's voice echoed nearby, prompting everyone to lift their heads. The director Huang Junwen's face flushed with anger, his eyes bulging with intensity. Chen Whiting, have you not always claimed he was on leave? Is this truly how one takes leave? How dare you deceive me? He suddenly turned his accusatory gaze towards the pale-faced Chen Whiting, whose heart sank like lead, and his phone clattered to the ground with a thud. This day had finally arrived. Oh dear brother, you have caused me great distress. Chapter 32. The truth comes to light. Deception unveiled. Achoo. Su Ran sneezed and looked up at the clear sky, murmuring, on such a bright day, who could possibly be cursing me? It had been a month since he received the daunting task of undertaking 15 film projects. His endeavors had borne fruit, with 13 completed. He had lost count of the countless fight scenes he had filmed, the punches he had thrown, and the adversaries he had vanquished. Rubbing his sore shoulders, he returned to the set. Brother Su Ran, I have an unsettling premonition. I can't quite explain why. Gan Limei said anxiously as they approached the entrance of the Ancient Sword Legend set. Oh, you are merely overthinking it. It has been a bit hectic lately. But once this busy period concludes, we shall have time to rest, Su Ran reassured her, gently patting her slender shoulder before stepping into the studio. I truly feel that something is amiss. Gan Limei murmured, her delicate face clouded with worry as she followed him inside. Upon entering, they encountered a group of people who, upon seeing Su Ran, erupted with excitement. It's Su instructor, he has returned. The commotion drew the attention of many, their faces alight with surprise and joy. It's brother Su Ran. No, it's Su instructor. Quickly informed the director, the chief instructor has returned. Su Ran gazed in confusion at the surrounding individuals who were exuberant and agitated. Instructor Su, what on earth? Are they addressing him? How peculiar. Just yesterday, they were all calling him brother Su. Has that suddenly changed? It has been this way for quite some time. Before long, they entered the central area of the film set. Su Ran observed Huang Junwen standing before Chen Whiting, who was bowing his head as if he were receiving a reprimand. Reflecting on his actions, Yang Mi and the others sat nearby, watching the unfolding drama. Upon hearing the commotion, everyone swiftly turned their gaze towards Su Ran. Each person's expression transformed the moment they laid eyes on him. Su Ran, you still dare to return? You have been quite the sensation outside, Su the chief instructor. Huang Junwen gritted his teeth, glaring at the freshly returned Su Ran, and bellowed in fury. At that moment, Su Ran instantly comprehended the situation. This was the crux of the matter. As for the so-called instructor Su, while he was unsure of the particulars, he could surmise that it was related to his recent escapades filming outside. He had long anticipated this day would come. Maintaining his composure, Su Ran approached. Director Huang, allow me to clarify. No, permit me to explain. The onlookers, upon hearing Su Ran speak, instantly donned expressions of eager spectators. The show was about to commence. They were not concerned that the two would erupt into a quarrel or that the situation would escalate. After all, over the past month, it had become clear to everyone that their director was no match for Su Ran, who had him completely in his grasp. Although Huang Junwen had indeed lost his temper on occasion, Su Ran had effortlessly defused those moments with just a few words. It had become almost a routine. Sister Shuang observed Su Ran gravitating towards Huang Junwen. Her bright eyes sparkled with a sudden insight, and a mischievous smile graced her face as she addressed the surrounding actors. Come, let us wager a guess on how long Su Ran will take to handle this matter. Upon hearing her words, the group instantly became intrigued. I wager 5 minutes. Last time, it seemed to be around that duration, responded Ma Tianyu, a loyal friend, with certainty in his tone. I believe this situation is more significant. It will likely take longer, perhaps 10 minutes, pondered Qin Zihan after a brief moment of contemplation. Having participated in numerous productions, including the return of the Condor Heroes, Myth, and the Living Buddha Jigong, Qin Zihan had never experienced such a leisurely and harmonious atmosphere on set before. I guess 15 minutes. The director truly appears to be upset, remarked Xiao Jingyu. When has the director ever not been genuinely angry? I believe with Su Ran's capability. 4 minutes would suffice. 7 minutes. 6 minutes. Huang Junwen glared furiously, his voice raised in anger as he exclaimed, "Explain yourself. What is there to explain? You've concealed this from me for so long. Do you realize how this hinders the filming schedule? And you're causing disruptions everywhere." "I am not. I did nothing of the sort. Are you not aware that everything is proceeding smoothly? And have you not been satisfied with my recent work?" Su Ran replied with a light chuckle. "Moreover, I only filmed during my free time. I have completed all my responsibilities." "You." Huang Junwen was about to strongly retort, but all his words caught in his throat, unable to escape. Suddenly, I found the other party's perspective quite compelling. The progress had not been hindered in the slightest, and, unbeknownst to me, Su Ran's acting skills had remarkably improved, aside from the initial 3 or 4 days of filming. Thereafter, it was as though a different person was on set. Observing Huang Junwen's demeanor soften slightly, Su Ran continued, "Right? I have done all that is required of me. My presence at the scene is inconsequential, as it has not affected the pace of our work. Furthermore, when I first began, you agreed that I could take time off when necessary. Did you not, Director Huang? Surely you are not having second thoughts." Upon hearing this, Huang Junen instantly realized he had fallen prey to Su Ran's scheme. Enraged, he exclaimed, Well, so you have been plotting this all along. You. His hand trembled with anger as he pointed at Su Ran. Do not be so irate. There has been no loss, after all. Allow me to share some good news with you. What good news could you possibly have? I have already conceived the theme song for our film. What? Huang Junwen was momentarily taken aback, then promptly adopted a serious tone. You must not make such statements lightly. I detest deceit. I have no interest in deceiving you. The music is envisioned, though it has yet to be composed. You know what sort of person I am, Su Ran assured him. Previously, he had indeed intended to record the piece titled Sword Heart, which he had received as a reward from the system. Today was simply a fortuitous moment to mention it. What sort of person are you? You are insufferable. Huang Junwen cursed vehemently. Nevertheless, at that moment, he found himself believing Su Ran's words. Although Su Ran can be quite infuriating in his usual manner, he remains reliable and does not indulge in frivolous chatter. This is somewhat reassuring news. Let us consider this matter settled for now. From now on, you are to remain obediently within the confines of the set and refrain from any escapades. Huang Junwen, at a loss for what further reprimands to issue, could only utter a stern warning. He then turned to Chen Whiting. Chen Whiting, you are responsible for keeping an eye on him. If he dares to leave again, I will hold you accountable. What? Me again? Chen Whiting exclaimed in shock, pointing at himself, bewildered as to why it always fell to him. Director, He was about to protest his inability to monitor Su Ran. However, the director had already dismissed him, turning to bellow at the surrounding crew. What are you all staring at? Don't you have scenes to shoot? The crew members, witnessing this scene, realized that the matter had come to a close. Sister Shuang glanced at her phone's clock and murmured, Wait, it's only been 3 minutes. Isn't the director's timing a bit too brief? Ma Tianyu and others found her comment somewhat peculiar, but could not pinpoint what felt off. Nonetheless, 3 minutes did seem rather swift. Su Ran chuckled as he observed Huang Junwen's irate departure, settling back comfortably in his chair. At last, he had navigated through that ordeal. He was soon approached by He Ba and Yang Mi. You, my friend, are quite something, handling that situation in silence. What were you thinking? Taking a role as a supporting character? What is the point? Yang Mi playfully slapped Su Ran on the shoulder, chiding him. You were originally cast for a leading role. Lowering your status to a supporting character might leave you without any offers in the future. If you intend to play around, you must understand the limits. Do you know that? This fellow truly acts recklessly. Yang Mi is almost tempted to pry open his mind to discern his thoughts. While others strive to seize the spotlight and elevate their positions, he, on the contrary, flits about playing minor roles, diminishing his own worth. Alas, the consequences are what they are. After all, the projects I have previously undertaken were hardly commendable, And I have no shortage of future opportunities, Su Ran remarked nonchalantly. If it were any other artist who had already established themselves in leading roles, taking on several supporting characters would undoubtedly diminish their status. However, Su Ran is different. Firstly, his past projects were predominantly idol dramas, and he intends to shed that label moving forward. No matter how much commotion he stirs now, it will have no bearing. Moreover, he is currently involved in a series titled The Legend of the Ancient Sword, which, upon its release, is bound to elevate his popularity and status. After all, this is the very show that catapulted the obscure Li Feng to stardom overnight. Most importantly, as long as one possesses talent, nothing is insurmountable. The system will undoubtedly provide rewards for enhancing his acting skills. Yang Mi gazed at the carefree Su Ran, her frustration causing her heart to swell with agitation. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she exclaimed in annoyance, "Fine, you may be indifferent. But just wait until the company finds out. Let us see how Zheng Jiasheng reacts." Su Ran, the phone call from sister Zheng Jia. Yang Mi and Su Ran turned to the side to see Gan Limei approaching unsteadily, clutching her phone, sniffing back tears, her face marked by 2 streaks of sorrow. Her demeanor forlorn. Su Ran was taken aback. This situation resembled someone who had just received a phone call from afar and was now returning. Chapter 33. Those who cross me shall be overturned. What happened? Did she say something to you? Su Ran gazed at the dejected Gan Limei, whose red-rimmed eyes betrayed her attempts to maintain a facade of strength. It's nothing. Su Ranji, you take the call first. Zheng Jiajia will. She began, sniffling softly, her tone feeble. Suddenly, she paused and corrected herself. It's not right to make Zheng Jiajia wait. Let her wait. I'm curious about what she has said about you. Su Ran's expression turned grave as he observed Gan Limei. Typically, when she faced criticism, she would approach him to softly complain and lament. A few assurances that he would treat her to something delicious would often restore her cheerful and carefree demeanor. However, this time, Gan Limei appeared unusually despondent and somewhat dazed, a sight he had never witnessed before. Her eyes were red and dull. The others, save for Yang Mi, were taken aback by the sudden shift in Su Ran's demeanor. He usually exuded a friendly and light-hearted aura while on set. Now, however, an unfamiliar intensity enveloped him. Su Ranji. Gan Limei bit her lip, her face a mask of anguish. All right, I understand. Hand me the phone. Su Ran recognized Gan Limei's stubbornness and chose not to press her further, instead taking the phone from her. Don't make too much of a fuss. Yang Mi cautioned from the side, sensing that Su Ran was genuinely upset this time. Without replying, Su Ran placed the phone to his ear and coldly inquired. It's me. What did you say to my manager? On the other end of the phone, Zhang Jia was initially brimming with impatience, on the verge of erupting into a furious tirade. However, upon hearing Su Ran's chilling tone, she was perhaps taken aback, falling into a brief silence. Once she regained her composure, the realization of her startled reaction made her face flush with anger, leading her to shout, I have reassigned her to manage other artists. You have caused such a commotion without the company's knowledge. This is utterly disorganized and undisciplined. It's a miracle I haven't fired her yet. And you, Su Ran, you truly are something else, causing chaos outside. What do you intend to achieve? Zheng Jia's voice was sharp and grating. The last incident where you secretly auditioned can be overlooked. But now you're causing a ruckus in Hongdian. Do you think the company cannot? Su Ran calmly interrupted, his eyes narrowing, concealing his thoughts. What? Zheng Jia was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend. I said to bring Li Mei back. If you wish to have her reinstated, you must accept the company's unified management and cease this unruliness. If you continue this way, the company will have to take action against you. I sincerely advise you to have her back. I do not wish to repeat myself. After delivering this statement, Su Ran abruptly ended the call. In the office of the general manager at Jiaxing Media, Zheng Jia exclaimed, Impossible. If you do not agree, then hello? Hello. Realizing the line had gone silent, she quickly glanced at her phone, discovering the call had been terminated. This act incited her fury, her brows knitting tightly together, her expression darkening. In a fit of rage, she swept everything off the table, the office reverberating with the cacophony of crashing objects. Such lawlessness, truly an utter disregard for order. She descended into hysteria, seemingly deranged. I refuse to believe that he cannot be managed. From this moment forth, Su Ran shall be relegated to obscurity within the company, all of his rights rescinded. I shall see how long he can flounder. I must reclaim his authority. If I cannot, I shall ruin him. Meanwhile, on the set of Ancient Sword Legend, Su Ran gazed at the tear-streaked and pale-faced Gan Li Mei, offering her words of solace. Rest assured, I will resolve this matter. Upon hearing Su Ran's voice, Gan Li Mei could no longer contain her emotions. Tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls, and she cried out, embracing Su Ran. Brother Su, I don't want to leave you, sob. Her plaintive cries tugged at the heartstrings. I've been by your side since graduation, even though you often tease me. I truly cherish being with you. I don't want to part ways. Su Ran gently patted Gan Li Mei. Nestled in his embrace. What do you mean by me bullying you? I could sue you for defamation. This girl, in the midst of a heartfelt moment, suddenly threw him this curveball, leaving him both amused and exasperated. I have apologized and promised to be diligent, but Sister Xing still refuses. I'm so scared. Observing Gan Li Mei, resembling a kitten nestled in Su Ran's arms, Yang Mi and others stepped forward to offer comfort. After all, Gan Li Mei's tears were truly pitiful, evoking a sense of sympathy among those present. Moreover, the prospect of parting ways with her agent after so many years was indeed difficult to accept. Reba gazed at Gan Li Mei, feeling a mix of compassion and envy. To be cradled in the arms of her senior must surely be warm and comforting. Now, however, it seemed that Zhang Jia was about to assign her a new agent, leaving her to face solitude. Yang Mi feigned anger, remarking, wait until the company sidelines you. Then you will understand your folly. As her words hung in the air, two phone ringtones suddenly pierced the atmosphere, the melody being Sunny Day. Su Ran looked in surprise at Reba and Yang Mi as the sound emanated from them. It was unexpected for his song to serve as their ringtone. Sensing his gaze, Yang Mi and Reba felt a twinge of guilt and hurriedly fumbled for their phones to answer, their demeanor akin to that of someone caught in a compromising situation. What? Their expressions shifted dramatically the moment they answered the call. After the connection was made, both turned to Su Ran, their eyes brimming with concern. Su Ran, you've been sidelined. Senior, the company says you are being put on ice. Their voices harmonized in alarm. Nearby, Gan Li Mei emerged from Su Ran's embrace. Her face a picture of shock. Brother Su Ran, Chen Whiting and Zhong Xintong gasped in unison, sharing their worry for Su Ran. Yet, upon hearing this news, Su Ran remained unfazed, indicating his resolute decision to no longer compromise. The notion of being sidelined held little sway over him, for he had no further need for the resources the company could provide. Originally, I intended to develop on my own later. The initial signing with the company was merely a stopgap while awaiting the activation of the system. Furthermore, the novice tasks within the system were being expedited, and I thought that if I could linger in the company for a while longer, I would. However, now that Zhang Jia is intent on severing ties, I cannot remain passive. Why do you still wear that indifferent expression? You have been blacklisted, after all. Yang Mi expressed her concern anxiously. I'll return to the company to speak with Zhang Jia. How can such a hasty decision be made? No, I must leave now. After her declaration, she could hardly wait a moment longer and turned to head back to the company. Hey, Yang Mi. At that moment, a languid voice emerged from behind her. She turned in confusion to see Su Ran's handsome face adorned with a faint smile, the corners of his mouth lifted. Did you not say last time which side I stood on? I stated, on the side of truth. Is this truly the time for jest? Yang Mi instinctively lowered her gaze, glancing at her chest, recalling how he had teased her previously. I am not joking. I am serious. So would you like to create a tumultuous upheaval with me? Upon hearing this, Yang Mi suddenly lifted her head. Just then, the sunlight cascaded at an angle, illuminating the man's fair complexion and broad shoulders. It appeared as though a delicate veil of gold had been cast upon him, imparting an ethereal allure, an indescribable attraction. At that moment, as Yang Mi gazed at Su Ran's face, she found herself entranced, murmuring involuntarily, I am willing. Beside her, Reba and others were equally captivated. In Chapter 34, the instigation of Su Ran, the completion of 15 productions was celebrated. Due to Gan Li Mei's profound sorrow, that very night, Yang Mi and Reba visited each other's rooms to offer solace until dawn. Su Ran watched them enviously, imagining how delightful it would be to spend a night in the company of Yang Mi and Reba, receiving their tender comfort. He thought that even if he were to drive luxury cars, reside in villas, and indulge in delicacies like shark fin and lobster daily, it would pale in comparison to such warmth. The following day, Su Ran and his companions bid farewell to Gan Li Mei. Did you remember everything I told you yesterday? Su Ran asked softly, gazing at Gan Li Mei, who was about to depart. Upon hearing his words, Gan Li Mei recalled the secret plan Su Ran had confided in her the previous day, her face betraying a hint of anxiety and uncertainty. Do we really have to do this? Is it even feasible? Su Ranji? She questioned, her heart racing at the thought of such a seemingly fantastical scheme. Rest assured and proceed with it. You have a mission to accomplish upon your return, and if executed well, you shall return swiftly, Su Ran reassured her, his tone shifting. Do you not wish to come back? Of course, I want to, Gan Li Mei replied without hesitation, her small face displaying determination, her eyes brimming with resolve. You can count on me, Su Ranji. I will diligently carry out your instructions. At that moment, she stood tall, as if preparing for enlistment, willing to undertake anything just to be back by Su Ran's side. Very well, I shall rely on you. Take care of yourself, Su Ran said, patting her shoulder. Gan Li Mei then embraced several of the girls, including Yang Mi, exchanging heartfelt words before reluctantly parting ways. I have taken my leave, everyone. The petite figure gradually receded into the distance until it vanished completely. Su Ran gazed at the spot where the person had disappeared, filled with melancholy. It was hard to let go, especially since there had always been such a lively presence beside him, and now it was suddenly departing, leaving him feeling quite unaccustomed. If Xingjia intended to provoke him, then he must be prepared for a counterattack. Well, now that the farewell was over, it was time to return to filming. Su Ran let out a sigh and walked back with the others. He anticipated wrapping up his scenes by midday. Su Ran hoped to find an opportunity to slip away and complete the remaining 2 scenes for the system. However, just as he stood up, Huang Junwen's vigilant gaze fell upon him, accompanied by a tone of suspicion. Su Ran, where are you going? Suddenly called out. Su Ran feigned picking up a cup of water. I'm just getting some water. Initially, he brushed it off, thinking it was merely an accidental discovery. Yet, gradually, he realized it was not so simple. Su Ran, where are you really going? Don't wander too far. He was reminded to assist Yang Mi. What are you doing? I'm keeping an eye on you. That rascal nearly slipped away. Back to your position. Despite Huang Junwen needing to balance filming, he was resolute in his determination. He frequently glanced towards Su Ran's location, closely monitoring his movements. As a result, whenever Su Ran attempted to leave, he barely made a few steps before being caught, unable to escape. Goodness, Huang Junwen was serious. When he said he wouldn't let him leave yesterday, he truly meant it. The scene where Su Ran repeatedly attempts to escape only to be summoned back by the director elicited a chorus of laughter from the onlookers, a spectacle that was undeniably amusing. It seemed the director had managed to regain control, leaving Su Ran feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Even Yang Mi, who was in the midst of filming, found herself breaking into fits of laughter, clutching her stomach and unable to straighten up. With the focus so persistently on Su Ran, Huang Junwen seemed utterly unfazed by the laughter. He pointed at his own eyes and then gestured towards Su Ran, his unspoken message crystal clear. Young man, I have my eyes on you. There is no escaping. This old fellow was certainly playing a bold game. Realizing there was no way out, Su Ran, in a fit of frustration, returned to his original position, his heart racing with anxiety. Just 2 scenes remained. If he could complete them today, he would be done. However, this prolonged delay was quite bothersome. He scanned the surroundings, his mind racing with ideas. Suddenly, he heard a crunching sound and caught a glimpse of Chun Whiting nearby, indulging in a packet of crispy noodles. His eyes gleamed with a spark of inspiration as he surveyed the other man. What's this? You want some? I have plenty, Chun Whiting said, munching away, absent-mindedly offering his snack. There's no need. You enjoy it, Su Ran replied with a warm smile, gently pushing Chun Whiting's hand away. He then looked at him with a benevolent expression. Whiting, aren't we brothers? At the sound of such tender words, Chun Whiting jolted, causing the crispy noodles in his hand to tumble to the ground. He then displayed a woeful expression, clutching his head. No, I won't listen. I refuse to listen. Oh, you wound me, Su Ran lamented. I truly consider you as my, well, brother. Upon witnessing the persistent reluctance of the other party, Su Ran gently remarked, in this film set, our brotherly bond is unparalleled. If you do not assist me, who else will? Chen Wei-ting, upon hearing these words, grasped his hair repeatedly, revealing his inner turmoil. Daily, he would affectionately call out to his brother, yet when confronted with a genuine matter, he fell silent. Frustrated, he ran his hands from his head to his face and then to his neck, exuding an unmistakable sense of unease. The success of the endeavor was secondary, as brothers. One should at least exhibit some semblance of attitude, should one not agree? Chun Wei-ting, in a fit of agitation, scratched his ears while his right foot trembled incessantly, as if engaged in an internal struggle. Suddenly, he exhaled deeply and, under Su Ran's puzzled gaze, rose to his feet. In that moment, he appeared to have made a significant decision. Amidst the astonished stares of the crowd, he approached Huang Junwan. Taking a deep breath, he placed his hands on his hips and shouted, "Huang Junwan, can you not focus on your acting? Your pace is painfully slow. What are you trying to accomplish? Furthermore, the food provided by the crew is utterly unpalatable and overly salty. If you cannot manage it, perhaps you should consider a change. Your tipper is consistently volatile. Is your endocrine system out of balance? If your health is compromised, seek medical attention." Having vented his frustrations, Chen Weiting's demeanor appeared lifeless as he turned away. "This is the extent of my assistance," he declared. Su Ran, taken aback by Chen Weiting's audacious act, stood in disbelief. The remaining crew members were equally stunned. The usually timid Chen Weiting, who revered the director, had seemingly lost his sanity, abruptly berating the director with such sharp words. "Chen Wei-ting." Huang Junwan gritted his teeth, his face contorted with rage, each word forced from his lips with palpable intensity. "So you've grown wings, have you? It seems you harbor significant grievances against me." Immediately after, Su Ran observed Chen Weiting being manipulated like a marionette, his face mere inches from Huang Junwan's. Witnessing the other's dismal state, Su Ran could not help but give a thumbs up in admiration. "Good brother, you truly are something." With that, he slipped away from the crew amidst Chen Weiting's mournful cries. Chen Weiting was indeed a man of substance. When trouble arose, he faced it head-on. After swiftly escaping, Su Ran promptly sought out two relatively reliable supporting actors, for by this time, his reputation had already spread throughout Hongdian. Auditioning and securing roles posed little challenge. Ding. Novice task: participate in 15 productions. Rewards and distribution. Acquired culinary mastery, Song Sword Heart. Script: The Wandering Earth, 1-4. Upon hearing the system's notification, Su Ran finally exhaled in relief. Without heeding the crew's pleas for his return, he hastened back. Uncertain of Chen Weiting's fate, he worried that if he delayed, he might find no trace of him. And just as he was en route back, ding! At the sound, he paused momentarily. Novice task: a quantitative change leads to a qualitative change. No amount of additional roles will further enhance your standing. Undoubtedly, you have garnered a certain reputation in the entertainment industry. To broaden your renown and establish a firm foothold, you must portray a character that resonates with the public and remains etched in their memory. Upon receiving the rewards, Su Ran clenched his teeth in frustration. Once again, he was confronted with another fragment of the script, alongside yet another seemingly futile reward. He had hoped that this would be the end of it. But it appeared that the system's tasks had not yet been updated to the latest version. In Chapter 35, Yangmi boldly expanded her role, marking the official wrap of filming. "Su Su is truly wonderful. Su Su will feed you. Look how obedient you are," she teased, her voice soft and melodious. "This place is called Su Su Valley. I simply wish for your happiness. As long as Su Su is well, every ounce of exhaustion is worth it." Yangmi's sweet, soothing voice echoed on set, her laughter ringing like silver bells, revealing the affection of a young girl. After returning, Su Ran did not venture out again. As the filming progressed towards its final push, gaining momentum, one of the highlights of The Legend of the Ancient Sword is the romantic storyline between Qing Shui and Bai Li Tu Su. For several consecutive days, Su Ran found himself in countless scenes with Yangmi, listening to her call him Su Su and her lively laughter, which nearly overwhelmed him. It must be said that Yangmi's adorable demeanor truly tugged at the heartstrings. Even off camera, she continued to flirt with Su Ran, incessantly referring to him as Su Su. For instance, she would say, "Su Su, please pour me a glass of water," or "Su Su, your face is dirty. Let me wipe it for you," and so forth. The surrounding actors and crew members observed the interactions between the two, both within and beyond the performance, unable to suppress their amused smiles. Even the director, Huang Junwan, and Liang Shenquan were momentarily bewildered, unsure whether the two were acting or genuinely involved. However, not everyone was enamored by their chemistry. Reba, pouting slightly, felt a pang of jealousy as she watched, as if her cherished toy had been snatched away. In her heart, she silently vowed, clenching her fist tightly, "I will strive to become the leading lady opposite the senior male character." 2 months later, the final scene arrived. "Su Ran, Yangmi, it's your turn," Huang Junwan announced, raising his hand emphatically. At that moment, Su Ran lay in Yangmi's embrace, clad in a fitted brown swordsman costume. While Yangmi donned a flowing blue gown, her hair elegantly styled, gazing intently at Su Ran. They had reached the climax of the narrative. After unleashing the devastating power of the Burning Silence Sword, Bali Su had vanquished the antagonist, but now found himself fading into oblivion. With all departments ready, Huang Junwen called for the final shot, action. As his voice echoed, Su Ran immediately transformed his expression to one of pallor and fragility. With an added touch of acting prowess, he appeared as if he were on the brink of death. Witnessing this state, Yang Mi's heart tightened, her face suffused with sorrow. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, resembling pearls falling from a string. One couldn't help but marvel at her skill. Who could claim that Yang Mi lacked talent when she so effortlessly immersed herself in her role? Huang Junwen fixated on the monitor, unable to refrain from expressing his astonishment to those nearby. Indeed, it seems that it was Su Ran who prompted Yang Mi to enter her emotional state. Perhaps another individual would not have achieved such an effect. Liang Xinquan stroked his chin, arriving at a conclusion. It is indeed true that Su Ran possesses an extraordinary talent. One cannot discern when his acting suddenly reaches such heights, leaving one utterly perplexed. As the two engaged in their idle chatter, Su Ran commenced his performance. His breath seemed to hold a delicate tension as he gazed deeply at Yang Mi, uttering, Han Yunxi, the Burning Silence Sword, Crown Prince Changqin and Bailey Tusu. Throughout my life, I am uncertain for whom I truly exist. Yang Mi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she quietly sobbed, gazing at Su Ran as though he might vanish from her sight at any moment. In a whisper, she called out, Su Su. Yang Mi's sudden emotional intensity momentarily distracted Su Ran. However, his expression remained unchanged as he continued to speak weakly. At this moment, though there is regret, there is no remorse. Following their agreement, Su Ran slowly extended his hand, prompting Yang Mi to grasp it eagerly. In that instant, the sorrow within her heart surged forth like a flood breaching its dam. Su Su, she exclaimed, her emotions overwhelming her as she leaned in, pressing her lips against his. Su Ran was taken aback by the sensation and the faint fragrance reminiscent of green tangerines, momentarily stunned. Goodness, sister, this scene was not in the script. The crew surrounding the set were equally bewildered by this unexpected turn of events, their mouths agape in astonishment. As the heat enveloped her, Ba's pupils dilated, and she instinctively clenched her fists, the pressure causing her fingers to turn faintly pale. She bit down hard on her lip, perhaps even drawing blood, though she remained oblivious to it. The taste in her mouth, akin to rust, filled her with an overwhelming sense of discomfort. As if her heart were being twisted and pulled, Huang Junwen stared wide-eyed at the unfolding scene. What on earth is Yang Mi doing? This isn't in the script. He marveled at how pure this fantasy drama was, as innocuous as plain water. There was hardly any romantic interaction, let alone physical contact. Aside from the lead couple, the other female actresses had their physical interactions with male actors replaced by body doubles. For instance, in the scenes between Fuziu and the senior brother, Chen Whiting was embracing a body double dressed as a woman, while Ba watched from below. In his view, a good fantasy drama should not devolve into constant displays of affection and intimacy. Yet now, Yang Mi had taken the plunge into a kiss. What kind of madness is this? The intimacy only escalated, and they ended up in an embrace. Cut. That's too intense. Huang Junwen hurriedly called for a stop. He feared that if he didn't intervene, they might engage in even more inappropriate actions. Upon hearing his voice, Yang Mi suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing her uncontrollable actions. With a startled gasp, she quickly pushed Su Ran away. Standing up abruptly, she felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Her cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Oh no, how did I lose control and end up kissing? Yang Mi frantically patted her head, tightly shutting her eyes, utterly mortified. Should I just use him and then toss him aside? Su Ran winced in pain, rubbing his back before rising to his feet. How ruthless that woman is, he thought. This was my first kiss. You must take responsibility, Yang Mi. Who are you trying to fool? You and your so-called first kiss. Who would believe that? Yang Mi retorted with indignation, glaring fiercely at him. Well, this is my first kiss of the day. Yang Mi's heart trembled in frustration. Today, S? Why not mention this hour, S? This guy, she was the one with the first kiss, after all. How had she lost her composure? Regretfully, Yang Mi pressed her forehead, stomped her foot in anger, huffed, and turned to leave. At that moment, her emotions were a tangled mess, her mind a blank canvas, unable to think of anything. Hey, wait for me. Why are you rushing off? Su Ran called after her, following closely while reflecting on the moment. That feeling was rather pleasant. If only the setting had been more appropriate, then the two returned to the lounge. Reba, after we finish today, come back to the company with me. There are other tasks awaiting you, Yang Mi stated, ignoring Su Ran as she settled beside Reba. However, her words were met with a long silence. Puzzled, she glanced over to find Reba looking rather pale, seemingly lost in thought. Reba? Still, there was no response. Yang Mi dismissed the thought and turned her gaze forward. She had tried hard to remain composed, but now that they were resting, her guard had slipped. The earlier scene kept replaying in her mind, her eyes beginning to glaze over, unable to focus. So how did it feel? As Chun Whiting approached Su Ran, he mischievously whispered, "If you wish to avoid enduring 3 days of horse stance like last time, you ought to keep silent." Su Ran glanced at him in silence and replied nonchalantly. Previously, after Chun Whiting had displayed selflessness, he was penalized to practice horse stance during his downtime from filming for a duration of 3 days. Originally, the punishment was to last a week, but due to his pleas, it was halved. Nevertheless, it proved to be quite a torment for Chun Whiting. "No, please, not again. I am terrified. It has left a psychological scar." Chun Whiting was taken aback, shaking his head vigorously, no longer daring to jest. After 3 days of practicing horse stance, his legs felt as if they belonged to someone else, numb and sore. Meanwhile, before the monitor, Huang Junwen and others were passionately debating whether to retain the final scene involving Yang Mi. Huang Junwen had initially insisted on omitting it, adhering to the principle of no kissing scenes throughout the film. However, the others opposed this stance. "Absolutely not. A kissing scene is against my principles. This shot is exquisite. Fans adore it. There hasn't been one throughout the entire film, and to introduce it suddenly feels jarring. This shot is stunning. Fans love it. Their relationship is one of childhood's sweethearts, if only. This shot is breathtaking. Fans will cherish it." Huang Junwen, infuriated, retorted, "Is this the only line you have?" Exquisite, adored by fans. Ultimately, he conceded, for it was undeniable that handsome men and beautiful women did indeed create a visually pleasing spectacle. Thus, he grasped the megaphone and surveyed the crowd. "I hereby announce that The Legend of the Ancient Sword commenced its project in July and has successfully completed 3 months of filming. The production has officially wrapped." Chapter 36. Practice more if you wish to improve. Now, let us head to the Sword of Spring film crew. Following the official conclusion of The Legend of the Ancient Sword, Huang Junwen reserved a restaurant that very evening to treat everyone to a celebratory banquet. Inside the private dining room, actors such as Su Ran and Yang Mi gathered around the same table, while 2 additional tables were occupied by essential crew members, including the director and scriptwriters. The remaining staff were seated in the main hall outside. Today, our gathering is a fortuitous occasion. Without further ado, let us raise our glasses. After Huang Junwen passionately concluded his remarks, he tilted his head back and downed his drink. "Well done, Director Huang." The others eagerly followed suit, lifting their glasses and downing their drinks in unison. "Let us feast and look forward to the moment our drama airs." Huang Junwen gestured, and the atmosphere instantly became vibrant as everyone began to eat. Shortly thereafter, the martial arts director, Jiang Hai, exchanged sly glances with his tablemates, all sporting mischievous smiles. "Master Instructor, allow me to propose a toast to you, expressing our gratitude for your guidance during this time." He raised his glass and approached Su Ran. The others at the table, as if in unison, responded enthusiastically, "Indeed, a toast to you, Master Instructor, for your support." I echo that sentiment. Before arriving, they had already resolved to ensure Su Ran would be thoroughly intoxicated that night. Unable to overpower him, they seized this rare opportunity to outdrink him. "You all seem well prepared." Su Ran smiled gently as he gazed upon the group of burly men before him, making it difficult not to deduce the circumstances at play. It was evident that there had been prior arrangements. "Indeed, we have come prepared, and now the question lies in whether the chief instructor can hold his ground. Should he falter, my companions and I shall not press him unduly." Jiang Haidao chimed in with a chuckle, inciting laughter among the patrons in the private room. Although it was apparent that this was a provocation, Su Ran remained unfazed. He was not one to indulge in tobacco, yet he could partake in a bit of drink. And in that regard, he feared nothing. Who fears is the coward. Raising his glass, Su ran down the contents without hesitation. "Excellent. What a capacity for drink!" exclaimed Jiang Haidao, his companions filled with exuberance, echoing, "Who fears is the coward." Soon, Su Ran found himself facing off against Jiang Haidao and a dozen others. "Bring on more." The attendees at both tables, including the directors, erupted in applause, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. However, after a mere 10 minutes, Jiang Haidao and his companions began to sense that something was amiss. Though they felt the effects of alcohol, Su Ran remained composed, as if untouched by the revelry. Quickly, summon the fighters from outside. We have encountered a formidable opponent. Jiang Haidao exclaimed in alarm, directing his men to bring in their associates. Moments later, the door to the private room swung open, and one robust man after another entered. Upon learning that they were to compete in drinking with Su Ran, they became eager and animated. Chen Whiting, Ma Tianyu, Sister Shuang'er, and several others, equally undeterred, sought to join in, their spirits high and determined to outrank Su Ran. Yet, an hour later, the realization dawned upon one of them. I can't go on. I'm feeling faint. It is truly unbearable, indeed at the brink of exhaustion. Grandfather. I am utterly amazed. Oh no. It is the grandson who is astonished. Grandfather, I vomit. One by one, individuals are carried away, intoxicated beyond consciousness, even losing awareness, yet their lips incessantly murmur grandfather. Su Ran observes Jiang Hai and the others, resembling lifeless swine as they endure, and gently waves his hand. This gesture is not an apology, but rather a subtle reminder that they still have much to practice. Once the individuals are taken away, the once crowded private room suddenly transforms into a somewhat spacious area. Su Ran raises his wine glass, surveying the remaining guests, particularly the two directors, and with a playful smile inquires, who else? The individuals caught in his gaze immediately lower their heads, engrossed in their meals. It is no jest. Over 30 individuals have been rendered incapacitated, and these are burly men. They dare not invite misfortune upon themselves. Goodness, is this truly humanity? Capable of both fighting and drinking. How unfair the heavens are. Senior brother, do have some vegetables. Once Su Ran takes his seat, the attentive He Ba thoughtfully serves him a dish. Yang Mi, witnessing this, momentarily freezes, but quickly regains her composure and also offers some food. Her tone remains casual. I worry you might get drunk. If no one can carry you back later, you should eat more. Observing Yang Mi's action, He Ba lightly bites her lip before continuing to serve. Yang Mi also persists in her feeding, as if engaged in a silent competition. Su Ran watches the two women, receiving food from his left and right, and the pace quickens. This atmosphere feels somewhat ominous. He glances at the rest of the table. Is there truly no one willing to continue drinking? He would rather indulge in alcohol than endure this torment. However, no one dared to gaze upon Su Ran, hastily diverting their eyes. They were not yet ready to embrace their demise. The banquet continued late into the night, leaving Su Ran exclaiming that he had nearly lost half his life. The following morning, as dawn broke, most were still inebriated. While Su Ran exchanged greetings with Yang Mi and Ri Ba before making a hasty exit, he sensed an oddness in the two women's demeanor. Once outside, without a moment's hesitation, Su Ran headed straight to the set of Xiao Chun Dao. He had yet to film his scenes there. Just a few days prior, Lu Yang had called to inquire when he would come to shoot Ding Xiu's segments. Now that Gu Jian Qiten had wrapped, it required post-production, editing, approvals, and negotiations with the television station for collaboration before airing. And there was also the production of the theme song, which was not immediately urgent. Su Ran planned to address that at a later time. The system task required a character that would leave a lasting impression on the audience. As it stood, he could only await the airing of Gu Jianqi Tan. For the moment, he could breathe a sigh of relief and take a break. Upon arriving, Lu Yang's face lit up with joy upon seeing Su Ran, and he enthusiastically extended his hands, exclaiming, General Instructor, you have finally arrived. I have been quite busy. When do I get my turn to shoot? Su Ran shook hands with him, feeling resigned to the nickname that had taken hold among everyone. It seemed impossible to change their minds. Please take a moment to rest. I will complete the current filming schedule, and then I will arrange for your scenes. Sure thing. Su Ran nodded, awaiting further instructions. Someone, please prepare a resting area for the general instructor. Lu Yang began to wave for assistance. At that moment, several martial artists observing from a distance became visibly excited and eagerly stepped forward. Director, I am here. One exclaimed. Master Su, please. Allow me to escort you to your resting area. Another interjected, Old Lu, step aside, you are obstructing the Grand Master's path. Master, could you please teach me a few of those moves from our last encounter? A group of muscular men, bowing respectfully with expressions of flattery, surrounded Su Ran and guided him along. Director Lu Yang watched as Su Ran was enveloped by this throng, a twinge of envy stirring within him. How fortunate he was. He mused. He had not received such treatment. Yet, recalling how Su Ran had single-handedly bested every martial artist in their crew, He deemed their reaction entirely understandable. After casting one last envious glance, he returned to his filming position. Master, this is your resting area. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon us. Feel free to give orders, they said earnestly. Su Ran waved his hand dismissively. All right, I will call upon you if needed. Very well, the chair is here. Please sit. We shall take our leave now. The group departed with great fanfare, their demeanor sincere. Onlookers were perplexed by the martial artist's fervent enthusiasm until they recognized Su Ran, the recent figure of renown. No wonder these strong men were so accommodating. Hey, idol, you're here. Just as Su Ran was about to take a seat, a cool, cheerful voice interrupted. He turned his head to discover a large sunshade beside him, reminiscent of those provided to tourists in scenic areas for protection from the sun. In the shadows, Lu Cece rose from her lounge chair, her small face radiating joy. She was clad in a striking red garment that was particularly vibrant and eye-catching. Her long hair was elegantly styled in an updo, adding an air of poise and grace. Her complexion was pure and fair, especially accentuated by the red attire, rendering her even more luminous. Come quickly, take this seat beside me. Lu Cece waved her hand cheerfully, brimming with delight. Seeing this, Su Ran smiled and approached, yet chose not to sit in her lounge chair, opting instead for a chair nearby. My lounge chair is incredibly comfortable. Aren't you going to sit? Never mind. You can sit if you prefer. Very well. Lu Cece felt a flicker of disappointment, but swiftly regained her smile. Oh, by the way, did you read the script when you returned? Do you need me to explain the plot of the play to assist with your performance later? No, I've gathered some information. Su Ran raised her hand slightly. The plot is explosive, filled with twists and turns, but I still prefer films that feature just two characters, simple dialogues, and intense actions. Upon hearing this, Lu Cece's smile froze, leaving her momentarily stunned. Ah, is your film serious? Chapter 37. Am I so handsome that I can PUA Lu Cece? I have some chips here. Would you like some, Idol? Idol, would you like a drink? It's chilled and refreshing. Idol, how about some candy? If not, then how about Lulu Mei, endorsed by Yangmi? Are you alright? Are you alright? If so, then please enjoy some Lulu Mei. As Su Ran listened to Lu Cece's incessant chatter and her fervent calls of Idol, he felt a profound sense of ennui. Since he had seated himself, her small mouth had been incessantly moving, seemingly never pausing for breath. Moreover, she persistently thrust snacks towards him, intent on extracting his preferences. It was utterly chaotic. Do you think your fans are aware of this ruckus? Why are you so insistent? What is it that you truly desire to eat? Do enlighten me, Idol. Lu Cece concluded, hands on her hips, her lips pouting in evident dissatisfaction. I crave starch sausages. Do you have any? Su Ran replied dismissively, not even turning his head. Starch sausages? Upon hearing this, Lu Cece paused, her eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement. Yes, I'll go fetch some for you. With that proclamation, she leapt from the lounge chair, donned her shoes, and joyfully made her way outside. Hey, Cece. The assistant, witnessing Lu Cece's departure, was taken aback and hurriedly followed, exclaiming, I'll go by them. You stay here and rest. When Su Ran finally turned his gaze, he could only see Lu Cece running out, her skirt held in hand, with her assistant trailing closely behind. She really is going to buy them? Su Ran murmured to himself, momentarily bewildered. He had merely spoken in jest, never anticipating that Lu Cece would take him seriously. Nevertheless, it was a welcome respite. The atmosphere had grown quieter, allowing him a moment to relax. Su Ran exhaled softly and turned his attention to Lu Yang, who was directing the filming. However, he had not observed for long when Zhu Dan approached from a distance, clad in a form-fitting black guard uniform that accentuated her figure. In the drama, she portrayed the adopted daughter of Wei Zhongxian. Ah, Chief Instructor, where's Cece? I just saw her a moment ago, and now she seems to have vanished. As she spoke, she glanced around in confusion, searching for her. She went to buy me some starch sausages, Su Ran replied simply, while also observing her. He recalled that Zhu Dan and Zhou Yiwei had met while working on the set of the Stitching Spring Blade and had subsequently fallen in love. However, with Zhou Yiwei now cast in the role of Jia Qianju, one had to wonder if they would still be together. Going to buy you starch sausages? That insufferable girl. She wouldn't even share her snacks with me, yet she's willing to fetch things for you. Truly heartless. Zhu Dan grumbled as she pulled a chair over to sit down. Su Ran anticipated that the brief quiet he had enjoyed would soon be interrupted by another presence. All he desired was a moment of solitude. Was that too much to ask? Zhu Dan leaned in closer, her expression filled with anticipation as she remarked, Hey, Chief instructor, you must be quite adept at PUA, right? What? Su Ran's expression shifted, his pupils dilating as he stared at her in disbelief. What on earth was she saying? They had merely just met. There was no animosity between them. True, he had indeed snatched the role of her future husband, but surely that didn't warrant such accusations. Yet, Zhu Dan remained oblivious to the awkwardness of the situation, chuckling to herself as she continued, "You're so handsome, and your physique is fantastic. You must be quite skilled at PUA. Look, Cece is willing to go buy things for you. You clearly have a way with girls." It was worth noting that Cece rarely spoke to anyone on set. Su Ran's lips curled slightly as he retorted, "So, all handsome men are adept at PUA, are they?" "Not entirely, but your type is certainly favored by women, which suggests you are quite adept at PUA." Zhu Dan continued, stating that his father was skilled at charming his mother, and several artists he knew, such as Yu Haoming, were also quite proficient. He believed that men ought to master the art of PUA to be appealing. How fortunate. It seems I am not the only one labeled as skilled in PUA. Wait a moment. As Su Ran listened to Zhu Dan's words, he gradually sensed something amiss. He hesitated, then cautiously inquired, "Are you certain you understand the meaning of PUA?" Zhu Dan, looking perplexed, replied, "Isn't it just about being very nice to girls and being good at attracting them?" Su Ran felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. It all made sense now. "Your interpretation is indeed quite novel. But please refrain from claiming in front of others that I am proficient in PUA, for I am not, and I truly appreciate your consideration." He could even envision Zhu Dan, in some hosting scenario, boasting about his prowess in PUA. That would be an unassailable predicament. "Why? This is a compliment. Thank you. But you are putting me in jeopardy." "Huh?" Zhu Dan, utterly confused, was about to say more when a cheerful voice rang out from a distance. "Idol. The starch sausage is here." Upon hearing this, Su Ran felt as if he had heard celestial music and immediately sprang to his feet. Compared to facing Zhu Dan, he found Lu Cece far more endearing. Although she was rather loud, at least her thought process resonated with his own. "Here, take this one. I shall keep this for myself." Lu Cece swiftly approached, offering a starch sausage smeared with ketchup. She then indulged in it, savoring each bite with the delightful demeanor of a little squirrel. Su Ran accepted the sausage but refrained from consuming it immediately, instead reminding, "Zhu Dan, this is for you." After saying this, she distanced herself slightly. "Oh, Zhu Dan, I didn't see you here." Lu Cece then noticed Zhu Dan, somewhat surprised. "Haha, your obliviousness is truly disheartening," Zhu Dan remarked with a smile. Su Ran nearly stumbled, and Lu Cece was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly how one used the term oblivious? She couldn't help but envision a scenario wherein Zhu Dan described Lu Cece as someone who often lacked awareness. The mere thought sent a shiver down Su Ran's spine. It was best to limit their interactions. It was rather daunting. Lu Cece snapped out of her reverie, her smile returning. "Zhu Dan, you're back again." She then approached Su Ran, her expression serious as she whispered, "Zhu Dan often speaks this way. Don't take it to heart." "How should I put it?" Su Ran responded with a hint of melancholy. "Is the description rather ambiguous?" "Ah, yes, it's frequently ambiguous." "How did you know, Idol?" Lu Cece replied, a hint of surprise in her voice. "How did I know? It's simply a matter of having understood the other person's prowess." Lu Cece continued in a hushed tone. "Let me tell you, once Zhu Dan confided in me about having a quarrel with her parents and running away from home. But later I discovered that she was merely strolling downstairs in the community. Her parents could spot her figure from the window. Su Ran, Joey Wei, quickly appear and take Zhu Dan away. Leaving him outside is undoubtedly a significant source of instability. What are you whispering about? Am I not allowed to hear?" Zhu Dan, noticing the hushed exchange between Su Ran and Lu Cece, expressed his discontent. "No, it's nothing. Absolutely nothing." Su Ran and Lu Cece hastily denied it, exchanging a silent glance that conveyed a mutual understanding to exercise caution. However, as soon as they sat down, Su Ran felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Zhu Dan was far more loquacious than Lu Cece, perhaps due to his experience as a host. Moreover, when Lu Cece found it hard to cope, she would instinctively redirect the conversation towards him. "Idol, what do you think? Idol, is Zhu Dan's perspective correct?" It was utterly excruciating for Su Ran, akin to sitting on pins and needles, as if a thorn were lodged in his back, and he could not recall what followed. Initially, he had thought Lu Cece was a savior, but now he realized she was the quickest to surrender. Fortunately, just as darkness descended, Liu Yang's voice echoed from afar. "Head instructor, we are filming a night scene, and your part is coming up." Upon hearing this, Su Ran was overwhelmed with emotion, rising to leave. Never before had he anticipated the announcement of a shoot with such fervor. The reason for the tears in his eyes was his profound love for acting. Cece, look. Work is often disheartening. Even the head instructor sheds reluctant tears upon hearing that filming is about to commence. Zhu Dan shook his head in heartfelt sympathy, displaying a look of pity. As Su Ran walked ahead, he nearly stumbled upon hearing Zhu Dan's words from behind. The pace of her footsteps quickened. Lu Cece revealed an expression devoid of hope. Chapter 38. Performing fight scenes with Su Ran, life or death. Over the past few days, she had become quite familiar with the script. Ding Xiu's character embodies the persona of a rogue, serving as Jin Yichuan Sr., yet consistently extorting him with leverage. Lu Yang incessantly advised Su Ran, who had changed into costume, with meticulous care. However, Su Ran felt no need for such caution and interrupted, stating, "No problem. I am well acquainted with this role. Let us begin filming directly." With such minimal dialogue, there truly was no need for rehearsal. Moreover, he was also quite familiar with the character of Jia Qian. "Well then, take your position," Lu Yang replied awkwardly, scratching his head. Su Ran hefted the large dagger onto his shoulder and walked to the designated spot, awaiting his cue. The next scene to be filmed involved Ding Xiu extorting Jin Yichuan and a brief confrontation between them. "All departments, prepare." Lu Yang's voice resonated through the loudspeakers, reaching every ear. Many crew members gradually gathered around, eager to witness the performance of their lead instructor, Su Ran. They craned their necks, particularly the martial artists, who collectively shouted in admiration for their chief instructor. The sheer magnitude of their enthusiasm drew the attention of onlookers, who understood that this admiration stemmed from the previous defeat he had inflicted upon them. It was only through Lu Yang's repeated insistence that this group of strong men finally quieted down. Scene 18, first shot, first take, action. At Lu Yang's command, Su Ran adjusted his demeanor, his expression stern, as he slowly emerged from the shadows of the trees, wielding the large dagger with one hand. One hand grasped a steamed bun, and as he sauntered before Jin Yichuan, he nonchalantly began to nibble on it, casting casual glances around him. "What are you looking at? Afraid your friends in uniform might spot me?" he remarked with a chuckle, utterly disregarding the grim expression on Jin Yichuan's face. "No need to worry. They have long since departed." With that, he continued to eat the bun with carefree abandon. Li Xuedong, the actor portraying Jin Yichuan, produced several pieces of silver from his waist. Upon seeing the money, Su Ran's interest was piqued, and he carelessly tossed the bun aside, brushing off his clothing. "Senior brother, since you've got the silver, let us take our leave." Hearing this, Su Ran initially displayed surprise, followed by a scowl, but soon reverted to his carefree demeanor. He reclaimed the silver from his companion's hand, stating, "Even the smallest fly is still meat. This is the last time." Li Xuedong left with an impassive expression, yet had barely taken a few steps when a voice called out from behind. "Do you truly believe that donning this fishskin attire makes you an official?" Su Ran, gripping the scabbard of the sword slung over his shoulder, slowly turned around, his gaze filled with amusement. "A thief is still a thief." His tone dripped with disdain and mockery. Observing this scene from the monitor, Lu Yang couldn't help but nod approvingly. Indeed, this performance feels quite natural. The rogue persona is vividly portrayed. Suddenly, his brow furrowed in concern. However, Li Xuedong seems to struggle with the scene. In contrast, his performance appears somewhat jarring. The surrounding assistant directors nodded in agreement, clearly recognizing the disparity. The contrasting styles between the two performances were stark, creating an awkward dissonance. Gradually, those observing around began to sense something amiss. Li Xuedong, overwhelmed by the scene, appeared rather dazed, failing to muster a counteraction. Li Cece bit her lip and whispered. Wang Qianyuan and Zhang Jing nearby nodded in agreement. The escalating intensity of Su Ran's performance was becoming insurmountable for Xuedong. The term unable to reciprocate refers to a situation during a duel scene where one party's acting prowess exerts pressure on the other, resulting in an unnatural performance from the latter, who becomes numb and unable to respond. At this moment, Li Xuedong found himself in such a suppressed state, struggling to match Su Ran's exceptional portrayal. He was astonished by Su Ran's remarkable talent, having previously heard rumors of his lackluster skills. Zhang Jing stroked his chin, revealing an envious expression. "I initially thought he was merely capable in action, but now I see his acting is commendable as well. We male actors are left with no prospects. With such remarkable attributes, word of this would inevitably circulate, leading directors to vie for his attention." Certainly, in the realm of action films, Su Ran would face no shortage of opportunities. This secret will sustain me for a lifetime, Su Ran declared with a rebellious tone as the shot concluded. Cut, Lu Yang called out loudly. That was good, but Li Xuedong, your reaction was too stiff. Let us keep one take. At the moment the word cut was uttered, Li Xuedong could no longer restrain himself and began to breathe heavily. Sweat streamed down his forehead, dripping onto the ground. While performing alongside Su Ran, he had been utterly taken aback by the intensity of Su Ran's gaze and tone. It felt as though he truly had some leverage in the hands of the other party, leaving him in a state of utter terror. Yet, with the director not calling cut, he could only continue to perform with a stiff upper lip. Unbeknownst to him, the fabric of his clothing had already become drenched with perspiration. Are you all right? Do you need a break? Su Ran inquired, noticing the pallor of Li Xuedong's complexion. No, I'm fine. I can manage, Li Xuedong replied, mustering all his composure and forcing a smile. Good, as long as you're fine, Su Ran reassured him. Returning to her original position behind the tree, preparing for another take, Li Xuedong clenched his fists, rallying his spirits, and resumed his stance. All right, let us take it from the top. Li Xuedong, hold steady, the director instructed. At those words, Li Xuedong felt a silent anguish. Hold steady? He wished he could. But alas, he found it impossible. Before he could ponder further, the director's command to commence filming echoed in the air. Su Ran emerged slowly from behind the tree, resembling a shadowy figure stepping forth from darkness, exuding an invisible aura of authority. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Xuedong's heart lurched. Yet he could only grit his teeth and endure. Moments slipped by, and soon 2 minutes had elapsed. Predictably, the outcome mirrored that of the previous take, an overwhelming defeat. Lu Yang shook his head, deciding against another attempt. Regardless of how many takes they filmed, the disparity in skill was insurmountable. All right, prepare for the next shot, he announced. Upon hearing this, a stir erupted among the crowd, for they were aware of what the next scene entailed. In the narrative, Jin Yichuan, incensed, retaliates against Ding Xiao, leading to a confrontation. Oh, this is going to be entertaining. We shall witness the prowess of the chief instructor once more. I wonder if Li Xuedong can withstand it. Nonsense, what can he use to withstand it? There are dozens of people on set who have been flattened. Is he to use his head to oppose it? In an instant, all eyes turned towards Li Xuedong, filled with pity. When it comes time for the fight scene, it is certain to be excruciating. After all, the opponent is Su Ran, the total master of Hengyan, capable of single-handedly defeating an entire crew of martial artists. As Li Xuedong listened to the murmurs around him, his face turned pale, and he felt a desire to escape from it all. The inevitable had arrived. He had anticipated the scene of performing alongside Su Ran and had prepared himself mentally. Yet, when the day truly came, he found his composure shattered. Zhang Zheng and Lu Sisi approached, their expressions somber as they stood before Li Xuedong. They then bowed deeply. Li Xuedong felt on the verge of collapse. Not that he was dead yet. Why the bowing? From a distance, Su Ran watched the scene unfold in bewilderment. What is happening? It's merely a fight scene. Why does it feel as if the other party is preparing for a funeral procession? Xuedong, take care of yourself, Zhang Zheng said, his face reflecting sorrow as he heavily patted Li Xuedong on the shoulder. He seemed about to utter more, but with a deep sigh, he turned away. Next came another. Xuedong, do you have any last wishes? Speak to your brother, and I shall certainly fulfill them. Alas, time is not on your side. Take care. Wang Qianyuan similarly patted Li Xuedong's shoulder before departing. Xuedong, you are commendable. I shall urge my idol to go easy on you, but regardless. You still have this to face, Lu Sisi remarked, giving a thumbs up as she finished. Immediately, she dashed to Su Ran's side, grasping his arm and sweetly imploring, Idol, unleash your might. Showcase your most dashing moves. Li Xuedong can endure any punishment. Su Ran, Li Xuedong. The proximity allowed me to overhear their exchange. Is this woman truly so capricious? Chapter 39. The meager votes, manipulating by Lu Mengzi's wake-up time. In the midst of the somber gazes directed at him, Li Xuedong began to tremble uncontrollably. His lips were chapped, his complexion ashen, and his mental state increasingly frayed. He even petitioned the director to allow a stunt double to take his place. However, the response was disheartening. No stunt performer was willing to undertake this role. After all, it was that man. They had been thoroughly battered last time and had no desire to return for a second round. All right, Li Xuedong, are you ready? It will be over soon. Just endure a little longer. After urging him, Lu Yang offered some words of encouragement. Li Xuedong's face was ashen. Endure a little longer. It will soon be over hardly sounded like a comforting statement. Then, Lu Yang turned to Su Ran, saying, Chief Instructor, please, try to hold back a bit. Rest assured, I will temper my strikes. I shall merely employ a few moves. No, it cannot be casual. Forget I said that. Please, perform to your fullest. It must be visually stunning and exhilarating. Upon hearing the director's words, Li Xuedong's complexion paled further. Su Ran was momentarily taken aback, then pressed for clarity. So, should you hold back or unleash your full potential? Unleash your full potential. It must be spectacular, must be beautiful. Lu Yang, with a generous spirit, spoke candidly before turning to Li Xuedong with a hint of awkwardness. Xuedong, I apologize for the inconvenience. Without allowing Li Xuedong a moment to wallow in sorrow, Lu Yang swiftly issued the command, all departments, take your positions. Action. Upon hearing the cue, Li Xuedong gritted his teeth and sprinted towards Su Ran. However, just 5 seconds later, a figure was sent sprawling to the ground like a deflated ball, dust billowing around them. Bravo! Lu Yang exclaimed, leaping to his feet in excitement. That was well done, but something is still amiss. Li Xuedong, you must resist. There was no engagement, and the visual impact is lacking. Let's do it again. Li Xuedong, already feeling as though his bones were dislocated and his body ached all over, felt as if he might cough up blood at Lu Yang's words. Engagement? If you think you can do better, then you take the stage. Yet, such thoughts remained unspoken, and he could only endure in silence. Come, let me help you up. At that moment, a clear voice resonated. Li Xuedong lifted his gaze to see Su Ran, her expression filled with concern as she extended her hand to assist him. The chief instructor is here to help me? Upon catching sight of her, a tumult of emotions surged within him. His eyes involuntarily reddened, overwhelmed by gratitude, as all his grievances dissipated in an instant. Noticing the sudden shift in his demeanor, from joy to sorrow, Su Ran felt a twinge of unease. Wondering if he harbored some peculiar inclination, she nearly withdrew her hand. Thank you, chief instructor. Li Xuedong managed to grasp Su Ran's hand and, with great effort, rose to his feet. You're welcome. It's all for the sake of filming. I shall continue to act a bit more, Su Ran said, discreetly withdrawing his hand. He increasingly sensed that something was amiss with Li Xuedong, who seemed to be grinning foolishly at him. No need. Please feel free to express yourself fully. Together, let's ensure this scene is executed flawlessly. At that moment, Li Xuedong was brimming with enthusiasm, as if the anxious individual from earlier was not him at all. Su Ran regarded him with confusion before ultimately nodding. All right, then let us give it our all. With that, there was no further need for him to say anything. Truly, the character of Guo Junwang from Empresses in the Palace possessed an admirable mindset. To portray a character who flirts with his sister-in-law requires considerable skill. Upon returning to their positions, the director called out, Action. Su Ran resumed the filming. Cut. That was good, but Li Xuedong, you need to rise after being knocked down. Cut. Never mind. Let's rig him with wires for this next take. Thus, they continued filming repeatedly. Lu Cixi and the others watched as Li Xuedong was sent flying by Su Ran time and again. Their sympathy overflowed like the Yellow River, becoming uncontainable. Gradually, they began to admire Li Xuedong. Indeed, he was quite the man. Fortunately, on the 8th take, Lu Yang finally spared Li Xuedong. Cut. This take is good. Medical personnel, please assist him off the set. The primary concern was to avoid any genuine accidents during the shoot. Moreover, there was a sense that continuing in this manner would yield no qualitative improvement. With the director calling for a pause in filming, Su Ran immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As the confrontation continued, he feared inflicting further harm on his opponent. He had already restrained himself as much as possible. Yet his physical prowess remained unyielding, resulting in tangible damage. When Li Xuedong was carried away on a stretcher, he managed to raise his thumb towards Su Ran, as if to commend him with a silent gesture. This only reinforced Su Ran's determination to maintain distance from his adversary. Perhaps today had awakened some latent masochistic tendencies within him. All right, preparations for the next scene. Chief Instructor, do you wish to take a break? Lu Yang inquired. No need. Let us proceed. Su Ran gestured for them to continue. Very well, then let each department take their positions. The upcoming scene promised to be a memorable one. Nie Yuan portrayed Zhao Jingzhong, the newly appointed supervisor of the Eastern Bureau, who had financially incentivized Ding Xiu to eliminate Jin Yichuan. Soon, both actors were ready. Su Ran observed Nie Yuan, who offered a friendly smile and nodded in acknowledgement. Nie Yuan, an experienced actor, was perhaps most notably remembered for his monthly allowance of $3 million to his wife, living like royalty at home. How splendid it is to possess wealth. Action. Lu Yong announced, holding the megaphone, and the filming between Su Ran and Ye Yuan commenced. You possess remarkable martial skills. I require you to eliminate someone for me. Whom does the prince wish to target? The minor officer of the Bizenfu, Genie Chuan. Who? Su Ran exclaimed, his tone betraying his astonishment. Does the prince not know he is my junior brother? Would someone like you truly care about such matters? Your Grace, you misunderstand. This individual is my beloved friend. My brother in arms. Su Ran's sincerity shone through as he earnestly added, we must discuss additional compensation. Laughter erupted among the crowd as they witnessed the scene unfolding before them. For reasons unknown, Su Ran's earnest expression while mentioning additional payment exuded an inexplicable charm, rendering the moment utterly amusing. Lu Yong found the shot quite delightful, chuckling for an extended period before calling out, cut. That's a wrap for this scene. Let us continue. Thus, the filming of the next segment commenced. Given that the brocade knife featured numerous night scenes, the crew worked tirelessly through the night, shooting continuously. Su Ran persisted in his performance until the clock struck 1 in the morning, marking the end of his scenes. Due to Li Xuedong's current ill health, there was no one available to act alongside him, allowing Su Ran to take a break while the director filmed other sequences. He welcomed the opportunity to relax. Upon returning to the rest area, he found Lu Cece reclining on a lounge chair, curled up as she played on her phone. Lying sideways, her crimson dress slightly slipped, revealing a pair of smooth, fair legs that glistened like polished jade. Hey, idol, are you done shooting? Lu Cece seemed to sense something, lifting her gaze to Su Ran, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Hurry, come look. I just found something amazing on Weibo. She waved her hand eagerly, resembling a child eager to share a treasure. What is the good thing? Su Ran approached, curiosity piqued. It's a voting event on the internet. Look at this. It's so entertaining. Lu Cece exclaimed, shaking her head enthusiastically as she thrust her phone towards Su Ran, leaning in without noticing the closeness, her fingers swiftly gliding across the screen. Su Ran momentarily lost himself in the warmth emanating from her and the faint scent of her presence, caught in a brief stupor. However, she soon turned her gaze toward the screen of her phone, where a voting solicitation from the Waha program was displayed. The Sims game is currently inviting the vast online community to cast their votes to determine the itinerary of the Wahaha group members. Each of your decisions will influence their subsequent arrangements. Now please decide the wake-up time for Bai Lu and Mingzi, A. 2:30 a.m. B. 2 o'clock a.m. Please decide the wake-up time for Deng Chao, Chen He, and Lu Han, A. 2:30 a.m. B. 2 o'clock a.m. Su Ran was momentarily taken aback upon seeing this information. Is Wahaha still filming? It has been 3 months since he was unceremoniously dragged into a dinner invitation. Have they been shooting for such an extended period? Moreover, why is Meng Zi among the options? Lu Cece was about to explain, but as she turned her head back, she found Su Ran's profile mere inches away. How close? Her cheeks flushed slightly as she feigned indifference and leaned a little closer to Su Ran. Idol, haven't you filmed with Brother Chow and the others before? Don't you know that Wahaha airs live on Mondays, with a total of 15 episodes? Chapter 40. Su Ran was caught up in the rhythm on Weibo, wondering why he was still awake at such a late hour. The live broadcast format on Mondays was indeed unfamiliar to him. After all, the current trend of variety shows adopting live formats had already left him somewhat bewildered. Hurry, the voting time is only 1 minute. Should I choose to participate for fun? Lu Cece, noticing Su Ran's lack of response, tugged at his clothing to urge him on. Of course, I must join in the fun. They are all my beloved friends, my brothers, and I must show my support. Su Ran gazed at the options displayed on the screen, his eyes glimmering slightly, a smile gracing his lips. He had not forgotten the camaraderie shared with this group, who had indulged in feasts at his expense not long ago. It was now his turn to spread warmth within the community. With that thought, he swiftly selected his choice. Upon seeing Su Ran finalize his selection, Lu Cece retrieved her own phone, leaning over in curiosity to catch a glimpse. To her surprise, she discovered that he was crafting a comment beneath the voting topic on Wuha. Real men don't need excessive sleep. Wake up at 2 for some vitality. As for Bai Lu and Meng Zi, a little extra rest is fine. Waking at 2:30 is perfectly acceptable. What? Lu Cece stared at Su Ran in astonishment after the comment was sent. Idol, you. Reciprocity is essential. This will enhance the show's appeal. Su Ran replied with a gentle smile. His radiant grin captivated Lu Cc as she admired his finely chiseled jawline, leaving her momentarily spellbound. After a brief pause, she nodded in agreement, her expression reflecting her support. Indeed, her idol was always right. Whatever he chose to do was justified, and she, Lu Cc, would support him unconditionally. In the wake of Su Ran's comment, a flurry of responses erupted in the comments section, with dozens of new remarks appearing seemingly out of nowhere. Wait, is this for real? The real Su Ran? The one above should be addressed as the Grand Coach of Hongdian. How majestic. Count me in. Why has Wu Ha suddenly initiated a vote? Could it be that they are planning a live stream at dawn? I'm on board with the Grand Coach. Su Ranji is absolutely right. Count me in. Meanwhile, on a small island in Zhou Mountain, the filming location is desolate and eerily quiet. Surrounding the area are numerous filming equipment and various crew members busily preparing the set. In the heart of the open space stand two white tents. One tent serves as the resting area for the female participants, whereby Lu and Meng Zi are taking a break. The other tent is designated for Deng Zhao, Xinhe, and Lu Han, who are currently asleep. Director, we have a situation. A female assistant director, clutching a backpack, rushed towards Wang Zhengyu. What's the rush? The show hasn't even started yet. What could possibly be the issue? Wang Zhengyu calmly reprimanded her. The assistant director looked somewhat aggrieved as she handed over her phone. There are comments beneath our voting that Su Ran is manipulating. Comments are just comments. What's the big deal? You mean Su Ran? Wang Jingyu's eyes widened in disbelief as he snatched the phone to examine it. The support ratings for Deng Zhao and his companions, who had risen at 2 in the morning, had surged ahead with over 1,000 votes. In contrast, Bai Lu and Meng Zi had managed only slightly more than 1,000 votes, despite their combined efforts. Moreover, Su Ran's orchestrated comments stood out conspicuously, attracting a plethora of supportive replies from netizens. Good grief. Wang Jingyu couldn't help but curse. What on earth is Su Ran doing on Weibo at 1 in the morning? Isn't she supposed to be sleeping? And why is she stirring up trouble? He had initially thought that the early morning hours would see fewer users on Weibo, thus opting for a game-like approach to allow the audience to vote on the direction of Deng Zhao's group's activities. This episode was primarily intended to be a low-key live broadcast, later edited for release on video platforms. However, it seems that things have taken a turn for the worse. It should be fine. Perhaps the other party is merely jesting. For now, it remains within a controllable scope, and we shall proceed as usual, Wang Zhengyu forcibly reassured himself. Everything has already been prepared. It is impossible to abandon the shoot at this stage. Besides, it is merely Su Ran's commentary. It should not pose any significant issues. Understood. The female director responded promptly and then withdrew. The preparations continued unabated. Before long, the clock struck 2 in the morning. Wang Zhengyu signaled for the live broadcast to commence. Almost immediately, a jarring alarm resonated from Deng Zhao's tent. Rise and shine, rise and shine. The sound was deafening, jolting Deng Zhao and his companions from their slumber. Each wore a bewildered expression, fatigue evident upon their faces. What is the meaning of this? We were sleeping. At that moment, Wang Jingyu entered the tent and announced, "Today marks the special edition filming of the program. Your task is to escape from this island. However, the direction of your escape will be determined by us, allowing the online audience to vote on the matter. You may consider it akin to a game of Monopoly. As it stands, the netizens have decided that your wake-up time is 2 in the morning, so please rise quickly." Upon hearing the director's barrage of words, Deng Zhao, Xinhe, and Lu Han were left flabbergasted. "No, we want to sleep. We just fell asleep." "Exactly, we haven't rested well. I refuse to get up." The three, feeling utterly exhausted, had no desire to rise. "If you do not wake up, we shall resort to splashing water on you." With that ultimatum, Deng Zhao and his companions sprang to their feet with almost supernatural speed. In jest, water was splashed, leaving the onlookers astonished by such agile movements. Wang Jingyu and the others in the live stream were momentarily taken aback. After commenting on Weibo, Su Ran entered the live stream and took a seat, chuckling as he sent a string of 666 in response to Deng Zhao and his companions' antics. The remaining viewers echoed his enthusiasm, repeatedly typing 666. At that hour, being the early morning, coupled with the spontaneous nature of the broadcast, the audience was sparse, totaling just over 2,000. "Have we all risen? What about Bai Lu and Ziyi? Are they awake?" Deng Zhao inquired, slightly more alert, thinking of the 2 girls in the adjacent tent. "Indeed, we are all awake." "What about them?" Xinhe and Lu Han also turned their attention that way. The viewers had voted for the girls to wake at 2:30 in the morning, so they could continue to enjoy their slumber. Wang Jingyu seemed to ponder something, his eyelids twitching slightly before he exclaimed, "Ah, how unfair. Why should they enjoy an extra half-hour of sleep? I protest. I protest as well. Could this be a covert operation to sabotage us? Yes, it is quite plausible. I suspect the voting was orchestrated by your production team." Deng Chao and the others protested vehemently, convinced that there was some foul play afoot, deliberately putting them at a disadvantage. Wang Jingyu retorted, "We have all the voting records. It is fair, just, and transparent." "Then show us the evidence," Chen Yi challenged, raising an eyebrow with unyielding confidence. "Yes, let us see it," came the chorus of agreement. Deng Chao extended his hand, eager to examine the evidence. The female director, burdened with her backpack, instinctively glanced at Wang Jingyu. Upon receiving a nod from the director, she handed over her phone. Once Deng Chao obtained the device, the other two drew closer. As they scrutinized the voting data displayed on the screen, they were momentarily rendered speechless. Over 1,000 votes? Were the netizens truly awake at this hour? Deng Chao's face contorted in disbelief, a look of profound incredulity washing over him. "Wait, scroll down. There are comments. It's Su Ran." Chen He exclaimed as he swiped down the screen, revealing the content of the comment section. His sudden outburst prompted the others to peer down as well. They soon discovered Su Ran's comment urging them to rise, accompanied by a neatly organized array of replies beneath it. The trio stood there, utterly astonished, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. "My heavens, Su Ran. Is she orchestrating this voting frenzy with the netizens?" They all turned their gaze towards Wang Jingyu. Upon receiving an affirmative nod, they felt a wave of despair wash over them as they stared helplessly into the camera. "Su Ran, why are you awake at this ungodly hour? What on earth are you doing? I'm getting old. Isn't it reasonable for me to desire a bit more sleep?" Deng Chao lamented. "Indeed, Su Ran, it's a splendid night. I implore you to retire to your bed and cease your phone antics. The doctor has advised that staying up late hastens aging. Please, put down your phone and bid us good night, Makabaka." The three of them fervently urged, hoping Su Ran would promptly succumb to slumber. They had grown quite familiar with her antics and were all too aware of the chaos that would ensue if she persisted. While they had entertained the possibility of the production team playing tricks, they could never have anticipated Su Ran orchestrating such a spectacle. The dark underbelly of the production team is indeed disheartening, yet the manipulation by the brothers is far more devastating. Chapter 41. Lu Cixi applies to join. The unfortunate trio of 5 This live broadcast was not announced in advance, and given that it was the early hours, the audience was sparse, numbering merely over 3,000, most of whom had arrived from Weibo. Viewers, witnessing the dismal plight of Deng Chao and his companions, found themselves utterly amused, their drowsiness vanishing. The wheel of karma turns, and Su Ran must be retaliating against the earlier antics of Brother Chao and his crew, who had indulged in free meals and drinks. How entertaining. The production team could hardly have anticipated that an artist would engage in this voting, stirring the pot. Observing Brother Chao's distress brought me inexplicable satisfaction, and I mindlessly cast my vote alongside Su Ran. Those arriving from Weibo were eager to witness the discomfort of Brother Chao and his entourage. After Deng Chao and his companions had lamented to the camera for a while, fatigue set in, and they ceased their ruckus, settling down. At this moment, Wang Jingyu remarked, "A new day begins with your rising. Now, it is the netizens who will decide what you wear." He announced that they would publish the options online and asked everyone to wait a minute. As his words fell away, Deng Chao could only smile wryly and shake his head, hoping that Su Ran was merely toying with them and would refrain from participating. "Do you think that is even possible? Just think about it," Chen He retorted mercilessly. If the roles were reversed, they would undoubtedly enjoy themselves far more than Su Ran. Soon enough, a minute elapsed. Wang Jingyu took the director's phone, and upon seeing the screen, his expression turned to one of astonishment. A. Casual attire, votes, 24B. Formal attire, votes, 13,241. Over 10,000 now. Just a few minutes ago, it was only a couple of thousand, and suddenly the numbers surged. Undoubtedly, this is the handiwork of Su Ran. As expected, he glanced below and saw Su Ran commenting in the discussion thread, advocating for formal attire. "What's wrong? Announce the options already. Why are you staring blankly at your phone?" Deng Zhao and the others inquired of the bewildered Wang Jingyu. "Well, the votes favoring formal attire have significantly outnumbered those for casual wear." Wang Jingyu hesitated before responding. "Significantly outnumbered?" The three exclaimed in unison. "Of course. It must be Su Ran again. How annoying." Deng Zhao hardly needed to ponder. He knew Su Ran was still orchestrating the situation. Forget it. It's merely a change of clothes. Let us all get dressed. For now, it's just a wardrobe change. It's not that distressing. The production team stepped out, allowing Deng Zhao and the others to change their outfits. Within a few minutes, the three emerged from the tent, clad in white shirts and slacks. However, the garments hung loosely, giving them a rather disheveled appearance. In the set of the spring knife, Su Ran was watching the live stream on his phone. Upon seeing Deng Zhao and his companions emerge from the tent looking listless, he couldn't help but chuckle. Their formal attire resembled that of insurance salesmen. Lu Sisi, who was watching the live stream beside him, burst into laughter at this description, nearly toppling over towards Su Ran. Ha ha ha, idol, your depiction is so vivid. It truly resembles that. After she finished laughing, she glanced at her phone. Suddenly, a notification caught her attention. Oh, another poll has arrived. Should we choose Chinese cuisine or Western cuisine? Which one to pick? Su Ran switched her phone to Weibo and examined the options presented. Before leaving the island, we need to replenish our energy. Please help Deng Zhao, Chenhe, and Lu Han decide what breakfast to have. A. Chinese cuisine. B. Western cuisine. After pondering for a brief moment, she remarked, I choose Western cuisine. Given the program team's tendencies, it is likely to be something like canned herring. One of these options must surely be a trap. With that, she cast her vote and shared her opinion in the comments section. The netizens, crouched before their phones, resembled soldiers awaiting orders from their general. Upon seeing Su Ran's comment, they promptly followed suit. Lu Sisi observed as the comment section filled with ones in agreement. With a sudden spark in her bright eyes, she seemed to have an idea. Her fair complexion broke into an adorable smile as she chimed in with her own comment. 1. Closely following Su Ran's vote, the netizens, who had been busy casting their votes, were suddenly stirred by the appearance of VIP user Lu Sisi's comment. The chat erupted in excitement. Is this the real deal or a fake account? Lu Sisi is joining the fun. Oh my goodness, this is actually happening. My Sisi. What is going on with these two appearing at the same time? I must gather people. This is extraordinary, a living celebrity in the front row. Su Ran also noticed Lu Sisi's comment and couldn't help but cast a puzzled glance at her. Lu Sisi playfully winked and sweetly remarked, I think this is more fun. Kiki. Ah, how shamelessly adorable. The innocent charm of a beautiful girl winking nearly overwhelmed Su Ran. It was simply unfair. This scene evoked memories of a summer twilight during high school. In a crowded classroom, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his desk mate's youthful face. Oh, he almost forgot. His desk mate was a boy plagued by acne. Because of his striking looks, the teacher dared not seat any girls beside him. Well, the sentiment remained similar. It was nonetheless captivating, stirring nostalgic recollections of youth, of a girl in a school uniform with a ponytail. Fine, as long as you enjoy it. Su Ran did not oppose Lu Sisi's actions, choosing to remain taciturn. Hee. Lu Sisi giggled delightedly, continuing to watch the live broadcast on her phone. The production team of the 5 Ha show, inspired by Su Ran and Lu Sisi, saw over 30,000 netizens help choose Western cuisine for you. After a moment of daze, Wang Jingyu numbly announced this result. What? Director, what did you say? Su Ran and who else? Lu Sisi? Did you misspeak? Or did we mishear? Lu Sisi? The trio of Deng Zhao reacted strongly to this statement, persistently questioning. Yes, it's the Lu Sisi you were thinking of. Wang Jingyu replied, covering his face. As Ward prepared to unleash a torrent of expletives, he quickly realized they were live, prompting him to restrain himself. He hastily requested a mobile phone to check the comments. Once the staff's phone was procured, they were met with Lu Sisi's remarks, which struck them as both bizarre and incredulous. Sisi, you've gone astray. Do not associate with Su Ran. He is not a good person, Deng Zhao admonished. His expression one of paternal concern, as if he were a father urging his wayward daughter to return to the right path. Indeed, Sisi, that fellow Su Ran is trouble. Avoid him and rally the netizens to help us choose a better direction. We must remain rational. Chunhee and Lu Han chimed in excitedly from the side. Now, please take your seats and prepare for breakfast, Wang Jingyu interjected, his expression stoic as he guided them to the next step. Nearby, 2 long tables were pushed together, adorned with white tablecloths. Upon hearing Wang's words, Deng Zhao and the others settled into their seats, speculating about the Western cuisine that awaited them, even indulging in dreams of steak and salad. However, before their discussion could conclude, the staff arrived bearing 3 plates. Upon seeing the contents, relief washed over them. Sandwiches. My favorite. The 3 were suddenly filled with excitement, their faces aglow with joy. You didn't expect this, Did you, Suran? Thank you for this delightful gift. Shinhee exclaimed, his eyebrows dancing with delight, exuding an air of uncontainable pride, reminiscent of a mischievous imp. The sandwich, what a delight! Deng Zhao spread his arms wide and even danced with joy, expressing his inner satisfaction. After a fervent display of exuberance, they composed themselves, ready for breakfast. Shinhee, unable to contain his excitement, rubbed his hands together. Suddenly, his nose twitched, and he frowned slightly. Deng Zhao, did you just pass gas? He caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor. What do you mean, pass gas? Don't say such things. I think I smell something too. Deng Zhao inhaled deeply, like a curious puppy, sniffing around, feeling something was amiss. Hey, I think I smell it too. What has gone sour? Lu Han also began to sniff the air. No, that's not right. In an instant, the three seemed to realize something simultaneously. They all turned their gaze towards the sandwiches on the table, leaning in like little dogs eager for a treat. A pungent, soul-crushing stench assaulted their senses. Almost in unison, they turned their heads away, retching towards the floor. Ugh. Yuck. This is canned herring. How foul. In the live stream, the audience erupted in laughter. Ahahaha. As predicted by Su Ran. The production team actually arranged for canned herring. How brilliant. The earlier confidence turned into discomfort, leaving everyone in stitches. This is too amusing. I've never laughed so hard before. It's like my abs are about to show. Truly remarkable. I initially thought it was a sandwich, but it seems Su Ran has thoroughly grasped the production team's tricks. Chapter 42. The rhythm of the group expands, boasting Meng Ziyi. The laughter erupted uncontrollably, causing Lu Cece to clutch her stomach, her mirth overwhelming her. Oh dear, she exclaimed, her amusement manifesting in a fit of giggles. With one hand pressed against her abdomen and the other playfully striking Su Ran's shoulder, she exclaimed, you are truly remarkable, idol. How did you know this was herring in a can? Just thinking about the ridiculous expressions on Zhao Gu and the others is simply hilarious. Lu Cece's strikes, though enthusiastic, lacked force, and Su Ran felt nothing but a gentle tingling sensation, akin to raindrops falling softly, a comforting massage. Observing the girl as she swayed with laughter, he found himself at a loss for words. Was her sense of humor truly so simplistic? It was as if she were wound up like a toy, unable to cease her laughter. Hey, what are you two up to, laughing so heartily? Came a familiar voice, characterized by its distinctive, playful tone. Su Ran hardly needed to turn around to recognize the illustrious Zhu Dan's arrival. Within the entire crew, she alone spoke in such a manner. A unique dialect that Su Ran had dubbed Zhu Dan SA. As expected, Zhu Dan plopped down in the chair beside Su Ran, accompanied by a newcomer, a girl in ancient attire with her hair elegantly styled. Yi Qing, a budding actress, portrayed the physician's daughter in the play. The very character Su Ran had recently cradled, remarking on her beauty. Su Ran, brother, Yi Qing called out sweetly. He nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Lu Cece had regained her composure, dabbing at her tear-streaked eyes, remnants of her laughter. Zhu Dan, Xiaoqing, come quickly and take a look. You can interact with Zhao Gu and the others online. I'm currently having a blast with my idol. Lu Cece bypassed the central figure of Su Ran and handed her phone over to Zhu Dan for an introduction. Lu Cece's costume was somewhat loose, particularly around the neckline. Su Ran cast a fleeting glance, then focused her gaze on the phone. This seems quite entertaining. Perhaps we should join in, as we have little else to occupy our time. After listening to the introduction, Zhu Dan exclaimed with enthusiasm, let us train it well. Ahem. Su Ran, upon hearing this rather startling remark, couldn't help but cough. What you meant to say was control, right? Not train, surely not. Xiaoqing, do you wish to join us in this? I could manage that. Very well then, we shall follow the idol's voting. Thus, under Lu Cece's encouragement, 2 more heads leaned in to watch the live stream on the phone. Meanwhile, at the recording site on Zhoushan Island, Deng Zhao and his companions, with tears in their eyes, steeled themselves to consume the rancid herring sandwiches, feeling utterly despondent. They even kept their mouths shut, fearing that speaking might release toxic fumes. Just then, a wake-up alarm blared from another tent. Upon hearing this, Deng Zhao, Shinhee, and Lu Han instantly perked up. Let us not proceed just yet. I want to see what options by Lu and Ziyi will choose. I'm quite curious. Indeed, I too wish to see. They decided to pause their next move. Filled with righteous indignation, determined to witness the experiences of the 2 girls. Wang Jingyu, observing their fervor, refrained from urging them toward the next step. Instead, several female directors entered the tent to inform the participants about the game's content. After all, The privacy of the female artists must be respected. Soon, two girls emerged, clad in sleepwear and devoid of makeup. Bai Lu and Meng Ziyi possessed remarkably clean complexions, radiating a luminous glow akin to that of milk, even without cosmetic enhancement. Their bare faces lent them an enchanting aura of the girl next to her charm. With a yawn, Meng Ziyi lamented, "Why on earth are we filming a show at this hour? Bai Lu, you never mentioned this program was so exploitative." She had been invited by Bai Lu to join for a leisurely, slow-paced variety show. But the reality of rising at 2:30 in the morning left her questioning her decision. "I'm equally perplexed," Bai Lu replied, rubbing her sleep-laden eyes. Suddenly, she caught sight of Deng Zhao and his companions nearby, her expression shifting to surprise. "Oh, Brother Zhao, you're up so early too." Hearing this, Deng Zhao and his friends were expressions of deep despair. "Don't even mention it. It's all tears," they replied. Confused by their sudden melancholy, the girls approached. But halfway there, Meng Ziyi's nose wrinkled and her expression changed. With a tactical retreat, she quickly covered her mouth and nose. "What is that dreadful smell? Have you all eaten something foul?" The last remark was uttered by Meng Ziyi, leaving Deng Zhao and his companions utterly stunned, as if the weight of the world had descended upon them. The audience was momentarily taken aback, and soon, many staff members began to stifle their laughter, their faces flushed with amusement. Bai Lu glanced at her friend beside her, momentarily at a loss for words. "What audacious claims you make," echoed in the live broadcast. It was undoubtedly Meng Jie who could say such things without hesitation. "Ah, I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts." "Z, well done." The expressions of Zhao Ge and the others appeared almost petrified, rendered speechless. I wholeheartedly acknowledged Meng Zi's formidable retort. It was indeed impressive. In comparison, Bai Lu seemed almost demure, eliciting a chuckle. Deng Zhao and his companions attempted to step forward to explain. "No, please listen to our side of the story. Don't come any closer, Zhao Ge. We must maintain a certain distance." Meng Zi and Bai Lu interlinked their arms, retreating a few steps, their eyes filled with vigilance. Deng Zhao and his two companions seemed to have a flock of crows passing overhead, resigned and devoid of hope. They faced the camera, weariness etched upon their faces, a look of desolation. At that moment, after finishing his laughter, Wang Jingyu adjusted his tone and announced, "Now, the viewers will decide what outfits you shall wear. Please wait 30 seconds. Thanks to the influence of Su Ran and Lu Cixi, the number of voters had surged. Consequently, the voting time was reduced. In no time, the 30 seconds had elapsed. Wang Jingyu took the phone and, upon seeing the data displayed, nearly gasped in disbelief. Over 40,000 people had opted for casual attire. The audience had grown even larger, and notably, apart from comments from Su Ran and Lu Cixi, the comment section was abuzz with activity. Two new users with AVE badge have joined, Zhu Dan and Yi Qing. While Yi Qing remains an enigma, Zhu Dan is well known to him. Wang Jingyu had previously worked at Blue Star Television, thus he is naturally acquainted with the host, Zhu Dan. "Why are you joining in on this at such a late hour?" he inquired. "What's wrong, director? Why the silence?" Bai Lu and Meng Zi noticed the fluctuating expressions on Wang Jingyu's face, uncertain of what had transpired. "Oh, it's nothing. The audience has decided that you should wear casual attire," he replied, scratching his head as he announced the outcome. Bai Lu and Meng Zi nodded in understanding and proceeded to change in the tent, while a female staff member stood guard outside. Shortly thereafter, the two emerged from the tent, both adorned in white short-sleeved shirts and black casual pants, their shirts tucked in neatly. This attire accentuated their graceful waistlines and flawless figures. They sported high ponytails, with a few strands of bangs gracefully framing their foreheads, exuding youthful exuberance. "Quick, let them choose between Chinese or Western cuisine," urged Deng Chao as he and the others noticed the girls had completed their outfit change. Yes, hurry with the breakfast selection," added Chun He and Lu Han, who were eager and had even devised a plan. If their opponents opted for canned herring, they would retaliate in kind. Amidst Bai Lu and Meng Zi's puzzled gazes, Wang Jingyu continued, "Next, we will let the audience vote on whether you will dine on Western or Chinese food. You have 30 seconds. The group awaited the countdown in silence. "Time's up." Wang Jingyu counted down as he reached for his phone, observing the number of votes surpassing 70,000. He felt a twitch in his eyelid and, striving to compose himself, remarked that the supporters of Chinese cuisine overwhelmingly outnumbered those favoring Western dishes. As his words settled, two staff members placed an array of Chinese delicacies on the table. Deng Chao and his companions immediately gathered around to inspect the offerings. Upon discovering glutinous rice chicken, buns, and soy milk, they meticulously examined the dishes, wondering if they might contain hidden surprises. However, they concluded that they appeared quite ordinary. "This is unfair," they exclaimed. Once they confirmed the delightful nature of the traditional breakfast, they erupted in excitement, racing towards the camera with impressive speed, voicing their grievances. "Unfair, unfair. Su Ran. You are so biased. Why must we endure canned herring while Bai Lu and the others enjoy glutinous rice chicken? Su Ran, you have forsaken our bond. How could you forget our connection?" Bai Lu and Meng Zi watched as the boys passionately lamented into the camera, repeatedly mentioning Su Ran. They exchanged puzzled glances, questioning what had transpired in their absence and how it related to Su Ran. Chapter 43. Add me in too. Meng Zi, we are on the same side. So don't hold back. What is going on? Xiao Ge, I can't comprehend what you're saying. Due to the involvement of Su Ran. Bai Lu could hardly contain her eagerness and hurried over, disregarding the pungent scent of herring that clung to Deng Chao and his friends. "Hey, I want to join too," Meng Zi exclaimed as she chased after her. Upon noticing the two girls approaching, Deng Chao turned to them, expressing his grievances. Su Ran orchestrated a rhythm on Weibo, urging netizens to control the votes. "We woke up half an hour earlier than you both, a full half hour," Deng Chao exclaimed, his excitement evident as he gestured with 3 fingers. "At my age, I am in dire need of sleep. This is sheer cruelty towards the middle-aged." As if that were not enough, they were also subjected to the foul stench of pickled herring. "Do you have any idea how repulsive that odor is?" "Ugh," Chen He protested, but before he could finish, the wretched taste overwhelmed him, and he gagged. "You." Deng Chao and Lu Han turned away in unison, clearly repulsed, as if their very beings had been sullied. Bai Lu and Meng Zi discreetly stepped back, the scene of retching assaulting their senses with an overwhelming stench. Bai Lu then directed her gaze towards Wang Zhengyu. "Director, may I have a look at the voting data on your phone?" Although she had gleaned the general circumstances from earlier explanations, which implicated Su Ran, she yearned for the specifics. Wang Jingyu nodded and handed over his phone. Meng Zi instinctively linked arms with Bai Lu, and the two lowered their heads to inspect the screen. Upon observing the comments beneath the voting topic from Su Ran, they instantly comprehended the unfairness Deng Chao and the others had alluded to. The options selected by Deng Chao's group starkly contrasted with those chosen by the two of them. It was precisely this divergence in choices that afforded them a more favorable experience compared to Deng Chao's party. Particularly, Su Ran had deduced that the Western meal was likely canned pickled herring, compelling Deng Chao and his companions to opt for Western cuisine while she and Meng Zi chose Chinese food. From the moment they rose until breakfast was served, Su Ran's manipulation of the votes was decidedly advantageous to the girls. As she gazed upon the scene, a warm sensation blossomed within Bai Lu, accompanied by a gentle smile gracing the corners of her eyes. It seemed she was being cared for, and this feeling was rather delightful. "Wow, wow, wow. Su Ran is taking such good care of us. This ticket control is simply adored," Meng Zi exclaimed, her lovely eyes shimmering with excitement as she absorbed the content on her phone, her lips moving animatedly. "And there's Sister Cece and Teacher Zhu Dan joining in too. This is so much fun." This unconventional way of participating felt particularly entertaining and exhilarating to her. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Meng Zi's mind. Turning toward the camera, she formed a heart shape with her fingers. "Oh right, I absolutely adore Su Ran's songs. To express my gratitude, I've decided to sing a piece." With that, she closed her eyes, lost in the moment, and began to sing, "The Little Yellow Flower" of the story. The sound of her voice, pure and resonant, caused the photographer to tremble slightly, nearly losing his grip on the camera. The trio, immersed in sorrow, stared in astonishment at Meng Zi, who was completely absorbed in her singing. Bai Lu, covering her face in disbelief, thought to herself, "Here we go again, my dear friend, with her pitchy singing." The cast of the embroidered spring knife looked on, transfixed by the image of Meng Zi joyously singing on the screen. As a flurry of comments flooded in, "Sister Meng, please don't sing." This vividly illustrated the essence of ingratitude. One politely inquired, "Su Ran, do you have this song?" "I had no idea." "Ah, it turns out this is sunny day, but it feels like a stormy day." The production team wouldn't even need to pay the chief instructor for copyright fees, as it was nearly impossible to identify the original song. "I strongly endorse the head coach's legal letter." Su Ran listened to the cacophony of sounds emanating from within, his lips twitching slightly. He even felt a twinge of regret. Had he known that gratitude would manifest in such a manner, he would have insisted that Meng Zi join in on the herring feast as well. "Is that your song?" Zhu Dan inquired, his expression one of exasperation. Su Ran opened his mouth, ready to respond, but Lu Cece interjected, her cheeks puffed in indignation. This is hardly sunny day. Not a single note is accurate. It's outrageous. Her face flushed with annoyance, clearly displeased that her idol's song had been so butchered. Such a beautiful melody. Utterly ruined. Observing her discontent, Su Ran sought to comfort her, saying, "Oh, it's all right. There are indeed redeeming qualities in her performance." Such as? Zhu Dan chimed in. Su Ran found himself at a loss for words, particularly as Lu Cece turned to him, her face expectant. Ugh, Zhu Dan, could you refrain from speaking so much? Su Ran's mind raced to find a solution to this daunting challenge. From which angle could he possibly offer a compliment? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he exclaimed, "Oh, I've got it. She sings with such fervor and zeal clearly. Clearly she has a regular menstrual cycle and abundant vitality." Zhu Dan interjected. Su Ran was left speechless. "Zhou Wei, where are you? Hurry and take your wife home." Lu Cece and Yi Qing were both taken aback by this statement, their faces tinged with a faint blush as they turned their heads away. This topic is somewhat embarrassing, particularly in the presence of Su Ran. "What are you all watching? Is it interesting?" At that moment, a deep voice resonated. Su Ran looked up to find Wang Qianyuan and Zhang Zhanggang coming down from filming, taking a break. Overjoyed, he waved eagerly, Come, join us. We have something wonderful to share. Do you know how to play The Sims? Come and play with us." Just as he was pondering how to break the awkward silence with Zhu Dan, the arrival of these two companions was perfectly timed. Really? I must see what it is. Intrigued by Su Ran's words, the two grabbed chairs and sat behind him. It's quite simple. Just follow my lead meanwhile. At the Wuha program group on Zhoushan Island, Meng Ziyi's personal concert was abruptly halted under the pretext of protecting the audience's ears. Meng Ziyi could only sigh and shake his head, murmuring that everyone was too restless. With this unexpected interruption, Deng Zhao and his companions had no time to voice their grievances about the unfairness of it all. They were just eager to escape the cacophony. The path away from the island was set in motion, and they now faced a fork in the road, left or right. Wang Jingyu announced, "We will now conduct an online vote. Please wait for 30 seconds. Hearing this, Deng Zhao and the others stood still, awaiting the decision. "It's just a matter of choosing a direction. Surely there are no pitfalls," one remarked. "Who knows? I just wonder which direction Su Ran will choose for us. Personally, I prefer to go left. I believe it leads us away from the island." The three individuals have come to accept the reality that Su Ran is guiding online followers to determine their destination. Now, their hearts are even as calm as a placid lake. Time has come. Wang Zhangyu called out, then took the staff member's phone, glancing down at the screen. His eyes widened in shock. A. Left, votes, 93. B. Right, votes, 98, 301. The number of votes is nearing 100,000. Yet, that is not all. 2 new verified accounts have joined the comments below. Su Ran. Everyone, rush to B, assemble at point B. The right side does not seem like a place we can escape to. It must be a trap. Lu Cece, count me in 1. Zhu Dan, count me in 1. Yi Qia, 1. Wang Qianyuan, newcomer reporting 1. Zhang Jing, newcomer joining the main force. The online followers are aligned with precision, more orderly than a military drill. What on earth is this newcomer reporting? And why are there 2 acclaimed actors joining the fray? Are they so idle? Wang Zhangyu increasingly felt that the situation was spiraling out of control. He took a deep breath. Forcing himself to regain composure, Su Ran has garnered over 90,000 votes for you to proceed to the right. What? Deng Chao and the others were momentarily stunned. Then their voices broke as they shouted. Over 90,000 online users. Where did they all come from in the dead of night? Are they not sleeping? With such numbers, they could easily overpower Ping'an County alongside Li Yunlong. Chapter 44. Do you truly understand this game you are playing? Allow me to take charge. This is utterly insane. It is nearly 3 in the morning. Are they really not sleeping? Deng Xiao spread his arms, gazing at the camera with a look of existential doubt. Initially, there were merely 1,000 people. But now the number has surged to nearly 100,000. Must it be so exaggerated? Su Ran, please stop and go to bed. Chinny sighed wearily. Feeling utterly drained. Let us not let this escalate further. Luhan similarly expressed his fatigue. All right, to the right then. Let us proceed in that direction. After the filming, I must call Su Ran. Deng Chao accepted this reality, for there was little he could change. He could only yield to the circumstances for now. The other 2 followed suit. Meanwhile, Bai Lu and Meng Ziyi were blissfully enjoying their Chinese meal, discussing Su Ran as they ate. hoping that he would expedite their departure from the island to complete their tasks. Indeed, I Haven T had enough sleep. Your milky skin is in dire need of hydration. Haha, seeking trouble, are we? Hee, however, their conversation was soon interrupted as three disheartened figures approached from a distance. Deng Chao, Chen He, and Lu Han. They resembled defeated roosters. Their heads hung low, devoid of vigor. What's wrong? Why are you back? Bai Lu inquired, puzzled. Why does it seem like you're all lacking energy, as if you've entered a state of ennui? Ming Zi remarked, taking a bite of her sticky rice chicken. Bai Lu retorted, you better not mean what I think you mean. Tone it down. She playfully tapped Ming Zi on the head, to which the latter responded with a pout, clearly displeased. However, upon receiving the warning gaze from Bai Lu, her confidence deflated. Chuckling, she remarked, all right, don't worry, I know my limits. I am aka Ming Zi. Quite dependable. Dependable, my foot. Hurry up and eat. Your slow pace will delay our mission to leave the island. Let us first see what is happening with Zhao Gu and the others. As they spoke, they turned their attention back. In the midst of their curiosity, Deng Zhao and his companions entered the tent. Shortly thereafter, the wake-up alarm rang once more. The three emerged from the tent, looking disheveled. Wang Jingyu announced, due to reaching a dead end, you must start anew from the beginning. Now, the online audience will vote on what outfits you should wear. Uffed. Bai Lu and Ming Zi nearly spat out their food, hastily wiping their mouths with napkins. They then burst into laughter. Haha, it seems Su Ran led them back to a dead end. No wonder they look so lifeless. Bravo, brother Su Ran. Make sure to guide Bai Lu and me away from that path next time, huh? The two laughed uncontrollably, especially Bai Lu, whose signature bright white teeth shone brilliantly in the night. At least there is no trouble with gum recession. 5 haha livestream. Haha. The chief instructor was absolutely right. This path is indeed a dead end, and Zhao Gu and the others visibly look haggard. There are 2 doors at the end. One leads to a dead end. What about the other? Let the chief instructor guide us to choose the alternative, haha. I can't wait to cast my vote. This is simply too entertaining. In comparison to Bai Lu and Ming Zi, it seems that Zhao Gu and his companions are rather unfortunate, haha. Brother, if it isn't for the sake of mischief, it would hold no significance, haha. Amidst the laughter, Deng Zhao and his companions were compelled to change from formal attire to casual wear. However, their appearance was still disheveled, resembling that of beggars. Now, the next decision to be made is between Chinese or Western cuisine. Wang Jingyu glanced at his phone and couldn't contain his laughter, bursting out in mirth. Yet, he quickly stifled his chuckles, assuming a serious demeanor and waving his hands dismissively. That was a mistake. Let's start over. This action drew the ire of Deng Zhao, Chen He, and Lu Han, who glared at him in unison. The 3 of them pointed accusingly at Wang Jingyu. You just laughed, didn't you? I saw it. You laughed. I have a bad feeling about this. Quickly, reveal the answer. The trio, resembling ants on a hot pan, incessantly pressed for the answer. Under their persistent questioning, Wang Jingyu finally declared, Su Ran led 150,000 netizens in choosing Western cuisine. As the words fell, their mouths gaped wide, as if they could fit a chicken egg inside. With faces contorted in indignation, they howled at the sky. Not again. The thought of canned herring made them retch. Remembering the taste from before, they bent over, gagging. Bai Lu and Ming Zi were laughing so hard that tears streamed down their faces, their melodious laughter echoing all around. Meanwhile, on the set of The Needle in the Spring, the break had ended, and Zhang Zheng and Wang Qianyuan approached to reshoot the previous scenes. Lu Yang fixed his gaze intently on the monitor before him, casually announcing the commencement of filming. However, after observing several shots, he realized that no one was responding. At that moment, a wave of confusion washed over him as he looked up, only to find that there were no actors in sight on the set. What on earth is happening? Where have they all gone? Do they not realize that we are about to shoot? Time is of the essence. He scanned the area and casually called over a nearby crew member. Hey, do you know where everyone has gone? The staff member, caught off guard, offered an awkward smile and pointed behind Lu Yang, following the direction indicated. Lu Yang turned around and noticed a small group of about 10 people gathered around Su Ran in the resting area, seemingly engrossed in something. What is going on? WeVE started filming, and they're just fooling around. Frustrated, Lu Yang tossed aside the script and stormed over. As he approached, he finally caught snippets of their heated discussion. It's definitely B, no need to guess. Su Ran, trust me, choosing B is a mistake. What are you talking about? The head coach would surely pick A. It might even bring them back to the starting point. Enough noise. Let us listen to our idol. Whatever they say goes. Quiet down. Listening to their chatter, Lu Yang became increasingly perplexed. What is this talk of choosing A or B? Why can't he grasp their meaning? Are they preparing for an exam or a civil service test? And Li Xuedong, you're injured and leaning on a crutch. Why aren't you resting instead of flailing your arms about? His expression darkened as he stepped in front of the group. A figure suddenly appeared on the smartphone screen, prompting a chorus of complaints from the crowd. Hey, don't block the view. We need to see what's behind. This is crucial. Just as they were expressing their grievances, they looked up to find the director standing before them, and their complaints abruptly ceased. Upon noticing the director's stern expression, everyone lowered their heads, their eyes darting about in embarrassment and discomfort. All right, listen up. Lu Yang's body trembled with indignation as he pointed at the group, bellowing, "You're all slacking off during work hours. Do you have any idea how much money the production team is burning every second? If we don't finish on time, can you bear the responsibility for that?" The crowd remained silent, their mouths agape. At that moment, Su Ran suddenly looked up and asked, "Director Lu, how about we join in?" Lu Cece and the others' expressions changed slightly as they quickly tugged at Su Ran's sleeve, cautioning her to be careful with her words. Was this really the right time to be making suggestions? As expected, Lu Yang's expression grew even darker. Seeing this, Lu Cece and her companions sensed trouble and opened their mouths to intercede on Su Ran's behalf. "Director, do you understand this game you're playing? Step aside. Let me handle it," Lu Yang said, his face stern as he waved away Wang Qianyuan and the others, joining the line on his own. A minute later, he declared, "Choose A. I'm the director. I know what will enhance the program's effect. It's A for sure. Trust me, the chief instructor can't be wrong. Next. This game is absolutely fantastic." Lu Cece and the others looked on in disbelief as they witnessed the director, filled with exuberance, cheering and dancing, leaving them questioning their own reality. Hello? Did you not just mention that the production team is burning money every minute? How come you are indulging yourself now? Yes, I knew it. Indeed, we've returned to square one. Do you see how impressive I am? Su Ran replied without turning around. No, I do not. The others. They, too, averted their gazes. Chapter 45. Military Training in the Entertainment Industry. Weibo's servers have collapsed. In the capital, at the Jingmao Mansion community, nestled between the 3rd and 4th ring roads, the location is prime, with a price of only 140,000 per square meter. Quite affordable and practical, merely around 0.06 in comfort. Yangmi, having finished her evening routine, stepped out of the bathroom. Her snow-white feet slipped into her slippers, each toe delicately rosy, exuding an inviting allure. The bathrobe hung loosely, failing to conceal her exquisite figure, subtly revealing an enchanting silhouette. Her hair, damp and cascading over her fragrant shoulders, enveloped her in a misty, ethereal beauty. After a long day at work, the serenity of the late night brought her fatigue to the forefront. Perhaps a little indulgence with her phone before bed. Yangmi closed her eyes in contemplation for a moment, then opened them, cheerfully unlocking her phone. It had become a habit to scroll through her device before sleep. With practiced ease, she opened Weibo, her slender fingers gliding across the screen. As she scrolled, her movements abruptly halted upon spotting a trending topic. Her eyes widened involuntarily. Su Ran is orchestrating the chaos, manipulating the 5 hardships and 3 declines. She quickly clicked on the topic to delve deeper, and the more she scrolled, the more absurd the situation appeared, her face reflecting profound astonishment, especially upon witnessing Lu Cece, Zhang Zheng, Wang Qianyuan, and others queuing behind Su Ran. She found herself increasingly bewildered. Hastily, she set her phone aside and rubbed her eyes, questioning whether fatigue was causing her vision to blur. After a brief respite, she lifted her phone once more, only to discover that the content remained unchanged. Su Ran had even left another comment beneath the post in Wahaha. Following closely were Lu Cece and Zhu Dan. Observing these meticulously aligned responses, Yangmi inexplicably felt compelled to reply with newbie 1. However, as soon as she hit send, a jolt of realization struck her. Oh no, why did I click that? She playfully swatted her own hand, then tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her face awash with regretful annoyance as she glared at her phone, muttering fiercely, "Darn Su Ran. This is all your fault. Weren't we supposed to stir up some chaos together? Now you're off frolicking silently by yourself, dragging that Lu Cece girl along." Humph. This is infuriating. The hint of acidity in the girl's tone intensified her indignation, as if the phone she clutched were the very embodiment of that man. At the Shanghai film base, cut. That take was quite good. You can take a break now. All right. Thank you, director. Reba obediently acknowledged and returned to the resting area. Since the conclusion of Sword of Legends, she had been assigned a new role by the company. Being a newcomer, she possessed little influence, and regardless of how arduous or exhausting the tasks may be, she had no choice but to comply with the arrangements. After taking a deep breath, she pulled out her phone to browse Weibo. Upon encountering a trending topic about Su Ran, she clicked on it without a moment's hesitation. As she absorbed the content, she momentarily lost her focus. After a considerable time, a sly smile crept into the corners of her eyes. Senior brother, I'm here. At the same time, as Su Ran's influence grew stronger, the topic intensified. Chen Whiting, upon learning the news, immediately joined in without hesitation, commenting little brother reporting. Below, following suit were Zhong Xintong, Ma Tianyu, Shuang Erjie, and Qi Wei. Indeed, you read that correctly. Qi Wei had a cameo in Gu Jian Qi Tan. Although her role was minor, she had mingled with Su Ran during that period. A wave of artists joining the fray left the Weibo users bewildered, stunned, and at a loss for words. What the heck? Is this for real? Tell me this isn't a dream. Why are Yang Mi and the others commenting too? Oh my goodness. I feel like I've struck gold. How did it manage to attract so many people? Goodness gracious, this is the first time I've witnessed so many active stars. I am witnessing history. Calm down, it's still within acceptable limits. But wait. Oh my, even Jay Cho is involved. This is getting huge. Amidst the astonishment of netizens, yet another wave of artists joined Su Ran's ranks, including Zhou Xiaoluan, Zhang Jie, and Deng Ziki, among others. These were the singers with whom Su Ran had collaborated, albeit with songs he was not familiar with. They had all been asleep, but were roused by their managers. Upon witnessing Su Ran's stirring of the waters on Weibo, many found it amusing and quietly joined the fray with A1. It was not just them. Numerous entertainers within the industry were abruptly roused from their slumber. As they recognized the plethora of familiar IDs on Weibo, they appeared to be in a state of existential bewilderment. What event is taking place in the circle that we were not invited to participate in? They pondered. No. If you are all joining in, I cannot be left behind. Driven by a desire to avoid isolation, they disregarded their drowsiness and leapt from their beds to follow suit beneath Su Ran's post. Shui Xiqian, newcomer reporting 1. Suddenly, no need to be polite to my sister-in-law. Let Deng Chao endure a bit more hardship. Teacher, he just woke up. Following the crowd, Yang Zi. As expected of you, the perennial coach. The online community was initially rendered speechless by the sudden appearance of so many living stars, followed swiftly by astonished excitement and exhilaration. Wake up, everyone. Don't sleep any longer. Let us celebrate this monumental occasion in the entertainment industry. Oh my goodness. They exclaimed. What a moment to cherish. Is this a collective team-building event? This is monumental. With so many participants, I could declare I wish to eat dirt. And surely no one would notice. To the individual above, I have noticed. Go ahead and indulge. Mother, I have made something of myself. Come witness this iconic scene. I must call my friends and rouse them. They can sleep later, but this spectacle is fleeting. In the blade of the spring production team, Su Ran observed the increasing number of celebrity IDs commenting beneath her post on Weibo. In a moment of confusion, he simply wished to engage with Deng Chao and his companions. Suddenly, an influx of people emerged, creating an unsettling atmosphere. The earlier participants were more familiar, joining in for amusement, yet the newcomers were largely unknown to Su Ran, having never interacted with them before. What prompted this gathering? Lu Cixi and others nearby were equally astonished, swallowing hard at the sight of so many individuals. Wow, there are so many people now. Coach, your connections are quite extensive. It seems you've brought half of the entertainment industry with you. Not even close. If this continues, we might reach 2/3, came the reply. Oh, the online comments are nearing 10 million. Perhaps we will soon witness. However, before the thought could be completed, the phone screen froze abruptly, followed by a blank display. A string of numbers and letters appeared. 404. Not found. What does this mean? We weren't even watching anything. Why is it not showing? Fool. Who said this only happens when watching a video? The website has crashed. Oh. What? A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted, faces reflecting disbelief as they exchanged glances. The Weibo website has collapsed. Chapter 46. The storm subsides. The legend of the ancient sword has passed review. If it's meant to happen, it will. If not, then it won't. What does it mean to take a break? Listening to his wife's scolding, Lin Long lowered his head in shame. As the technical director of Weibo, Lin Long was now in middle age, his physique showing signs of wear at only 70% of its prime. Today, he found himself at a loss when confronted by his wife's request for a gaming duo. It is a well-known fact that a man's prime is fleeting, and most find themselves relegated to mere conversation after the age of 25. He was now in such a predicament. Suddenly, at that moment, the sound of a mobile phone ringing filled the room. The chime was like a celestial melody, instantly lifting Lin Long's spirits. It must be an urgent matter from the company requiring overtime. My dear wife, we shall definitely play together next time. Without waiting for his wife's reaction, he swiftly picked up his phone and made his way outside. Upon reaching the living room, he immediately answered. Wow, old Lou, you have just saved my life. I was on the verge of falling into that woman's clutches. The voice on the other end was momentarily taken aback before urgently exclaiming, President Lin, there's been a disaster. The Weibo server has crashed. Return immediately. Upon hearing this, Lin Long fumbled his phone, letting it fall to the ground. His expression turned vacant. His mind clouded with confusion. This was dire. He had celebrated too soon. He hastily picked up the phone and inquired, in the dead of night, how could the server possibly crash? Have you ever witnessed a situation where millions of users are undergoing online military training alongside a host of celebrities? Old Lou's voice came through, tinged with concern. What? It's the Xiao Chun Dao film crew. No, this truly has nothing to do with me. I was merely indulging in a pastime. Don't, Brother Lin, why are you up at this hour? Is your wife not enticing enough? Or are you feeling inadequate to join in the fun? Yangmi, you should swiftly retire to bed. Teacher He, you two have come to jest at my expense. The Weibo website has collapsed. Do those present not share in the responsibility? It's the dead of night. Must we continue this chaos? Zhao Ge, I shall no longer partake. You may proceed without me. I have a phone call pending. I shall say no more. At this moment, Su Ran was overwhelmed by the incessant calls, his phone radiating heat. As the Weibo servers crashed, one call after another came through, each filled with mockery, jest, and a hint of schadenfreude. Yet Su Ran felt wronged. He had merely engaged in a casual voting game on Wuha. It was the others who insisted on joining in. Now that the servers had failed, they claimed it was his doing. Is there no justice, no law to uphold this? They all blame Wang Jingyu. After losing track of how many calls he had received, Su Ran muttered a curse under his breath. Naturally, someone must bear the blame. As the saying goes, rather than expend energy on self-inflicted discord, it is easier to cast blame upon others. Putting his phone away, Su Ran turned to the group sitting in a daze beside him. Why are you all staring? Those who should be acting, act. Those who should be doing something, do it. He waved his hand dismissively and said, there is nothing left to amuse us. Following the collapse of the Weibo servers, Wuha could no longer sustain its live broadcast. Concerned for the Weibo users with no alternative, they migrated to the Kiwi platform for the live stream, which consequently faced its own server collapse. This, indeed, was a source of amusement. Among those who had called earlier was Deng Zhao, who had been tormented for several hours and had come to voice their grievances. With a reminder from the group, they swiftly grasped the situation. Oh, indeed, it's time to begin. I shall get to work now. Lu Yang rose from his chair, exclaiming, Wang Qinyuan, Zhang Zheng, come here and start filming. Understood, director. The two responded promptly, hastily following while whispering to each other. They were astonished by the collapse of the Weibo server. Yet upon reflection, they realized that their efforts had contributed to this remarkable feat, which felt quite impressive. The others scattered like birds, eagerly discussing the recent events. Although it was the dead of night, everyone was unusually exhilarated. Soon, only Lu Sisi, Zhu Dan, and Yi Qing remained. Aren't you leaving? The trio shook their heads in unison. If you are not leaving, then I shall. After a long night of work, he was weary and needed to return to rest. Hey. Upon seeing Su Ran depart, Lu Sisi and the others hurried to follow. We are leaving too. Wait for us. The production team had arranged accommodations for Su Ran at a hotel, where he would stay with Lu Sisi and the others. Of course, not all actors received such arrangements. It depended on their status. Although Su Ran had concluded his work, the situation was far from settled. The Weibo technicians, having toiled diligently and sacrificed their remaining strands of hair, finally resolved the website crash issue. A flood of netizens surged in once they learned that Weibo was back online, engaging in various discussions about the prior incident. The trending topics were updated, thrusting discussions surrounding Su Ran to the forefront. Su Ran's connections showcase half of the entertainment industry. Weibo's paralysis was indeed caused by him. Late-night livestream with 5Ha, Su Ran sets the tone. Shocking. In the dead of night, 3 men were subjected to the torment of millions, and the reason behind it was astonishing. As dawn broke, those unsuspecting netizens who had fallen into slumber were greeted with sensational news upon awakening, leading many to feel as though the sky had fallen. Goodness. I merely took a nap, and yet everything feels so alien upon waking. Oh no, did Weibo collapse in the early hours? How was I unaware? Had I known, I would have stayed awake. Everyone else seems to be surfing the waves of information, yet I always receive the news last. Upon delving into the details, one is astounded by Su Ran's terrifying connections. The involvement of so many prominent figures is nothing short of spectacular. Had I known such a grand spectacle would unfold in the early hours, I would have adjusted my evening flight schedule accordingly. It is human nature. One must fly when the time comes. Not only were countless netizens filled with regret, but many artists and celebrities also lamented their exclusion from the events of that fateful night, missing out on the opportunity to ride the wave of attention. Conversations and idle chatter about the incident spread like wildfire. Journalists swiftly reported on the matter, with an array of narratives emerging, such as rising star Su Ran allegedly backed by powerful benefactors, inviting numerous A-list celebrities to support him, and recent disturbances seemingly a demonstration by Su Ran against Jiaxing media. In summary, the incident garnered considerable attention and has proliferated widely, with the aftermath unlikely to subside anytime soon. As for Su Ran, the principal figure involved, he has chosen to depart from the turmoil, paying no heed to the online discussions. Zheng Jia inevitably called again, her voice laced with fury. Su Ran responded with a nonchalant demeanor, offering only a few indifferent remarks before terminating the call, choosing to disregard her further. Had it not been for the hour still being early, he would have overturned the table in frustration, unwilling to even listen to her voice. Her frequent outbursts made one wonder if her hormones were unbalanced. With Gan Limei absent, he found himself handling matters personally, a task he was unaccustomed to. In the following days, Su Ran maintained a regular routine. He engaged in filming when necessary and rested when required. He often accepted the offerings from Lu Sisi, though he wondered if she mistakenly believed he had a penchant for starchy delicacies, as she persistently brought him starch sausages without fail. It was not until a phone call from Huang Junwen interrupted his routine that he was jolted back to reality. The ancient sword legend has passed review. You've been riding high online these days. I expect the theme song from you soon. We need to release the trailer in a couple of days. This reminder sparked a realization in Su Ran. He had indeed neglected the theme song. It must be the prolonged exposure to Lu Sisi's captivating presence that had dulled his memory. Indeed, beauty can be a double-edged sword, affecting one's mental acuity. Yet, he reassured himself, he was inherently resilient. What harm could a little more temptation do? Chapter 47. Recording the theme song for Ancient Sword Legend, Encountering. Su Ran reclined comfortably in Lu Sisi's lounge chair, perusing information on his phone. She had insisted he relax, and he graciously accepted, finding delight in idly scrolling through his device. The recent turmoil had largely subsided, although the topics still lingered. They were overshadowed by the scandals of others and tales of late-night escapades. In light of the recent scandals, Su Ran suddenly recalled an important matter. He needed to review his income during this period and ascertain whether there were any discrepancies with his taxes. Generally, the company would assist in managing tax affairs. However, given the current rift with Zheng Jia, he could not dismiss the possibility that she might exploit this situation against him. Throughout his life, he had treaded carefully, and it was prudent to maintain that caution. After contemplating these thoughts, he set his phone aside. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Lu Sisi approaching. Though she appeared somewhat discontented. Lu Sisi, could you please bring me a starch sausage? Idle, I'm about to wrap up and leave, Lu Sisi replied, her voice tinged with disappointment. Then bring me two. Su Ran responded without hesitation. If you delay, there won't be any left. Lu Sisi paused, her eyes widening in indignation. Idle, how could you say that? I'm leaving and you won't miss me? I have a busy schedule ahead. There is so much to do. Su Ran replied nonchalantly. But it's going to be a long time before we see each other again. The company has arranged so much work. We might not meet for an entire year. This statement was indeed sincere, and today seemed to be a day of bittersweet revelations. Idle, you. Lu Sisi huffed, stomping her foot in frustration before crossing her arms and turning away. How unreasonable. How could you say such cold words with a smile? And you still expect me to bring you a starch sausage? Not a chance. After walking a few steps in a huff, she suddenly changed direction and headed towards the stall selling starched sausages. She had a change of heart. She intended to douse them in an abundance of chili, enough to set his mouth ablaze. Yes, that was the plan. After about 10 minutes, Lu Cece returned, light on her feet, holding 2 starched sausages. She noticed director Liu Yang engaged in conversation with Su Ran and quickly moved closer to eavesdrop. Are they really leaving? Shouldn't they stay a bit longer? Oh well. I need to go back and record an OST. OST refers to an original soundtrack, essentially the theme song or ending theme of a television drama. Huang Junwen was urging her, and Su Ran felt that if this dragged on, the other party might come from afar to challenge him in person. A duel with a girl would pique his interest, but with a greasy middle-aged man, Su Ran could only think, what a drag. Upon hearing Su Ran mention recording an OST, Lu Cece's eyes lit up. Fine, then we'll collaborate next time. Liu Yang expressed his regret, shook hands with Su Ran, glanced at Lu Cece beside him, and then departed. After the director left, Lu Cece eagerly approached Su Ran, sweetly offering him the starched sausages in a flirtatious tone. Idle. Your starched sausages. Upon hearing such a sultry voice, Su Ran shivered and looked over suspiciously. What do you want? Can you speak normally? Oh please. This is how I talk normally. Lu Cece pouted in dissatisfaction after handing over the sausages. Su Ran could only feel that this tone was increasingly inappropriate. Had she been possessed by some island girl spirit? Oh, by the way, idle, have a candy. Lu Cece suddenly recalled something. Tearing open the candy wrapper and presenting it to Su Ran's lips. Hurry and eat, it's very sweet. Su Ran looked at the candy in bewilderment. Is there something on your mind? Oh, it's just a candy for you. Really? Indeed. Su Ran, half convinced, took the candy into her mouth. Actually, uffed. Without hesitation, Su Ran spat out the candy she had just placed in her mouth. Lu Cece, quick-witted, caught the candy midair and forcefully shoved it back into Su Ran's mouth, covering her hand to prevent her from spitting it out. You've eaten it. You know that the one who feeds is always favored. Lu Cece spoke rapidly. You're going to record the OST. Can you take me along? There is finally a new song. I want to hear it. Suddenly, she gasped, retreating like a startled little rabbit, then glanced at her palm. Her cheeks instantly flushing crimson. Su Ran, with a calm demeanor, consumed the candy. Today's candy is exceptionally sweet, with a hint of something different. You are insufferable. Lu Cece's eyes revealed a complex expression before she bashfully departed. Observing Lu Cece's retreating figure, Su Ran couldn't help but chuckle, then shook his head. There was a certain satisfaction in teasing girls. As for recording the OST, he had no intention of bringing her along. What could one more person accomplish? Could they perhaps form a duo of heroes to amplify this song God Bond? Su Ran rose from the lounge chair, stretching leisurely. Just as he had arrived in a casual manner, he departed in the same relaxed spirit. However, after only a few steps, a hurried sound of footsteps approached from behind. No, even if you do not take me along, at least add me on WeChat, idle. Su Ran turned around. Lu Cece was jogging towards him, her hair dancing in the wind, revealing her snow-white and exquisite face, with a hint of anxiety reflected in her eyes. From Hongdian to the capital, Su Ran first registered the copyright for the song Sword Heart. Following that, he made a phone call, asking Gan Limei to investigate the tax issues. As expected, the inquiry uncovered some problems. The announcement fee from Waha had arrived, although it was abruptly transferred during the night. Wang Jingyu had arranged for the fee to be sent over afterward. Additionally, there were the various film remunerations earned during this period. Jiaxing Media had not assisted with the tax payments. Fortunately, he remained composed. Otherwise, he could have been threatened by this matter later on. That old woman is truly treacherous. While awaiting the major CD release, the opposing side was also not idle. He instructed Gan Limei to manage these affairs and then proceeded to the recording studio. The Music Path recording studio, located in Zhongguang Village, was the place where his wife, Mei Chong, had risen to prominence. Su Ran navigated the studio with familiarity, having frequently visited it during previous recording sessions. It was also a favored spot for many artists within the industry. After a prolonged absence, he felt somewhat awkward and anxious, struggling to locate the recording room he had often borrowed in the past. After considerable effort, he finally found the room, ushered the sound engineer out, and began to survey his surroundings. The production of the song was rather intricate, and the process was highly complex. First and foremost, composing requires inspiration, a certain level of skill, and a reservoir of knowledge. However, it is systematic. Writing lyrics demands a profound literary foundation, yet it too is systematic. Arranging music is also governed by a system. In summary, the presence of a structured approach renders the process considerably less cumbersome. Donning his headphones and retrieving the score he had previously crafted on set, Su Ran cleared his throat and commenced recording. 2.5 hours later, as he listened to the finished product through his headphones, he nodded appreciatively. The song was commendable, yet his vocal performance was rather unremarkable. After all, it was merely of average caliber, leaving him to hope for some musical talent rewards from the system in the future. Once the demo was finalized, Su Ran promptly sent it to Huang Junwen. Having taken care of everything, he pushed open the door, only to encounter two gracefully proportioned figures passing through the corridor. Su Ran cast a casual glance, and the two individuals instinctively turned their heads upon hearing the door creak. Two lovely faces illuminated with surprise. Su Ran, oh no. I should refer to you as the head instructor now. Su Ran. As Su Ran beheld the two enchanting women before him, he expressed a mix of bewilderment and astonishment, raising a finger to point. Hey, aren't you? The two women displayed eager expressions, seemingly urging him silently. Yes. That's right, say it please. You are they, Su Ran faltered, his words becoming muddled, the one and the other. It's a pleasure to meet you here, what a coincidence. The two women exchanged glances, their faces darkening with disappointment. Are you happy? We are not at all. Chapter 48. The Charm of Networking. The premiere of the Legend of the Ancient Sword. Just a jest, merely a jest. Su Ran waved his hand, smiling as he spoke. Before him stood two women whom he was well acquainted with. To his left was Zhang Liangyin, her almond-shaped eyes slightly raised at the corners, her lips full and rosy, and her complexion a warm alabaster. She wore a silver-white, fringed strapless gown, her long hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders. Indeed, her fashion sense had become increasingly refined over the years, enhancing her already striking appearance. In his youth, he had underestimated Liangyin's allure, mistaking Chun Gu for a gem. Back in the days of happy girls, Liangyin had donned similar attire, perhaps capable of vying for attention alongside Chun Gu. On the other side stood Zhang Biqing, clad in an off-the-shoulder white gown that revealed a glimpse of her pristine shoulders and neck. Su Ran could not help but cast a fleeting glance at her flat abdomen. It seemed that women favored the central role, opting to embody the mage. Zhang Biqing, sensing Su Ran's gaze, felt a blush rise to her cheeks. Such jesting truly struck a chord with my heart. Zhang Liangyin shot him an exasperated look and remarked, after following your lead on Weibo recently. Is this how you repay us? Indeed. I too have joined the ranks, Zhang Biqing chimed in, nodding in agreement. Oh, so it is you who has thrust me into the limelight, is it? I haven't demanded any compensation for emotional distress, yet here you are, reveling in my plight. Su Ran replied, speechless. If you two weren't so idle, this predicament would not have arisen. The two ladies chuckled at his words. Isn't it just to give you a moment in the spotlight? We would cherish this kind of attention if we could, they teased in unison. Yes, yes. You should be grateful. Su Ran made a gesture to urge them to leave, saying, Here you go, here you go. Zhang Liangyin chuckled and suddenly recalled something, asking, Are you here to record a new song? Indeed. What about you? Are you also releasing a new song? Well, we all have something in the works. Mainly, we received invitations to participate in next year's Singer. We plan to practice a bit first and see if any inspiration strikes. Zhang Liangyin shrugged, her tone laced with resignation. After all, this kind of show carries a competitive nature. It would be quite embarrassing to be eliminated early. I also heard that the chief director has been struggling to recruit singers for the show, but many have declined, facing repeated setbacks. I wonder if they can gather enough participants, Zhang Biqing chimed in. That's the director's concern. Everyone fears losing face, so it's understandable if they don't come. I, for one, am indifferent. I'm practically past my prime anyway. Zhang Liangyin then turned her gaze towards Su Ran. Are you interested? This could be your chance for a resurgence. Oh, I almost forgot. You are quite the rising star these days. Reflecting on Su Ran's recent commotion in Hengdian and on Weibo, she wore a look of both indignation and envy. You should probably refrain from mingling with us has-beens in this frenzy. Su Ran shrugged. Don't label me. This show isn't suited for me. You all should give it your best, and I won't disturb you. Participating in Singer genuinely held no appeal for him, nor did he possess the requisite talent. Joining would merely be an exercise in self-torment. Though he had dabbled in vocal training, he found it utterly unattainable. What is chest resonance, mixing, essential oil back massage, head resonance, and hitting high notes? None of these can compare to that group of talented individuals. At least, I am not yet proficient enough to compete. Well, when you achieve success, remember to lend us a hand, Zhang Liangyin joked with a smile. After saying this, Su Ran parted ways with the two women. His next destination was to return to Capital University. After skipping so many classes, he needed to provide an explanation. It took considerable effort to be accepted into graduate school. He couldn't risk being expelled. Upon arriving at the university, he hurried to his advisor's office. The graduate training model primarily revolves around the mentorship of advisors. During the selection meeting, he chose an advisor who seemed pleasant. Later, he discovered that the individual held significant prestige. Not wanting to write it down as it would not pass the review, he decided to think boldly instead. He pushed open the office door, revealing an elderly gentleman with silver-rimmed glasses, engrossed in writing something. Dressed in an administrative jacket with insignia adorning his chest and a thermos on the desk, he epitomized the essence of a distinguished scholar. Upon hearing the door creak, the elder looked up at Su Ran, who had removed his mask, initially taken aback, then slightly frowning as he said, "You still remember to come back? Wandering around aimlessly all day. Do you still wish to graduate? Isn't this a return? Please don't be upset. Take care of your health. I brought you something as a token of my appreciation. At least you have some sense of gratitude. But Haven T, I repeatedly emphasized not to bring anything?" The elder remarked, glancing at Su Ran's empty hands, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Where's the item? As I was passing by the mall, I intended to purchase something for you, but upon reflection, I realized you would refuse to accept it. Consequently, I decided against the purchase." Su Ran spread his hands and declared, "Let us consider it a gift from me, which you have declined. I save money, and you receive my good intentions. Perfect." The elder's expression darkened, and he flung the pen in his hand away. "Get lost." Su Ran deftly dodged and feigned indignation, saying, Hey, are you plotting against the student? I am your cherished disciple." Yuan Xingli lamented, "My greatest mistake was accepting you as a student. You might well be the death of me one day. I shall be the one to see you off in your final moments. Get the hell out of here, and stop bothering me. Just the sight of you irritates me." Yuan Xingli waved dismissively, wishing fervently for this rebellious child to vanish from his view. Wait, hold on. About what I mentioned earlier, have you completed the necessary coursework?" After the system was activated, Su Ran was aware that he needed to continue navigating the entertainment industry. However, he did not wish to squander his academic pursuits. Thus, he called Yuan Xingli to inquire about expediting his master's courses. With the elder's connections, this was undoubtedly feasible. Everyone despises nepotism, yet when one finds themselves in such a position, they can only exclaim, "Oh my, how delightful." I have already contacted Xiaolin. Go to the academic affairs office. She will guide you on what to do. Now, please don't add to my troubles. All right. I shall take my leave. Do not be upset. Oh, by the way, it seems your father's birthday is approaching. I wish him longevity, good health, and enduring vitality in advance. Rolling. Are you cursing my father? He is 99 this year. I apologize. Forget I mentioned it. May I wish you and your esteemed wife embrace 2 more in 3 years. Having hastily uttered this phrase, without waiting for Yuan Xingli to become enraged, she swiftly slipped away. Yuan Xingli, observing Su Ran's sudden departure, could only shake his head in resignation. Typically, he approached matters with great prudence. Yet his tongue often delighted in jest. However, as he muttered to himself, another figure unexpectedly appeared at the door. Yuan Xingli turned to see Su Ran leaning against the entrance, earnestly stating, "Oh, by the way, old man, regarding the matter of my hometown's dog serving as a law enforcement canine." Taking a deep breath, Yuan Xingli's face flushed crimson as he bellowed, "If you don't leave now, then don't bother." Coughing lightly, he added, "Well then, that dog isn't destined to eat imperial rations. Farewell." Realizing the gravity of the moment, Su Ran dared not continue her jest, as further banter might lead to her premature demise. Exiting the office, she hurriedly made her way to the academic affairs office. There, she encountered the teacher Xiaolin, whom Yuan Xingli had mentioned. TSK. Her figure could rival that of Yang Mi, perhaps even surpass her slightly. Particularly in her form-fitting gray dress and black-rimmed glasses, she bore a faint resemblance to an overseas instructor. Teacher Xiaolin regarded Su Ran, who was clad in a mask and a cap. "You must be Yuan's student, having skipped nearly half a semester of classes. With a teacher like you, how could students possibly attend class?" Su Ran shot a glance at her, pondering why she did not remove her mask and hat, as if she had something to hide. "I have contracted a peculiar ailment. Whenever I remove my mask and hat, screams ensue," Su Ran remarked casually. Teacher Xiao Lin found this rather amusing. "I have yet to hear of such a condition. Pray, allow me to witness it. Do remove them for me to see." With a sense of resignation, Su Ran took off her mask and hat. Teacher Xiao Lin's pupils dilated in astonishment, her ruby lips parting in disbelief. "Ah, you are Su Ran." A resounding scream echoed through the office. Su Ran covered her ears, saying, "See, it has manifested already." For a period thereafter, Su Ran immersed herself in intensive study at school, though not the typical one-on-one sessions with a beautiful teacher in a secluded room. Meanwhile, on November 5th, the much-anticipated Ancient Sword Legend finally premiered. Chapter 49. The aftermath of the premiere garnered unanimous acclaim. November 5th was deemed auspicious for marriages and travels. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in a certain apartment within the capital, a wad of white paper arced gracefully before plummeting to the ground. A somewhat portly young man stirred from beneath his covers, a look of ennui gracing his features as he rose. Liang was a self-media blogger who, in recent years, had thrived on the burgeoning popularity of short videos, sharing insights on cinematic works and achieving commendable success on various platforms. His income was satisfactory, marking a degree of professional accomplishment. Yet, one lament lingered in his life. He had remained perpetually single, with his hormones ever restless. Upon leaving his room, he meandered towards the living room in a state of lethargy. On the sofa, a balding middle-aged man watching television furrowed his brow upon seeing Liang. "Spending all day in this room has drained your vitality. I've told you time and again to venture outside, yet you refuse to listen." Liang replied feebly. "My job requires me to remain indoors, so please spare me your lectures." He then reclined languidly on the sofa, picked up the remote, and changed the channel. "Stop watching your war dramas. Today marks the premiere of The Legend of the Ancient Sword, and I intend to watch that." As a film commentary blogger, it was essential for him to view new series or movies promptly to share his insights online. "You little rascal, I was just about to finish this episode. What is this ancient sword nonsense? It sounds utterly unappealing." Li Yang's father scolded. "Watching more war films is vital to remember our history. Do you understand? You youngsters live in such comfort that you have no idea of the struggles we endured going hungry and shivering in the cold. Enough already. How many times must I hear this? It's tiresome. You should look forward," Liang retorted. "While looking forward, one must not forget the past." "You're simply indulging too much," his father remarked. Fine, stop bothering me. The show is about to start. Will you join me?" Liang said impatiently. "Watch it yourself. I have no interest in such frivolous nonsense." His father snapped back, picking up a nearby newspaper. "Very well, then I shall enjoy this so-called nonsense alone," Liang replied, ignoring him and turning his attention to the television. The television was broadcasting an advertisement for a kidney tonic, prompting him to ponder whether he should make a purchase. At that moment, Liang's mother emerged from the kitchen after washing the dishes. "Xiaoyang, let your mother enjoy the television. My show, The Temptation of Returning Home, is nearing its grand finale with some thrilling plot developments." Liang, feeling exasperated, replied, "Mom, you can watch that online. Please don't add to my frustration. Besides, what temptation is there in returning home? Grandma's place is just downstairs. If you truly cannot resist, why not go down? How can you speak to your mother like that? Is it so wrong for me to want to watch some television? Furthermore, watching on a phone or tablet is nowhere near as comfortable as on a TV. I simply cannot stand those devices." Li Yang's mother settled onto the sofa, attempting to snatch the remote control from him. Quickly, Liang clutched the remote to his chest, pleading, "Oh, Mom, please don't create more chaos. This is my work. Look, the legend of the ancient sword is about to start. You can indulge in your temptation later." Suddenly, he pointed at the television, urgency in his voice. Li Yang's mother cast a disdainful glance at the screen and then firmly tapped his shoulder, saying, "A piece of char siu is more appealing than this nonsense. Please, stop talking. I want to watch the show. Are you two watching or not?" Li Yang's father, perusing a newspaper, scoffed. "You expect me to watch such garish nonsense? I would rather leap from the 18th floor. It offers no nourishment whatsoever." Li Yang's mother hesitated briefly but did not rise. Instead, she reminded, "Make sure to switch to The Temptation of Returning Home as soon as this is over." All right, I want to say another word. The opening theme is starting." Liang nodded towards the screen. At this moment, The television screen began to display the opening sequence. A gentle, melancholic melody imbued with an ancient charm resonated, the tune being quite delightful. Following this was the chorus. Listening to the ethereal sound of the zither, one cannot forget what ought to be forgotten. The worldly struggles have ensnared my youth. Forgive me for the fervent pride concealed within my heart. I shall fight against the overwhelming tempest. As the opening song drew to a close, Li Yang could not help but nod approvingly. Indeed, it was a production by Su Ran, and the quality was commendable. This song is rather good, quite intriguing, he mused. Suddenly, Li Yang's father spoke up. Li Yang turned in surprise, exclaiming, "Aren't you the one who never watches? What can I do when the song is playing? Should I block my ears?" Li Yang's father retorted defiantly. All right, forget I said anything. I won't argue with you about this," Li Yang conceded, eager to shift the conversation and continue watching television. At that moment, a voice emerged from the television, narrating. In the ancient times, the fire god Zhu Rong summoned the winds to play the zither. As the television continued its slow progression, over 40 minutes elapsed. The sound of an advertisement broke through the narrative. Li Yang reclined, rubbing his shoulders. This drama is quite good. At least the first episode has captivated my attention, he thought, realizing that time had slipped away unnoticed. I'll check out the second episode later. He then handed the remote to his mother, saying, "Here, it's your turn. The first episode has ended. Why not watch The Temptation of Returning Home?" Li Yang's mother paused for a moment, processing his words before switching the channel. Once she tuned into The Temptation of Returning Home, she fixed her gaze upon the screen. However, for some reason, she found that the plot she had once been interested in now seemed difficult to engage with. Her demeanor appeared somewhat distracted, and fragments of what she had just seen occasionally flickered through her mind. She sat there in a daze for a few minutes. Suddenly, Li Yang's mother picked up the remote and switched to Mango TV. Li Yang, perplexed by this turn of events, asked, "Mom, are you no longer watching The Temptation of Returning Home?" It seemed that it wasn't as enticing after all, he added. "This one is quite good. Let me take a look." Hearing this, Li Yang questioned if he had misheard. Could it be that his mother, who watched melodramatic family dramas daily, actually enjoyed this? Was this drama truly that remarkable? With this thought, he turned his gaze elsewhere. Li Yang's father immediately averted his eyes from the television, feigning interest in the newspaper he held. "Dad, would you like to take a look? It's rather enjoyable. Even Mom thinks so." "Huh. It only serves to deceive you women and the youth. My resolve is unyielding," Li Yang's father replied with a tone of disdain. Observing this, Li Yang chose to remain silent, continuing to fixate on the television as he awaited the conclusion of the advertisements. After about 10 minutes, the second episode commenced. Li Yang and his mother unconsciously leaned forward, their expressions focused. The first episode served as an introduction, recounting the childhood of Bai Li Tu Su. In the second episode, the moment arrived when Su Ran, portraying Bai Li Tu Su, made his official entrance. Wow. Oh, Li Yang heard a chorus of gasps echo throughout the building. The commotion was substantial, reminiscent of the jubilant shouts that filled the air when a power outage was lifted in the community. Were so many people watching? Li Yang couldn't help but feel a sense of surprise. This young lad was truly handsome. Li Yang's mother, hearing the commotion outside, also couldn't resist offering her praise. Upon hearing this, Li Yang redirected his gaze back to the television, fixating on Su Ran's appearance. He begrudgingly admitted that Su Ran was rather dashing, even a tad more so than himself post-bath. However, before he could ponder further, the unfolding plot captivated him, instantly drawing him in. Yet, just as he reached the halfway point, he suddenly sensed movement beside him. He noticed his father, who had been engrossed in a newspaper, now craning his neck with rapt attention on the television. "Didn't you say you weren't watching?" Li Yang queried in astonishment. With unwavering focus, his father retorted, "I am observing this with a critical eye. Do you understand the concept of critique?" He then furrowed his brow slightly. Why does this handsome fellow seem somewhat familiar? I believe he appeared in that war film I watched." "Impossible. He is an idol. He wouldn't star in a war film," Li Yang replied. "Enough. Stop disturbing my critique and be quiet," his father insisted. Li Yang merely sighed, thinking to himself, "Amen. They want to watch yet feign indifference." After his silent mockery, he resumed watching. Unbeknownst to him, over 40 minutes slipped by. The second episode concluded, and Li Yang wore a satisfied expression. The drama was of exceptional quality and quite entertaining. Li Yang's mother couldn't help but nod in agreement. "Is it good?" she inquired. "I don't think so. It's just mediocre," Li Yang's father stubbornly asserted before rising to retreat to his room, beckoning Li Yang's mother to follow. Li Yang shook his head in disbelief. The entire body felt languid, save for the resolute mouth. This drama is bound to be a sensation. He must swiftly upload his commentary online to seize a wave of traffic. With this thought in mind, he hastily rose and made his way towards his room. However, as he passed by his parents' chamber, he faintly discerned the sound of conversation. "Hurry, my malevolence is about to erupt," exclaimed the mother. "You wretched soul." The child is still awake. Li Yang was at a loss for words, and they claim it is unappealing? The plot has certainly left an impression. Now they have even begun to engage in role-playing. At their age, one would expect them to exhibit a modicum of decorum. Meanwhile, Weibo was ablaze with fervor, erupting into a cacophony of excitement. Chapter 50, Nationwide Ratings Champion, Yang Mi's Fantasies. The Legend of the Ancient Sword aired 2 episodes in one night. Following its broadcast, related topics skyrocketed with the velocity of a rocket, almost monopolizing the trending charts on Weibo, even ascending to the pinnacle of the hot search rankings. 1. The Legend of the Ancient Sword reopens the gates to Xinxia drama. 2. Wang Feng announces marriage. 3. Su Ran's ancient-style look is absolutely stunning. 4. Sword Heart, Su Ran's long-awaited new song. 5. The Legend of the Ancient Sword features a star-studded cast. Nearly 7 or 8 of the top 10 entries pertain to the Legend of the Ancient Sword. Only Wang Feng's news, sitting in the second spot, seems somewhat out of place. Weibo users plunged into a frenzy of discussion, sharing their thoughts. Wow, this drama is phenomenal. After years of enduring a plethora of disarrayed shows, at last, there is something truly worthy of viewing. When will teacher Wang Feng ascend to the top of Weibo? He has been the perennial runner-up, which is quite amusing. Su Ran's song is delightful. When can we expect to hear it on music platforms? I implore you. To speak candidly, the pairing of Su Ran and Yang Mi, with their striking looks, is indeed a feast for the eyes, truly deserving of the titles of the King and Queen of Jiaxing. The new Miss Jiang, known as Riba, is also quite charming. I adore her. Brother, please grant me another episode. I am on the brink of collapse. I feel like ants are crawling on my body. Just one more episode. I promise never to touch this again. I beseech you. Dear family, I suddenly feel a wave of warmth in my abdomen, as if a gas is expanding within me. Am I, like Bai Li Tu Su, also harboring a sinister aura? That's merely gastric bloating. Stop daydreaming. I often find it hard to control myself, and now I understand why. I must indeed possess that sinister energy. I am the director of a psychiatric hospital, and you too should return promptly. Roll call is underway. This phenomenon is not confined to Weibo alone. The premiere of The Legend of the Ancient Sword has sparked a plethora of discussions across various social platforms. Douyin has even seen a surge in related clips, with their numbers continually increasing. Meanwhile, major entertainment companies, witnessing the overnight success of The Legend of the Ancient Sword, cannot help but cast envious glances, especially those competing with dramas airing in the same time frame, such as The Long Battle, The New Wu Long Anti-Drug Chronicles, Parents' Love, and The Escort Agency, among others. Faced with such a suddenly surging competitor, a sense of helplessness and sorrow inevitably arises. The audience is finite, and with their attention divided, can their ratings still remain high? Some have even secretly cursed, hoping that an actor in this drama will falter due to personal misconduct. It would be best to shelve this production, this wretched thing. In the conference room of Zhongyang Television, the confined space is shrouded in smoke, and each person seated at the table appears forlorn. Zhang Kaizhou, with a cigarette pinched between his fingers, feels the burning heat and instinctively inhales sharply, exclaiming in frustration. This outburst snaps everyone back from their gloomy reverie, and they turn to look at him, bewildered. How did such a dark horse suddenly appear? Our show is suffering significant losses. One person, wearing a pained expression, sighs repeatedly. Their production, Battle of the Great Sands, is a collaborative effort among various companies, including Yangshi and Shangdong Media, featuring prominent stars like Hui Jianhua and Yang Zi to draw in viewers. It can be said that their production team boasts formidable strength. Just last week, it aired on Zhongyang's primetime slot, poised for a triumphant ascent. Yet now, with the unexpected success of The Legend of the Ancient Sword, their hopes of marrying a rich heiress and reaching the pinnacle of life have been extinguished. Upon hearing this, the others once again donned distressed expressions, lamenting that they should have delayed their broadcast to avoid the spotlight. Who would have known it would come to this? Is there still a future for fantasy dramas? At this point, discussing such matters is futile. Do any of you have a solution? Zhang Kaizhou extinguished his cigarette and surveyed the assembly. As his words fell, the individuals around the conference table bowed their heads like quails, reminiscent of a classroom where no student dared to meet the teacher's gaze. The moment the notion of finding a solution was mentioned, they all feigned silence, it seemed. Observing this scene, Zhang Kaizhou, filled with frustration, pointed at each of them, deeming them a collective of inept allies. At that moment, the door to the conference room swung open. Ahem, with so much smoke. Don't let my meeting room be infused with the stench, remarked a middle-aged man in a leather jacket, wearing half-rimmed glasses, as he coughed from the overwhelming odor. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kaizhou immediately stood up, anxiety etched on his face. Director Zhang, has the viewership rating been released? This man was the production director of Yangshi Channel 8, albeit the deputy director, but his surname was Zhang. Yes, it has 0.683, utterly dismal, Director Zhang replied, tossing a data sheet onto the table, his tone laden with resignation. With such a viewership rating, one could only wonder when the title of deputy would finally be upgraded. Zhang Kaizhou grimly accepted the data sheet, his eyes scanning the figures that were painfully glaring. Noticing Zhang's despondent demeanor, Director Zhang couldn't help but express his own dismay. Alas, there's nothing to be done. Who could have anticipated that the legend of the ancient sword would become an instant sensation, especially with that character named Su Ran, who has garnered immense discussion? Had we known to cast him as the lead, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Someone in the conference room suddenly interjected. Isn't Su Ran slated to make a cameo in our production? Perhaps we should highlight this, it could generate some buzz. Zhang Kaizhou raised his head, ready to reprimand. What on earth are you thinking? However, midway through his words, he suddenly froze. Wait a moment, Geodoma. This actually seems plausible. With Su Ran currently basking in the limelight, promoting this could potentially boost viewership and online streaming. It is certainly better than doing nothing at all. The more he contemplated, the brighter his eyes became. Let us proceed with this. He slammed his hand on the conference table, reproduced the promotional poster, and included Su Ran in it. Some hesitated, saying, but he only has a few lines. Won't that be somewhat? There's no time to worry about that. Let's move forward. And make sure to transfer funds to Su Ran's side. Money is not an issue. Who says supporting characters cannot be promoted? With Su Ran's current popularity, they can simply ride on his coattails without delving too deeply. Meanwhile, at a bar in the capital's Hohai area. Achoo! Su Ran let out a loud sneeze and immediately rubbed his nose. Look at you. You appear somewhat unwell and fatigued. What have you been up to lately? Yang Mi observed Su Ran with curiosity, puzzled by his lackluster demeanor. Enough already. I've been engulfed in my studies. This obsession can leave one physically drained. And it is highly addictive, clouding the mind, Su Ran replied wearily. He had been immersed in school, attending extra classes, writing papers, and losing weight day by day due to his relentless pursuit of knowledge. Yang Mi's expression darkened. Studying is one thing, but the way you describe it makes it sound like you're hooked on some substance. Why did you call me out today? I still need to get back to my studies. Su Ran took a sip of water and glanced around, remarking that he was nearing the completion of the requisite courses, eager to finish the remaining tasks. Today marks the premiere of Ancient Sword Legend, yet you still have the luxury to study. Yang Mi retorted with a hint of irritation, biting her lip. Aren't you feeling anxious? What good does anxiety do? Besides, the online feedback hasn't been too unfavorable, has it? What is there to worry about? It's precisely because the response has been positive that I feel anxious. What do you think the viewership ratings will be? Yang Mi was engulfed in a tumult of emotions, elated by the favorable reception of the drama, yet apprehensive about the ratings. You're just being idle. I assure you, the ratings 1 TB low, rest assured. What good is your assurance? Yang Mi challenged. Didn't I tell you from the start that this drama would be fine? It should rank first in viewership. First in viewership? Yang Mi laughed incredulously at this notion, as if it were an absurd fairy tale. If it really does rank first, I'll treat you to a meal later. Su Ran instinctively replied, I might be busy later, perhaps another day? Yang Mi felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart upon hearing his words. Was it a misunderstanding on her part, or was there a deliberate intent behind his response? Her thoughts momentarily tangled like a knotted rope. After suppressing her feelings, she parted her lips to speak. Just then, Su Ran's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Huang Junwen, and placed the phone on the table, activating the speakerphone. It exploded. 157, nationwide first. The clumsy Mandarin of Huang Junwen resonated through the mobile phone, reaching the ears of the two individuals. Look, the highest viewership nationwide. I told you I was right. Su Ran lifted her face, offering a gentle smile before exchanging a few words with the person on the other end of the call. After hanging up, she raised an eyebrow at the dazed Yangmi, saying, "Remember, you just agreed to something. It seems someone has discovered us. We should hurry." Noticing the curious gazes of several onlookers, she quickly took Yangmi's hand and led her outside. As Yangmi was pulled along, her cheeks suddenly flushed, and she bit her lip, murmuring, "Could you please slow down? I'm not quite ready." Su Ran, puzzled, glanced back at the bashful Yangmi, whose head was bowed. Something felt amiss. Everything was off by 100%. Chapter 51. What is Mickey Mouse Clubhouse? Participating in Mushroom House. The legend of the ancient sword surges forth, seizing the national viewership crown. The legend of the ancient sword achieves a new high in ratings, 191. The legend of the ancient sword clinches the viewership championship for 3 consecutive weeks. The legend of the ancient sword online views have reached 4 billion to date. Since the premiere of the legend of the ancient sword, there have been weekly reports. As time has passed, the topic has remained at the forefront. Notably, War General Shah has also garnered a bit of attention. This was due to a change in promotional posters, positioning Su Ran alongside Hu Jianhua and Yang Zi. Initially, it attracted numerous viewers online, but ultimately, the truth could not be concealed. After a prolonged wait, the audience finally beheld the long-anticipated figure. However, within mere moments of speaking, the character portrayed by Su Ran met a heroic demise. The viewers swiftly realized they had been deceived, feeling a sense of betrayal for not having installed an anti-fraud application. A wave of indignation surged, leading many to unleash their frustrations in the comments section of the official Weibo account for Warrior Sand. Yet, Zhang Kai, unfazed by the backlash, reveled in the attention, knowing that any publicity is still publicity, even if it is of the negative variety. Observing the intense criticisms directed at Warrior Sand, Su Ran silently consumed the spectacle, having already accepted the hush money. While this method of promotion was undeniably effective, Director Zhang posed an inquiry. "What about your parents?" The external turmoil raged on, yet Su Ran remained ensconced within the confines of his school. Since that evening meeting with Yangmi, her promises had gone unfulfilled, and she had even gone into hiding. A well-known adage rang true: the more beautiful the woman, the more adept she is at deceit. Nevertheless, even amidst his academic pursuits, Su Ran's phone had been incessantly ringing. Calls came from well-wishers and even female artists extending invitations for clandestine encounters. Among them was Zhang Jiat, who excitedly called to express his admiration for the song Sword Heart, claiming it resonated deeply with him, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He subsequently invited Su Ran to his home for an evening of culinary delights and heartfelt conversation, as if they were kindred spirits. Ultimately, Su Ran consented to grant permission for Zhang Jie to perform the song at an upcoming concert, which quelled further insistence. On a bright and pleasant afternoon, Su Ran occupied the last row of his classroom, where a venerable professor lectured at the front. The media device displayed a PowerPoint presentation from centuries past, while the ordinary speaker, with a slight accent, spoke at a pace that induced a sense of drowsiness. At that moment, the sound of a phone ringing from the desk disrupted the atmosphere. Su Ran inwardly lamented the oversight of forgetting to silence the phone. Instantly, the professor at the podium and the students in their seats turned in unison, their gazes fixed upon Su Ran. Under such scrutiny, Su Ran gathered his wits and, with a stern expression, declared, "What are you staring at? Is there an answer on my face? Focus on your own learning and refrain from watching others. If each of you wastes a minute, over 100 individuals in this classroom collectively squander over 100 minutes. Professor Su, you must be mindful of the classroom environment." Perhaps Su Ran's tone was sufficiently intimidating, for the professor nodded in acknowledgement. "All right, I understand." However, a moment later, he suddenly realized, "Wait, I am the teacher here. You, my student." Yet, before he could complete his sentence, Su Ran had already slipped away, leaving no trace. The elderly professor and the students exchanged bewildered glances. How can someone's phone ring in class, and yet they exhibit such audacity? This sparked a flurry of discussions among the students, speculating on the identity of the masked and cap-wearing individual. Once outside the classroom, Su Ran exhaled a sigh of relief. That was close. Fortunately, he had reacted swiftly, or the embarrassment would have been his own. After distancing himself a few steps, he answered the call. Dang Zhao's boisterous voice erupted from the phone. Su Ran. "Why did it take you so long to answer? This is urgent." "Oh, so you're feeling bold now? If there's something important, bring it to my attention. If not, take a step back." It is important indeed. Deng Xiaoyu's tone shifted immediately, exuding a solicitous demeanor as he cheerfully remarked, "Well, didn't you mention previously that you were retreating at Capital University? My sister-in-law has an unexpected commitment to shoot a film today, and I find myself unable to return home just yet. The elders in the family won't be back for a while, so could you possibly assist in picking up the child after school?" Su Ran, without a moment's hesitation, abruptly ended the call. The child in question was none other than Deng Xiaoyu's offspring. It was quite absurd to expect a dashing young man, standing at 6 feet 2 inches, to fetch a child from school. Naturally, there was another significant reason for his reluctance to encounter that little brat. The phone rang again, still Deng Xiaoyu. With a sense of resignation, Su Ran answered. In the next instant, Deng Xiaoyu's tone turned earnest, his genuine feelings spilling forth as he exclaimed, "Hello, hello. Please don't hang up. What is wrong with picking up a child? That happens to be your nephew. It's not by blood. I can have him take care of you in your old age. How about that?" "Not interested. I don't need that for now," Su Ran replied curtly. "What would it take for you to agree? Should I kneel down for you? I can't trust anyone else. Look at how much I believe in you." "No need for that. Perhaps you should place your trust in others. The class teacher for the child is quite attractive, 3060. Deal." Deng Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback by such a swift response. "Next time, when discussing matters, please emphasize the key points. My time is precious, Brother Xiaoyu," Su Ran remarked with disdain. "Send me the address. I'll head over now." With that, he hung up the phone. The school's address arrived in the next moment, accompanied by a meme of gratitude from Deng Xiao. Su Ran instantly teleported to Capital Jiahui Primary School, where it was evident that Deng Xiao and his wife were deeply invested in their child's education, having chosen such an elite institution. At the school gate, numerous parents were waiting to pick up their children. Su Ran's appearance immediately captivated the attention of several attractive young mothers, though obscured by a mask and hat. His distinctive sunny demeanor and tall, well-built physique held their gaze. A few bold ones approached with alluring strides, single mothers inviting him for an offline spar. Su Ran remained silent, as the disparity in their skill levels rendered them mismatched, politely declining their invitation to team up. The mothers had no choice but to retreat, somewhat disheartened. As the clock struck 5, the school gates swung open, releasing a throng of exuberant children who rushed out, playfully jostling each other. "Let me play by Li Tu Su next time, and you can be Qing Shui, okay?" one child exclaimed. No, I shall be by Li Tu Su. I possess the aura of menace." Another countered. "None of you have it. Only I exude such fierce energy. It's about to erupt." A third chimed in. "You already played today. It's my turn tomorrow. I have the Burning Silence sword at home. Prepare yourself. Sneak attack me? Witness my Tianyong City swordplay." Listening to the lively banter of these children after school, Su Ran found himself at a loss for words. He was aware of the popularity of Gu Jianqi Tan. The emergence of various games such as Crossfire, Honor of Kings, and League of Legends had led to a plethora of IDs featuring the name by Li XX. Weibo and Xiaobai Book have names akin to these. However, it is surprising to witness elementary school students engaging in such imaginative play. As more students emerged from school, Su Ran's eyes immediately focused, seeking the elusive 36D mentioned by Deng Xiao. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not locate it. At that moment, his phone rang, and the disgruntled voice of Huang Junwen broke through. "The viewership for The Legend of the Ancient Sword is nearing too. Can't you contribute a bit and promote it instead of vanishing?" All right, I will cooperate," Su Ran replied. With his classes nearly complete, there was little reason for him to remain at school any longer. Thus, he decided to engage in some promotional activities. The system task of portraying a memorable character had not yet yielded the completion notification he eagerly awaited. He realized that lingering aimlessly was unproductive. Perhaps he needed to exert himself in the promotion. Recently, there was a show named something like Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. You should participate and promote it. Su Ran paused for a moment before he could no longer contain himself. Are you certain it's called Mickey Mouse Clubhouse and not Mushroom House? Who cares what it's called? It's just a house. Just participate. Chapter 52, by Lu. Long time no see. Let's check out your outfit. Su Ran lingered at the school gate for quite a while, causing a bottleneck. Some mothers, after picking up their children, couldn't resist casting glances in Su Ran's direction, remaining unmoved even as their children clamored to go home. Mom, let us hurry home. The Armored Warrior is about to air. A little less screen time won't hurt. I'm enjoying the view of this handsome guy. Mother Sauce, do you still love me? I once did. Ultimately, it was the diligent school principal, responsible for ensuring the safety of children during dismissal, who identified the source of the congestion at the school gate and kindly ushered Su Ran into the premises. The mothers, stirred by their innate maternal instincts, departed reluctantly. They merely committed the common blunders that women often do. Just as men are perpetually enamored with beautiful women, women too are captivated by handsome men. All right then, let Teacher Zhou bring the children over, the principal said, nodding at her phone. After a brief conversation, she turned to Su Ran and explained. The child has been a bit mischievous and was kept after school by the homeroom teacher along with a girl from the class. Kept after school? Su Ran instinctively responded. Has the child already practiced? How much betrothal gift does the girl require? Money is not an issue. Oh dear, misfortune has befallen our household. Such a young age to acquire such a bad habit. The principal, taken aback, quickly interjected, no. That's not it. Surely, he isn't putting cockroaches or bugs under the girl's desk, or using prank toys to comfort her in her fright. How could that scoundrel, Deng Han, engage in such disgraceful behavior? Su Ran exclaimed with disdain. The principal fell silent, casting a suspicious glance at Su Ran. Your knowledge of such details raises a concern. I feel compelled to investigate whether you have imparted these ideas to him, he remarked, taking a deep breath. The parent expressed concern, to which the response was calm. You need not worry. It is merely a trivial matter. A few classmates were engaged in role-playing, inspired by the recently popular Gu Jin Shitan. In the midst of their play, Deng Han declared that Bai Li Tu Su was his father, which led to a bit of disagreement among the others. Su Ran could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This time, he found himself at a loss for words. The director of education also fell silent. Fortunately, the uncomfortable atmosphere did not linger for long, as footsteps approached from a distance. Su Ran's attention was piqued, and he cast a glance aside, spotting a long-haired female teacher guiding two small children toward them. He swiftly redirected his gaze, honing in on particular details. Upon seeing the expansive, unobstructed landscape, a sense of realization struck him. He had been deceived. All the talk of 36D was nothing but a fabrication. This teacher must come from a well-to-do family, having achieved her own airport at such a young age. Director, I have brought the child. The female teacher greeted the director before turning her attention to Su Ran. Her demeanor momentarily captivated her, but she quickly regained her composure and said, You must be Deng Han's uncle. His parents mentioned that it would be his uncle who came to pick him up. Just as she finished speaking, a bright, ringing voice chimed in. Daddy Su, you came to pick me up this time. How wonderful. Su Ran. The director and class teacher exchanged bewildered glances, their minds seemingly struggling to comprehend the complexities of the relationships at play. Noticing the peculiar stares directed at him and Deng Han, Su Ran could only chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. This elucidates the reason behind my reluctance to visit that little rascal. In the past, I often found myself as a guest in the home of Deng Chao and Sun Li. However, this child, for reasons unbeknownst to me, has taken to incessantly calling me daddy. While such innocent words may stem from youthful candor, they render me exceedingly uncomfortable. The child rambled on, bidding farewell to his teachers. Goodbye, teachers, and goodbye, Xiaoyan. After exchanging pleasantries, he waved at a little girl nearby. Once this was all concluded, Su Ran hurriedly grasped Deng Han's tiny hand and departed. You mischievous little one, what are you shouting about outside? Is it permissible to call me that at home? Are you seeking a reprimand? That was not my intent. However, during one quarrel between my parents, my mother once mentioned taking me to marry you, and I consented. Uncle, you are far more handsome than my father. I would be agreeable to you being my father. Su Ran. All right, dear child, your filial piety is indeed remarkable. Such proclamations are mere words spoken in anger and should not be taken to heart. And for heaven's sake, do not share this with outsiders to avoid misunderstandings. Su Ran, bemused, attempted to clarify why this couple engages in such playful antics at home. The child, with an innocent and unguarded expression, inquired, Can I tell Xiaoli, Xiaohong, and Zihan? They are not outsiders. Child, have you ever heard of a certain technique that descends from the heavens? With a resounding clap, the melodious sound of a child's wail echoed. Oh, I am sorry. Just as Su Ran was leading the snot-nosed Deng Han away, they had not been gone for long. A slender girl, adorned with a black mask, approached with a light jog. Her long, lustrous black hair danced in the breeze, revealing a delicate, fair neck. As they brushed past each other, she turned back in confusion after a few paces, her mask concealing a pair of bright, thoughtful eyes that lingered on the silhouette of an adult and a child for a considerable time. Ultimately, she shook her head and continued towards the school entrance, where she stood before the director and the homeroom teacher. "I apologize, teachers. Xiaoyan's parents cannot attend. I am her cousin, Lu." Her voice, cool and serene, flowed like a gentle stream, imparting a sense of tranquility and comfort. After escorting the child to her tardy grandparents, Su Ran politely declined their invitation to dine, opting instead to leave and repeatedly dialed Deng Zhao. Assuming the role of a cultural envoy, she sent a barrage of messages across the line. Ultimately, Deng Zhao raised a white flag, bringing an end to their amicable exchanges. It was utterly absurd that he had to resort to such tactics to collect the child. Following the conclusion of this matter, Su Ran returned to school to complete her remaining studies. A week later, Wang Jingyu called to inform her that the schedule had been finalized, allowing him to proceed to Mushroom House. This variety show had been arranged in secrecy, away from Zheng Jia's awareness. In truth, the other party's ban had little impact, as Su Ran could independently secure her own opportunities. While some might hesitate due to the concerns of Jiaxing Media and extend a courtesy to Zheng Jia, Su Ran was indifferent to such resources. Perhaps she also understood that such bans were largely ineffective. Consequently, Zheng Jia simply sent an agent in her stead. In essence, it was merely a matter of sending a needle over, keeping a watchful eye on him. Su Ran was indifferent, as he was in need of a helper, and he could easily manipulate the other party. Five Ha and Mushroom House are produced by the same team. Five Ha was completed last month, and this month the live filming of Mushroom House commenced. According to his knowledge, the third episode of this season's Mushroom House had already been broadcast. The intensity of such busyness prompted Su Ran to ponder about Wang Jingyu. With such relentless efforts to earn money, was he planning to marry several girls from Jiangxi, necessitating so much wealth? This season, Mushroom House was filmed in a small village in Xiangnan. Early in the morning, Su Ran disembarked from the plane. Staff awaited him at the airport and escorted him to a minibus. Su Ran. At that moment, a cheerful voice rang out. Su Ran turned to see Bai Lu, who joyfully rushed over, her lovely face beaming with uncontainable delight. "Wow, Bai Lu, you're here too." Su Ran appeared somewhat surprised, then opened his arms. "Long time no see, come here for a hug." Bai Lu's cheeks flushed initially, but she boldly embraced him. The moment they touched, Su Ran felt the warmth in his arms. After a brief moment, they parted. Though it was but a fleeting instant, the inner garment was evidently from the Parisian house. A size A80, crafted from delicate black silk chiffon. The youthful design featured a back clasp for easy wear, offering comfort and breathability. The 24-needle technique employed a combination of up and down pressure stitching and PUR hot melt adhesive manufacturing, with a composition of 44 cotton, 32 nylon, and 24 lace, rendering it luxuriously smooth to the touch, suitable for dry cleaning, and easily detachable in 3 seconds. Chapter 53. Su Ran. The Sixth Sense, by Lu. Times have changed. The Mushroom House is being broadcast live on Mango Video. At this moment, the audience in the live room is filled with excitement upon seeing Su Ran and Bai Lu. They never expected the guests this time to be two of their favorites. What a delightful surprise. Bai Li Tu Su, my beloved Su Su, has finally made an appearance. Why is only Su Ran here? Where is Yangmi? If both of them were to come together, it would be explosive. He is simply breathtaking. I can't help but indulge in a moment of admiration while no one is watching. Su Ran and Bai Lu briefly caught up with each other. Soon, the staff approached to escort them to the vehicle. The minibus had ample seating, and Bai Lu, with a cheerful smile, settled beside Su Ran, chattering animatedly. She shared in great detail about her recent experiences, such as magazine shoots and various commercial performances. Her curiosity about the life of a graduate student was evident. Bai Lu, hailing from an ordinary working-class family, had once participated in an overseas trainee audition for the SM Company during her teenage years, though she did not succeed. She attended a vocational technical college, thus she held a sense of admiration and curiosity towards the master's program. Interestingly, Su Ran and Bai Lu became acquainted while filming a certain idol drama, and it has been quite some time since then. Just as Bai Lu was animatedly recounting her stories, the curtains on both sides of the minibus were suddenly drawn down, completely obscuring the windows. What is happening? Bai Lu observed the sudden dimming of the interior of the car and remarked, "It feels as though we have stepped into a suspenseful film, akin to a narrative that leads us to a secret location. However, even without being able to see, I am undeterred." With that, she closed her eyes, earnestly attempting to discern their surroundings, while Su Ran regarded her with a look of curiosity. The route they traversed was winding, yet it appeared to be unimpeded, possibly along a country road. Su Ran, looking down, interjected, "We are still within the city limits." Bai Lu, with her eyes still shut, extended a finger and resolutely shook her head, asserting, "No, it does not resemble the city. Our vehicle is moving smoothly, devoid of any red lights. It merely happens to be green." "Wait, Su Ran, trust my intuition. We must surely be on a mountain road by now. I am quite certain that our destination is rather remote." Su Ran hesitated for a moment before placing her phone before Bai Lu. "Your deduction was commendable, but do refrain from theorizing in the future. Times have changed." "What do you mean?" "I am merely sensing," Bai Lu responded, her confusion evident as she opened her eyes, only to be met by the illuminated screen of the phone displaying their location. At that moment, a notification chimed from the device. "The navigation system is persistently guiding you." "Ah, are you relying on the navigation system?" Bai Lu appeared somewhat bewildered. "Who said we couldn't consult the navigation?" Bai Lu's mind seemed to stall momentarily as she recalled her earlier confident demeanor and assertive tone while attempting to sense their surroundings. A wave of embarrassment washed over her. "Oh, how vexatious," she exclaimed, her voice laced with shyness, as she covered her flushed face with both hands. "Why didn't you tell me to use the navigation?" "It makes me look quite foolish," Su Ran remarked with a hint of amusement. "You didn't even ask, you just closed your eyes and mentioned your sixth sense. Clearly, it wasn't as accurate as you thought." As Su Ran couldn't help but chuckle, she noted that the production team had covered the windows to prevent the location of the Mushroom House live broadcast from being revealed. Unexpectedly, Bai Lu attempted to discern her surroundings by sound, a clear indication that her frequent participation in variety shows had perhaps clouded her judgment. "Oh no, I can't believe this. Forget what just happened, quickly erase it from your mind," Bai Lu lamented, feeling utterly embarrassed as her small fists playfully thumped Su Ran's shoulder, mortified by the earlier incident. In the live broadcast room of Mushroom House, viewers erupted in laughter at the unfolding scene, unable to contain their amusement. "Oh dear, even from behind the screen, I'm cringing for Bai Lu. It's just too funny," they expressed. "It's so entertaining. I wanted to analyze this seriously, but Su Ran's high-tech antics left me stumped." "I can attest that Bai Lu wasn't fabricating her claims with her eyes open. She was indeed closing them," Su Ran commented. "I'm just as baffled." She suddenly shut her eyes and rambled on endlessly. If this were a suspense film, law enforcement would end up thousands of kilometers away from the victim based on her description. When Bai Lu was speculating, I was still pondering whether she had forgotten her phone, until the moment Su Ran produced it, leaving my mind utterly bewildered. The staff in the vehicle were equally entertained by Bai Lu's earlier antics. Frustrated, she bared her teeth in mock anger. "No laughing. You're all prohibited from laughing." Immediately after, she bit her lip and, with an annoyed shove, nudged Su Ran, who was shaking his shoulders. "Stop laughing, it's so irritating." "No, I was just reminded of something happy. My aunt's uncle's third cousin's brother is expecting twins, and I feel delighted for him," Bai Lu replied. "Are you even speaking human language?" It was only when the program's female director brought over a phone that Bai Lu's embarrassment came to an end. "You need to call the Mushroom House and specify what you'd like to eat," the director explained meticulously. Bai Lu took the phone and directly handed it to Su Ran, saying, "You order. Whatever you want, I'll have two." "All right," Su Ran replied, then proceeded to dial the number, switching to speaker mode. The ringing continued for a while until a sweet female voice echoed from the phone. "Hello, this is the Mushroom House." Upon hearing that clear and gentle voice, Su Ran instantly guessed it was Zhang Zifeng on the other end. Just as he was about to place his order, a playful thought struck him. Clearing his throat, he eagerly exclaimed, "Annyeonghaseyo, I would like to order samida." His fluent Korean left the other end momentarily speechless. Bai Lu and the crew on the bus were equally taken aback. How can he speak Korean? However, they soon realized it was quite normal. Most people knew a few phrases, so there was no need for such astonishment. Bai Lu shared this sentiment, having previously participated in a trainee selection in Korea, and she too could speak a few simple phrases. "What's wrong? Why are you silent? Is it that you cannot place an order, little sister?" Su Ran continued to speak in a playful tone. At that moment, in the Mushroom House, a hint of panic appeared on Zhang Zifen's face as she stood by the landline. "Ah, Chio do ma dai. No, that's not right. Wait a moment." She then shouted towards the kitchen, "Teacher He, it seems we have a visitor from Han Country at our Mushroom House." Upon hearing this commotion, everyone in the kitchen, including Teacher Huang, stepped out. Teacher He inquired, "What? A person from Han Country has come? I can only catch bits of the Han language. I don't quite understand." Zhang Zifan tilted her head and said, "It must be a prank from a friend. Let me listen." After the exchange, Teacher He cautiously took the phone and asked, "Which friend is this? What would you like to order?" "I would like to place an order. Do you have any recommendations?" This fluent Han language echoed through the loudspeaker, leaving Teacher He and the others in stunned silence. The pronunciation was just too perfect. Could it truly be someone from Han country? Teacher He searched his mind for a voice that matched, but found none. The peculiar intonation of the Han language created an unfamiliar sound, making it difficult to identify. "How should we proceed? It seems we lack someone who understands," Teacher Huang said with a slight frown, turning to the group. "I know a little of the Han language," spoke Xiaoyang, one of the brothers from the Kuai-Zi team, famous for works like Old Boys and Father. According to unofficial historical records, this individual is known as Kuai-Zi during the day, while at night he adopts the alias Song Yijin to engage in League of Legends in the Han country. Renowned as a prominent mid-laner. "You're capable. Then, do hurry up," urged Linghua. Yesterday, the Mushroom House hosted the renowned Kuai-Zi brothers alongside the Feng Huang legend duo. "Allow me to communicate with the opposing party," Xiaoyang confidently declared, turning towards the phone. "Oh, Haiyao, Kong and Ijiwa, Asai Mida Masai Yame." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those present instantly shifted. In a moment of urgency, Wang Taili swiftly covered Xiaoyang's mouth to stifle his voice. "Cease. If you continue, the program will be shut down. Is this what you call Han language?" Chapter 54. Arrival at the Mushroom House. The astonishment of Teacher He and others. Upon witnessing Xiaoyang's extraordinary maneuver being halted, everyone sighed in relief. In the distance, Wang Jingyu was drenched in cold sweat, narrowly escaping disaster. "Never mind. I shall take over the communication. I should be able to manage." Teacher He, having studied Arabic and having interacted with Han country artists, could handle simple greetings. "Hello, hello. Is anyone there? Simida." At this juncture, the phone emitted another string of Han language phrases. Teacher He, steeling himself, answered, "Ah, and I Ha Sanyo. Welcome to you. I wish to order Bu La, and also Bu La. Do you understand?" Teacher He listened to the other party's words, feeling as if he were a struggling student grappling with English listening comprehension. A torrent of incomprehensible chatter ensued, leaving him only able to grasp a few trivial words. Ultimately, he was asked the price of his shirt. Even during the phone call, a girl's voice interjected. Was it a couple from the cold country that had arrived? He licked his cracked lips and managed to say, "Welcome, you're here. Let us continue." A minute later, Teacher He hung up the phone, drenched in sweat. He then fixed his gaze on the production team in the distance. "No way. Wang Jingyu, did you invite artists from the cold country? Or perhaps two?" Teacher Huang furrowed his brow slightly. "What is going on? Is this some grand spectacle?" That recent phone call had led them to firmly believe that the guests arriving would undoubtedly be from the cold country, speaking fluently. Hearing this, Wang Jingyu appeared dazed, scratching his head and murmuring, "When did I invite anyone from the cold country? Wasn't he at Su Ran and Bai Lu? Could I have invited the wrong people?" He turned to his assistant beside him, urgently asking, "Did we invite the wrong people?" The scene before him stirred doubt within him. "Let me check." The assistant, equally anxious about the potential mix-up, hastily made a phone call. After a moment, the assistant looked at Wang Jingyu. "We didn't invite the wrong people. Over there by the car are Teacher Su Ran and Teacher Bai Lu." Wang Jingyu. The people were correct, but they were speaking the cold language. That meant this entire group had been played by Su Ran. Meanwhile, over with Su Ran and Bai Lu. "No way, you really can do that." Bai Lu squinted her eyes, scanning her companion like a wife who had caught her husband cheating. Despite knowing each other for so long, she had never heard of her counterpart speaking the cold language. The staff members of the program in the car were utterly astonished. Initially, they assumed that Su Ran possessed only a modest understanding. Yet as the performance progressed, it became increasingly evident that his capabilities were far beyond mere basics. He spoke with such fluency that it felt akin to watching a drama in its original language. Observing Bai Lu's animated reactions, Su Ran replied nonchalantly. This was the first time he utilized the reward from the system for mastering the language, and he felt it was less practical than his proficiency in Japanese. It seemed to serve merely as a novelty for variety shows. Modest understanding? This is hardly a modest understanding. I've never heard such standard pronunciation while watching a drama. Bai Lu remarked in disbelief, before leaning in with her fair cheeks and displaying a charming smile. Hee, why don't you share your secrets on how you became so fluent? That way, I won't have to rely on subtitles when watching dramas in the future. Of course, There were unspoken thoughts lingering in her mind, such as the delightful thrill of cursing in that language, which seemed quite amusing. You want to learn? Su Ran inquired. Absolutely, I am eager to learn, Bai Lu replied, nodding obediently like a little rabbit. Come here, lend me your ear, and I'll whisper a secret, Su Ran said, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he gestured for her to come closer. Bai Lu, beaming with excitement and entirely unsuspecting, leaned in. Su Ran gazed at her ear, which was delicate and rosy, evoking an impulse to gently poke it. However, he restrained himself, instead grasping the collar of his microphone. He leaned closer and softly murmured, just watch more, and you'll get the hang of it. Next time I visit your home, I'll teach you a foreign language. Boom. Bai Lu's head throbbed with a dull buzz, quickly followed by a rosy hue that spread from her neck to her cheeks and ears. Her face felt warm, as if steam were escaping from it. What nonsense was she uttering? In a flustered manner, she instinctively recoiled, her gaze evasive, unwilling to look back. Her heart raced tumultuously, akin to a fawn darting about in panic. What did Su Ran mean by this? This gesture? Was it the implication I think it is? Oh, how chaotic. Please, heart, cease your frantic beating. Bai Lu even contemplated striking her chest to quell the commotion within. The staff nearby appeared bewildered, pondering what had just transpired. How could she suddenly resemble a crimson apple? In the Mushroom House live stream, exclamations erupted. What on earth is happening? What was said that caused Bai Lu to blush so fervently? Something was decidedly amiss. The viewers clamored for clarification regarding the unfolding drama. The young lady's blush transcended all romantic declarations. There was clearly something brewing between these two. Su Ran's icy remarks were utterly hilarious, leaving Teacher Huang and the others in a state of befuddlement, unable to contain their laughter. To those upstairs, the network lag rendered the live stream unwatchable. What an absurd time to be glued to it. First, there was the pangolin's cryptic comments, and now Su Ran's enigmatic words. I yearned to uncover the truth behind both mysteries. Perhaps it was too overwhelming to process, for Bai Lu continued her journey with a flushed face, remaining silent. Su Ran occasionally stole glances her way, finding amusement in her bashful demeanor. To his surprise, he merely raised his hand slightly, and Bai Lu found herself unable to withstand the height of it. Had the enchanting Yang Mi been present instead, she might have boldly declared, come at me. Who is afraid? Ultimately, feeling that Bai Lu's state had persisted for too long, Su Ran could only helplessly intervene. After much persuasion, he finally managed to coax a smile back onto Bai Lu's face. At that moment, they had also arrived at their destination. The winding paths above were inaccessible by vehicle. Su Ran took hold of Bai Lu's suitcase, and after a brief moment of astonishment, she beamed with joy, her small hands wagging like a cheerful puppy as she cheered him on from behind. The path was rugged, flanked by a babbling brook with crystal-clear, rushing waters. Surrounding them were quaint countryside cottages with tiled roofs, all appearing so rustic and simple. Upon reaching the Mushroom House, cheerful laughter echoed from within. Ha ha. Su Ran and Bai Lu exchanged glances before pushing open the door. What could be so amusing? As they entered, they spotted a group of people seated in the courtyard pavilion, engaged in lively conversation. Su Ran even recognized several familiar faces, the Kuaizhi brothers, Feng Wang legend, and the regulars of the Mushroom House. The two largest groups from the country are here. How remarkable. The individuals in the pavilion were taken aback upon seeing Su Ran and Bai Lu. Su Ran, Bai Lu, what brings you here? Why didn't you give us a heads up? The first to react was Teacher He, whose face lit up with joy as he approached. The others quickly followed suit. Isn't this Su Ran? I heard you were recently dubbed the general instructor of Hengdian by netizens. Huh? Hello, Teacher Su Ran. Bai Lu. It has been quite some time since we last met. A group of individuals warmly approached. Su Ran welcomed each with open arms, embracing one after another. Bai Lu, with a smile, merely waved and exchanged hugs with her sister Zhang Zifan and Ling Hua, offering a brief greeting. They all belonged to the same circle, so they were somewhat familiar with one another. However, the most acquainted among them was undoubtedly Teacher He, with whom Su Ran had interacted more frequently. After a round of polite exchanges, Su Ran and Bai Lu were invited to sit in the cool pavilion. What were they discussing just now? I heard laughter from the entrance, where Su Ran and I stood. Bai Lu inquired curiously of Teacher He. We were reading a letter from an online friend, Peng Peng, and I thought I would share it with you. Su Ran and Bai Lu. Upon hearing this, Peng Yuchang replied affirmatively, then, suppressing a smile, began to read the text from the card. Greetings to everyone at the Mushroom House. The reason I am writing this letter is to seek my online friend through this platform. We met online last year and both share a fondness for the Mushroom House. She is a wonderful person, and our connection was immediate. We lamented the time lost before meeting. We discussed the content of the Mushroom House daily, along with our lives and work. I have come to realize that I have fallen for her, despite never having met in person. Yet, I know she must be a gentle and serene young lady. As I summoned the courage to propose a meeting, I discovered that she had blocked me. Confusion enveloped me as I pondered what I might have done wrong. Sleepless nights ensued, and in my desperation, I resorted to writing a letter, hoping the production team could assist me in locating the girl known by the online moniker Momo. Surely, she must be watching the show, and I implore the esteemed hosts for their help. Pingyu Chang recited the lengthy content in one breath and remarked, "Brother Su Ran, Sister Bai Lu. We are indeed discussing this. Let us assist him." Indeed, such a pure love must be supported, asserted Teacher He with unwavering conviction. I am not entirely convinced that support is necessary. Su Ran pondered for a moment before speaking. The crowd was taken aback, casting puzzled glances in his direction. Why not? This is a good thing. Well, let me rephrase that with a suitable analogy, Su Ran replied, pressing his lips together. It's akin to a riddle. Once, a farmer caught a mermaid in the river. Why did he unhesitatingly release her? A. The farmer was a good man. B. The mermaid was too unattractive. C. It was a prohibited fishing area. Upon hearing this, the crowd instinctively began to voice their thoughts on the missing option. However, before they could finish, a realization dawned upon them. Each person widened their eyes and clamped their mouths shut. Su Ran nonchalantly spread his hands and shrugged. Chapter 55. The livestream on the brink of being banned. In the Mushroom House livestream, the barrage of comments disappeared for a few seconds, only to be followed by an overwhelming wave of white comments flooding the screen. Oh my, is Su Ran truly so audacious in her speech? I fear the program might be shut down. What does this mean? I cannot comprehend. There were 3 options, yet the one crucial choice was conspicuously absent. Does this not signify something? That netizen is male. 666. Has Su Ran lost her edge? Her responses are astoundingly incisive. Haha. Such wisdom. I advise the gentleman who wrote in to let go of his obsession. Your online romantic interest is likely male. Meeting in person? What would that lead to? A duel? No, that cannot be. Momo is different. This cannot be true. To my astonishment, the person involved has appeared above. My condolences. Wang Jingyu was left in a state of shock by Su Ran's recent analogy, his heart racing and cold sweat pouring. My goodness, is the live stream still active? He turned to those nearby, anxious that they might inform him that the stream had been terminated. At present, it remains. The staff hesitated for a moment before announcing. The viewer count has increased by approximately 1 million. 1 million? Wang Jingyu was momentarily dazed by this figure. For a variety show, an increase of 1 million viewers is an extraordinary concept. Many may not grasp its significance. To put it simply, it's 10,000 more than 900,000. However, despite the immense traffic Su Ran has generated, which is indeed promising news, Wang Jingyu was uncertain if he could bear the fortune. Not long ago, while filming 5Ha, their Weibo account became paralyzed, forcing them to halt their live broadcast. Now, the other party has arrived at the Mushroom House, genuinely fearing that Su Ran might completely disrupt the entire program. The astonishment in the eyes of Teacher He and the others lingered for a considerable time, eventually transforming into a shared, tacit understanding that culminated in a soft laughter. Well, indeed, dear netizen, I hope you find your own happiness. Teacher He stepped in to mediate the situation. Yes, may you find joy. May you discover your true soulmate. The rest of the group wore peculiar expressions as they offered their blessings to the camera. Zhang Zifan raised her face, her eyes reflecting confusion as she observed the awkward demeanor of those around her. She then cautiously tugged at Su Ran's clothing. Noticing the oddity, Su Ran turned to the side, where he saw Zhang Zifan, with her innocent voice, ask, "Brother Su Ran, I don't understand. What does it mean?" Observing the pure expression of confusion on her face, Su Ran gently pulled down the cap of her baseball hat, covering half of her face. Little one. It's best not to pry too much. He nearly forgot that there was a younger sister present. He then glanced at the others at the table. There are children here. Please be mindful of your words. Teacher He and the others were momentarily speechless. How can you so grandiosely utter such words without a twinge of conscience? All right. Let us bypass this topic and move on to the next letter. Teacher He hastily changed the subject, prompting Pingyu Chang. Oh right, there is another letter here. Let me read it for everyone. Dear Teacher He and Teacher Huang, Allow me to share my predicament. I find myself enamored with a goddess, to whom I present breakfast daily. In her moments of sorrow, I strive to bring her joy, and during her menstrual cycle, I offer my warmth and care. Yet, her responses remain rather tepid. As we approach our university graduation next year, I ponder whether confessing my feelings would bear fruit. Upon concluding this missive, the audience sensed the complexity of the situation. A languid voice interjected, proclaiming, "There is hope." The crowd was taken aback, yet in the next breath, Su Ran continued, "The circus has its own act." Laughter erupted, particularly from Bai Lu, who found the jest utterly delightful. No, you cannot say such things, Su Ran. This is too mischievous." Bai Lu laughed so heartily that she leaned against Su Ran, her soft and fragrant form drawing near, which he simply relished. In the Mushroom House livestream, the sentiment echoed, "Indeed, let that fellow from the circus apply for the clown position. It is bound to be entertaining." To the writer of this letter, I offer sage advice. Refrain from being a sycophant. She is merely slow to warm up. A voice from above chimed in. "That man instructed me to tell you to return. He no longer harbors ill will." After a bout of laughter, the realization of impropriety dawned upon Teacher He, who quickly stifled his amusement and addressed the camera. Su Ran's humor is unparalleled, yet to the viewer who penned this letter, I implore you to exercise caution. Indeed, Su Ran casually remarked to the camera, "I was merely jesting, my friend. I wish you all the success." However, he noted that one should not speak so directly. A more tactful approach would be preferable. Su Ran found it profoundly difficult to comprehend such sycophantic behavior. Perhaps you cherish a bicycle you are reluctant to part with. Yet someone else may have already mounted it, pedaling away with the chain clattering audibly. In my humble opinion, if that netizen's goddess truly holds no affection, it would be far better not to lead anyone on. It's best to express such sentiments early on to avoid wasting another's time. Bai Lu's smile faded, and she turned to Su Ran with a serious expression. "Su Ran, don't you agree?" It seems your words carry a hint of implication." With a tone of playful reproach, Su Ran mused, sensing something amiss. This feeling was not lost on others, including Teacher Huang and Teacher He, who also detected an undercurrent of strangeness. Aware of the scrutinizing gazes upon her, Bai Lu suddenly broke into a radiant smile. "This is merely my perspective." "Ah, yes. Your values are commendable, quite sound indeed," Su Ran quickly responded, eager to shift the focus. "So, Peng Peng, is there more? Please proceed to the next one." "All right, my friend," Peng Yuchang replied. Just then, Teacher He, quick-witted as ever, interjected, "That should suffice. I believe we've exhausted this segment. Let's move on." It was peculiar, for the letters received today were either from individuals duped by online romances or those indulging in sycophantic behavior. Su Ran's critiques were strikingly authentic. Should more letters of this nature arrive, he feared the netizens might not withstand the weight of disappointment, their hearts shattered. Very well. I too believe we have reached a suitable point. We shall address the inquiries of our audience later. Teacher Huang and Teacher He, having collaborated for many years, naturally comprehend each other's intentions. At least, before Su Ran's departure, they were resolute in not initiating this segment. Although they had arrived at the audience letter segment, the atmosphere was profoundly sentimental. Today, however, it is entirely different. The Phoenix Legend and the Kuai-Zi brothers found the situation quite amusing, just moments ago. They were laughing heartily. Yet, with both Teacher He and Teacher Huang announcing a cessation, they felt it inappropriate to continue. Simultaneously, a thought crossed their minds. Su Ran is rather intriguing. Well, Peng Peng, kindly gather the letters. When shall we commence our meal, Teacher Huang? After issuing his instruction, Teacher He inquired, uncertain of when the two artists from the cold country would arrive, as it complicates meal preparation. Teacher Huang ran his fingers through his hair, expressing his exasperation. Su Ran raised an eyebrow, her expression peculiar. Artists from the cold country? Bai Lu suddenly recalled something, stifling a chuckle. Although Teacher He was somewhat puzzled by Bai Lu's reaction, he did not dwell on it and patiently explained, indeed, you may not be aware, but two artists from the cold country are expected shortly. We have ordered dishes, and we speculate they are a couple, a man and a woman. A man and a woman. A couple? Yes, because they. Before Teacher He could finish his sentence, Bai Lu, her face flushed, could no longer contain herself and erupted into laughter. Ha! Immediately, Su Ran, amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, chuckled lightly and remarked in a chilly tone, "Is this how artists from Hangua speak?" Beside her, Bai Lu suddenly leaned closer to Su Ran, playfully forming a peace sign and cheerfully exclaimed, Annyeonghaseyo, Samida. Upon hearing these familiar phrases, the onlookers appeared momentarily frozen, as if turned to stone. Chapter 56. The Obedient Sister Zifeng. Shall we form a group? Are those two speaking Hanyu really you? Teacher, he opened her mouth in disbelief. Indeed, quite unexpected, isn't it? Su Ran replied with a subtle smile. To be honest, I was equally astonished when I heard them speak so fluently in the car. Bai Lu's laughter, as melodious as silver bells, resonated once more. After a considerable pause, the crowd slowly regained their composure, casting complex glances at one another. You truly have an astonishing repertoire of skills, Teacher Huang remarked with admiration. In the past, guests at the Mushroom House often called to deliberately disguise their true voices. Yet, without exception, they all attempted to mask themselves with clumsy language. However, I have never encountered someone like Su Ran, whose speech is so indistinguishable upon first utterance. In the Mushroom House livestream room, laughter erupted. Honestly speaking, if I hadn't been watching the livestream, I would never have known that Su Ran could speak Hanyu so fluently. How can I become like Su Ran and speak Hanyu with such finesse? Wouldn't that mean I could watch that movie without needing subtitles, thus reaping significant rewards? Brother, may I have a word? Come, let me test everyone's knowledge with a fill-in-the-blank question. Initially, the online community was astounded and engaged in discussions regarding Su Ran's cold remarks, but at some point, the focus of the comments gradually veered off into peculiar territory. Wang Jingyu observed the shift in the atmosphere within the live stream, his eyelids twitching incessantly. Ever since Su Ran's arrival, the show had taken on an odd tone. The program was meant to evoke warmth, embody rural life, and embrace a leisurely pace, rather than serve as a late-night channel for slumber. After receiving accolades from Teacher He and others, Teacher Huang patted his burgeoning belly and stood up. Since no one else has arrived, I shall prepare a couple of dishes. Let us dine first. Very well, thank you, Teacher Huang. Peng Peng, why don't you lend a hand? Teacher He clapped and chuckled, issuing the instruction. All right, I shall assist the master. Peng Yuchang, after joining this show, had privately taken Huang Wei as his mentor. However, just as he took a few steps, he suddenly turned and inquired, Sister, would you like to join? Me? Zhang Zifeng, unexpectedly called upon, hesitated as she glanced at Su Ran beside her, then looked at Peng Yuchang, her expression revealing a conflict, a desire to leave yet an unwillingness to depart. Dear sister, why not stay and rest for a bit? I will assist shortly, Teacher He, recognizing Zhang Zifen's inner turmoil from his own past experiences, kindly intervened. It is quite natural for a girl of 18 or 19 to be captivated by handsome men. Oh, very well. Without further contemplation, Peng Yuchang consented and departed. He merely expressed concern that Zhang Zifeng might become shy in front of so many people, which is why he habitually urged her to leave. Su Ran, with his enduring charm and boundless allure, remained as captivating as ever. Bai Lu glanced at Zhang Zifeng and then remarked with a slight pout. However, Su Ran seemed to detect a hint of jealousy in her tone. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zifeng's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head. If only I were a decade younger, I would gladly cling to Su Ran's side. Who wouldn't admire a handsome man? Linghua laughed heartily, teasing her. That's not necessary. Zhang Zifeng's face turned even redder, her head nearly buried in her chest. You don't even need to be younger. Just let Fenghuang Legend push someone with low presence out and allow Su Ran to step in, Linghua suggested. Xiao Yang, grinning widely, playfully added, that way, you could remain by the handsome man's side. Exactly, that's a sound idea. Since Zheng Yi, you hardly have any presence. And Su Ran is not only talented in songwriting, but also handsome. For the sake of Fenghuang Legend's progress and my happiness, why not sacrifice a bit? Linghua jested. What? Am I being sidelined? Zheng Yi exclaimed dramatically, feigning distress before adding excitedly, why can't you be the one to sacrifice? I want to collaborate with Su Ran too. I enjoy looking at handsome men. What can you even form with Su Ran? You already have the Kwaizi brothers, a male-male duo? That's not impossible. We are quite close. Su Ran, what do you think? At this, Su Ran looked cautiously at Zheng Yi, pulling his chair back in a tactical retreat. Why don't you, Zheng Yi, make a sacrifice instead? It seems we are not compatible. I would rather be stabbed in the back than to be betrayed by a brother. Wang Tyli interjected unexpectedly. The backside is meant for proper use in the restroom. As soon as these words were uttered, the crowd fell silent for a moment, only to erupt in laughter shortly thereafter. Haha. Bai Lu laughed so hard that she could hardly contain herself. I'm impressed. Su Ran, you need to be careful of Zheng Yi, huh? Zheng Yi appeared embarrassed. Stop it, Stop it. I can withdraw from Phoenix Legend if necessary. The laughter from the crowd grew even more boisterous. Zhang Zifeng raised her head, her little face still filled with confusion, wondering why everyone was laughing so peculiarly. She turned to Su Ran and softly asked, "Brother Su Ran, little one, don't pry into things. Be good and obedient." Su Ran gently patted her head and then addressed the crowd, there is a child present. Let us tone it down a bit. Zhang Zifeng, feeling the large hand on her hat, unconsciously squinted her eyes into crescent-shaped slits, displaying a content expression like a docile kitten. Not understanding, but relishing the sensation, she thought how delightful it was. Zheng Yi, there is a little sister here. Please watch your words. I'm unemployed now and still getting criticized. Why don't you four brothers let Su Ran take someone else's place? Why should we break up? If Su Ran joins, we'll immediately change our group name, Handsome Brothers, Male God Brothers, or even Dunk-collecting Boys, whatever works. Come on. The last option is entirely unnecessary. How about the four of you plus me form a new group and debut anew? Su Ran felt somewhat speechless. Even the Dung boy had joined in. How down-to-earth could it be? Was it necessary to perform a slow-motion sequence with both hands, only to replay it again? Of course. All of the aforementioned remarks were made in jest. As laughter filled the air, they engaged in conversation for quite some time. The topic soon shifted to music, with inquiries about whether Su Ran was interested in composing some songs for them, followed by mutual flattery in a commercial vein. Their dialogue flowed effortlessly, fostering a sense of familiarity amongst them. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, what could possibly be causing such merriment outside? Why was it that upon Su Ran's arrival, everyone appeared so elated? Teacher Huang, while stirring the dishes, listened to the unbridled joy emanating from outside, feeling a pang of melancholy. Normally, when he cooked, he was the center of attention, surrounded by people engaged in conversation. Yet today, the lively chatter outside left him feeling somewhat sidelined, as though cast into the cold palace. However, his words went unanswered. Peng Peng. Teacher Huang called out, but still, no one responded. He glanced over, puzzled, only to find Peng Yuchang washing vegetables, leaning towards the window as if eavesdropping, utterly lost in thought. Observing this, Teacher Huang felt a flicker of irritation. Peng Peng, if you wish to listen from outside, you might as well just go out. Really? Thank you, master. I'm heading out now, Peng Yuchang exclaimed, barely taking the time to dry his hands before dashing out like a hound on the hunt. The laughter from outside had stirred his curiosity, compelling him to discover what delightful conversations were unfolding. All of this transpired swiftly, and by the time Teacher Huang regained his composure, he found himself alone in the kitchen, standing there in a daze. Chapter 57. Su Ran slightly raised his hand, declaring, "I shall not accept any disciples." Just as everyone was engrossed in their lively conversation, Su Ran inadvertently glanced towards the kitchen. The kitchen of the mushroom house, being adjacent to the courtyard, allowed him to see the solitary figure of Teacher Huang laboring away. It evoked a poignant sense of the empty nest syndrome. Doesn't the kitchen require a helping hand? Teacher Huang appears rather pitiable, Su Ran remarked casually. At his words, the others suddenly realized their oversight, having been so engrossed in their chatter that they nearly forgot. Teacher, he slapped his thigh in remembrance, swiftly rising to head towards the kitchen, followed by the rest who eagerly joined in to assist. With the presence of onlookers, Teacher Huang activated his passive skill, energized spirit, and cooked with fervor and passion. Before long, the dishes were completed, and everyone helped to serve them at the table, taking their seats one by one. To Su Ran's left sat Zhang Zifeng, while to his right was Bai Lu, who had managed to secure the corner seat to be closer to him. Having been quick on her feet, "Let us dine, everyone," Teacher Huang cheerfully beckoned. Just as Su Ran was about to lift his chopsticks, an exclamation of delight erupted. This dish is truly fragrant, exquisite. Teacher He, lost in rapture, closed his eyes, a look of sheer enjoyment gracing his face. If there were to be a sequel, one might imagine a pair of wings fluttering behind him. Was this the infamous jasmine flower scheme? Su Ran had heard whispers of it before, yet witnessing it up close was a novel experience. It was said that even if Teacher Huang boiled water, Teacher He would extol its virtues. Observing Teacher He relished the meal so heartily, Bai Lu couldn't contain her eagerness and swiftly took a bite to savor the flavors for herself. However, upon taking the first bite, she was struck by the realization that it was not as fragrant as she had anticipated. She cast a puzzled glance at Su Ran, her eyes questioning. Was there something amiss with her sense of taste? While Teacher He savored the meal, she felt no such delight. Su Ran, catching Bai Lu's signal, exchanged a knowing look. There was plenty to eat. Why dwell on trivialities? With a subtle lift of her chin, she indicated for Bai Lu to observe her technique. After a few bites, Su Ran emulated Teacher He's manner, repeatedly giving a thumbs up and extolling, delicious, truly exquisite. It's beyond compare. A feast worthy of the finest culinary establishments. Teacher Huang, you should be a chef at a 5-star hotel. In particular, this dish rivaled the flavor of the finest delicacies. A pinnacle of culinary excellence. Su Ran's extravagant praise left everyone at the table momentarily speechless. Teacher He, in particular, paused in his actions, seemingly lost in thought. Wait. Asian, are you serious? I was merely jesting, yet your compliments surpass my own. After witnessing Su Ran's extravagant flattery, Bai Lu eagerly followed suit. It's truly remarkable. Teacher Huang, look at this rice, so plump and round. Teacher Huang fell silent for a moment. The rice was purchased from outside. Oh, my apologies. Then look at this pickled vegetable. So large, and Teacher Huang replied softly. The pickled vegetable was provided by the production team. Bai Lu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, but then her eyes lit up as she gazed at a particular spot on the table. Then this bowl is so large, and Su Ran quickly cleared her throat. No need to praise this one. She feared that Bai Lu might inadvertently quote a certain foreign friend with the surname Wu, although the other party has yet to secure a stable job. There is no need for excessive flattery. Instead of praising something trivial, one could simply commend a bowl, for it is, after all, quite delectable, truly extraordinary. Bai Lu was aware that her previous remarks were nonsensical, and she concluded with a resounding compliment. The others likewise raised their thumbs in enthusiastic approval, wholeheartedly joining the nefarious plans of the Gardenia. Delicious, simply marvelous. Quite impressive, indeed, a perfect accompaniment to a meal. Listening to the accolades, Teacher Huang's eyes crinkled into slits of joy. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they engaged in light conversation for a while. As the time drew near, Zheng Yi and Ling Hua began to prepare for their departure. Having arrived the previous day, they were set to return today. At Teacher He's suggestion, the group accompanied the four as they left. Originally, Su Ran was walking alongside them, chatting amiably, but as they passed a small stream, Peng Yuchang picked up a stone and tossed it into the water, achieving 4 splendid skips before letting out an excited shout. Su Ran, look, I made 4 skips. Su Ran, with his hands in his pockets, ambled over leisurely. Only 4? What is there to get worked up about? As he spoke, he picked up a stone and casually tossed it towards the riverbank. The stone soared like an arrow, creating a series of splashes on the water's surface. 125. Peng Yuchang meticulously counted the skips until, upon reaching the 10th, he squealed in delight. Oh my, 10 skips. His exclamation drew the attention of the chatting group. As the stones danced upon the river's surface, creating splash after splash, the men could not tear their eyes away, rushing towards the scene with palpable excitement. How many is that? Good heavens, 15 skips, and still counting. 20. They exclaimed in fervor, marveling at Su Ran's remarkable skill. Meanwhile, Bai Lu, Ling Hua, and Zhang Zifeng remained at the riverbank, observing the group of men surrounding Su Ran, their enthusiasm reminiscent of primates in a frenzied display. The 3 women exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend this exuberance. Sisters, is 20 skips really that impressive? Zhang Zifeng inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Bai Lu and Ling Hua shook their heads, indicating their inability to grasp the source of the boys' joy, particularly the middle-aged men like Mr. He and Mr. Huang, who seemed utterly unrestrained by their age. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. Do it again, Su Ran. We barely caught that. They clamored, their eagerness unyielding. With no choice but to acquiesce to their pleas, Su Ran prepared for another throw, this time infusing it with added strength and finesse. The stone soared across the water, skipping with the grace of a surfer riding a wave, sending forth a cascade of splashes. The photographer, captivated by the display, momentarily abandoned capturing the women, shouting in awe before sprinting towards the excitement, joining the chorus of admiration for Su Ran's prowess. The 3 women could only watch in disbelief as the live stream of Mushroom House erupted with the excitement of more than 20 skips, exclaiming, Su Ran, you are truly remarkable. From this moment forth, Su Ran shall be my idol. I implore you to teach me the art of stone skipping. I am on my knees. If you mention your Lamborghini, I may not express interest, but if you assert that you can achieve 20 skips, then even in the face of a tempest, I shall dedicate every moment to learning. Does Su Ran take apprentices? This is a skill I genuinely wish to acquire. When you claim you can earn $1 million, I scoff, yet the thought of you executing over 20 skips leaves me in awe. Dear production team, please reveal the location of this river. I yearn to collect the stone cast by Su Ran and treasure it. Upon witnessing Su Ran's extraordinary prowess, a group of older gentlemen eagerly picked up stones to try for themselves. However, after only a few feeble attempts, their stones sank to the riverbed. All eyes turned to Su Ran, who merely waved his hand, stating, "I do not accept apprentices." The crowd, undeterred, gritted their teeth and persisted in trying. Yet the results were invariably disheartening. Eventually, they had no choice but to leave in resignation. Nevertheless, along the way, Su Ran was inevitably besieged with questions. "Su Ran, how can I achieve 10 skips? I do not ask for much, truly. Let us add each other on WeChat and discuss further. I will invite you to join our stone skipping group." "Su Ran, why not consider joining our brotherhood?" "Oh no, we could form a stone skipping brotherhood instead." Indeed. Men remain youthful at heart until their last breath, and Su Ran has truly felt this sentiment. What a peculiar notion, a stone skipping group. If one finds oneself with nothing to do, one might as well go fishing and embrace the carefree life, rather than engaging in frivolous pursuits. Chapter 58, a memorable scene in the living room, complicated relationships. Do keep in touch. When new songs emerge, we could consider collaborating. Do not heed their words. Both Xing Yi and I are in greater need of connection, and we can gather for a reunion in the future. Well then, I truly must take my leave. Time cannot be squandered any longer. Xing Yi and his companions exchanged warm embraces with Su Ran, engaging in lively conversation for a moment. They then waved goodbye and boarded the production team's vehicle. In the blink of an eye, Su Ran and the others could no longer see the car's silhouette. "Let us return," sighed Teacher He, filled with a sense of nostalgia as he turned to walk back. Teacher Huang walked ahead with him, while Su Ran leisurely trailed behind, with Bai Lu and Zhang Zifeng dutifully flanking either side, and Peng Yuchang bringing up the rear. At this moment, the atmosphere was splendid. Everything felt harmonious, quiet, and serene. The bright sunlight cascaded down, enhancing the colors of this pastoral landscape painting. As they walked along the country path, the returning old cow became a companion. At that moment, inexplicably, Teachers He and Huang began to hum a tune. This healing children's song, Country Lane, was catchy and imbued a sense of ease to the spirit. "Why are they suddenly singing?" Bai Lu inquired, looking ahead with curiosity. As one ages, one often finds oneself overwhelmed with emotions upon encountering certain things. Su Ran casually remarked. With his hands tucked into his pockets, in youth, one is drawn to novelty, yet as time passes, there emerges a fondness for the nostalgia of bygone days. Preferences evolve with each stage of life. Bai Lu, Zhang Zifeng, and Peng Yuchang appeared to grasp only a fragment of his words, their expressions betraying a lack of comprehension. "Will you be the same in the future, Su Ran?" Bai Lu suddenly inquired. "Me?" Su Ran elongated his final syllable, chuckling softly as he replied, "I am different. I am devoted, and my affection will forever be for young and beautiful sisters." Having uttered this, he swiftly joined the chorus of children's songs before the trio could fully react. Bai Lu and Zhang Zifeng paused momentarily, their cheeks soon tinged with crimson. "Su Ran, what nonsense are you speaking?" Bai Lu exclaimed, chasing after him. "If you will always adore young and beautiful sisters, then what do I count as?" Zhang Zifeng's face flushed slightly, yet she lowered her gaze, concealing her thoughts. At the rear, Peng Yuchang observed as Zhang Zifeng and Bai Lu sprinted after Su Ran, a look of admiration creeping onto his face. That remark was worth noting. He would meticulously study it upon returning home. In the Mushroom House livestream, someone commented, "I nearly strained my back. I thought the discussion would delve into philosophy. Only upon hearing the latter part did I realize it was a profound truth. To be frank, I share Su Ran's sentiment. I too am quite loyal, exclusively enamored with beautiful sisters. Yet, on a serious note, there is wisdom in that. At merely 20, I still find myself pausing in front of my alma mater, lost in reverie. Truly, I am growing old. Youth eludes our grasp, much like my relationship with her, which can never return to its former days. Upstairs, those with love-stricken minds should step aside. I can relate to this feeling. It is akin to drifting into slumber one afternoon, only to awaken and find the world shrouded in darkness, with not a single message on my phone. Gazing at the pitch-black space, feeling as though I have been forsaken by the universe. Amid the repetitive refrain of a children's song, Su Ran and her companions returned to the Mushroom House. It was afternoon, and having just finished their meal, everyone felt a wave of drowsiness, especially since yawning is contagious. Once one person yawned, others soon followed suit. Teacher, he suggested, how about we all take a nap? After all, There's nothing pressing to do at the moment. The proposal was met with unanimous agreement. Teacher, he continued. Bailu, you can share a room with your sister. Is that all right? No problem, came the reply. All right then, everyone. Let us head back to our rooms for some rest. Su Ran, your bed has tea been made yet, so please wait a moment while we tidy it up. There's no need to trouble yourselves. I can simply lie down in the living room for now, Su Ran casually remarked, surveying the spacious area. The truth was, she was utterly exhausted. Waiting for the room to be prepared would take too long. Early rest leads to early enjoyment. Teacher, he hesitated. Are you sure? Tidying up one tea take long. I'm certain, really, it's fine. You all should go rest. We can discuss it later, Su Ran replied, casually grabbing a plush pillow and reclining on the floor. The living room of the mushroom house was adorned with soft mats, making it quite comfortable to lie down. Seeing Su Ran so relaxed, neither Teacher he nor Teacher Huang pressed the matter further. Let us depart. It is time for us all to return to our chambers. As the group rose to their feet, Bailu turned to cast a glance at the vast expanse surrounding Su Ran. Suddenly halting, her gaze shifted. Well, I suppose I shall recline casually in the living room for a while. In the next moment, she seized a plush toy and settled onto the floor beside Su Ran. With a smile, she addressed the group, who looked on in bemusement. I am utterly exhausted. The others. Exhausted? Why do they find it so hard to believe? Just as Teacher he was about to say something, a petite figure dashed past. Sister Bailu, I shall keep you company. By the time they realized, Zhang Zifeng had already claimed the floor on the other side of Su Ran. Teacher he, Teacher Huang, and Peng Yuchang. Did she not say she would accompany Bailu? Why, then, did she select a different spot? Is she serious? Bailu propped herself on the floor, casting a puzzled look in her direction. She sensed that something was amiss, yet she could not articulate what it was. Under the scrutiny of everyone's gaze, Zhang Zifeng shyly concealed her face behind the plush toy, though Su Ran noticed the rosy hue blooming at her ears, which remained partially visible. Very well, let us proceed. It is time for an afternoon nap. Su Ran sat up, glancing left and right before finally addressing Teacher he and the others. What do you all say? We shall return to our rooms. Teacher Huang and the others replied in unison, hastily retreating to their chambers. This place is not suitable for lingering. Once they departed, the living room fell into a deep silence. As Su Ran reclined back onto the floor, she caught a whiff of two delicate fragrances. She could even distinctly hear the uneven breaths emanating from either side, tinged with an air of tension. The atmosphere felt rather peculiar. After a brief pause, Su Ran casually inquired, Zifeng, which year are you in at university? I'm 21, of marriageable age. Su Ran and Bailu immediately turned their gazes toward the right. The latter, realizing her blunder, hurriedly turned away, presenting her back to the two. She then buried her head deeply into a plush toy, her lips pressed tightly together. Ah, how mortifying. What was I thinking, mentioning the age of marriage? Su Ran could visibly perceive Zhang Zifeng's nervousness, embarrassment, and shyness. Consequently, she decided not to exacerbate the other's anxiety. Closing her eyes, she thought, let us take a nap. I'm tired and weary, emotionally drained. Initially, she had been lying there peacefully, but now, for no apparent reason, she had two companions. Two female voices responded simultaneously. In the Mushroom House live stream, someone exclaimed, I disagree. How could Su Ran enjoy such fortune? I'm envious. Ah, my sister, how can you utter such words? Su Ran, I challenge you. Another voice chimed in. Haha, this is hilarious. You want to challenge Su Ran? Do you even know who is the strongest in Hongdian? Of course it's Su Ran, unless you mean Yiwen. In truth, I find this scene rather heartwarming. Imbued with a sense of beauty, I too wish to lie beside Su Ran. I am 36 years old, with a 72E figure and a fortune exceeding 10 million, along with 5 luxury sports cars in my name. In a moment of astonishment, the presence of a wealthy woman was noted above. Auntie, do you think I have a chance? He pondered. Auntie, I no longer wish to strive. Chapter 59. All were taught by the same master, unable to break the cycle. Not long after, fatigue washed over him, and Su Ran unknowingly succumbed to slumber. Time slipped away unnoticed. In a hazy dream state, he felt something brushing against his shoulders, akin to the gentle nuzzle of a kitten nearby. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Mushroom House, Wang Jingyu, along with a group of staff, observed the living room through surveillance equipment. Upon witnessing the sleeping figures of Zhang Zifeng and Bailu curling closer to Su Ran, he remained silent. It was only a midday nap, after all. Adjusting to a comfortable position was entirely reasonable. The two women unconsciously rested their hands upon Su Ran, and he did not speak. While their sleeping posture was less than ideal, it was understandable. However, as Bai Lu and Zhang Zifen began to inch even closer to Su Ran, Wang Jingyu's expression shifted to one of alarm. He raised his hand, commanding, "Quickly cut the live feed from the living room." The staff, upon hearing his urgency, promptly disconnected the equipment. As the live stream faded to black, revealing no trace of the trio, Wang Jingyu let out a relieved sigh. That was a close call. They nearly embraced him. Yet, upon further reflection, a realization struck him. Just because the visuals had vanished, it did not imply that the actions within had ceased. Viewers who were watching the live stream suddenly found their screens blank, prompting an immediate uproar as they flooded the chat with protests. Moments later, the live feed resumed. But it no longer displayed the intimate scene of the living room. Instead, the audience was greeted by the sight of three burly men sprawled out, snoring heartily. Upon witnessing this scene, the online viewers felt their hearts shatter, nearly on the verge of vomiting blood. Just moments ago, the previous spectacle was so enchanting, the sight of handsome men and beautiful women in repose, a truly delightful vision. Now, however, they were confronted with the sight of a corpulent man, a rather jarring experience, especially with the snoring that resembled a construction site. Yet, despite the commotion, the live broadcast persisted with the same imagery, leaving the viewers in a state of helplessness. At 3 in the afternoon, Zhang Zifeng, still drowsy, rubbed her eyes and, upon lifting her head, was met with the sight of a strikingly handsome face beside her. Realizing that the place she had been resting her head was indeed on Su Ran's shoulder, her cheeks immediately flushed a deep crimson. In a fluster, she stood up abruptly. Glancing at the peacefully slumbering Su Ran and the other side where Bai Lu lay asleep, which brought her a sense of relief. Cautiously, like a thief, she made her escape. Shortly after Zhang Zifeng's departure, Bai Lu awakened, only to discover that she had been leaning against Su Ran while asleep. Startled, she quickly sat up, her face turning red as she lowered her gaze to examine Su Ran's features, who remained oblivious, eyes closed, showing no signs of waking. After a moment of contemplation, she felt an irresistible urge to lean back into his warm embrace. However, just as she was about to succumb to that impulse, she paused, glancing at the position of the living room camera. With a soft murmur, she decided to leave. If only they weren't in the midst of a broadcast, she thought wistfully. She would have relished the opportunity to nestle back into that comforting hold. Unbeknownst to her, the camera feed from the living room had already been cut. Once the two women had entirely vacated the living area, and silence enveloped the space, Su Ran, lying on the floor, slowly opened his eyes and let out a sigh. In truth, he had awakened long before the two women stirred from their slumber. Suddenly confronted with the presence of two heads nestled against him, he found himself at a loss for how to navigate the situation. Thus, he chose to feign sleep, waiting for them to awaken first. This predicament of being a mere observer, unable to act impulsively, proved to be quite torturous. It was rather unbearable. Su Ran shook his head and slowly rose to a sitting position. The lingering sense of two distinct fragrances clung to his clothing. He sat in the living room for quite some time until Teacher Huang and the others gradually emerged from their rooms. The three of them appeared with disheveled hair, resembling a nest of chickens. "Su Ran, you're awake. How did you sleep?" "Teacher," he inquired, squinting and yawning. "How should I put it?" "It was tolerable," he replied. To say it was good would be somewhat misleading, as it truly tested one's patience. Yet, to say it was bad would not be entirely accurate either. For having two beautiful women beside me was rather enjoyable. I can only wish that we weren't filming a variety show. Soon after, they all gathered together to engage in light conversation. After a while, Bai Lu and Zhang Zifeng emerged from the girls' room, arm in arm. The moment they laid eyes on Su Ran, a fleeting expression of shyness and discomfort crossed their faces, which was quickly replaced by a more composed demeanor as they settled beside him. Su Ran observed this with keen awareness, unable to suppress a sense of admiration. Truly, they were skilled actresses, expertly concealing their emotions as if nothing had transpired. "The weather is quite pleasant today. Perhaps we could take a stroll in town. Especially since there is no farm work to attend to at the moment." "Teacher," he suggested suddenly. "That sounds agreeable. After all, it would be nice to get some fresh air," Su Ran replied. After Teacher Huang finished speaking, he turned to the side and asked, "Su Ran, what do you think?" "I'm fine with anything. You all can decide," Su Ran replied with a shrug. The two girls and Ping Yuchang naturally agreed with this decision. Once the group had packed up, they set off immediately. They walked down the path until they finally arrived at the place where they had sent off the brothers of the Fast Brother team earlier that noon. In front of them stood a business vehicle from the production team. Who will drive? Teacher, he inquired, glancing at Teacher Huang and Saran for their opinions. However, before either could respond, a cheerful voice rang out. I can drive. The group instinctively turned to the source of the sound, Bailu. Hee, I just got my license. Let me give it a try and satisfy my craving for driving. Bailu rubbed her hands together, her face brimming with eagerness. Saran, Teacher Huang, and Teacher he exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. All right, it's you then. With someone volunteering to drive, they were more than happy to acquiesce. Just as Saran was about to get into the car, Bailu suddenly called out to him, Saran, sit in the passenger seat with me. I'm afraid I won't drive well. No problem, he replied. The group climbed into the vehicle and took their seats. As soon as Bailu settled into the driver's seat, she began to mumble softly to herself. Seatbelt, brake, handbrake, neutral. Observing her clumsy actions while reciting her checklist, the atmosphere in the car turned silent. And an ominous feeling descended upon everyone. In the back seat, Teacher He and Teacher Huang quietly fastened their seatbelts, and seeing this, Peng Yuchang and Zhang Zifan hurried to do the same. Su Ran suddenly turned to look at the few people behind him. In fact, I think sitting in the yard is quite pleasant, don't you agree? It's a slow-paced life, after all. The others nodded eagerly. Yes, there's no need to go out. My mother once told me that it's best to avoid the hustle and bustle when there's no reason to join in. Perhaps we should head back, however. Before he could finish the word back, the car suddenly lunged forward, speeding out with alarming swiftness. The sudden acceleration startled those in the back seat. Slow down. Fortunately, after the reminder, Bailu finally reduced her speed, driving a bit more steadily. Just as they were cruising smoothly, another vehicle unexpectedly approached from the opposite direction, blocking their path. The village road was rather narrow, permitting only one car to pass at a time. Bailu halted the vehicle, anxiously asking, what should we do? The other car is blocking the road, and one to yield. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ran replied, signal with your turn indicator. Turn on the windshield wipers to their maximum, and then lean out the window. Oh, okay. Bailu complied with his instructions. Just as she leaned out, the car in front immediately sprang into motion, seemingly startled, and swiftly reversed to clear the way. Wow, that really worked. Su Ran, you have quite the method. What is the principle behind this? Su Ran did not respond, but Teacher He in the backseat chuckled. It's because they're afraid you'll crash into them. In the Mushroom House live stream, viewers found it hilarious. It was so relatable. If I encountered such a maneuver on the road, I would certainly be frightened and swiftly steer clear. With the wipers and turn signals activated, I would instantly be convinced you were a road menace. Why stick around and wait to be hit? The method employed by Su Ran is truly remarkable, and I have learned much from it. As a novice driver, I often find myself in a flurry of confusion, feeling as though I am witnessing my own experience unfold before me. The road opened up, and the vehicles resumed their journey. However, it wasn't long before another car approached head-on, leading to a stalemate where neither party yielded. Here we go again. I pressed on. Bailu, brimming with confidence, attempted to replicate the previous maneuver. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the oncoming vehicle mirrored her actions. It was as if the two cars were executing a flawless synchronization, akin to the functions of copy and paste. Witnessing this scene left everyone dumbfounded. At that moment, Su Ran's phone rang, and he answered the call. A sweet voice emerged, exclaiming, "Help me, Su Ran. The method you taught me is ineffective. The other car is performing the same maneuvers as I am. What should I do?" The occupants of the vehicle all heard this voice and turned their gazes towards Su Ran. He squinted slightly, directing his attention to the car ahead. Why not lean out and take a look? Why should I? Can you actually see me? As those words fell, a petite head emerged from the opposite window. With a playful tone, Su Ran remarked, "Indeed, I can see you." Bailu and the others finally recognized the head peeking out from the other vehicle's window. Just how many people have you taught this trick to? What are the odds? Bailu lamented with a hint of melancholy. In the live broadcast of Mushroom House, laughter erupted, causing genuine pain in their abdomens. It was no wonder that the opposing vehicle executed identical actions. They had been taught by the same master. They were all taught by the same master, and thus, the techniques cannot be broken. I had no idea how many individuals Su Ran had instructed in the past, but from this moment onward, in similar situations, I shall undoubtedly employ this technique. 1. I am a disciple of Su Ran. Let us not have it so that when we meet on the road, everyone exclaims, "Ah, my master is Su Ran." Haha. Chapter 60. The Legend of the Ancient Sword Break 2. System task completed. What a coincidence, just as I logged in. You all came down. How fortunate that we encountered each other here. Otherwise, I would have missed you entirely at the Mushroom House. I was wondering why the method Su Ran taught me was ineffective. It turns out the master is present in person. Tan Songyun rested her hands on the passenger seat, shaking her head and cheerfully chatting away. Interestingly enough, the car that had just been stuck in front of them belonged to Tan Songyun, who was coincidentally attending a program at the Mushroom House. It's been quite some time, yet you still resort to this technique. Can't you learn to drive properly? Su Ran remarked with exasperation. He had met Tan Songyun while filming a youth idol drama. Her innocent, delicate doll-like face is a frequent feature in coming-of-age films. Whenever a role for a high school girl is cast, she is almost always on the producer's shortlist. Hiki, it's not like there are many opportunities to drive. Tan Songyun felt somewhat embarrassed, her response lacking confidence. Songyun, it's truly been ages since we last met. You could have given us a heads up about coming to the Mushroom House, teacher he in the backseat said with a smile. I wanted to surprise you. It's fate that we crossed paths on the road. Tan Songyun smiled and suddenly inquired. Oh, by the way, what are we going to do? We're just going to stroll around the town and take a look, came the reply. Wow, shopping. I love it, she exclaimed with a giggle. The group engaged in casual banter as they were driven by Bailu to the town. The surroundings were vibrant, bustling with vendors calling out their wares. The arrival of Su Ran and her companions quickly drew the attention of the townsfolk, especially with the film crew trailing behind them, making their presence even more conspicuous. An elderly gentleman with a stooped posture squeezed into the center of the crowd. That tall and handsome young man looks rather familiar. I think his name is something like Bailey, he remarked. I've seen him on television. A nearby bystander clarified, Sir, that's Bailey Tusu. What? Tusu? The old man echoed. Bailey Tusu. What was that again? Bailey Tusu. Oh, I see. You should study, young man. Education is important. I enjoy going to nightclubs to study, he added. The crowd continued to grow as Su Ran and her companions wandered further, with various phones pointed at them, capturing every moment while voices called out each of their names. Among them, Su Ran's name was the most frequently shouted. Notably, the name Bailey Tusu echoed even more. This clearly indicated the ongoing popularity of the Legend of the Ancient Sword. Incredible, Su Ran is quite the sensation lately. Everyone is calling his name. Huang Laosher quipped with a smile. Of course, being handsome certainly has its advantages, He Laosher chimed in. Enough of that. The fame of the two of you is indeed widely recognized. This statement is not mere flattery. Teacher He and Teacher Huang have been in the industry for many years and have considerable influence. Perhaps some may be unfamiliar with their works. Yet they can be easily recognized at a glance. For instance, upon seeing Huang, one might exclaim, isn't that the chef? And upon spotting Teacher He, one would think, oh, that's the host from Xiangnan Television. In contrast, Su Ran's recognition pales significantly. Passers-by might simply wonder, who is that handsome guy? While strolling past a fruit stall, the three young women instinctively halted, their eyes sparkling with desire as they beheld the luscious fruits. Being girls, they naturally are drawn to fruits brimming with water content. Do you want to eat? Su Ran inquired, observing their reactions. Bailu, Tan Songyun, and Zhang Zifen nodded enthusiastically. However, Zhang Zifen's face soon revealed her dilemma, but we don't have any money right now. The production team emphasized self-sufficiency, and thus, the Mushroom House lacked funds to purchase these delights. Although the girls' families were not affluent, they could still afford a small indulgence. Seeing the yearning expressions on the girls' faces, Teacher He withdrew the last of his 50 yuan from his bag. This is our food budget for the next 2 days, Ping Yuchang remarked. Upon hearing this, the girls hurriedly shook their heads. No, it's fine. We actually aren't that hungry. They did not wish to burden the Mushroom House with financial difficulties over a fleeting craving. Oh, let me take care of it. Don't worry about that. Bailu Zifen. Tan Songyun, feel free to indulge, he insisted. With a grand gesture, Su Ran instructed the three ladies to choose freely. Wait a moment, Mr. Su. This contravenes the program's regulations. All expenditures must not be covered by the guests, a concerned female director intervened urgently. What guest? I haven't signed a contract yet. I hardly qualify as a guest, Su Ran retorted assertively. At best, I am merely a benevolent citizen offering them some food. Upon hearing this, Teacher Huang's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, since Su Ran has not signed the contract, he cannot be considered a guest. A kind-hearted individual wishing to treat us to something is entirely acceptable, isn't it? Exactly. That makes perfect sense. This does not violate the rules. Both Teacher He and Teacher Huang, known for their astuteness, swiftly supported Su Ran's stance. Their seamless collaboration left the female director momentarily flabbergasted, her mind racing as if her CPU had overheated. "Wait, this surely has its flaws," she stammered, struggling to formulate a counterargument. But what? Altruism is a cherished virtue, do you not agree?" Su Ran's words rendered the female director pale. "I do not. I am not. Please do not misinterpret," she protested, realizing that continuing this line of argument could cast her as the villain of the narrative. "Well, if that is the case, so be it," Su Ran remarked, directing his attention to the fruit stand and gesturing, "Choose whatever you like." The three ladies exchanged glances, observing the day's director, then turned to Su Ran. "Yay, let's start picking." With no intervention from the production team, they approached the stand with unbridled joy, ready to select their treats. Everyone was meticulously selective, and soon they completed their choices. Su Ran glanced at the 3 or 4 fruits in each person's hand and shook his head. How could such a meager selection suffice? A passerby might think we cannot afford more. Let us get another 100 pounds, 10 pounds for each person. 100 pounds? The crowd was instantly taken aback. Teachers He and Huang were momentarily dumbfounded. Their intention was merely to tease the production team, yet Su Ran escalated the situation significantly. Suddenly, they realized their approach had been excessively conservative. "No, that is far too much. It's simply not permissible." The female director hastily snapped out of her stupor and quickly interjected, "That is not appropriate. Come, have a fruit." Su Ran casually fed her a grape. As she savored the grape in her mouth and beheld Su Ran, whose smile radiated warmth like a gentle spring breeze, her heart seemed to flutter. In an instant, her gaze turned dreamy and her cheeks flushed. "I'm sorry, director." She could not uphold her boundaries, having been utterly enchanted by Su Ran's allure. In the Mushroom House live broadcast room, "Wow, is this the charm of a handsome man? I want it too. If Su Ran could feed me fruits, I'd gladly earn $1 million every day." Upstairs, "You really don't want to suffer at all, do you?" That female director visibly softened. "Truly, it's the power of Su Ran's charisma." Su Ran's antics were truly dazzling, showcasing a whole new dimension of amusement. 100 pounds of fruit would surely send Wang Jingyu into a frenzy upon their return. Indeed, Su Ran's skill in playful mischief is unparalleled. The production team was utterly defenseless against it. Impressive. After selecting the fruits, the group departed with contentment. The mention of 100 pounds was, of course, an exaggeration. Su Ran had no intention of going to such extremes. Nevertheless, they managed to gather 3 or 4 bags of fruit, fulfilling their desire for abundant produce at the Mushroom House. However, due to their prolonged stay in town, the crowd had grown increasingly larger. Concerned about the potential chaos that such a gathering might incite, they decided to return home. Upon seeing the group return with their bulging bags, Wang Jingyu felt as though the sky had fallen. He vehemently protested, demanding that they return the fruits. Yet, Su Ran merely waved him off, dismissing his objections with indifference. Faced with the situation, Wang Jingyu had no choice but to accept this reality. That evening, they shared a simple meal together. At 8 o'clock, the live stream of the Mushroom House was temporarily halted for the airing of the Legend of the Ancient Sword. This decision came from the television station, which could not afford to divert attention from its programming. The group at the Mushroom House joined in the excitement, gathering in the living room to watch the show. The 2 episodes concluded swiftly. Soon after, Huang Junwen called with exuberance, exclaiming, "The viewership for The Legend of the Ancient Sword has surpassed 2. Chime. Chapter 61, Connections Established. Off to teach at Beijing Film Academy. Ding dong. Newbie task. Successfully portray a character that the public recognizes has been completed. Reward distribution in progress. Acquired musical skill, singing with emotion. Lacking technique. Received novel, Blue Silver Entwined, The Romance Between Humans and the 10,000-Year Rabbit. Obtained script fragment for The Wandering Earth, 1-4, at last." Upon hearing the familiar, crisp sound, Su Ran sighed in relief, finally completing the task at hand. He had not anticipated the requirement for viewership ratings to exceed 2 in order to meet public approval. A multitude of thoughts flooded his mind. Firstly, there was the musical skill singing, which is all about emotion rather than technique. The acquisition of this skill felt strangely intuitive. He sensed that as long as he began to sing, he could instantly immerse himself in the experience. That sensation was one that could only be felt, not articulated. And he hoped to have the opportunity to test its effects soon. As for the novel rewards, they were of no consequence. He had already gathered 2 fragments of the script for The Wandering Earth, with 2 more needed to synthesize a golden legend. While organizing his rewards, a notification chimed. Ding. Newbie task. After your efforts, you must have barely established a foothold in the entertainment industry. However, what good is merely acting without power or background? Acknowledging the significance of formal training, the youth is encouraged to enroll in one of the prestigious institutions, Beijing Film Academy, Central Academy of Drama, or Shanghai Theater Academy. Reward. Acting skills 10, song counterattack, script fragment The Wandering Earth, 1-4. Good grief. Enroll in Beijing Film Academy, Central Academy of Drama, or Shanghai Theater Academy. Upon hearing this task's description, Su Ran felt an overwhelming urge to scoff once more. He had completed his undergraduate studies at Magic City University and obtained his master's degree from Capital University. Now, he was being asked to join one of these 3 esteemed art institutions. How was he supposed to do that? Would he need to retake the arts entrance exam, the college entrance examination, and start anew as a freshman? Was he to tell Yuan Lixing, "Old dang, I'm done with my studies. I'm off to Beijing Film Academy for further training"? For goodness sake, there was no need to complete the sentence. In the next moment, he might be dispatched to the capital's largest psychiatric hospital for electroconvulsive therapy and in a VIP ward at that, undergoing treatment 9 times over 3 days. Most notably, the reward included an utterly useless song titled Counterattack, which had been released several years ago and had been sung to death by Zhang Jia. A deep sense of melancholy enveloped him. Truly, it was despairing. All he could do now was ponder how to navigate this predicament. Su Ran steadied his emotions from outside the courtyard and then re-entered the room. Just a moment ago, he had stepped outside to answer a phone call. Su Ran, congratulations. Your drama has surpassed a rating of 2. What an extraordinary achievement. Bravo, Su Ran. Brother Su Ran, congratulations. As soon as he stepped inside, the accolades came rushing at him. A rating above 2 was indeed an exceptional accomplishment, especially in a time when television viewership had significantly dwindled. This achievement was all the more remarkable. It is worth noting that Empresses in the Palace only barely managed to break a rating of 2 at its conclusion. Of course, the primary battleground for Empresses in the Palace was the online video platforms, where it subsequently soared in viewership. Responding to these congratulations, Su Ran acknowledged each one in turn. If only the system's tasks were not so outrageous, he would have felt considerably happier. Were you all playing cards just now? Su Ran asked as he took a seat, noticing the poker cards scattered across the table. Yes, you went to take a call, and we were bored, so we decided to play a few hands. Teacher Huang gathered the cards on the table and remarked, we were just waiting for you. We just agreed on the game. Let us play catch the turtle. The loser will give the winner a foot massage. What do you think? Certainly. Let us indulge in a delightful pastime. The complimentary foot massage is an irresistible temptation. One must not forego such an opportunity. During moments of melancholy, a soothing foot wash can be quite therapeutic. Even if it is merely a ritualistic cleansing, it is certainly better than nothing. With such confidence, it appears one believes victory is assured. Bailu's hands rhythmically tapped on the table, exuberantly urging, come on, deal the cards. Just wait until I win. Su Ran shall pamper my feet. Indeed, I cannot abide such arrogance. Beware, for I may demand a massage in return. Tan Songyun's eyes sparkled with fierce determination as she declared, I shall not be outdone. Zhang Zifan remained silent, yet her gaze was intensely fixed upon the cards before her, her thoughts spiraling into a daydream. If only Su Ran could be the one to wash my feet. The mere thought brought a subtle blush to her earlobes, though not overly pronounced. The Mushroom House livestream resumed after the conclusion of Ancient Sword Legend. Viewers were electrified by the stakes at which Su Ran and the others were gambling, their excitement manifesting in a flurry of 666 comments. Soon, a plethora of cards appeared before each player. Su Ran collected her cards and played her pair. The game of catching turtles is known by various names, including catching little kings in certain regions. Essentially, players draw cards from the next player in a clockwise direction, playing pairs, with the objective of being the first to empty one's hand. Those left with a single big or little king are deemed the losers. Su Ran drew a card from Bailu's hand, disregarding her visibly displeased expression, and formed a pair to play. Suddenly recalling something, she inquired, Teacher Huang, you attend Beijing Film Academy, do you not? How is the school? Teacher Huang, somewhat surprised, looked up and inquired, as a distinguished student from Capital University. What piques your interest in our school? With a hint of nonchalance, he added, oh, just asking casually. You seem to have ample time as a teacher. Suddenly, Su Ran halted mid-sentence, her gaze fixed intently on Huang. You are a teacher from Beijing Film Academy. Indeed, what of it? Is there an issue? Huang was puzzled by Su Ran's reaction. The others, too, turned their attention, bewildered by the unfolding situation. Of course, I hadn't considered that possibility, Su Ran thought, a spark of realization igniting within her. She placed her cards on the table. I need to step outside for a phone call. Without hesitation, she made her way toward the door. Wait, finish this round before you leave. Bailu shouted, her hands raised, clutching her cards. Draw the second card on your left and play it for me. Without turning back, Su Ran casually replied as she exited the room. The others in the mushroom house exchanged bewildered glances as Su Ran departed. What does she mean by the second card on my left? Bailu pondered, drawing the card numbered 3 from her hand, then revealing the 2 cards that Su Ran had placed on the table. Upon seeing the 3 and the king, she was momentarily frozen in disbelief. As others leaned in to observe, they too were struck dumb. Bailu played her pair of 3s, leaving the final king for her next opponent, Zhang Zifeng. Had the cards been played so effortlessly? Bailu looked around, her face a picture of confusion and curiosity. How did Su Ran know that my second card on the left could form a pair? Beats me. The remaining individuals bore expressions of bewilderment, scratching their heads in confusion. Could it be that he possesses the ability of foresight? In the live broadcast of Mushroom House, one couldn't help but exclaim, wow, Su Ran is incredibly handsome. He walked away without a backward glance, having completed all his moves, unaffected in his pursuit of victory in the game. This maneuver is one I wish to master. I seek a mentor. If I could perform such a feat, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. To those above, tossing a firecracker into one's trousers could yield a similar effect, and that seems rather simpler. A staggering 999. This is simply astounding, such skill. As Su Ran stepped outside into a corner devoid of cameras, he promptly dialed his mentor, Yuan Lixing. After 3 rings, a composed voice resonated from the other end. State your business. I have a meeting shortly. Su Ran, without preamble, stated, Old man, could you secure me a relatively easy position at the Capital Film Academy? The system indicated that one could join one of the 3 major art academies, yet it did not stipulate that one must enroll as a student. He could leverage employment to gain a title such as a teacher. This loophole in the system seemed promising. Yuan Lixing replied coolly, you have yet to graduate. Such matters can be discussed post-graduation. By the time I graduate, the opportunity may have passed, Su Ran retorted. Please, I implore you to consider it. This is a serious matter. No negotiations. I must attend my meeting and cannot waste time with you. Ah, you leave me no choice, Su Ran replied earnestly. I intend to write an article for Yilin. Write whatever you wish, came the indifferent response. The first author inscribed your name. The phone fell into a sudden silence on the other end. Immediately after, the call was abruptly terminated. Su Ran gazed at the phone, silently counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Just as the countdown reached its conclusion, the phone rang precisely on cue. Upon answering, the voice of Yuan Lixing resonated through. As a part-time counselor at Beidyan, you merely need to make an appearance at some point. Following this statement, a torrent of his fury cascaded forth. Do not tarnish my reputation in the academic realm, you insolent brat. To conceive such a vile notion. Have you lost your humanity? If the world were to discover that he had authored an article in such a disorganized publication as Yilin, it would surely be a source of ridicule. You could have simply agreed earlier, sparing me the trouble. I am busy now, so I will hang up. Su Ran casually remarked before disconnecting the call. See, the issue was resolved in 5 seconds. Now, that is efficiency. Chapter 62. Su Ran, you mentioned this. And I am no longer drowsy. At the entrance of the official office building, outside the conference room, Yuan Lixing clenched his teeth in frustration upon hearing the call disconnect. Wretched disciple. The misfortune of the master. Sir Yin, the meeting is about to commence. Have you concluded your business? A middle-aged man, dressed as a secretary, hurriedly approached, respectfully inquiring in a subdued tone. Very well, I shall enter now. Noticing the approach of another, Yuan Lixing immediately adopted a stern expression, his demeanor serious, as he clasped his hands behind his back and entered the conference room. Once inside, he slightly nodded to the seated attendees. As he passed by the position of the representatives at the Optical and Electronic Bureau, he suddenly halted. Xiao Chao. Is there an actor named Su Ran who has recently become quite popular? Ah, old Yuan, you are also keeping an eye on our domain. There's a show called The Legend of the Ancient Sword that is quite a hit, and the male lead appears to be named Su Ran. Chao Shuwei promptly rose. Leaning slightly forward, astonished and eager for direction. Do you have any instructions? No, I merely have heard a bit about it. Please, sit down. Yuan Lixing chuckled lightly, waving his hand, then continued to walk slowly back to his seat. That rascal has truly made a name for himself. Just as he settled down, a thought struck him. He took out his phone and sent a voice message. Old Lu, I have a student who insists on pursuing a doctoral degree. Please secure a spot for him. After finishing, Yuan Lixing set his phone down, the transparent lens catching a glimmer of light. You young lad, you still have time. Practice for a few more years and let it all settle. Meanwhile, on the other side of the conference room, Chao Shuiwe found herself in a state of restless anxiety. With her head bowed, she racked her brain to decipher the meaning behind Yuan Lixing's recent words. What exactly was he trying to convey? Communicating with him was more challenging than with her superior. She couldn't believe that such a prominent figure would casually approach her to discuss such a trivial matter. There must be a deeper significance that she had yet to grasp. It was truly perplexing. At that moment, the voice of the meeting host resonated. Welcome to all departments. As she heard these words, Chao Shuiwe dared not continue her contemplation. She intended to revisit her notes from My Desire Progress to ponder their meaning. Upon entering the living room of the mushroom house, Su Ran suddenly felt a chill run down his back. He turned around in confusion, wondering why the indoors felt cooler than outside. However, this sensation was fleeting, vanishing in an instant, and he dismissed it, proceeding to sit in his usual spot. At that moment, everyone had just concluded the previous round of cards and was seated. So, who ultimately lost? Su Ran inquired, and all eyes shifted to Bai Lu, who was looking down, appearing somewhat embarrassed. I thought you were going to win against me. How did you lose so quickly? Don't forget to wash my feet later. Fine, I will do it. I, Bai Lu, always keep my promises. It's no big deal. Let us go again. I refuse to believe you can win again, Bai Lu said, her silver teeth gritted, her eyes reflecting a hint of defiance. That last round was merely luck. This time, I will definitely win. This statement was immediately met with support from Tan Songyun, who raised her small, pink fist and sniffed, declaring, in the next round, you will face retribution. Indeed. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent, Bai Lu proclaimed, seemingly radiating a glow of righteousness. 10 minutes later, Su Ran had his feet soaking in a bucket, displaying a look of contentment. Bai Lu rolled up her sleeves, resembling a beleaguered little wife, diligently massaging Su Ran's feet. Meanwhile, Tan Songyun was sweating profusely as she kneaded his shoulders, while Zhang Zifeng held a cup of water, attending to him. Hey, you, justice may be delayed. But please apply more pressure. I can barely feel anything, Su Ran casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu felt an overwhelming sense of shyness. Tightly pursing her lips and lowering her head, silently increasing her strength. Oh, how embarrassing. That pressure is quite satisfactory. Do keep it up. Su Ran continued to address someone behind her. Whoever you are, is it punishment? You should also exert a bit more effort. Have you not eaten? Su Ran you. Tan Songyun fumed, wishing to retort. However, recalling her earlier fierce declarations, only to lose the game, she deflated like a punctured balloon. Pouting, she begrudgingly massaged with vigor. Not bad, quite good indeed, Su Ran complimented. Zifeng, water, please, moisten my throat. Zhang Zifeng brought the water closer, and Su Ran leisurely sipped through the straw, tilting her head back in delight. Now, this is the life one aspires to. Not far away, Teacher Huang, Teacher He, and Peng Yuchang observed Su Ran reveling in her enjoyment amidst the girls, each wearing expressions of helplessness, feeling the stark disparity in life's experiences. Is this really a filming session? It feels more like a vacation. Moreover, it was astonishing. After several rounds, Su Ran effortlessly emerged victorious each time. Far too improbable. Peng Yuchang gazed enviously at Su Ran, surrounded by a bevy of admirers, pondering how such stark differences could exist among people. In the Mushroom House live broadcast room, viewers exclaimed, "Wow, I am so envious." Witnessing this scene, I feel a pang of jealousy. It's absolutely enviable. Now, this is what one calls a life worth aspiring to. It's something I wouldn't dare to dream of. I do not seek much. I simply desire a compliant girlfriend who will tend to household chores, requires little financial contribution, maintains a respectful distance from other men, remains quiet while I indulge in gaming, and dedicates herself wholeheartedly to me. I wish for her to be devoid of unwarranted anger and to provide emotional support. Such modest requests, indeed, to the individual above. Do you not think these expectations are rather lofty? What are you speaking of? A scene from a science fiction narrative. It seems you are lost in reverie. I shall awaken you from this dream. Pray tell, does my friend suffer from diabetes? I hope he does not taste the sweetness of such fantasies. The supreme service lasted approximately 10 minutes, concluding amidst the exhaustion of the three women. White Dew, rubbing her sore shoulders, expressed her indignation. I refuse to accept this. I shall not yield. Dear girl, I perceive your dissatisfaction. What is it? Do you wish to challenge me once more? However, I find myself rather fatigued. No, you cannot be tired. I demand a challenge. White Dew declared through gritted teeth, her resolve fierce. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zifan and Tan Songyun swiftly intervened to dissuade her. Enough, White Dew, it's time to cease this play. Indeed, Sister White Dew, let us remain calm. Yet, White Dew, brimming with confidence, waved her hand dismissively. Fear not. This time I shall settle the score with Su Ran once and for all. Tan Songyun responded, but I wonder what else you can wash next. Zhang Zifan added, yes. Sister White Dew, you've already washed feet, kneaded shoulders, and provided comprehensive service. What more is left to do? Tan Songyun interjected unexpectedly. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu's face was adorned with numerous black lines as she gazed at Zhang Zifan and Tan Songyun before her. Do you truly doubt me? Are you so certain that I shall succumb to Su Ran? The two women exchanged knowing glances and nodded in unison. Indeed. Bai Lu responded with a sigh of disbelief. Subsequently, her attention shifted to Teacher He and the others nearby, who also nodded in agreement. She felt utterly belittled. Clenching her fists tightly, she declared with determination, very well. I shall wash jujubes for Su Ran. Upon hearing this, Su Ran was momentarily taken aback, lifting his head in surprise. Ah, if that is the case, I shall not feel drowsy anymore. Instantly, his spirits were revived. In Chapter 63, Su Ran proposed that Bai Lu should befriend more women. As anticipated, Bai Lu lost the game. Naturally, the penalty of washing jujubes was swiftly forgotten. Su Ran was more than willing to indulge in this service, yet with so many present, it was impractical for Bai Lu to fulfill the task. Perhaps another day would suffice. Soon after, Bai Lu gave Su Ran a light shoulder massage, deeming the punishment complete. After the game, everyone gathered to converse. As the hour grew late, Huang Laosher spoke up. Su Ran, you should wash up first. The bathroom is limited. We must take turns. Teacher He echoed. Yes, Su Ran, you go ahead. So we won't have to wait for the bathroom. Very well. I shall take a shower first. The time indeed was not early, and it was time to tidy up and rest. Su Ran rose, took a few steps, then turned back with a teasing smile. Bai Lu, I am heading to the bathroom. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu instinctively understood the implication of his words. The fair visage was suddenly tinged with a hint of shyness and awkwardness. Turning her head, she feigned ignorance and averted her gaze. Su Ran, observing this, found it quite amusing and continued to tease. Did you hear that? I'm heading to the bathroom. When will you come in? Bai Lu, upon hearing these words, pressed her lips tightly together and then clenched her teeth. Suddenly, she lifted her face, rolled up her sleeves, and prepared to stand up, declaring defiantly, if you dare, then so be it. Hey, I was just joking, Su Ran chuckled. At that moment, Tan Songyun hurriedly grabbed Bai Lu, who was about to rise, and, with a resigned expression, said to Su Ran, all right, enough of the jokes. Stop making such remarks. Fine, you all enjoy yourselves. I shall take my leave. Su Ran replied, laughing heartily. Teasing a beautiful girl always brings joy. However, Bai Lu was quite fierce with her bold personality. Had this not been during a show, she might have genuinely followed through. After Su Ran entered, the girls discussed amongst themselves, suggesting that Tan Songyun take her turn in the shower first. The Mushroom House boasted a dedicated bathroom for female guests, ensuring the privacy of the female artists. Suddenly, the living room felt emptier with two less people. While He Laosher and the others engaged in casual conversation. Just then, He Laosher noticed a staff member lurking at the doorway, signaling discreetly. He then stretched nonchalantly, saying, I'm going outside to feed the dog. In that fleeting moment as he stood, he exchanged a glance with Huang Laosher. The latter instantly comprehended the unspoken message, wanting to laugh, but quickly reverting to a serious demeanor, responding with an understanding nod. After Teacher He exited, Teacher Huang rubbed his head and addressed the group at the table, saying, I'll go check the kitchen. It seems I may have left something behind. Master. Allow me to assist you, Ping Yuchang exclaimed, springing to his feet. What do you need to fetch? Stay here. I can manage it myself. Teacher Huang feigned a reprimand and then sauntered out. Left behind, Peng Yuchang, Zhang Zifeng, and Bai Lu remained blissfully unaware of any oddity, continuing their light-hearted banter. Had Su Ran been present, witnessing the two cunning old foxes concocting an excuse to slip away, he would undoubtedly declare, "You tricksters! I can see at a glance that you are not what you seem." Meanwhile, the two elderly gentlemen conspired furtively in a corner outside. Both wore expressions of mischievous triumph. Before them, Wang Zhengyu proclaimed, "Tomorrow morning and noon, you two shall have a break. You are tasked with visiting the elderly in the village, while the young ones manage everything at home." "And what about the meals?" Teacher Huang was the first to voice his concern. "Naturally, you shall handle that as well. Everything is your responsibility." Upon hearing this, Teacher He could hardly fail to grasp the underlying implication. "Ah, I see now. You are still harboring grievances from this afternoon. Seeking some form of retribution." Teacher Huang remarked, "I suspected as much. Offering us a break, pretending to be so benevolent, all part of your clever scheme." Faced with the teasing banter from the two, Wang Jingyu instinctively sought to refute. "Not at all. I would never." "Very well, I agree." "Huh." Wang Jingyu found himself momentarily at a loss, standing in a daze. "Such an entertaining program is surely worthy of my support. Tonight's enjoyment is not conducive to physical and mental exercise, and it is essential for Su Ran to endure some hardship." Teacher Huang wore a sly expression, chuckling as he spoke. "I concur. The youth truly ought to face some trials, Su Ran. I am doing this for your own good." Upon hearing this, Wang Jingyu leaned in closer and exchanged glances with the two men. "Then it's settled?" "It's settled." The three older gentlemen locked eyes, and soon thereafter, they broke into lewd, no, rather, cunning, smirks. "Ha ha ha. Oh, by the way, Su Ran is quite sharp. We won't let him in on our little scheme, will we?" "Not at all. I deliberately waited until he went to take a shower before calling you out, unless he possesses telepathy." Wang Jingyu concluded with certainty. "I definitely do not possess telepathy." A languid voice interrupted, resounding like thunder on a clear day. The three men froze in place. In the next moment, with a sudden creak, the window in the corner was pushed open. Su Ran, towel in hand, drying his damp hair, poked his head out and gazed at the three petrified figures outside, saying with exasperation, "Could you choose a better location for your conspiracies? Do you not understand the phrase walls have ears?" Teacher He and Teacher Huang exchanged glances at Su Ran by the window, where steam was still wafting. They then turned their incredulous gazes toward Wang Jingyu. "Surely you can't be this foolish, choosing such a spot for your scheming. Truly a liability, an utter liability." At this moment, Wang Jingyu was utterly bewildered, staring blankly at Su Ran through the window. It was a disaster. He had become the fool. In the Mushroom House live streaming room, laughter erupted. "Goodness, this is going to kill me. Am I to inherit my Aunt Flower Shell?" Planning to trap Su Ran outside the bathroom, only to be caught red-handed. He could hardly contain himself. His waist nearly gave way from laughter. He never anticipated that the moment the window opened, Su Ran would appear. "Teacher He, I have a pair of jokers here. May I collect your original and photocopied IDs?" The laughter continued unabated. "Oh dear, it hurts my stomach. Wang Jingyu should just give up. With that intellect, he stands no chance against Su Ran. Wow. Su Ran has such a great figure. A handsome man emerging from the bath, with six-pack abs. I could just swoon." One of the girls upstairs chimed in. "Join me. I've already taken a screenshot, preparing for some nighttime indulgence. Hee hee hee." When the others in Mushroom House learned of this incident, Bai Lu laughed as if she were a goose, one hand pounding the table while the other clutched her belly. "Goose, goose, goose. This is hilarious. I can't wait to watch the replay of the live stream." Meanwhile, Zhang Zifan and Tan Sonyun leaned over the table, their shoulders shaking, their delightful laughter resonating throughout the room. Teachers Huang and he stood awkwardly, wishing for a place to hide. "Time to sleep. I'm so tired." "Ah, yes, sleep." Their faces flushed with embarrassment, the two quickly slipped away. The laughter of those present grew even louder. However, it did not last long. The girls bid Su Ran good night before retreating to their rooms. Su Ran shared a room with Teacher He and the others. After extinguishing the lights, he lay on the bed, preparing to drift into slumber. In the pitch-black surroundings, a faint glow emanated from Peng Yuchang's blanket, where he was engrossed in his phone, typing away. This activity persisted for quite some time. Eventually, Peng Yuchang set his phone down and let out a soft sigh, pondering the essence of love. Su Ran glanced at his phone, noting the time. So punctual, it was already midnight, and he was feeling melancholic. Teacher He, Teacher Huang, Brother Su Ran. What kind of girl should I seek for a relationship? Peng Yuchang lamented. Ask Brother Su Ran. He surely understands. Teacher, he tossed the question into the air. Brother Su Ran, please give me some advice, Peng Yuchang implored earnestly. Su Ran turned over, eyes still closed, stifling a yawn. All right, here are a few suggestions. Find a girlfriend who brings you joy, one with emotional stability, one of impeccable character, and one with an appealing physique. Lastly, ensure that none of these 4 girls meet. If they do, it will lead to conflict. The trio of Peng Yuchang stood speechless, initially attentive. But the last statement struck them like a bolt from the blue. All right, time for sleep. Staying up late can harm your health. Chapter 64. The girls, coach. I want to learn how to cook. The next day dawned bright and clear. With the triumphant crow of a rooster, Su Ran was roused from his slumber. Groggy, he rose and glanced at the beds of Teacher Huang and Teacher He, only to find their absence, leaving behind only Peng Yuchang sprawled on the adjacent bed. He slowly shook his head, then leisurely strolled out with his hands buried in his pockets. Upon reaching the courtyard, a rooster was proudly crowing. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Su Ran found it rather noisy, so he casually picked up a basketball from the ground and threw it. Stop crowing, do you understand? Go play basketball instead. The startled rooster flapped its wings frantically and fled. At that moment, the live broadcast of Mushroom House commenced, coinciding with Su Ran's rising. Wow, I just joined and saw Su Ran playing basketball, exclaimed a viewer. A rooster and a basketball? I need to apply my formula. What was it again? I seem to have forgotten. The little chick revealed its black feet. Oh no, I mean its black legs. Wow, Su Ran looks so handsome. He's stunning me right from the early morning. As Su Ran shifted his gaze, he scanned the surroundings of the courtyard and finally glanced at the program crew members nearby. Wang Jingyu, you truly are something else. You didn't even pretend, letting Teacher He and Teacher Huang escape early in the morning. In truth, he had vaguely heard the commotion of Huang and the others sneaking away even before he woke up. However, at that time, he could not be bothered. No. This morning and noon are primarily to foster the independence of the younger generation, Wang Jingyu replied, his face devoid of color, fabricating excuses. Although the plan had been exposed, it did not deter him from boldly asserting his stance, determined to gain the upper hand. What nonsense you speak. Su Ran waved his hand dismissively, recognizing the other's audacity and sticking to his claim. As the two engaged in idle chatter, the atmosphere remained charged. The young women, adorned in a variety of sleepwear, emerged with languid steps. They tousled their hair, their faces still bearing the remnants of slumber. Each was devoid of makeup, their complexions fair and unblemished. The trio stood together, exuding an ethereal purity that was strikingly radiant. It is instinctual for a man to cast a glance at a beauty, yet to linger would be rather presumptuous. Thus, Su Ran maintained his gaze, acknowledging their allure. Perhaps feeling a tad self-conscious under his scrutiny, Bai Lu shot him a reproachful look and inquired, what was the discussion with the director so early in the morning? Su Ran shrugged nonchalantly. Don't you all sense something amiss today? Amiss? The 3 women scanned their surroundings. Perplexed, everything appeared just as it had the day before. At that moment, Zhang Zifeng whispered, Teacher Huang and Teacher He are absent. They are usually the first to rise. Hearing this, Bai Lu and Tan Song Yun gasped in surprise, turning their eyes towards Su Ran. Upon receiving a confirming nod from him, Bai Lu expressed her discontent. The production team has gone too far. Last night's secret has been uncovered. And now they are insisting on proceeding as if nothing has changed. Truly outrageous. It's typical of Wang Zhongyu to behave this way, whether they are here or not. It makes no difference. I will go freshen up. You all continue your conversation. Su Ran dismissed them with a casual wave and retreated to the restroom. Once he had departed, Tan Song Yun, Bai Lu, and Zhang Zifeng exchanged concerned glances. How can it be the same without Teacher Huang? What will we do for food? Bai Lu turned to the other 2 women and inquired, can you cook? I can only eat. I have no culinary skills. Cooking? I can use a rice cooker, she added. Facing Bai Lu and Zhang Zifeng's gaze, Tan Song Yun suddenly felt her confidence wane, offering a reluctant smile. I suppose that hardly qualifies as cooking. What do you think? Who doesn't know how to use a rice cooker? Just plug it in and press the switch. And it's done. Bai Lu replied with exasperation, all right, my sister Shirley cannot cook either, so we are currently at a complete loss. What shall we do then? What are we going to eat? I'm feeling a bit hungry, she lamented. Honestly, me too. Same here. The 3 women exchanged glances, each wearing a somewhat pitiful expression. At that moment, Peng Yuchang emerged from the room, disheveled. What are you all chatting about at the door? He asked. Teacher Huang and Teacher He have run off. Bai Lu replied, covering her forehead in resignation. In an instant, the drowsy expression on Peng Yuchang's face transformed into one of shock and disbelief, his mouth agape. What? Didn't T. Su Ran discover them yesterday? Why are they leaving now? What about our meal? He lamented. It seems we'll be going hungry today. Peng Yuchang anxiously touched his slightly protruding stomach. Are you all hungry? I certainly am. The three women exchanged silent nods in agreement. In the Mushroom House live broadcast room, one commentator exclaimed, Wang Jingyu is truly ruthless. Yesterday, Su Ran exploited a loophole in the rules, and today he seeks revenge. Well, this is splendid. We're going to starve, and none of us can cook. My heart aches for my dear Su Ran and for Bai Lu and the others. Just moments ago, Su Ran inquired whether Teacher Huang and the others were the same. Is it possible that he can cook? Impossible. According to the Pythagorean theorem, handsome individuals are incapable of cooking. They have others to prepare meals for them. There is some truth to this, yet my education is limited. So do not deceive me. Why invoke the Pythagorean theorem? Bai Lu and her companions wore expressions of concern for a while. There was no other option. I shall give it a try. After all, I have gleaned a bit from my master. Suddenly, Peng Yuchang gritted his teeth, adopting a resolute demeanor as he made his way to the kitchen. It had to be done. We should take the initiative and see how it goes. Bai Lu and the others concurred with this plan and hurried along. At the very least, Su Ran's dining dilemma needed resolution. The girls could manage with less. Peng Yuchang was rather overweight and could afford to lose some weight. Whether he ate or not was of little consequence to them. Su Ran's situation, however, warranted more attention. Upon arriving at the kitchen, the group clumsily began their endeavors. Concurrently, Su Ran finished washing up and stepped outside, only to find no one around, which left him somewhat perplexed. Following a signal from the production team, he made his way toward the kitchen. As he approached, he could faintly hear the sounds of clattering objects and some chatter. Peng Yuchang, why do you keep bringing out bowls and chopsticks after starting the fire? Because I only know how to start a fire and handle bowls and chopsticks. Su Ran nearly burst into laughter upon overhearing this exchange. Once he entered the kitchen, he observed Peng Yuchang carrying a considerable number of bowls and chopsticks, but due to the excessive quantity, he was unable to hold them all securely. In a state of panic, the bowls and plates in his arms tumbled to the ground, scattering remnants everywhere. The individuals in the kitchen stood frozen in place. Upon witnessing this, Su Ran stepped forward, pointing at Peng Yuchang. Oh, Peng, you are finished. You will not be able to attend Tsinghua University. What? Peng Yuchang was momentarily bewildered. Because you must be diligent, Su Ran added. Hearing this, Peng Yuchang nearly burst into tears. The surrounding girls, realizing the situation, couldn't contain their laughter, covering their mouths and shaking with mirth. What are you all doing here? After her teasing, Su Ran inquired. Cooking, as Teacher Huang is absent. We had to prepare something ourselves. Do you understand how to do it? Step aside and clean up the mess on the floor, Su Ran instructed, ruthlessly pushing Peng Yuchang aside as he attempted to voice a protest. Su Ran wait. However, before he could finish, he witnessed Su Ran skillfully ignite the stove, pour oil, and add the ingredients. Each movement flowed seamlessly, smoother than even the most skilled chef. His eyes widened in astonishment. His mouth agape as if he could swallow an enormous fish egg. The three girls beside him were equally speechless. In the next moment, they saw Su Ran tossing the ingredients in a pan, gripping a flaming wok, and expertly flipping it. Su Ran moved with an air of mastery over the flames, his motions graceful and striking. At that moment, Wang Zhongyu arrived, having heard the commotion, and stood in awe at the scene unfolding in the kitchen. Yet, this was not the end. Su Ran, with an air of nonchalance, approached the other two stoves, igniting them simultaneously, and in an instant, 3 woks were in action. Was Su Ran still operating? The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Chapter 65. The cool-down of the ultimate move is over. Return to the company. Beneath the pergola in the courtyard, several individuals gazed in astonishment at the table laden with an abundance of dishes, rendered nearly speechless by the overwhelming sight. The delightful aroma wafted through the air, perpetually tantalizing their senses. Each dish was a feast for the eyes, boasting an enticing combination of colors, fragrances, and flavors that ignited their appetites. After a prolonged moment of silence, Bai Lu pointed incredulously at the table and exclaimed to Su Ran, You can cook? Having studied culinary arts with Lan Xiang and excavator operation with Xian Dongfang, Su Ran casually fabricated a response. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu and the others exchanged glances, their expressions marked by disbelief. Surely, The order of those experiences is inverted. If you're going to make something up, at least do it credibly. Are you going to eat or not? Su Ran remarked nonchalantly as he took his seat. The others exchanged knowing looks before promptly settling down. Of course we will eat. With such an array of delectable dishes, to forego them would be a disservice to ourselves. In an instant, they all fervently dug into their meals. Wow, this is absolutely exquisite. I can't believe it. I've never tasted such delicious food before. Su Ran, this is unfair. How can your cooking be so delicious? It's delightful. Brother Su Ran, exclaimed Bai Lu, Tan Songyun, and Zhang Zifeng, each gasp of delight punctuating their bites, their eyes shimmering as they regarded Su Ran. You still have time to chat? At this rate, Peng Peng will finish before you do, Su Ran pointed out, gesturing aside. The three women turned in the indicated direction. With a thunderous clatter, Ping Yuchang, affectionately known as Ping Ping, had nearly buried his head in a bowl the size of a basin, his chopsticks moving with such speed that they seemed to blur. His ravenous pace suggested he might starve if he paused for even a moment. Ping Yuchang, Ping Ping. Don't eat it all, the girls exclaimed, disregarding everything else as they hurriedly stopped Peng Yuchang and quickly began to eat. Su Ran observed the chaotic scene at the dining table, reminiscent of a battlefield, and couldn't help but smile. The culinary skills of the system were indeed impressive. The dishes prepared were quite delightful. In the Mushroom House live broadcast, viewers marveled, wow, not only is Su Ran handsome, but he can also cook. What a perfect man. Feeling hungry, I immediately ordered a pig trotter rice dish. Help. I was watching the live stream while squatting in the restroom, and I couldn't help but drool. The person next to me asked if I was full. I could eat a pound more. Having worked in the kitchen for over a decade, I could tell at a glance that Su Ran's culinary skills surpassed mine. As an electrician, I could instantly discern whether an outlet was faulty with a mere touch. 666,666. Are you still alive up there? Meanwhile, not far from them, Wang Jingyu and several crew members looked on enviously as Bai Lu and her companions savored their meals. The tantalizing aroma wafting from their table made their mouths water incessantly. Wang Jingyu wiped away the drool at the corner of his mouth, feeling an unusual sense of torment and discomfort. Director, do you think we could ask Teacher Su Ran for some food? Suddenly, someone could no longer contain themselves and boldly inquired. As soon as those words were spoken, everyone quickly chimed in. Yes, yes. Director, do you think it's possible? Wang Jingyu listened to the clamoring beneath him, his face contorted with frustration as he admonished. Can you all not exhibit a shred of dignity? Take a leaf out of my book. I remain impervious to temptation. No sooner had he uttered these words than a low rumble emanated from his stomach. The staff members exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Was this what it meant to be untempted? Su Ran, upon hearing the commotion from the production team, turned his gaze in that direction. With his hands resting behind his head, he reclined casually against the chair's backrest and spoke nonchalantly. Hey, old Wang, do you fancy a bite? Wang Jingyu's face lit up with delight as he replied, Is that permissible? Call me foster father, and I shall grant you a morsel. Wang Jingyu, incensed, retorted, What nonsense is this? Do you not know who I am? I am the chief producer of Mushroom House, the founder of XIN Media, the mastermind behind popular variety shows, and the chief planner of the Running Brothers film. You dare suggest I address you as foster father? If you refuse, then, Dad. Wang Jingyu's unexpected exclamation left Su Ran utterly flabbergasted. The dining table, occupied by Bai Lu and others, as well as the production staff, stood in stunned silence, gazing at the suddenly obsequious Wang Jingyu. Was his bottom line truly so pliable? After a prolonged silence, a production team member broke the quietude. Foster father, may I partake as well? Upon hearing this, the others quickly regained their composure, clamoring in unison, Foster father, I too wish to eat. Foster father, I feel the same. With great respect, I bow to you. In an instant, the courtyard transformed into a grand reunion scene, with voices rising and falling. Bai Lu and the others, witnessing this spectacle, were so astonished that they dropped their chopsticks. Were these people out of their minds? Was it merely for a morsel of food? Yet, upon further reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable. Su Ran's culinary creations were undeniably exquisite, rendering one unable to resist their allure. In the Mushroom House live broadcast room, the sudden change in Wang Jingyu's demeanor was utterly unexpected. Where was his bottom line? Had he truly conceded so easily? The production team had surrendered entirely. The scene was remarkably grand. Not merely grand, but spectacular. It made me yearn to experience Su Ran's cooking firsthand. Was it truly that delectable? In a single day, Su Ran had acquired over 100 sons and daughters. Quite the feat. An hour later, The concerned He Laosher and Huang Laosher returned to the mushroom house earlier than planned. However, upon witnessing Wang Jingyu and the crew calling Su Ran foster father, their minds seemed to stall, unable to comprehend what was happening here. After receiving an explanation and understanding the context, He Laosher and Huang Laosher turned their disapproving gazes toward Wang Jingyu. Very well, you initiated this game. And you've already scored 6 points? After casting a few disdainful looks at the visibly embarrassed Wang Jingyu, He Laosher and Huang Laosher sampled Su Ran's dishes. He Laosher, genuinely impressed, wore a look of pure enjoyment. After taking a bite, Huang Laosher playfully chided, "You little rascal, your cooking is so delicious. If I had known, I would have had you start cooking yesterday. Please, I'm here to enjoy myself." Su Ran waved his hand dismissively. Were it not for Wang Jingyu's cunning scheme, he would have preferred not to cook at all. After all, having food readily available was sufficient. Why trouble himself with cooking? As the hours passed, Su Ran engaged in various agricultural activities such as rice planting and fish catching, thus experiencing a brief taste of rural life. By around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he prepared to depart. His visit was merely at the request of Huang Junwan to participate in a program, and now that the time had come, it was time to pack up and leave. "There's no need to see me off. I can walk by myself," Su Ran said, waving goodbye to the crowd before him. "Can't you stay a few more days?" Bai Lu inquired, her face betraying a reluctance to part, feeling torn. The company had arranged for her to stay for 2 days and 1 night, and otherwise, she genuinely wished to leave with Su Ran, so they could spend more time together. "Yes, let's extend the fun a bit longer," Tinsongan chimed in. "However, there are other matters to attend to. Perhaps next time we can share tea." Su Ran smiled, attempting to lighten the mood. "Let's not be so sorrowful. It's merely a temporary departure. In the future." Before he could finish his thought, a gentle figure rushed into his embrace. Startled, he looked down at Bai Lu, who had wrapped her arms around him. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, 2 more petite figures surged toward him. In an instant, a delicate fragrance enveloped him, making him feel as though he were embraced by a soft, warm cocoon. Peng Yuchong, witnessing the scene, was eager to join in the embrace but was swiftly pulled back by teacher Huang, who scolded him. "What are you doing, trying to join the commotion?" "Oh, I..." Peng Yuchong glanced in Su Ran's direction, then at teacher He and teacher Huang, scratching his head in confusion. He could not comprehend why he was unable to approach. He did not wish for Su Ran to depart either. After their embrace, the 3 girls, blushing, released their hold. "Remember to keep in touch. Su Ran Gu. Add me on WeChat. Su Ran, do make sure to reach out when you have time. Don't just vanish." In response to the girls' chattering, Su Ran acknowledged each of their remarks. Following that, he bid farewell to teacher He, teacher Huang, and Wang Jingyu before turning to leave. If he lingered any longer, he would surely be delayed until nightfall. Retracing the path he had taken the previous day, he made his way down once more. Upon reaching the road, he found the program team's vehicle parked there. Su Ran climbed into the car, which swiftly set off. Half an hour later, they arrived at the airport. While Su Ran was engrossed in his phone, suddenly the ringtone pierced through the air. The caller ID read Gan Lime. He answered the call, directly asking, "What's up? Is everything settled?" "Everything's taken care of, Su Ran Gu. Aside from a few dissenters, we've managed to bring everyone else on board." Gan Lime's voice carried a hint of joy and excitement. "Can I come back now?" "Once it's resolved, you can return," Su Ran replied. "What's the situation with Xingjia?" "Oh right, there's a meeting tomorrow. I'm not entirely sure about the specifics. Zheng Jia only instructed me to bring the junior artists, and I didn't have the chance to inquire further." "Understood. All right then, I'll hang up now." Hee. After the phone call ended, mere seconds later, the phone rang once more. This time it was a call from Yangmi. "Hello, big brother. Have you finished preparing that big move you mentioned? I can barely hold on. Recently, Gu Jianqi Tan has become incredibly popular, and Zhang Jia is making me endure several terrible films. Tomorrow, there's a meeting where they'll pressure me." Upon hearing this, Su Ran smiled gently. "Rest assured, the big move is ready. You need not struggle any longer, for your strength has arrived." Chapter 66. Tear off the mask and take away the entire company. Jiaxing Media. Conference room. The meeting table was nearly filled with attendees, including Yangmi. At that moment, she was clad in a sleek black trench coat, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her slender, straight legs were elegantly crossed, while the black knee-high boots lightly tapped against the floor, exuding an air of nonchalance. This was a unanimous decision from the company's higher-ups. Taking advantage of your sustained popularity, Yangmi, as a part of the company, you must make sacrifices. Moreover, regarding Su Ran, I hope you can speak with him. As long as he is willing to cooperate with the company's decisions, we will lift the ban on him. Are you even listening, Yangmi? Zheng Jia suddenly slammed the table, causing a violent tremor. The people seated around the table jumped slightly. Yangmi, unfazed, merely yawned and glanced over, responding with apparent indifference. It's pointless for you to tell me. Go speak to Su Ran instead. I cannot persuade him. If I sacrifice for the company, why shouldn't you? Spare me the grandstanding, Zheng Jia. As these two sentences were uttered, Zheng Jia's expression darkened, resembling a stagnant pool of water. I am currently addressing serious matters with you. Should you persist in your obstinacy, we shall be compelled to take measures against you. How am I being obstinate? Zheng Jia, you truly are a cunning strategist, compelling me to act alongside the newly contracted actors, thereby artificially elevating their status. Are you oblivious to the repercussions this will have on me? Yangmi, shedding her previous nonchalance, admonished with a frigid demeanor. You have accepted so many subpar roles. Are you mad with greed? Why not also take on some advertisements for men's toiletries to earn a little more? The business manager at the conference table instinctively interjected. We are still in negotiations. Zheng's price has yet to be settled. At this pronouncement, all eyes turned towards the business manager with peculiar expressions. Zheng Jia retorted angrily. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. The latter, wearing an awkward expression, clasped his hands in a gesture of apology. Yangmi, momentarily taken aback, soon retracted her gaze, emitting a few cold laughs. Well, you truly are something. I did not expect you to stoop to this level. She had merely suggested it in passing, yet the other party had genuinely taken action. This behavior only deepened her disillusionment. Zheng Jia stated, everything is for the sake of the company's growth. Yangmi, could you not exhibit a spirit of contribution and cease being so selfish? Zhao Riao chimed in, attempting to persuade. Indeed, we are a collective. Consider this. Our company consists of over 100 individuals. What is it to sacrifice a little on your part? The money will still flow. Yangmi was left incredulous at such shameless rhetoric. Snap! At that moment, the door to the conference room was pushed open. Su Ran strode in confidently under the gaze of everyone present. Wow, what a foul odor. Who just farted? He abruptly pinched his nose, feigning disgust as he pointed at those around Zheng Jia. Was it you? Or perhaps you? Each time he pointed, the individuals seated hurriedly shook their heads. Eventually, he paused, directing his finger towards the spots occupied by Zheng Jia and Zhao Ruoyao, a faint smile gracing his face. It's neither of you. It must be the two of you. Please, refrain from such indecent behavior in a confined space. We are all adults here. Su Ran, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhao Ruoyao exclaimed, rising furiously. Oh, my apologies, I misspoke. It turns out it was you who farted. Rather, someone has bad breath. Su Ran covered his mouth and nose, casting a disdainful glance at her. A chuckle escaped several attendees, though they quickly stifled their laughter, their faces reddening with suppressed mirth. What are you laughing at? No laughing. Zhao Ruoyao, incensed by the commotion around her, yelled at those nearby. She then turned her ire towards Su Ran. What do you intend to do? Please, no, she added. Su Ran leisurely approached Yangmi, dragging someone up before seating himself without a care. I prefer those with good figures and beauty. Bad breath is a turn-off. After a brief silence in the conference room, several uncontrollable bursts of laughter erupted once more. You, Zhao Ruoyao, now completely consumed by her anger, bared her teeth and prepared to charge forward. Ruoyao. Zheng Jia pulled the furious Zhao Ruoyao back to her seat. Her expression grim as she remarked, he is doing this intentionally. Do not be deceived. If you take action, you will face the consequences. Su Ran, somewhat taken aback, observed her. It must be said, this woman possesses a degree of intelligence. He had indeed been provoking her, waiting for her to charge at him, at which point he would deftly fall to the ground, intending to accuse her of assault and send her off for a little tea. However, it was evident that Zheng Jia had seen through his scheme. Alas, he was so close to success. Yangmi displayed a look of regret, clearly dissatisfied. She then leaned closer to Su Ran, whispering, Is this your trump card? It lacks impact, having been discovered. This is merely a warm-up, Su Ran replied, patting Yangmi's hand. By the way, why is your skin so smooth today? What hand cream are you using? Don't move. Let me take a guess. Yangmi shot him an exasperated glance and shrugged off his hand. Taking advantage requires good timing. You know. What nonsense. I was almost able to guess which hand cream it was. I'm a serious person. Huh. Would you like to know what foot cream I use? Yang Mi retorted with a cold smile. No, your feet stink. As the two bickered, a chilling voice interrupted them from across the table. Have you two had your fun? Xing Jia spoke ominously. Su Ran and Yang Mi ceased their chatter, turning their attention to her. Now that everyone is present, I shall issue my final ultimatum. Zheng Jia cast a sinister gaze at the couple before her. Yang Mi, I shall reiterate, these decisions are dictated by the company, and your consent is inconsequential. As for you, Su Ran, I strongly advise you to recognize the situation and comply with the company's arrangements. My patience is not boundless, or else Su Ran interjected coldly. Or else what? The previous suppression was merely a minor skirmish. Do not presume it had no effect on you. That was merely because we were still considering giving you a chance. Zheng Jia's tone dripped with menace. If the two of you remain obstinate today, I shall not hold back, especially you, Su Ran. With a mere word, your standing in this industry will be obliterated. My patience has run dry. Upon hearing such harsh words, Yang Mi's expression shifted, filled with concern as she glanced at Su Ran. Unfazed, Su Ran waved dismissively at the woman, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. Oh, how I fear this. So this is your approach? How fortuitous, for my patience has also reached its limit. With that emphatic proclamation, he casually clapped his hands. Zheng Jia, Zhao Ruoyao, and Yang Mi were momentarily puzzled by Su Ran's sudden applause. Just as this thought crossed their minds, the sound of chairs scraping against the floor echoed repeatedly. In an instant, numerous mid-level executives stood up and, with remarkable synchrony, moved to stand behind Su Ran and Yang Mi. Zheng Jia and Zhao Ruoyao watched in shock and disbelief as the crowd shifted towards them. And this was not the end. Further commotion could be heard nearby. There's a bit of a bottleneck here. The business manager struggled to pull out a chair. And as he stood, he inadvertently met the puzzled gazes of Xing Jia and Zhao Ruoyao. He offered an awkward smile. I apologize. I too am an undercover. After uttering this, he hurriedly scurried to find a spot behind Su Ran. In an instant, the disparity between the two sides of the conference table became starkly evident. With a considerable imbalance in numbers, on Su Ran's side stood a full line of individuals, while on Xing Jia's side, apart from herself and Zhao Ruoyao, there sat a mere trio, who appeared somewhat restless in their seats. They exchanged glances between one another and at Xing Jia, engulfed in an ineffable sorrow. Had they known earlier, they would have defected to Su Ran's side as well. Chapter 67. Legal Affairs, Public Relations, and Business. All my people. What do you have to compete with me? Silence enveloped the conference room, an oppressive stillness. After a considerable pause, Yang Mi's eyes revealed a hint of disbelief, her lips parting slightly as she turned to survey the senior management behind her. Confirming that her eyes had not deceived her, she glanced back at the composed Su Ran. Su Ran, what is the meaning of this? Why has everyone migrated to our side? The perplexing situation left her momentarily at a loss for words. She hastily corrected herself. Why have all these people come over to our side? This scenario was utterly incomprehensible to her. Was the situation not clear enough? People had been drawn over. Did they not understand the history of the Three Kingdoms? History? Su Ran remarked casually. If I had advised you to read more, you would not have heeded my words. Su Ran expressed his dissatisfaction with Yang Mi and then crossed his arms on the table, leaning forward with a smile as he gazed at the people across from him. The heavens have perished. A new order must rise. These words seemed to carry a peculiar enchantment, causing an inexplicable tremor within Yang Mi. The others present felt their hearts skip a beat upon hearing this. You both are educated, so you understand the implication, right? Su Ran remarked with a light chuckle. Zheng Jia and Zhao Ruoyao's expressions darkened significantly. Their eyes fixed on Su Ran with a venomous glare, as if they wished to tear him apart. Su Ran, you are ruthless to employ such tactics against me. Zheng Jia croaked, her voice laced with anger and malice. But do you truly believe this will inflict any damage upon me? You are woefully naive. Zhao Ruoyao slammed her hand on the table, pointing at the group behind Su Ran as she shouted, Exactly. Do you think you can deal with us just by pulling this group away? If they're gone, we can recruit more. Oh, is that so? Then I suppose you'll need to spend a few extra days finding replacements, Su Ran retorted, calling out towards the door. You can come in now. Give the two bosses a little surprise. What do you mean? Zheng Jia and Zhao Ruoyao were momentarily taken aback. Zheng Jia then gritted her teeth and said, Don't play games with us. However, before she could finish her sentence, the door to the conference room swung open, and Gan Limei entered, dressed in a tailored women's suit and high heels. Brother Su, this is for you. She approached Su Ran and handed him a stack of documents. Su Ran took the papers, glanced at them casually, and then tossed them across the table. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over Zhang Jia, prompting her to hastily pull a document from the table. Administrative Officer, Resignation Letter. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she quickly drew another. Artist Management, Resignation Letter. Graphic Design Officer, Resignation Letter. Legal Public Relations, Resignation Letter. No, this cannot be true. She refused to believe it. In a frenzy, she began to flip through the documents at an alarming pace. Zhao Ruoyao, noticing Zhang Jia's increasingly pale countenance, approached to investigate. It was a moment of sheer shock upon her glance. Resignation letters. After perusing dozens of sheets, all she found were resignation letters from employees. The two of them accelerated their pace, their movements growing more frantic, nearly hurling each letter to the ground upon inspection. Stop looking. They're all here, Su Ran remarked, gently tapping the table. After all, your family's enterprise is vast. Instead of wasting time here, why not invest it in recruiting new talent? All departments, legal, public relations, business, even the company's front desk's money tree belongs to me. What do you have to contend with me? You have at most 30 days. If you manage to turn the tide, consider yourself formidable. After uttering these words, Su Ran stood up and cast a glance at the two, who appeared as though their souls had been severed from their bodies. Without further ado, she took the bewildered Yang Mi by the arm and led her out, with the middle management following closely behind. After walking for a while, Yang Mi finally regained her composure. Have you managed to poach the entire company's staff? Not entirely. A few are still missing. Is this what you meant by brewing a grand move? Indeed. How does it measure up? Is it sufficiently grand? It is overwhelmingly vast. I find it somewhat unbearable. Today's actions of Su Ran have left Yang Mi's mind in a constant buzz. As Zheng Jia and Zhao Ruyao listened to the conversation between the two, each word felt like a blade, piercing deeply into their hearts. Zhao Ruiyao's fury grew with each passing moment, her brain consumed by wrath, and in a fit of madness, she rushed forward. Su Ran, I will not let this go. Just as she reached the doorway, Su Ran and the others noticed Zhao Ruyao shouting as she ran towards them. Instantly, many people positioned themselves in front of Su Ran. Be careful. Yet, in the next moment, Zhao Ruyao stumbled over a chair, crashing to the ground with a loud thud. The sight left Su Ran and her companions utterly bewildered. See, everyone witnessed it. Her fall is not my concern, Su Ran remarked, raising her hands in a gesture of indifference. Without lingering, she shook her head, casting a glance at Zhao Ruoyao, who lay in a disheveled heap on the floor, and departed without a backward glance. In an instant, the entire conference room felt desolate. Zheng Jia, everyone from our company has vanished. At this moment, Zhao Ruoyao's hair was disheveled, her appearance incredibly disarrayed, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes, her makeup a mess. I regret this a bit. Zheng Jia, upon hearing this, covered her face, leaning back in her chair as if all the strength had been drained from her body. A surge of anger towards Su Ran and Yang Mi filled her heart, yet after this wave of fury, she found herself at a loss. It felt empty. The entire company was devoid of life. The remaining 3 mid-level executives in the conference room regarded Zheng Jia and Zhao Ruyao with the appearance of defeated hounds. They exchanged glances, seemingly communicating a silent understanding. Ultimately, their expressions solidified with determination, as if a decision had been reached. Simultaneously, they rose and made their way toward the exit. What are you doing? Are you leaving too? Zhao Ruoyao shouted as she observed their departure. People naturally aspire to ascend. Just as water flows downward, we are merely compelled by circumstance. One of them replied before turning their backs and departing without a glance. You fickle turncoats, Zhao Ruoyao exclaimed in exasperation. Well, now it's truly empty, ha ha ha. Zheng Jia laughed, her laughter growing louder and sharper, as if descending into madness. Just outside the conference room, Su Ran was engaged in casual conversation with the employees. Suddenly, the sound of manic laughter from within the room caught her attention, prompting her to glance back in confusion. Surely they haven't lost their minds in there. If that is the case, we must celebrate with an extravagant feast tonight. Hey, wait for me, wait for us. At that moment, the 3 individuals who had just exited the conference room hurried to catch up. We wish to join you, Su Ran. Oh no, I mean, General Manager Su, and also General Manager Yang. Faced with this unexpected allegiance, Su Ran exchanged a knowing look with Yang Mi. The trio consisted of the Chief Financial Officer, the General Manager's Secretary, and the Talent Director. Oh, what has prompted this sudden desire to align with us? Su Ran inquired, scrutinizing them with a smile. I was under the impression that your resolve was quite steadfast. No, in truth, we are on your side. The chief financial officer ingratiated himself. Indeed, indeed, we speak only words of justice. Our hearts are as clear as the sun and moon. The three continued their fervent discourse. Observing the shameless words of these opportunists, Su Ran smiled. Your conversation is rather amusing, making me feel quite tempted. The trio chuckled in response. Yangmi leaned closer to Su Ran and whispered, shall we recruit these three opportunists as well? Of course, why not? We can utilize them for a while. They hold some value. We must remain vigilant, and once we find suitable replacements, we will concoct a reason to let them go. Very well. I shall handle these three diligently, extracting every ounce of their labor. Oh, what are your plans? Yangmi replied confidently. I intend to make them toil for a full 8 hours each day until they are utterly exhausted, then compel them to work overtime, offering merely 1.5 times their regular pay. What do you think? Am I ruthless enough? Su Ran responded. 8 hours a day, plus overtime pay? Is that truly ruthless? You must have run a charity in your past life. Chapter 68. Establishing our own path, shocking all sides. Rest assured, I shall not neglect anyone. Those who follow me will feast thrice in 3 days. Everyone can rest easy while awaiting their departure. The new company will not disappoint. As for those who betray me, well, I seem to have lost my train of thought. In any case, those who remain loyal to me shall see fortunes in the billions. Do you understand the applause? Su Ran painted grand visions for the company's employees, or rather, delivered an inspiring speech. After all, if they chose to follow him, he must show his appreciation and inject a dose of motivation. Clap, clap, clap. The assembly of mid-level managers and employees was ignited with fervor and enthusiasm, clapping heartily as the energy in the room surged. Meanwhile, Yangmi and Gan Limei observed the frenzied atmosphere, casting a glance at the speaker, Su Ran, before exchanging a look filled with astonishment and bewilderment. In that moment, they felt as though they had inadvertently stumbled into a clandestine gathering. Fortunately, Su Ran had entered the entertainment industry. Were he to be unleashed upon society, he could pose a significant risk. Yangmi inhaled sharply, murmuring her agreement. Gan Limei, resonating with her sentiment, nodded in affirmation. As Su Ran's momentum grew, he transformed from a master of success into an impassioned art student, his enthusiasm reaching a crescendo. At the peak of the fervor, he nearly raised his arm at a 45-degree angle, almost uttering a particular two-word principle. However, as a law-abiding youth, he swiftly restrained himself and concluded the speech, making his exit. Yangmi and Gan Limei exhaled in relief and promptly followed suit, first heading to Yangmi's office. Once inside, Yangmi took a moment to compose herself before sitting beside Su Ran, unable to suppress her curiosity. We've vented our frustrations, but with so many people, how do we manage to take them with us? We lack sufficient funds to support this many individuals. While it felt exhilarating to empty the company, we must now confront a practical dilemma. Where will we procure the necessary finances to operate? Rest assured, I do not embark on battles unprepared. Su Ran replied with an easy demeanor, gesturing to Gan Limei. She acknowledged him and promptly retrieved a stack of documents from her handbag, presenting them to Yangmi. What is this? Yangmi gazed at the document before her, perplexed as she looked towards Su Ran. Su Ran replied, you will understand once you take a look yourself. Yangmi, feeling bewildered, accepted the document. She casually flipped through a few pages, but suddenly her hand froze. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she began to rapidly turn the pages, engrossed in the contents. The entire office echoed with the rustling of paper. Abruptly, with a soft thud, Yangmi dropped the document to the floor upon encountering a particular piece of information. After a momentary daze, she hurriedly picked it up, cradling it against her ample bosom, as though she were safeguarding something exceedingly precious, refusing to let it slip from her grasp. Observing this, Su Ran felt a twinge of envy towards those contracts. Are these the royalties for your songs? Yangmi took several deep breaths, turned her head, and revealed an expression of uncertainty, stammering, so much money. So many zeros? Wait. No. After a moment, she seemed to recall something, her demeanor shifting to one of grave seriousness. I remember that your income at the company is subject to a commission, right? Chen Jia and Zhao Royale would never let go of such a fortune. She had a basic understanding of Su Ran's signing contract, recognizing that artists had a degree of autonomy, yet the company was far from naive. Naturally, they would seek a share of the rights, such as revenue distribution. You didn't carefully examine the subsequent copyright statements. My earnings from copyright over the past few years have only amounted to several tens of thousands. Su Ran replied with a faint smile. What? Upon hearing this, Yang Mi hastily lowered her gaze once more. As she did, she finally discerned the issue at hand. Our company, Penguin Music, along with the party Su Ran, had established supplementary terms regarding the copyright distribution of Sunny Day. In the first year, regardless of the revenue generated, a fixed income of 10,000 yuan would be allocated. In the second year, until Su Ran's contract with Jiaxing Media was terminated, the revenue would be normally remitted to her personal account. As Yang Mi recited this, she suddenly paused, her crimson lips slightly parted, gazing at Su Ran. A hint of bewilderment gracing her exquisite features. Is it truly possible to proceed in this manner? How could it not be? Once I formally depart from Jiaxing Media, the copyright earnings from the song will be remitted as usual, and that sum will suffice. Naturally, Su Ran would not relinquish her copyright earnings to Xing Jia without due cause. Therefore, when negotiating with the music platform regarding other collaborative ventures, she had previously drafted a supplementary note, stipulating that the copyright earnings from the initial years would not be fully remitted but rather withheld. Consequently, the annual remittance of copyright earnings to Jiaxing Media would be minimal, leaving the company with scant profits. This also partially explained why Su Ran had been struggling financially in recent times. The copyright fees seemed akin to being locked away, rendering them inaccessible. When then would the copyright fees be released? Yang Mi inquired. It should be within these few months, as the contract with Jiaxing is set to expire. Oh, then the company's financial situation will be resolved. At that point, you will receive 70%, and I shall take 30. Wait, as Yang Mi spoke, a realization struck her, and her delicate face instantly darkened, casting a fierce glare at the bewildered Su Ran. Ah, Su Ran, I had no idea you were so affluent. Yet you consistently borrowed tissues from me and often had me treat you to meals. How utterly ungrateful. Compensate me for the tissues and the money. Yang Mi's tone was rife with dissatisfaction and indignation. Upon hearing this, Su Ran awkwardly smiled. Let us not dwell on such trifles. How infuriating. You have been deceiving me all along, you scoundrel. Return my money at once. Hey. While verbal sparring is acceptable, let us refrain from physical altercations. I refuse. You are a colossal fraud, always mooching off my hospitality and manipulating my feelings. When have I ever manipulated your feelings? I assert it, and it is so. Guan Limei observed the two entangled on the sofa, silently picking up the contract, shaking her head in dismay. She quietly exited the office, gently closing the door behind her. In the entertainment industry, secrets are notoriously difficult to conceal. The uproar caused by Su Ran at Jiaxing Media, coupled with the exodus of numerous employees, rapidly became public knowledge. The first to receive this news were the major entertainment companies within the industry. At Yuehua Entertainment's chairman's office, Du Yuehua was delivering a reprimand to the company's artists. The company has explicitly stated that romantic relationships are prohibited, yet you two seem to treat my words as mere whispers in the wind. And you, Chen Xiao? Must you always confine yourself indoors? Can you not exhibit a modicum of ambition? Wang Yiba, if you would only read more, it would undoubtedly benefit you. Why do you persist in ignoring this? Observe Su Ran from other companies. He is pursuing a master's degree. Why can you not emulate his example? Suddenly, a knock echoed at the office door. Furious, Du Yuehua turned and shouted, Did I not say that unless there is something of utmost importance, you are not to disturb me? After a brief silence outside the door, a feeble voice emerged. Boss, there has been a significant incident. If there is something, then hurry in. Stop dawdling. Must I formally invite you? Du Yuehua exclaimed in anger. The employee outside, feeling aggrieved, rushed in and immediately reported. Su Ran and Yang Mi from Jiaxing Media have conspired to poach all our employees and have established their own venture. A thunderous silence fell upon the office, leaving everyone, including Du Yuehua, visibly shaken by the revelation. Is the news verified? She inquired urgently. It is indeed true. Upon hearing this, Du Yuehua's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes suddenly igniting with fierce determination. Excellent. Well done. She slammed her hand on the table, causing a resonant sound to reverberate throughout the room, and then boldly declared, regardless of who is orchestrating this at Jiaxing Media, our Yuehua Entertainment will undoubtedly intervene. As colleagues in the same industry, they were inherently rivals, and she had never shied away from taking advantage of others' misfortunes. After issuing her commands, Du Yuehua glanced at the artist before her and thought, Suddenly they appear quite agreeable. At least they aren't as troublesome as Su Ran. Then, a thought struck her, and she turned her gaze sharply towards Wang Yiba. Her eyes filled with caution. What I just said, do not take to heart. Do not emulate that troublemaker Su Ran. Chapter 69. Su Ran forms a team, automatically matching with a group of A-level allies. Not only has Huehua Entertainment joined the fray, but they are also prepared to capitalize on the misfortunes of others. Other companies within the industry received the news promptly. Initially, they questioned the authenticity of the information, but upon confirming the source, the leaders of each company were struck with shock, astonishment, and disbelief, soon erupting into fits of laughter and excitement. The entertainment industry resembled a grand cake, where the more powerful entities feasted more generously, while the less formidable partook in smaller portions. The existing distribution of power within the entertainment realm had been relatively stable. Yet the sudden absence of a competitor inevitably meant an increase in available resources. Consequently, numerous companies emulated the actions of Huehua Entertainment, rallying to support Su Ran and amplifying the momentum. Taiyang Chuan and various entertainment firms joined the ranks. Huai Brothers entered the fray. Xinli Media became involved. Tianyu Media enlisted. An ever-growing number of forces fervently promoted this matter, frantically purchasing trending searches and engaging in a series of promotional activities, determined to plunge Jiaxing Media into an irretrievable abyss. Moreover, they hastily dispatched personnel to seize all resources belonging to Jiaxing Media. Thus, the coalition of supporters expanded, culminating in a formidable alliance reminiscent of the 18 warlords besieging Jiaxing Media. With the departure of its two principal pillars, the company was reduced to an empty shell, unable to reverse its dismal fate. Media reporters swiftly seized upon this news, promptly disseminating relevant content. The story of Su Ran luring away talent from Jiaxing Media spread rapidly across the internet, resulting in significant changes on the Weibo trending chart. 1. Su Ran and Yang Mi depart Jiaxing Media, taking a multitude of employees with them. Wang Feng has announced the release of his latest album, Mountains and Seas. Jiaxing Media has become a mere shell of its former self. A multitude of entertainment companies have taken a stand against Jiaxing Media. The departure of Su Ran raises questions. Is the entertainment market on the brink of a turning point, with a dramatic shift in power dynamics? Netizens are astounded by this sudden upheaval, left in disbelief. Is this for real? Is Su Ran truly this formidable, practically emptying an entire company? Incredible. My heart aches for Wang Feng. He must be utterly distraught, likely weeping inconsolably in the restroom. This marks the second occasion Su Ran has snatched the spotlight, just as Wang Feng aimed for it. Wow, has it escalated to this extent? A company as substantial as Jiaxing Media has simply vanished? What a remarkable feat. When Wang Jinghua departed from Huai, taking a group of artists with him, it was already quite impressive. Who would have anticipated that Su Ran would surpass him, taking everyone with him? Su Ran is a true man. Witnessing his actions ignites a fire within me. I cannot afford to fall short. I shall head to the foot massage parlor and whisk away all the female therapists. Brother, I hesitate to unveil your intentions. You are merely captivated by beauty. Calm down, my friend. I just completed my statement inside and incurred a significant loss. Bravo, Su Ran. You inspire me to contemplate resignation, yet a glance at my phone reveals a mere balance of 32 yuan and 50 cents, compelling me to resign myself back to my workstation. Amidst the uproar surrounding Su Ran's departure, Dream of Course Music Company, which is Wang Feng's management agency, remains a focal point. He watched as his topic was overshadowed by Su Ran, tears forming beneath his sunglasses. How could it be him again? Wang Feng sighed. Is it really so difficult for me to trend at number one? The assistant and manager nearby exchanged glances of sympathy, refraining from uttering a word. In the office of Jiaxing Media, Yang Mi's phone incessantly buzzed, inundated with inquiries seeking to confirm the veracity of the news. Initially, he responded, but as the messages became relentless, he eventually decided to power off his phone. In an instant, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Now, the situation had escalated considerably, and other companies were reacting with remarkable swiftness. Yang Mi sat on the sofa, arms crossed and legs crossed, gazing down at her phone. It was as expected. Su Ran took a sip from his cup of tea and casually remarked, "As long as I initiate the rally, various allies will surely emerge to support my cause. Jiaxing Media will find it exceedingly difficult to recover this time." However, he was taken aback by how rapidly these individuals had stirred the situation into such a tumult. Yang Mi, fixated on the cup in Su Ran's hand, suddenly exclaimed, "You are drinking from my cup." "What?" Su Ran glanced down and indeed spotted a lipstick mark on the rim. "I thought it smelled delightful." With a bold demeanor, he took another sip. "You," Yang Mi, feigning anger, snatched the cup away. So you knew yet continued to drink, taking advantage of me, huh? After placing the cup down, she playfully punched Su Ran a few times, yet he appeared to revel in the moment. Yang Mi, feeling vexed, pushed him lightly and then huffed, relinquishing her hold. Let us not bicker. Instead, let us address the pressing matters at hand. The establishment of the company is quite intricate, and we shall soon find ourselves quite occupied. We? Su Ran almost retorted that she could manage just fine on her own, but considering the inevitable wrath that would ensue from voicing her intent to be hands-off, she acquiesced to Yang Mi's words. Yes, indeed, we will have our hands full shortly. At that moment, Yang Mi remained oblivious to Su Ran's burgeoning desire to step back. As she focused intently on the planning, her delicate and beautiful visage bore an earnest expression as she spoke softly. According to the plan, upon the company's inception, I shall hold 30%, while you shall possess 70%. Your current contract with Jiaxing Media still binds you for a while longer before we can access the funds. As she continued, a sudden thought struck her, and she lifted her gaze. Oh, right. There is an essential matter we must address first. Our company needs a name. And we must also select a location. The name can be anything. Su Ran nonchalantly waved her hand, displaying little concern for such trivialities. Yang Mi replied, that won't suffice. It must be a good name. Do you have any suggestions? I genuinely do not. Suddenly, from the sidelines, Gan Limei, who had been quietly observing, raised her hand. I have a brilliant idea. She had entered the office after Su Ran and Yang Mi had finished their banter, but had remained silent until now. What is your idea? Su Ran and Yang Mi turned their attention to the eagerly expectant Gan Limei. Gan Limei cleared her throat and solemnly stated, the new company is akin to a sparrow. Though small, it possesses the vigor to soar towards the heavens. The vitality of a potato is resilient, sprouting and growing swiftly from the soil. Let us take a character from each. Perhaps our company could be named Ma. Su Ran's expression shifted slightly, and with quick reflexes, she flicked Gan Limei's forehead. Ouch, that hurts. Gan Limei exclaimed, cradling her head in pain. Observing that the last character of the name remained unspoken, Su Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Your suggestion is commendable. But please refrain from such proposals. We are a legitimate company. I nearly found myself entangled in an inappropriate name. Yang Mi recalled the name Gan Limei had almost uttered, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. What is the matter? Even if the name is unsuitable, it doesn't justify hitting someone. Gan Limei pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Hitting you is a lenient response, Su Ran retorted, exasperated. Fine, let it be, Gan Limei grumbled, but her eyes suddenly lit up with another idea. I have another thought. The number 9 symbolizes unity, so how about we call it? Before she could finish her sentence, Su Ran swiftly covered her mouth, silencing her with a firm grip, leaving her to utter muffled sounds. I feel it is imperative to examine your browsing history. Hand over your phone. I must scrutinize it. Please. No. Gan Limei cried out in despair. After a playful scuffle, Su Ran imparted a lesson to Gan Limei, but ultimately refrained from checking her browser history. Then, after a moment of contemplation, she addressed the two women. Let us name the new company Starry Entertainment. Su Ran whispered. This world can no longer harbor my vessel. Our destination is the stars and the sea. Upon hearing those final words, Yang Mi and Gan Limei felt an inexplicable tremor in their hearts, as if something deep within had been stirred. Instinctively, Yang Mi reached for her cup, took a sip, and sought to calm her racing emotions. However, after finishing, she suddenly realized something. Looking down, she noticed it was the cup Su Ran had just used. In that moment, her heart raced furiously, and images of Su Ran's deep, resonant voice echoed vividly in her mind. Chapter 70. Joining the North Film Academy as a counselor. After confirming the company name, they discussed a series of matters regarding company registration. All right, let us leave it at that for now. We shall see about the rest later. I must head to North Film Academy, Su Ran said, stretching lazily before calling Gan Limei to leave. Why are you going to North Film Academy? Yang Mi inquired, looking up in confusion. As Su Ran reached the office door, she glanced back and waved, saying, I'm going to teach. With that, she departed, leaving Yang Mi in the office, furrowing her brow in bewilderment. Once outside the Jiaxing Media, Su Ran instinctively cast a glance toward the conference room, where the door remained firmly shut. It was likely that Zheng Jia and Zhao Riyao were still inside, preoccupied with their own pressing matters, caught in a tumultuous situation. Just as she stepped out, a hurried voice called from behind, Su, wait, just a moment. Turning upon hearing the voice, Su Ran saw a portly middle-aged man, his belly protruding, rushing towards her in a flustered manner. He was one of the opportunists, the artist-director. He approached Su Ran, panting heavily, and handed over a document. Mr. Su, this is the film and television cooperation project that our company, Jiaxing Media, is currently negotiating. Given the present circumstances, perhaps you could find something we require. I will. His sentence trailed off, but anyone perceptive could discern the underlying implication. Seizing the opportunity during Jiaxing Media's internal turmoil to extract some valuable resources. The immediate presentation of the document was also a gesture of allegiance, signifying his intentions. You are quite astute, Su Ran remarked, glancing at him before lowering his gaze to the document. Not at all. This is merely my duty, the artist-director replied with a forced smile. Bending slightly in a show of deference, Su Ran remained silent, casually flipping through the pages. Gan Limei leaned in to take a look as well. The document contained numerous film and television resources that Jiaxing Media was negotiating. However, after several pages, Su Ran found nothing of interest. In truth, he had considered the possibility of acquiring resources before, but he recalled no valuable assets, so he had dismissed the notion. I know this one, the great trader Lin Long. Gan Limei exclaimed with excitement upon spotting one of the entries. I heard that this role was originally intended for Gao Weiguang, who was to portray Lin Long. Why is it still under negotiation? Su Ran casually inquired. The director mentioned that they still need 10 more actors for the role of the Han. Su Ran. All right. I see now, the great trader Lin Long is quite the absurd production. Which male actor wouldn't be terrified upon hearing that? Truly astonishing. It appears that Jiaxing Media's resources are exceedingly lacking, devoid of any value. Upon hearing this, Su Ran immediately lost interest and intended to casually flip through a few pages before returning the document. However, when he reached the final page, his expression faltered slightly. A few words captured his attention. Precautions for film and television contracts adapted from 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 10 Miles of Peach Blossoms. Even in a heap of trash, one can unearth gold. Su Ran continued to read intently. Bai Qian, the Queen of Qingxiu, and Yi Hua, the Prince of the 9 Heavens. Both characters align perfectly. This is indeed a treasure. A fantastical romance drama, guaranteed to captivate female audiences. Surely this collaboration has not been finalized yet? Su Ran raised his head, pointing to the last page of the document and directly inquiring. Noticing Su Ran's interest, the artist-director quickly responded, No, there is merely an intention to collaborate. Discussions have yet to take place. Initially, negotiations were set for this week. It's fortunate that they haven't been conducted yet. I'll accept your pledge of loyalty. Well done. Keep up the good work. I have faith in you. Su Ran nodded at the other party and then departed. Upon hearing this, the artist-director's face lit up with excitement and joy, exclaiming, Thank you, Mr. Su. I will not disappoint your expectations. He clenched his fist and waved it forward, visibly thrilled. He felt he had made the right move. At least, establishing a firm footing in the new company was no longer in question. As Su Ran and Gan Limei walked away, Su Ran's brother, are you accepting him? What? Did you not just express your confidence in him? I merely spoke casually. Uttering a compliment incurs no cost. He could wholeheartedly dedicate himself to his work for me. And once the situation stabilizes, I shall integrate him into society. It is essential to recognize that the behavior of fence-sitting yields either absolute loyalty or countless betrayals. Upon hearing this, Gan Limei fell silent for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, Su Ran, you are quite heartless. What did you say? Are you looking for a fight? No. I merely said you were quite handsome. The Capital Film Academy, commonly referred to as Beidian, is one of the 3 foremost institutions for film and television arts in the country and a dream school for countless aspiring artists. Many actors from the entertainment industry have emerged from Beidian. At this moment, within the office of the Performance Department's counselor, a short-haired female teacher glanced at her computer, then lifted her gaze to Su Ran before her expression one of disbelief. She rubbed her eyes vigorously and checked again, repeatedly alternating between looking down and up. The other individuals in the office exchanged puzzled and curious glances, engaging in hushed discussions. Su Ran, sensing the scrutiny around him, turned to observe the teacher, who was operating like a robot. He sighed and said, No need to keep looking. It is indeed me, not a namesake. Upon hearing this, the short-haired teacher looked up in a daze. It really is you. The higher-ups mentioned that someone named Su Ran would be taking on the role of a part-time counselor. I thought it was merely a coincidence of names. This is all quite hard to believe. Even when Su Ran spoke to her directly, she still questioned whether she was dreaming. Could you please expedite the processing of the paperwork? Su Ran patiently inquired, as he was eager to complete his system task. Oh, certainly. I'll get right on it. The short-haired teacher responded promptly, then began to operate the system. After a flurry of activity, she handed over a form. Just sign here. The official seal and other procedures have already been taken care of. Su Ran understood well why those processes were expedited. It was due to an extraordinarily influential elder who had made a call all the way to the Capital Film Academy. After receiving the pin from Gan Limei, Su Ran simply inscribed his name on the application form. The moment he finished writing his name, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Newbie task. Join one of the 3 major art academies. Beijing Film Academy. Completed. Rewards are being distributed. Reward obtained. Acting skills 10. Song counterattack. Script fragment The Wandering Earth. 1-4. Instantly, a torrent of information flooded his mind, pronunciation techniques, application scenarios, breathing techniques, and more. His abilities seemed to have advanced further. The song counterattack felt outdated and of little use, while only one fragment of the Wandering Earth remained. According to protocol, a new task should refresh soon. After receiving the information, Su Ran quietly awaited the next notification. Sure enough, ding. Newbie task. Finally, you have spent some time in the entertainment industry and have gained a certain level of skill. Now, you urgently need an award to validate your abilities. Please obtain the Best Newcomer Actor Award to conclude your journey as a novice and step out of the beginner's village. Good luck, young man. Reward, skill, form, and intent boxing. A modest achievement, note, can be fused. Scripts for Let Us Watch The Meteor Shower 2 and The Wandering Earth. 1-4. Upon seeing that this was the final novice task, Su Ran initially felt a surge of joy. However, his expression darkened immediately upon reading the task details. The Best Newcomer Actor Award? Where on earth was he supposed to procure such a title? He was already at the pinnacle of popularity. It was absurd. Chapter 71. The Contrast Girl Zhao Jinma. An invitation for the journey of flowers? Su Ran, why do you look a bit unwell? Gan Limei inquired, noticing Su Ran's sudden change in demeanor. Just after signing the application form, he appeared to be cursing someone. No, it's just that a friend of mine has lost their buoy. And I was inquiring about its parents. Huh. Gan Limei appeared perplexed. Forget it. You don't need to understand, Su Ran replied, ruffling Gan Limei's hair. His expression one of resignation. The Best Newcomer Award, as the name suggests, is designated for newcomers, aimed at encouraging and motivating them to continue improving and striving. In China, the definition of a newcomer is someone who has debuted within the last 5 years. This means that only those who have debuted within that time frame are eligible to compete for this award. However, Su Ran's debut had long surpassed this limit, leaving him to ponder how to navigate this predicament. However, it is noteworthy that there is an additional column for the reward skill of Xingyiquan, allowing for fusion. This concept is rather intriguing. We shall observe how the fusion process unfolds. Teacher Lin, is there anything you require of me at the moment? After taking a moment to compose himself, Su Ran offered a charming smile to the short-haired female teacher. Upon witnessing Su Ran's captivating smile, the teacher's heart raced with a slight increase in pace. The campus of Beidian is filled with handsome young men and beautiful women, and the ordinary charms no longer stir her heart. Yet, Su Ran's smile transported her back to the warmth of spring. She quickly adjusted her demeanor and replied earnestly, "There isn't much to be done, really. You need not be present in the office. It mainly involves managing the third-year students of the Performing Arts Department, such as handling leave requests and providing psychological counseling. I will inform you of any further details later." Understood, Su Ran responded. Just then, a petite and adorable head peeked through the office door. Is Teacher Lin in? A vibrant young woman scanned the office with her bright eyes, ultimately resting them on Su Ran. The girl's fair complexion instantly lit up with surprise and delight as she gracefully approached. "Hello, Teacher Su Ran. I am Zhao Jinma." Su Ran gazed at the girl, who stood only shoulder-high to him. Zhao Jinma, a child star, is well known for her roles in Balala the Fairies, The Young Pioneers, and an array of other works. Well, this is quite the coincidence. Once the script for The Wandering Earth is complete, we shall invite this young lady to join us. Upon contemplating this, Su Ran revealed a harmless smile and extended her hand for a brief handshake. Hello. It is no wonder that youthful women possess hands so smooth and delicate, akin to the finest milk. Teacher Lin, seated at the computer desk, interjected, "Mama. From this moment onward, the students of your year will be under the supervision of Teacher Su Ran." Zhao Jinma was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Her earlier address of Su Ran as teacher had merely been a formality dictated by the norms of their circle, but she had not anticipated that it would hold true. Am I truly under her guidance? Su Ran, equally surprised, found herself recognizing familiar faces among her new students. This connection would undoubtedly facilitate communication. Dear girl, you wouldn't want to jeopardize your degree, would you? If I need to take a leave, should I approach Teacher Su Ran? Yao Jinma glanced at Teacher Lin for clarification. Indeed, that is correct. For any matters, please consult Teacher Su Ran first, Teacher Lin affirmed. Furthermore, Teacher Lin added, since Teacher Su Ran is new here, Mama, if you have the time, you might as well show her around our school to help her familiarize herself with the surroundings. Just as Su Ran was about to decline, Zhao Jinma promptly accepted the proposal. All right then, I shall show Teacher Su Ran around. Let us go, Teacher Su Ran, she declared with a bright smile, tilting her head cheerfully. Very well, let us take a stroll, Su Ran acquiesced. With her agreement established, she saw this as an opportunity to engage in light-hearted conversation with the young girl and perhaps offer some guidance. The campus of Beijing Film Academy is not particularly vast, and the greenery is rather limited, even smaller than some more luxurious high schools. Teacher Su Ran, this is the performance building. Teacher Su Ran, this is the animation building. Teacher Su Ran, this is the comprehensive photography studio. Each time they passed a location, Zhao Jinma enthusiastically pointed and introduced it. Suddenly, the young girl halted, lifting her gaze with bright eyes. Teacher Su Ran, may I not call you teacher? I am your teacher. What is wrong with calling me that? Su Ran replied. Zhao Jinma's delicate face broke into a sweet smile as she said, you look quite young. I find it a bit strange to address you that way. Upon hearing this, Su Ran nodded in agreement. That makes sense. How about this? I am a few years older than you, so you may as well call me Dad. All right, Dad. Zhao Jinma tilted her head and responded with a cheerful grin. Su Ran was momentarily taken aback by her straightforwardness. Beside them, Gan Limei stared in astonishment at Zhao Jinma. Dad, let us continue walking, Zhao Jinma said, gleefully moving forward. Su Ran observed Zhao Jinma's pure and beautiful face, her laughter radiating youth and sunshine. Every gesture she made showcased the vivacious essence of a young girl. Yet, this seemingly innocent girl had unhesitatingly accepted his playful jest. Clearly, she was not as simple as he had presumed. By the way, Dad, do you have a favorite celebrity? Zhao Jinma inquired while walking backward, hands clasped behind her back. In the country, there are none, but there are a few in the land of cherry blossoms, Su Ran casually remarked. Surely, those few must also be teachers. After Zhao Jinma spoke, she began to silently form words with her lips, eventually returning to a cheerful expression. Su Ran halted in his tracks, staring at her in a daze. He had just clearly observed that the lip movement spelled out the names of several physical education teachers from the land of cherry blossoms. Trouble was brewing. This girl was quite the seasoned veteran, and he had encountered a rival. As he gazed at her innocent smile, he increasingly felt that within her petite frame lurked a mischievous little demon, a stark contrast indeed. At that moment, while the two exchanged glances, 5 individuals descended from the nearby Bei Dian Performing Arts building. Leading them was a woman with short hair and round glasses, her expression one of impatience as she waved her hand dismissively. No, this batch of students does not meet my standards. They all look too effeminate, which does not appeal to me. The 4 individuals beside her exchanged glances, all wearing wry smiles. Director Lin, we approached the top art schools in the mainland, including the Shanghai Theater Academy, the Central Academy of Drama, and now Beidian. With your high standards, it's quite challenging to find suitable candidates, producer Tang Lijun sighed. I do not care. My criteria for selecting supporting roles are exceedingly stringent. If suitable candidates cannot be found within the schools, we shall hold open auditions and extend invitations to major companies, Lin Yufan stated resolutely, then turned to a middle-aged man with long hair beside her. By the way, Shen Quan, did you get in touch with Su Ran, the male lead from the previous drama with Junwen? His aura and looks are exceptional. He must play the lead in my production. Recently, he seems to have stirred quite a commotion in the mainland. I am uncertain about his availability, but I shall inquire. Liang Xinquan took out his phone and promptly dialed a number. During the call, a faint, elusive ringtone echoed in the vicinity, which went unnoticed by Liang Xinquan and his companions. After a considerable wait, the call connected. Liang Xinquan spoke with a smile. Aaron, do you have some time recently? Quite busy, what is up? I've recently taken on a project titled Hua Qiangu. The chief director is a friend of mine, and she wishes for you to portray the male lead. Are you interested? Hua Qiangu, is that the one with the primal forces? How do you know about it? Liang Xingqiuan's voice involuntarily rose in surprise. Yet, oddly enough, he perceived an echo of his own voice from behind. Confused, Liang Xingqiuan turned around. Simultaneously, Su Ran, who was on the other end of the line, also heard a familiar sound nearby and turned to look. By chance, she spotted a group not far away, among which was Liang Xingqiuan. Lin Yufan and the others also turned around, and upon seeing Su Ran, without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yufan instinctively dashed towards her, disregarding her image. Chapter 72. Participating in the investment for Hua Qiangu, debuting under a different persona. Handsome, indeed handsome, with a commendable demeanor and height, quite impressive. Su Ran gazed at the woman who had suddenly rushed in front of her, circling around and scrutinizing her from head to toe, feeling somewhat perplexed. What is going on? Excuse me, who are you? Su Ran curled his lips slightly, and then turned to Liang Xingqiuan and the others approaching. Old Liang, what is this situation? He inquired. Afan, do refrain from your antics and regain your composure. With a resigned expression, Liang Xingqiuan pulled Lin Yufan over and, with an apologetic tone, introduced. This is Lin Yufan, Director Lin, the very person I mentioned to you during our phone call. She is the chief director of Hua Qiangu. He then proceeded to introduce the individuals beside him. This is producer Tang Lijun and the screenwriter. We've recently been auditioning actors at the school, and it seems your popularity has surged. You're making quite a splash, Liang Xingqiuan remarked. Hearing this teasing comment, Su Ran waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing to write home about. He then nodded in greeting to the others present. How about it? Are you interested in playing the male lead in Hua Qiangu? You would be my ideal leading man. Lin Yufan, unfaltering in her intentions, extended the invitation. As for the best male lead, I would rather aspire to be the best newcomer, Su Ran retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Ah? Lin Yufan and the others exchanged puzzled glances, questioning whether they had misheard him. It's nothing, really, Su Ran chuckled in response to their bewilderment. However, I do have some pressing matters to attend to, so I might not. His words trailed off abruptly as he fixed his gaze on Liang Xingqiuan and the others, pondering aloud. What if I were to adopt a pseudonym and debut in your Hong Kong? Do you think I could secure the Best Newcomer Award at the TV Anniversary Awards? The awards for Best Newcomer, Best Director, and Best Television Series, among others, will similarly be bestowed, akin to the ceremonies of the Golden Eagle Award, the Feitian Award, and the Baiyulan Award. However, the influence of these awards undoubtedly varies. In Su Ran's view, it is impossible to achieve the Best Newcomer accolade in the mainland, as the passage of time since his debut is an undeniable fact. Attempting to maneuver through a lesser-known award would lack authority, and the system may not recognize it. After all, it was only when Gu Jianqi achieved a viewership rating surpassing 2 that he fulfilled the task of portraying a character memorable to the public. Hence, his focus must shift outward. The film industry in regions like Taiwan or Hong Kong operates independently, adhering to its own set of rules. There should be a loophole to exploit in order to conclude this novice endeavor. If that proves unfeasible, Su Ran has contemplated possibilities in the land of the morning calm and the land of cherry blossoms. If all else fails, there is also the option of the great nation and the place of Yuan, although, he mused, those two might not be viable. He fears the intensity of the people there, who are passionately forthcoming. Nevertheless, as long as one dares to dream, opportunities abound. Liang Xingqiuan and others were momentarily stunned by Su Ran's remarkable statements, rendered speechless. Are you serious, Ran? Liang Xingqiuan inquired after a brief silence, his expression complex. The nature of the other party often eludes comprehension. He had thought he had grown accustomed to it during the filming of Gu Jianqi Tan. Yet now he realized he had not. I am indeed serious. Is there potential? Liang Xingqiuan hesitated, glancing around him before responding. In principle, it is not permitted. In principle, it is not permissible. Thus, in practice, it becomes acceptable. Su Ran immediately grasped the underlying meaning, spreading her hands wide. The unspoken subtext of adult social interactions reveals that when something is said to be permissible in principle, it is, in fact, not permissible. Conversely, when something is deemed impermissible in principle, it suggests that benefits can justify its acceptance. It's not a matter of money, yet, undeniably, it revolves around financial considerations. I have said nothing. This is merely your own interpretation. Liang Xingqiuan wore an expression of feigned ignorance. Indeed, they were all astute individuals, speaking with utmost discretion. Observing the other's denial, Su Ran could not help but exclaim, "Do you genuinely aspire to win Best Newcomer?" Lin Yufan interjected unexpectedly. Indeed, Su Ran affirmed without hesitation. If you cast me in the journey of flower, I will ensure your success in obtaining that accolade. What do you think? Although Lin Yufan could not fathom why a prominent figure from the mainland would be so fixated on winning Best Newcomer, her immediate desire was to secure Su Ran's involvement. Disregarding any reservations, Su Ran fixed her gaze on Lin Yufan, her eyes narrowing slightly. Then I must also partake in the production. Upon hearing this, Lin Yufan hesitated momentarily. To participate in production necessitated investment and sharing in the profits. However, upon witnessing Su Ran's captivating presence and allure, her resolve swiftly returned. Very well. I shall negotiate on your behalf. There was no alternative. Su Ran's beauty and charisma were unparalleled, leaving Lin Yufan unable to find a more suitable candidate. Then let us wish for a pleasant collaboration. Su Ran extended her hand, smiling. To a fruitful partnership, Lin Yufan replied, her spirits lifted as they shook hands. I look forward to your good news. Farewell for now, Lao Liang. Let us enjoy tea together when time permits. Su Ran waved goodbye to the crowd and left with satisfaction. If he could participate in the investment while fulfilling the system's task, then taking part in the journey of flower would be a double boon. This situation could aptly be described as killing two birds with one stone. Dad, are you aiming for Best Newcomer? Zhao Jima inquired with curiosity. Is that not permissible? Of course it is. But Dad, you might not necessarily go to Hong Kong. I suggest you consider the land of cherry blossoms. With your strengths and advantages, you would undoubtedly secure the award for Best New Actor in an action film. Young lady, you are playing with fire. As Su Ran and Zhao Jinma walked further away, producer Tang Lijun withdrew her gaze and turned to Lin Yufan. He wants a share of the pie, but Siyun Film and Television will surely not agree. Siyun Film and Television, the production company behind The Journey of Flower, is a venerable entity in the industry. Having produced high-quality works such as The Little Fish and The Flower Without Flaws, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, and Seven Swords Down the Tian Shan, such a long-established company would not readily part with its gains. Rest assured, I will undoubtedly persuade them. Su Ran is my best choice, Lin Yufan declared with unwavering confidence. But he isn't the only option. Ho Jianhua from Taiwan is quite capable, or there are other male stars. Ho Jianhua lacks Su Ran's charisma and does not possess that ethereal quality. Aside from being older than Su Ran, I fail to see any advantages he has. Tang Lijun responded, momentarily at a loss for words. If Ho Jianhua hears your words, he might very well weep in the restroom. Yet, it must be acknowledged that this seems to be the truth. Moreover, Su Ran's considerable female fanbase guarantees a boost in viewership upon his involvement. Lin Yufan elucidated. The most critical point is that he is currently in the limelight, significantly reducing promotional expenses. I trust that this calculation will not elude those seasoned veterans. After absorbing the aforementioned analysis, Tang Lijun fell silent, for she had been swayed. Under these circumstances, Su Ran undoubtedly emerges as the optimal choice. No one possesses greater fame than Su Ran, and few can rival his charm. With the male lead secured, the question remains, which actress shall be selected? Liang Xinquan suddenly interjected. Lin Yufan pressed her lips together and replied, I have several candidates in mind. Yang Mi is a strong contender. As she is quite familiar with Su Ran, Tang Yin is also a possibility, or perhaps Zhao Liang. We shall see in due course. What about Yang Ying and Jin Shuang? Someone suggested. Well, I scrutinized their features and felt an unsettling premonition regarding their potential mishaps. Thus, I have decided against considering them. Chapter 73. Let us set a modest goal. First, let us construct an office building. Su Ran's tumultuous affair with Jiaxing Media commenced on December 1st. This upheaval unfolded over 3 days before it seemingly drew to a close. Jiaxing Media suffered significant losses in business and cinematic resources. While it did not face bankruptcy, it was left in a state of precarious survival. Hiba, being under the aegis of Yang Mi, was unaffected and thus remained intact. Zheng Jia and Zhao Ruyao once contemplated selling Su Ran's management contract, but upon hearing it was tied to Su Ran, entertainment companies recoiled in fear, hastily declining. They were apprehensive about the prospect of their own operations being silently dismantled by Su Ran, even though no one desired Su Ran's contract. Zheng Jia and Zhao Ruyao clung to it tightly, intending to vex him. Su Ran remained indifferent. After all, in less than 2 months, the contract would expire in January of the following year. He could afford to wait, and it was not a matter of great significance. Another week passed. While idling at Beidian, Su Ran received a call from Yang Mi. The company address was confirmed. He was to return swiftly. Chuanyuan Road, Wangjing Commercial Building. 21st floor. Upon exiting the elevator, he could see the sign of Starry Entertainment and the reception desk. Su Ran walked straight in. Several employees were already at work. Upon seeing him, they greeted him warmly, and he nodded in acknowledgement before wandering about. Overall, although somewhat rudimentary, the essential framework was already in place. Stop looking around. Come in. Youngmi suddenly appeared at the office door, beckoning him. At that moment, she wore a light brown striped sleeveless long dress. Her softly curled long hair, cascading over a glimpse of her snow-white shoulder. The dress was short, showcasing her slender, proportionate legs, which appeared particularly alluring. This woman's dressing style had become increasingly sophisticated and seductive. Upon entering the office, Su Ran approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the towering buildings outside. Youngmi gently closed the door and walked to his side. What do you think? The place I chose is quite good, right? The employees from Jiaxing Media are gradually arriving. It won't be long before we can operate normally. She slightly lifted her chin, a proud expression gracing her features, as if seeking compliments. Indeed, you've chosen well. Right next door is the Ali building, making me want to construct a skyscraper myself. Su Ran gazed at the towering edifice adorned with the Ali logo in the distance, marveling at its elevated prestige. The building was not only grand, but also spacious, exuding an air of opulence. In stark contrast, their office merely occupied a single floor of a rented building, highlighting the disparity. While they aspired to construct a grand structure, they were limited to this one floor, beneath which was Yuehua Entertainment, boasting 3 levels of their own. Youngmi, with a look of exasperation, remarked, "Don't worry. We'll take it step by step. Let's set a modest goal first, and eventually we shall have our own starry building to command respect." After retracting his gaze from the window, Su Ran sank into the sofa, giving it a pat. "Ah, this sofa is quite plush. Suitable for 2 individuals to engage in discussions. Enough of this trivial chatter. I asked you to keep an eye on the financial director's situation. Do you have any leads?" Youngmi inquired, smoothing her skirt as she sat with her legs together. "I mentioned it to my mentor, and he introduced me to a highly experienced financial professional. He is quite capable, yet currently pursuing further studies at a prestigious institution." Su Ran replied. "As for the financial director from Jiaxing Media, he cannot be trusted. Finance is of paramount importance to the company, and we must find someone of our own." Recently, Su Ran had mustered the courage to approach his mentor again, seeking connections to introduce a well-qualified financial personnel. Further studies? Which esteemed institution? Is it in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, Nankai University, or perhaps abroad? Youngmi's eyes glimmered with curiosity. "None of those." Su Ran slowly shook his head. "It is Tilan Qiao University." Tilan Qiao University? Youngmi pondered, suddenly recalling something, her voice escalating in astonishment. "Isn't that the institution notorious for detaining individuals? Do you consider this prestigious academic pursuit?" "It is none other than the Qiao Accounting Continuing Education Institute, also known as the Qiao branch of the Rebuttal University in the magical metropolis. Only those with genuine talent can gain admission. She has endured for 8 years and possesses remarkable resilience." "Is this what you mean by being exceptionally capable of bearing burdens?" Youngmi appeared somewhat taken aback. "Just say whether she can withstand it. She will emerge in a couple of days, and you can pick her up then." For a moment, Youngmi found herself at a loss for words. This is not merely about endurance. It is extraordinary resilience after 8 years. How could she not withstand it? She wished to voice her thoughts further, but at that moment, Su Ran's phone rang. He gestured for silence and answered the call. "Hello, your terms have been accepted. You will receive a 20% stake in the investment for Huaqiangu. This is the best outcome I could negotiate." The voice on the other end belonged to Lin Yufan. Su Ran quickly replied, 20% is too low. Could you possibly allocate a bit more? My company has a project that requires additional funding. How much more do you need? I can lend you some for turnover, but we truly cannot compromise on the division, she responded. I wish to construct an office building. With a total cost of approximately 7 billion. I still require 69,999,980,000. Lin Yufan was momentarily baffled by this string of figures, but she swiftly regained her composure. Her forehead creased with tension as she gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "You have merely 2,000 on you. How do you expect to build a skyscraper? Can you not be more realistic? It is indeed quite off the mark. I am not mistaken. May I borrow it? If so, I shall." Before the words could fully escape his lips, the call was abruptly terminated. Su Ran gazed at his phone, shaking his head with a TSK. Directors hailing from Hong Kong are notoriously quick to anger. Huang Junwen is one such example. As is Lin Yufan. Meanwhile, Yang Mi observed Su Ran's expression with a twitch at the corner of her mouth. She suddenly felt an overwhelming impulse to strike his face with her size 38 jade foot. However, this fleeting thought went unacted upon. Su Ran's phone rang once more. As he answered, Lin Yufin's cold voice pierced through the line. 30%, no more, any higher end. Deal. On the other end, Lin Yufin seemed momentarily taken aback, falling into silence. After a few seconds, her furious voice erupted. Are you playing tricks on me? At this point, Lin Yufin could hardly be oblivious. She had fallen into the other's trap. If negotiations continued, 20% would undoubtedly be accepted. As for his reputation, everyone in the entertainment industry knows me to be exceptionally honest and upright. Su Ran spoke with a certain satisfaction in his tone. In truth, 20% had already met his psychological expectations. After all, he currently possessed little leverage, and merely securing a place at the table to savor the broth was quite commendable. Yet, he had merely intended to test the waters, and to his surprise, it had proven successful. Trust you? I finally comprehend the warning that An relayed to me. You are a fade of gold and jade, yet your heart is as dark as coal. Oh, slander. He is slandering me. Without further ado, there is a casting call today. As an investor and the male lead, you should come and oversee the proceedings. After Lin Yufin uttered these words, she promptly hung up the phone, fearing that any further conversation would propel her into an early onset of menopause. Su Ran, in a delightful mood, tucked her phone away. After listening to the lengthy exchange, Yang Mi interjected, Have you ventured into film investment? Not just you, but us as well, do you understand? I must take my leave. Having taken advantage of others, I must contribute in some way, or someone might lose their temper. Rising from her seat, Su Ran reiterated, Please expedite the adaptation of 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 10 Miles of Peach Blossoms. Once the company is established, we shall rely on it to make our mark. With that, she strode out of the office. Yang Mi watched as Su Ran left without a backward glance, her teeth clenched in frustration. Here I am, bustling about, and you, having only graced us with your presence for a brief moment, depart so soon. At that moment, Su Ran appeared at the office door, gently twitching her nose. What are you doing? Yang Mi questioned, puzzled by Su Ran's behavior. It seems I detect the scent of a scorned woman, Su Ran replied with a soft chuckle. Get lost. Yang Mi retorted, suddenly feeling a flush of warmth on her cheeks. May I borrow your car keys? Gan Li Mei has taken my vehicle. As soon as Su Ran finished speaking, Yang Mi gritted her teeth and forcefully threw the keys towards the door, declaring, Take the keys and leave. I do not wish to see you. Su Ran glanced at the keys, waved her hand, and said, I'm off now. Don't let my absence turn you into a resentful woman. Su Ran, say that again. Yang Mi's exquisite face revealed a hint of anger. Her delicate fists clenched as she prepared to charge forward. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Su Ran slipped away. Once he departed, Yang Mi's chest, which had been rising and falling sharply, gradually began to calm. After regaining her composure, her mind replayed Su Ran's words. Furrowing her brow, she pondered silently. Realizing that she had indeed felt a twinge of bitterness, a sentiment she had not anticipated. Chapter 74. A Chance Encounter with Zhao Xiaodao. I Refuse to Be a Simp. Yang Mi's car, a white Mercedes C280, was her first vehicle purchased after filming Chinese Paladin 3. It boasted a V6 engine, ample space, and pneumatic shock absorbers. In essence, the car was spacious and had excellent shock resistance, making it ideal for conducting high-stakes business negotiations worth billions with partners, as it conveyed status rather than any other reason. Lin Yufin's search for actors for Flowerbone was progressing slowly, prompting her to directly approach major entertainment companies for casting. The chosen venue was Tsiwen Film and Television. When Su Ran arrived at the parking lot, he was met with a dense array of vehicles, leaving him unable to find a parking space. Just as he was about to give up, his keen eyes caught sight of an available spot. As an experienced driver, he expertly maneuvered towards it. However, at that moment, a small white car approached, heading straight for Su Ran's intended space, halting just under 2 meters from him before he could react. Suddenly, the white car opposite flashed its headlights, activated the windshield wipers, and a head adorned with a black baseball cap emerged. Observing this adept series of maneuvers, Su Ran squinted, finding the situation somewhat absurd. Had he encountered an anonymous disciple boldly playing pranks atop the venerable ancestor's head? Perhaps sensing Su Ran's inaction, the individual repeated the antics with a hint of confusion. Upon the head's reappearance, Su Ran switched off the engine, exited his vehicle, and approached. As he drew near, the person inside recoiled in fright, withdrawing their head and promptly rolling up the window. Su-Ran arrived at the window and impatiently rapped on it. The window lowered slightly, revealing only a glimpse of sunglasses. A moment later, the occupant lowered the window further, exposing half a face, adorned with a baseball cap, a mask, and sunglasses, completely obscured. The only discernible feature was that the individual was female, sporting a bun atop her head. This ensemble bore an uncanny resemblance to Su-Ran himself, leading him to ponder whether she might be a fellow practitioner. He knocked again on the window. The woman with the bun spoke in a faint, almost delicate tone. "I can't lower it any further. Is this sufficient?" Her voice was subtle yet lively. Su-Ran furrowed his brow, sensing a peculiar familiarity. "Why are you staring at me? It frightens me. I will lower it a bit more." Just as the woman prepared to comply, a vague figure flashed through Su-Ran's mind, prompting him to tentatively inquire. "Zhao Xiaodao." Upon hearing this name, the woman startled, her body jolting, and she hastily raised the window once more. I am not. You have mistaken me for someone else. I am not the charming, beautiful, and beloved Zhao Liying." Su-Ran. While conversing is one thing, it is quite another for someone to incessantly sing their own praises. Su-Ran, feeling exasperated, observed the tightly closed car window with a hint of bemusement. Initially, there was merely a hint of suspicion, but following the other's actions, it became evident that the individual in the vehicle was indeed Zhao Liying. He removed his mask and sunglasses, speaking with a hint of irritation. "All right, do not worry. I am neither a tabloid journalist nor an obsessive fan." Upon uttering these words, the car window gradually descended. Zhao Liying's expression shifted from confusion to surprise. Su-Ran. She promptly removed her mask and hat, revealing her delicate and refined features. Her skin was fair, her nose elegantly sculpted, and her eyes, now smiling, resembled crescent moons. Altogether, she exuded a gentle grace typical of Eastern women, tinged with youthful innocence. "Setting aside all else, I must inquire where you learned that maneuver." Su-Ran pointed towards the front of the car, stating, activating the hazard lights, operating the windshield wipers, leaning out. "Your execution is remarkably proficient. Not at all indicative of a novice. You must be a habitual offender." Zhao Liying smiled bashfully. "I learned it from Mushroom House. I found your method quite useful. As I rarely drive and my skills are rather lacking, I was puzzled as to why it didn't work earlier. It turns out I encountered you. I initially thought I was faced with a stranger, which made me somewhat anxious and flustered. However, upon realizing I was in the company of someone familiar, my demeanor returned to its original state." Zhao Xiaodao appeared somewhat cheerful. "Could you kindly let me use this parking space? I have an urgent matter to attend to." "Parking space?" Su-Ran turned around to glance at the only vacant spot behind him, then faced forward again. A radiant smile suddenly illuminated his handsome face. "Oh, among friends. There's no need to speak of trouble over such trivial matters. It's no issue at all to let you have the space. If Gan Limei or Yang Mi, familiar with him, were present, they would undoubtedly recognize this seemingly harmless smile as a precursor to mischief." However, Zhao Liying was unaware of this. Upon hearing Su-Ran's words, her happiness only grew. "Really? Su-Ran, you are so kind. Just being polite. It's nothing," Su-Ran replied, then suddenly adopted a serious tone. "By the way, have you registered?" "Registered? What do you mean?" Confusion spread across Zhao Liying's face. "There's a registration desk up ahead. You need to register your vehicle, otherwise, someone might tow it away. As a public figure, it would be quite troublesome if that happened," Su-Ran explained, pointing behind her. "Oh, I need to register?" Zhao Liying responded, bewildered. "It seems you missed that. You should back up. I'll take you to register," Su-Ran suggested. "Okay, thank you for your help." "Not a bother at all," Su-Ran smiled. Zhao Liying then started her vehicle, awkwardly maneuvering as she reversed. As the car reversed to a certain distance and reached a fork in the road, she leaned out and asked, "Su-Ran, which way?" Before she could finish her sentence, her mouth fell slightly agape, her expression one of utter bewilderment as she watched Su-Ran effortlessly glide the vehicle into an empty parking space. This scene completely flummoxed her, leaving her mind in disarray. At that moment, Su-Ran exited the car, hands tucked casually into her pockets, sauntering past with an air of nonchalance. Once Zhao Liying regained her composure, she leaned out and inquired, "Aren't we going to register?" "Register? What registration?" Su-Ran feigned ignorance, her expression suggesting she had not comprehended the question. "You just said you would give me the parking spot and take me to register," Zhao Liying insisted. Not at all. I believe you misheard. I'm off now. You can search for a parking space. Goodbye. Saran chuckled lightly, disregarding Zhao Liying's perplexed face as she departed without a backward glance. What a jest. Offering up a parking spot? Sacrificing oneself to benefit a woman is an act only a sycophant would undertake. Saran resolutely refused to engage in such sycophantic behavior, for sycophants meet unfortunate ends. As Saran walked further away, eventually disappearing from view, Zhao Liying's keen intellect finally regained its footing. She realized she had been duped. Upon this realization, her body trembled with rage. Gritting her teeth, she muttered furiously in the direction Saran had departed. Saran, you wretched villain. She had genuinely believed that the other would relinquish the parking spot. The mere thought of Saran's smile ignited a desire to lash out. Hearing the curses directed at her from behind, Saran could not help but shake her head. Oh, women, so naive.